to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Markus. Brian Murphy and Markus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Wait, I forgot my costume. Where's my costume? I guess I just came dressed as a dork. My usual costume. So, what are you? I'm a dork. Oh, here, good. Here's some candy. There you go, buddy. Sorry, Halloween people. I didn't dress up in costume. Hi, I'm wearing a Run the Damn Ball hat. Now give me some Snickers. Give me some Twix.
Yeah, no.
Give me some M&Ms.
No costume, no candy, Murph. Not at my household.
Happy Halloween. We're getting shamed by other radio shows in our building. They're all dressed up. Are we party poopers for not dressing up, Marcus? Good morning, by the way. Happy Friday.
Well, I
Happy
would say
freaking Friday.
Good morning,
Yes,
Murph.
yes.
It's a football Friday. It's a Halloween Friday. And no, we're not truly embracing Halloween. First of all, credit to the other shows around here that are willing to get the costume on and ready to go.
Which means
this damn early in the morning.
I was going to say, you got to get up now an hour earlier.
Yeah, dude, it's I go through enough, just trying to wake up and not stub my toe as I'm trying to walk to the shower at 4 a.m. in the morning. I don't need to be thinking about, deep costume designs and trying to put on a show for the people. So, Murph, I'm taking a couple shortcuts. I'm just wearing my Bobby Boucher Mud Dog jersey today. That's the T-shirt jersey combination. It's easy. Shout out South Central Louisiana State University Mud Dogs, my guy Bobby Boucher.
So you are in costume.
Yeah, technically, but I guess if I really wanted to dress up in a full Bobby Boucher uniform, I should have the shoulder pads, the helmet, the actual jersey. I'm just going with the jersey. So I'm about halfway there with the Halloween costume.
So, you're almost like those Larry David trick-or-treaters who are just give me some candy. You're not in costume at all. But at least you're halfway there.
I'm trying to embrace the spirit, and I'm really just trying to half-ass a costume this morning.
There is the half-ass costume.
Yeah.
That's a thing, by the way. Half-assing a costume is a thing.
Yeah.
Where you're like, dude, are you not even trying? Or you're half trying? Or what? You're like, yeah, man, I was supposed to come to this party. I threw on a T-shirt.
I did it all the time as a kid growing up. I would just throw on a jersey and just say, I'm that player. And I was thinking about doing that this morning. I have a Beers jersey that I've worn a couple
You've worn
times.
that
Coop
before,
Cooper,
yeah.
and I could just be like, "Oh, I'm Coop Cooper from baseball or from basketball."
Be better than me.
Yeah,
What did I do?
You at least you wore the Run the Damn Ball hat.
Well,
That's kind of your Friday costume.
the Friday hat.
Yeah,
Because it's not just football advice, Marcus. It's life advice.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life.
Run it again. Run the damn ball.
What's Tony Vitello dressed as today? Hey,
The new manager of the San Francisco Giants.
He's dressed as an engaging, authentic, competitive dude who we all got to meet yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And so we'll obviously talk a lot about that. What the hell? By the way, Vitello comes to town, the Warriors lay an egg against the Bucks. What the hell happened there?
Yeah, with no Giannis playing.
So I
last
missed
night,
the
too.
entire game. Well, not the whole game. I saw the first quarter. We had a big high school water polo playoff game last night. And against all odds, with our backs against the wall, the damn red-tailed Hawks came out swinging and swinging and swinging and swinging and swinging and didn't win in the end. So the less we talk about that, the better. Because quite frankly, I'm a little pissed at some exterior forces.
I get it.
But let's move on. So anyway, I missed. So we'll give you a little indication of what's life like with a 14-year-old who's becoming a degenerate gambler. I kind of am half joking, and at a certain point, it's gonna get serious, and I'm gonna have to kidnap my kid and take him to one of those camps in Utah, where they detox or whatever.
You're gonna have to sit him down and not only talk about the birds and the bees, but the bookies and the bets.
The parlays and the teases.
Yeah, exactly.
Birds, the bees.
Yeah.
So Rory the Greek comes stomping down because he's got that app Reel. He gets all these notifications. He gets way more notifications than I do.
He's notified.
He's like, Dad, incoming Warriors win, incoming Warriors dub. I'm like, well, yeah, I'd like to think they're going to win. He goes, no, Giannis isn't playing. I said, oh. He goes, Ryan Rollins, dude, ha ha, LOL or whatever. I was like, well, first of all, why are you LOLing Ryan Rollins? He goes, well, I don't know who he is. Do you know who he is? I'm like, well, I don't have the book on Ryan Rollins, but he was a Warrior for a minute.
Forever Warrior.
And then he goes, Cole Anthony, LMAO. I was like, Cole Anthony was a first-round draft pick. So he's like, incoming W. Now I'm exaggerating a little bit. Hi, Rory. I hope I'm not hurting your feelings here, buddy. Well, guess what? The freaking Bucks beat the Warriors.
Yes, they did.
So I was at the pool last night at Archie Williams doing TAM TV. And I let it rip last night, Marcus, because it's a playoff game, and I was saying crazy stuff last night. I was having fun. I was letting it rip.
Now,
I said some crazy stuff.
I heard that we had eyeballs and ears on the game. Did our guy John Joe Curley catch any of these crazy
cuts by you? He watched the entire thing. What a stud. What an absolute stud. But I don't want to revisit it because the game actually pisses me off. Mm-hmm. So even though there's some funny sound in there, I don't want to play it because I'll get hot. And so anyway, point is that I looked down at halftime and I saw the Warriors had lost. Rory the Greek was sitting across the pool with his aunt. I texted him. I said, "What happened to your incoming W?" And he sent me back the Shaquille, "I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game."
Nice comeback, kid. I like it.
So anyway, they lost. That sucked. What would you tell me? Why'd they lose?
It was the Ryan Rollins revenge game. Apparently, I mean, the defense was bad after the performance where they held the Clippers to 79 points. You have Ryan Rollins out here dropping 32 points. So the defense was bad. And then they just turned the ball over too much. 19 total turnovers last night.
I have 22 here in the
22.
Chronicle.
Okay, yeah, even more than the box score that I was looking at. 22 turnovers. I think it was at least 10 in each half. Just sloppy play. And it just really looked like a Warriors team that I don't know if they're overlooking this game because Giannis wasn't playing, but it just wasn't adding up last night.
Ryan Rollins, 32, as you mentioned, shot 41% from three. Let's see here. I got more. The Chronicle says 22. The box score says 19. I don't know. Just too many turnovers.
Yeah,
right?
What the hell?
Kerr says, quote, "It looked to me like fatigue, mental, physical fatigue. Anytime a team plays without its star, you know a team's going to be out there with nothing to lose, firing shots. A lot of our guys getting extra minutes, feeling good, blah, blah, blah." Anyway, so they lose. So that's too bad. They fall to 4-2. And now they go to Indiana on Saturday.
Uh-oh, that's bad news. The Warriors haven't won a game outside of California this year.
I was going to say, or they haven't won a game since Vitello came to town, right? And also, the Sharks won last night.
Go Sharks.
There you go. We may have to have a Sharks victory package coming up here for these Smacklin celebrating kids.
And I'm guessing it has to be centered around Judy Jupiter.
Very good, very good. So anyway, that happened last night, but it's all about Tony V, man. Tony V. We haven't talked to you guys since the press conference, since we spent, a long... late morning, early afternoon with Tony V, who, if Matt Chisholm, Giants media relations ace, didn't pull him away, would still be there talking.
He would still be talking to this minute.
And an engaging, fun conversation, too. I mean, the guy, it's not like it's dull, dry conversation, or it's not like he's trying to, force something on. He's just a dude you like to talk to, which is why we'll talk to him today. And I'll go ahead and steal Tony's thunder, 8:15. We'll
tease him,
take it away from him.
Go ahead and tease him.
For the early crowd. So I haven't talked to you and I left, but... we didn't get the full breakdown. What was the Marcus Boucher scouting report?
Well, I think I kind of had the same feeling that most people inside of that room had. Just the feeling of him being authentic. Now, who knows? Maybe he's fooling the entire room and what is he? He's pulling wool over the sheep's eyes and he's tricking all of us, Murph. But I don't know. They felt like there was some actual authenticity to him. And I think one of my favorite parts of the presser was when you asked the question about paying your dues and not riding the bus. And he's like, look, I've paid my dues in other ways. I've been around the game for a long time. I've put in the work to get to the spot that I'm at. So I really respected that. And I liked how honest and transparent he was about there are going to be issues that he's never faced before. How this is a much longer season than the regular season. And he can sit there and sweet talk us all and tell us everything we want to hear. But he even said himself, it's going to be based on the results he has at the big league level and going through these growing experiences, as this is going to be new for everybody.
Or as he said, we're just going to have to get in the room and vibe it out.
Vibe it out.
That's what he said. We're going to have to vibe it out.
Yeah, that I think that's the takeaway. It's the vibes of Tony Vitello.
Tony Vitello, as a listener wrote into us.
It's Vibello.
He wanted a little trademark next to it, too. So, well, listen, I went in with a positive attitude. You know, I from the jump, I jock-blogged about it last week, and I was so impressed that Buster Posey is willing to do such bold things. This team has been lacking. They have made the playoffs, once since 2016? Is that right? 2021? The magic year of 2021. And so this team's lacking. So when you're lacking, you need to do something to not lack. Does that make sense? And to do something bold, fortune favors the bold, man. I said that on a tweet. Javi said it. Behold my grandpa and dad told me, behold the turtle. He only makes progress when he sticks his neck out.
Ooh,
that's an old one there, huh? How about for the golfers I'm up there? Never up, never in. Can I get a Jeff Garcia perv laugh? Never up? No, there you go. Thanks very much. Pause, yeah. So I like the boldness of Buster doing it. Now, we found out, actually, that it wasn't Buster. It was Zach Manassian. It was Manassian all along. Who Manassian joked with us after. He goes, yeah, I didn't want Buster to reveal that until after it turns out good. He said but get credit to Manazzi and credit to Posey for listening to Manazzi. He could be like, yeah, bro, no. What are you doing? Go move my car in the parking lot. No, he was listening to Manassian and said, I'm intrigued. And he said from the moment Manassian suggested it, he's like, yeah, I'm interested. So credit to Manassian for bringing it up. Yeah. Credit to Posey for listening to him. It's interesting that Manassian said his name had been bouncing around Major League circles for a while. That caught my ear. That was one of the takeaways for me, was that this isn't as outside the box as you think if Manassian says other clubs were talking about it too.
Yeah. I'm curious if there have been other teams that have reached out to Tony.
I think he said no.
Okay.
I think he said no. In one of his 4 or 5 different breakouts he did after the press conference where I caught bits and pieces of that, and I caught him saying he had not been contacted. Okay, yeah. So maybe it's something, I don't know, his agent or whatever. But anyway, so my big takeaway was like you, and I said it on social media. He's engaging. He's got a personality. You'll figure it out. He's competitive. It's a big one for me. They're all competitive by definition. You're getting into a sport where you win or lose a game, obviously. Whatever. Freaking Dave Bristol was competitive. Danny Ozark was competitive. Jim Davenport, mentioning all these obscure Giants managers from the past. Bruce Bochy was competitive. Gabe Kapler was competitive. All these guys are competitive. Bob Melvin's competitive. I feel like Vitello's got an extra edge to his competition. And Buster said something after the press conference in his breakout session about that. He said, I think he's okay ruffling feathers. Buster said that, and he said, which I'm good with. It was an interesting breakout comment. This came after the podium yesterday. And Buster, I'll get to the exact full quote for you here. But he said, I think he's okay ruffling feathers, which is, I kind of like that. Buster's funny. Buster likes to, he said, I don't think he's going to go out and do this just to get under their skin. But if it's something that happens organically because of certain circumstances, that's sports. It's entertainment. And for me, there's an argument to be made that we're lacking that severely right now. Mm-hmm. We've talked about that. We want more red ass.
Yeah, and there was also some quotes from Buster after the presser about how he doesn't like it when guys are out there hugging before the game.
Quote, all the young players will not like me, but I don't like guys hugging before the game, I don't like it. As a fan, I want there to be a little bit of friction.
I don't like it.
At times, so... Boy, putting Willie Adames on blast, huh? The hugger.
Yeah,
the hug king.
2 different personalities,
Adames, yeah.
But we've heard about this kind of topic with Buster Posey back when he was a player, when guys were coming across. Like Sergio Romo told us a story about when he came back as an opposing player and came into the clubhouse, and Buster was like, yo, what's going on? Yeah. Like, you're not wearing a Giants jersey. What are you doing in here before the game?
Yeah. In that book 28 that Brad and I did, I did all those interviews with the players, and nobody reads that stuff. They just look at the pictures and all that, so but there was some gold in there, and Hunter Pence's entire essay is built around that. He goes, when I was a Philly, I would try to talk to Buster, and, man, he would just intimidate you. He'd give you nothing. Bob Melvin said it.
Yes, he did.
Bob Melvin said it was really, he didn't like it. Now, I don't know if Buster can shove that genie back in the bottle, because the new generation coming up is different, but maybe a little bit. Bring back a little bit of that. So yeah, man, it felt like a whole fresh coat of paint. Buster said he wants it to be long-term. Well, obviously, we all want it to be long-term. Plus, we got to meet his charming dad, Greg Vitello, the Chicago Italian, who used to sneak into Wrigley Field.
I think he maybe stole the show at the presser yesterday. He was talking to all the beat writers.
So listen, we'll get into it. We got, of course, the Friday traditions. We have no Halloween candy either. Curly's the kind of guy who shouldn't he bring a basket of candy? He's like Mr. Thoughtful, right?
Yeah, come on, Curly.
Shouldn't he come in?
Where are those king-size candy bars at this morning?
To be honest, I think king size is a little much. I think, when you're walking, I know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the bite size kind of defines Halloween to me.
See, that's fine, but there's something special about getting that king size
Maybe
candy bar.
Maybe one.
Yeah,
You can't walk around with a bag full of king size.
Well, yeah, you can't get a king size from every single house, but like for me as a kid, like it was always the scavenger hunt to find out which house had the king size, and then you always like try to double back and get a second one.
I'm here to tell you, bro, trick-or-treating in the 70s, bro, there was no king size. No king size, bro. You get your bite size and you like it. So there's no king size. There's also raisins.
Oh, no. No raisins. Anti-raisins.
Young Tony asked, what's the worst candy? And I had forgotten that there were people who give out raisins. That would have been my answer.
I got an apple one year.
Well, no, I got an apple every year.
Yeah, but then like as a kid, like you would think
I grew up with the scary stories.
Yeah, but the razor in the apple.
The razor blade.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I don't want that damn apple.
Happy Halloween, kids.
I think I threw the apple back at the house.
Happy Halloween, kids. There's a serial killer on the loose.
Yeah, thanks for the apples. Give me some damn candy.
But no, boxes of raisins, little sun-made raisins. Boom, did you drop into your bag? Boom. depressing. Just the weight of it, too, as it hits the bottom of your bag.
What are we doing with raisins?
Anyway.
I don't need no, like, color pencils or, like, pens or anything.
No,
Some people would, like, try to hand out school supplies.
Don't need that.
I don't need that, dude.
No. Give a bite-sized Snickers is fine. We're good. Tony V's in town, and the Giants are looking at a new future. The Warriors lose last night. Sharks win. We got football. Did we even mention the freaking 49ers in our opening segment? We didn't even mention them.
We did not.
So 49ers-Texans will be obviously a controlling topic today, too. So big old honkin' Halloween Friday. We'll say good morning to Young Tone, get the guest list on the other side on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween. The question of the day, what was your reaction to Tony Vitello's introductory press conference with the Giants yesterday? You can join the conversation by calling us, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, or you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It is a dream come true, but it's a very recent dream. It wasn't one I had for a while. And as much as I'd love to sit up here and promise things and pound my fist on the desk and all that, and really all I want to do is a good job. I have spent some time around this organization, either as a fan or just watching or, again, through business ways. I'm fully aware of the tradition that's here and the excellence that's been brought by managers like Bochy, Dusty Baker, the toughness from guys like Baumgartner and Romo, the loyalty, which is incredibly important, word to me and my family, which is epitomized by the guy to my right, the records that have been set by guys like Bonds and Mays and Linscomb and everybody else. And then, the one thing that always got to me was the family, the sense of family that was a part of this organization. There's a lot to learn from the past, and there is very high expectations, very high standards to meet because of the past. And this is a challenge that's been presented to me, and again, I'm humbled and honored to be here in front of you today to take on that challenge.
There he is, Tony Vitello. He'll give you a quote, man. When we play a Tony V cut, you got to set aside a good minute 10, dude. He'll give you a cut.
Dude, after the presser yesterday, I was chatting up with DC. Shout out our guy Darren Chan,
great job
running the show
yeah.
yesterday, and he said, "Damn, it's going to be a task to try to get John Miller and Tony Vitello to do their pregame conversation in less than 6 minutes before the game."
I didn't even.
Good luck getting those two to stop talking.
That's an incredible call by DC because that directly affects him.
Yeah,
because he has to edit that thing down to a tight window. Oh my God, dude, we got a crisis.
Yeah.
Honestly, we got a crisis on our hands.
Yeah,
There's gonna have to be some serious measures taken. I don't know. I mean, that's really funny, dude. I hadn't even thought about that.
I have to give him a whole hour before the game.
Yeah, I mean, he likes to go, man. Hey, listen, as one guy who I got diarrhea of the mouth, I can recognize it. Those guys, I think those guys might be able to out-talk me. They might be able to out-talk me. Those two guys. Yeah. Anyway, it was great to see him. He was entertaining. His mom and dad were there. His three sisters were there. I think, honestly, one of the tells for me that this was a guy that, I think, and by the way, shout out the Halloween rejoin from Young Tony, Little Monster Mash. Can't beat it. Number one holiday song of all time? Or is it Thriller?
Oh, Halloween song, you're saying.
Halloween. What did I say?
You said holiday song. I was going to say, I think the Christmas songs are better than Halloween songs.
I'm losing my fastball because I misspoke when I talked to Tony Vitello yesterday. I said we broadcast the stations instead of broadcast the games.
Oh, do you have it, Tony?
You don't have to.
Hi, Tony. Brian Murphy from KNBR. We're the Giants flagship. We carry all the stations. Welcome to San Francisco.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you can kind of work with it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll say,
I did say flagship, which is key.
Yeah, that's key.
Had to get the flagship out there.
And I get what Murph is saying. I mean, look, he's been here for 21 years. He has been carrying the station.
And I just said holiday song, Halloween song.
I think, number one pound for pound.
Pound for pound?
I think so because it's classic. It's the mash, dude.
Yeah. The Monster
It's
Mash.
the Monster
I mean,
Mash.
Thriller obviously gets it. But anyway, thank you for that rejoin. One of the tells I was going to tell you guys about was the story that when he was a Salinas Packer. Okay, ready for that? Salinas Packer.
Go, Pack, go.
Did you know about the Salinas Packers?
I did. I was not aware of the Salinas Packers.
It's, I guess, one of these, independent post-college league things,
Uh-huh.
Anyway, he mentioned that he spent 2 summers. I thought it was 1, but I guess it was 2 summers. And he said, and my host mom, I think her name was Ellen Cole. I'm trying to look it up. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. My host mom's here today. And, dude, you talk about little red flags that jump out. Like, for me, one, Buster said it was Manassian's idea, or little things like that. But when he said my host mom's here today, I was like, yo. Now, that's a tell on what kind of person Tony Vitello is, because this was 28. He's 47. He did it when he was like 27 years ago. And I read, shout out to Evan Wiebeck of the Bay Area News Group. He went and interviewed her at the event. And she told the story of how she remembered him so well, how they've been doing host families for years and years and years, but he was one of her favorites. He slept in the bunk bed of her son's bedroom. She said, and then he called her and said, I want you guys to come up for the day, for the event. He invited, she didn't just show up. He told her, he goes, come up, you're part of this journey. And she freaking started crying. She started tearing up, and the tears were coming out in front of Wiebeck. She's like, that's just the kind of, so I was like,
yeah,
that's a pretty good sign there. Now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because we heard him talk so much about relationships and communication and accountability. And look, to have accountability, you also have to be respected, but you also have to have that relationship with your players. And we talked about this a lot yesterday with the talent that's on the roster. How is he going to get the most out of that talent? I don't think Tony Vitello's coming in and telling Rafael Devers to, maybe, lift up your back shoulder. Maybe don't stand as wide open. Like, I don't think he's going to improve him overall. But, like, how do you get the best out of somebody? It's building those relationships. And that was a great sign of a guy that does put a lot of emphasis on relationship and that personal bond and that overall team chemistry, which he believes leads to winning more baseball games.
All that said, now get some players.
Go get some dudes.
Where are the horses? All right, guest list on a Friday. Look at that date. October 31, 2025. Halloween. By the way, overnight Dave texted in and said, don't worry about your misstep on stations or holiday versus Halloween. He said, you also said the Niners are playing the Texans this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is what happens when I stayed up very, very, very late last night. Mm-hmm. Very, very, very late. So I think you're seeing the effects.
You had a lot on your mind, Murph.
I think you're seeing the effects.
And the no nap yesterday. That's why you messed up yesterday.
Late nap. Good morning, young Tony. And by the way, that's the magic name. Tony. We got Tonys everywhere.
It's already been throwing me off. Like, Hype the other day, he was like, yeah, make sure you ask Tony this. I was like, wait, my ears perked up. I was like, what do I need to know?
It's been a big name in the history of this station.
It has. I mean, we've been yelling at Tonys for years.
You, Tony!
I'm excited, though.
But did you feel a Tony to Tony connection there,
I did.
buddy?
I'm excited to be neighbors with this guy. Hopefully this guy moves to the marina, in the next week.
Great question. I saw they were, people were probing him for some personal details, and he was giving them. He says he's a big music guy. He's looking forward to music in the city. He's a big food guy. He's looking to food in the city. And Janie McCauley from the Associated Press, who's one of the most beloved sports writers in the Bay Area. She's like the Tony Vitello of sports writers. She likes to do distance swimming. Swimming. That's right, swimming. And they discussed how he wants to do the frickin' Alcatraz swim. He wants to frickin' do the Alcatraz. And Janie's like, yeah, we'll train together. He's like, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but he's talking about doing the frickin' Alcatraz.
You telling me Tony Vitello's going to be out here doing laps in McCovey Cove?
I don't know. But
maybe he will. Like, we got Robert Saleh running stairs before games. Maybe Tony's pregame routine is swimming a couple laps.
I mean, to probe further into his personal life here, you have a choice when you're a Giants player or manager or whatever. You got 2 choices. You either go big city. You live next to Tony. You make the run to bus stop, final. You name it. You're wearing your final hoodie today.
Shout him out. Yeah, I had to.
Or you just say, nah, man. I'm going full blast suburbs. And they all go to Lafayette, La Marinda, that whole area. Because it's like I told you, you can eat off the streets out there, man.
It's nice out there.
And there's all these beautiful trees and backyards and all that stuff. Like, calm, peaceful. That's where Buster lives. So you're either one of the two. That's it. You're either the city guy partying, like Gabe, or you're out there getting nice and chill in the burbs. We'll see what he does.
Yeah,
he's
47, got a big decision,
older.
But he's a single man in the city.
He's a single man, but I don't know. See, I don't know if he's married to the grind, buddy.
Yeah. Also, we haven't even talked about this. How about his quotes about Twitter yesterday?
Oh, maybe another one of my favorite moments.
Twitter is not real life.
How about when he says, "I don't have to get a Twitter, do I?" He actually asked the Giants, "I don't have to get a Twitter, do I?" And then the Twitter is not real. When I got in the car after the press conference, Walt was tagging out
Twitter is not life.
Yeah, they were tagging
That's
out
good.
and leading into segments
Keep
with that.
that around, Tony.
Twitter is not life.
I mean, it was like a cleansing thing to hear.
Don't tell our digital team.
Twitter is not life.
All right, what do we got today, bud?
All right, well, coming up, Brian and Bobby's best bets get you set for the weekend. We're going to have Chris Mad Dog Russo get his take on
that's
everything
good booking.
going on. He's going to join the show at 6:50, and then the man of the year at this point, Tony Vitello, going to join this very show at 8:15 this morning. Tony V makes his Murph and Markus debut. Cooler content, 8:30. We're going to replay John Lynch for anybody who missed it at 8:50. And then I believe the guy calling the Niner game this weekend, his name is Jack Smith. We're going to have him on at 9:15. I believe he's 22 years old, just so everybody knows.
Bro.
And
This
he's
guy's
calling
22.
the Niner game this weekend.
We finally found somebody to make Tony look like an unk.
Yeah,
Young Tony look like an unk.
Born
Yeah.
and raised in San Jose as well, MIDI guy.
408, represent.
Now you're unk Tony.
Yeah,
Around
that's
this-
crazy.
Yeah,
This
that was
guy's got a hell of a look,
That was
too.
a great guest list read by old Tony.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Kid's got a look?
He's got a look, yeah. Let's see him on his Twitter. I think it's Jack Smith, play-by-play on Twitter, PXP on Twitter.
I'll go check him out.
We'll scope him out.
All right, we will tread fearlessly into the Brian and Bobby's best bets, the tradition, next on the Sports Leader.
Twitter is not life.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
When I first started coaching, that I didn't like is when you you lose, 9-6, it's the pitching let us down. And then when you lose 3-2, it's, pitchers did their job, but the hitters didn't hit. You win and lose as a team, and every game, for whatever reason, kind of has its own vibe to it. And I feel every day is like that too. And whether it's 162, 56, or whatever, baseball is a sport that is built on sample size, and you have to be willing to separate each one as a mutually exclusive one and attack it for what it is at that particular time. So I wish I had an answer in my own head, to be honest with you, because as I first got here, I was like, man, there are a lot of unknowns and just a lot of wonder in my mind. And of course, you can ask people and draw on previous information. But until you live it out, you don't know what it's going to be like.
There he is, Tony Vitello, the book, according to Tony Vitello. I like it's a cliche, of course, win and lose as a team, but I like the specific examples. 9-6 slugfest. Oh, the pitching let us down. 3-2 pitchers duel. Oh, the hitting let us down. It's like, no, man, we're a team here. We're a team. He said something really interesting, and we'll get to Brian and Bobby in just a second. In his post-game presser, he let slip something interesting when we were standing around, hanging out, talking, chopping it up, getting into his Irish-Italian heritage, which is why he's so handsome and charismatic. But he said, this ballpark, you're going to play a lot of close games. He was just riffing. This was kind of off the podium. We were just chit-chatting, a little pack, a group there. And he said, this ballpark, you can play a lot of close games. He goes, and you win close games by staying together as a team. And in the dugout, you all need to be connected in a close game. And he said, and just based on some of the sample feedback I had, I don't know if last year's team was as close as they wanted to be. I was like, red flag.
That's interesting.
Little red flag there. So interesting that he got that feedback. Like, we said that Bob was very, very flatline. We love Bob Melvin. He's the 3-time manager of the year. He's a Bay Area icon. He was a Cal Golden Bear, a hum baby, the whole deal. But, there was sort of a lack of, I don't know, for lack of a better word, culture, So something we can talk about later because it is a different time of day.
Yes, because Tony was talking a lot about accountability. And Murph, the two of us got to have some accountability when it comes to Brian and Bobby's best bets.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
On The Sports Leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Well, let me tell you something, buddy. As they said in Spinal Tap at Elvis Presley's grave, and they said it really puts it in perspective. He says, yeah, too much effing perspective. I'm going to say this right now about your accountability. A little too much effing accountability going on right here because last week stunk for your boy. I rode the UCLA Bruins plus 25.5, and they lost by 50. I rode the Cal Golden Bears plus 6.5 at Va-Tech.
That one was
And
tough.
they had several chances to cover that thing, including a 27-23 fourth quarter lead, or second half lead, including a field goal by Virginia Tech that would have won 30-27, that would have given me the cover. A field goal by Cal that would have won 37-27, give me a cover. An overtime situation that would have given me the cover until Virginia Tech had to go for 2 in the second overtime. And I didn't get the cover. I went 0-2, and it's 6-10, and the accountability's really bad. Really bad. So let's not even just like freaking mess around. Let's get right into it. All right, Indiana, you guys are that good. Minus 21.5 at Maryland. Kurt Signetti, Google me, I win. So the only reason you wouldn't take Indiana here and lay the points is because maybe they've just been rolling too much and they've been beating everybody by 50 too long, and Maryland has a little bit of talent. But I'm sorry. The way Signetti's rolling, 24-point win at Maryland, no problemo, 38-14, 41-17. Give me Indiana and lay the 21.5. And the other one is, and I continue this very, very dysfunctional relationship with my great friend Ron Rivera and the Cal Golden Bears, in which he tried to put UCLA on blast and then immediately say, no, but I'm rooting for him, right? Many a truth is offset in jest. Well, listen, I am rooting for Cal. Kinda, sorta, not really. I love you, Ron. And listen, 12:45 kick at Berkeley tomorrow. That's going to be awesome. But Virginia's a 5.5-point favorite. And I think the more you watch this Cal team, They're just kind of average. Virginia's ranked. They're top 20 team in the nation. They're 7-1. They're playing for a lot. They do beat Cal by at least 6 points. Take Virginia and lay the 5.5.
I like it, Murph. I like it. Now let's hurry up and move on to Sunday morning where we are going to start off. But yeah, let's get a little accountability. Last week went 1-1. Got a win with the Baltimore Ravens. Even with the sketchiness of the injury reports with Lamar Jackson, we were on the hook for 6.5 last Friday. Didn't play. That spread dropped down to 3.5. Didn't matter. Baltimore covered and they won. But Murph, I lost with the 49ers. I thought they had a chance as underdogs to upset the Houston Texans, and boy, was I wrong. But Murph, look at the shirt I'm wearing today. It's a South Central Louisiana State University Mud Dogs t-shirt with Bobby Boucher's name on the back. And I'm wearing my Mud Dogs t-shirt not just because it's Halloween, but because I've got 2 Mud Dogs for you this weekend. I'm going with underdogs, looking for upset victories, and I'm once again betting against D'Amico Ryan and the Houston Texans. The Denver Broncos are a 2.5-point underdog here. And Murph, we saw what C.J. Stroud was able to do against the 49ers with no pressure being on him. We've also seen C.J. Stroud kind of crumble under pressure. And guess what? This weekend, he's taken on a Denver Broncos defense that leads the NFL in total sacks. They have 36 sacks on the season. That's 12 more than any other team in the NFL. So I'm looking for the Broncos as underdogs to outright win. I'll take the 2.5 points. I like this one. It's on the road down in Houston. Short travel. Give me the Broncos to cover and to win plus 2.5 points.
You know, it's interesting. ESPN this morning has it down to 1.5.
Oh, money's moving. I guess we are going by ESPN. I'll take the 1.5 then because I think they're going to win outright as underdogs. When I checked this morning, I saw 2.5.
I'm just going by ESPN. That's all. Go ahead. All right, Denver plus 1.5 on the road. Good.
And I'm going with another one. This time, it's a dog at home, and I love a home underdog. This is the matchup of the weekend. I would expect that Nance and Roma are going to be on this game. I'm looking at the 125 window. The Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Buffalo Bills. The Bills are at home, and they're 2.5-point underdogs. Now, this is the regular season, not the playoffs. And we've seen the Buffalo Bills struggle against the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. But Josh Allen has actually had some success in the regular season against the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they can win this game. Kansas City coming off a short week, just played on Monday Night Football, have to travel out to Buffalo. I'll take the points here for my second underdog pick of the week, Murph. I think these are 2 outright winners. So give me the points for Bobby Boucher's best bets.
Good job, and nice and tidy, too. Look at that. Marcus takes Buffalo, getting 2.5 at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, our couch potato guy, that I can do. Let's do it. Top 5. Not an awesome week. Good week. Not a terrible week. Not an awesome week. Good week of football. Honorable mention. Shout out Plattsy, Pitt, and Stanford. 12:30 on the ACC network. Didn't make the top 5. Although Pitt, I understand, has found a quarterback. I was actually talking to a guy. Shout out fellow baseball dad, Nate. And he had connections to the Pitt Panthers. You know, tell me, have you seen our quarterback? I said, you're asking me, have I seen the Pitt Panthers quarterback? The answer is no, bro.
No.
I have not seen the Pitt Panthers quarterback.
Yeah,
have you seen the Pitt Panthers quarterback?
That's a no for me,
He's like,
dog.
oh, you got to get in. Anyway, apparently they have a good freshman quarterback. He's coming to the farm. Honorable mention. Also, what was going to be an amazing game, Penn State, Ohio State at 9 a.m. now. Ohio State's favored by 19.5. That's also honorable mention, but it's a good tradition. Power game there for an early November. So let's go to the 5-star games. The 1-star game, well, I had people on the text line from Vanderbilt saying, when are you going to show some love to the Doors, the Vanderbilt Commodores, who are making a run? Somebody actually raised the possibility of a Vanderbilt-Indiana championship game.
Wow.
Which would be unbelievable.
That would break college football.
So Vandy, Texas, 9 a.m. on ABC. Huge game. Texas, Arch Manning has been banged up a little bit. I don't know, but we'll see how real Vandy is as they take on a Longhorns team that a lot of people think are overrated. 2-star game is not what you mentioned. The other good NFL game this week is Colts Steelers. It's 10 a.m. on Sunday at CBS because the Colts are They're rolling. Steelers are there, and Rodgers could be slowing their roll a little bit. It's a 2-star game, 10 a.m. on CBS. 3-star, you go. Listen, I already took Virginia. Sorry, Cal, but I do love Berkeley on a Saturday on November 1st in the sunshine. 12:45 on ESPN2, Virginia at Cal. It's going to televise great. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be a nice day tomorrow. I'm check the weather. Has everybody checked? What are we looking at?
I have no idea.
4-star game is the Sunday nighter. You mentioned it. Chiefs, Bills. We've done this Sunday afternoon, or I should say, 125 the afternoon. Nance Romo on CBS. Chiefs Bills. Marcus is riding with the home Buffalo Bills. Although some people think the Chiefs are.
Nobody circles the wagons.
People think the Chiefs are
like
on the
Buffalo
move.
Bills.
They're on the move.
They're
perhaps.
moving.
And then, of course, our 5-star game is the 10 a.m. game that we haven't talked much about this morning, but we will. 49ers, New York Giants, 10 a.m. on CBS. By the way, we're moving our clocks ahead. Oh, no, pardon me. Moving our clocks behind. Fall back, which means we're gaining an hour.
By the way, 70 and sunny in Berkeley tomorrow.
Dude, great pull. Great pull. Fall back, we gain an hour of sleep. So when you wake up at 6 a.m., you're like, no, it's 5 a.m. What do you do? Do you do it when you go to sleep? Or you do it when you wake up?
Dude, the iPhone just does it for you.
Yeah, I know, but
days.
in your mind, what do you do?
I think I do it like the night before.
Like, do you play Saturday night longer? Or do you play Sunday morning like more leisurely?
This situation has come up a couple times. It happened recently when I was out drinking when we had to spring forward, and I'm like, yo, the bar's closing. I just lost an hour of drinking time.
That's a true story. It's no good.
Yeah.
There's some
not
things.
ideal.
Marcus is an advocate of abolishing daylight savings entirely.
Yeah, exactly. There was also one time where I was working an overnight shift where we had to fall back, so I ended up working a 9-hour shift instead of an 8-hour shift. What the hell was that?
And Lee Hammer said, we can't pay you for the extra hour.
Sorry, it's a part of the universe, daylight savings.
Hire you?
No, Jeremiah Crow did.
Can't pay you for the extra hour, hombre.
Sorry, hombre.
All right, Chris.
No overtime, hombre.
Brian and Bobby are in the books, and they're wobbling, but they're in the books. And here you go. Chris, Mad Dog Russo, this is big-time booking. I think Mad Dog's star is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. He's the only guy who gets bigger and bigger after the age of 60. Mad Dog Russo going to bring the heat next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Markus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's Halloween, and he's dressed as a mad dog. That's what he is, our great buddy. Years and years and years we've been talking to Chris Mad Dog Russo. He's just blowing up. You see him on First Take on ESPN. Listen to him on Mad Dog Sports Radio on SiriusXM. Always an entertaining show, and it's always fun to check in. Usually we do it on opening day. We get a take, but this is a big sea change with the Giants. Plus, there's a World Series going on, so let's check in. Mad Dog, you got your boy Murph. I got Markus next to me here. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Mad Dog?
Hello there, guys. Nice to be on, Markus. Murph, how are you, pal? What do you have?
We're doing
Go
good,
ahead.
man. We're doing good. I like the kid. I like this guy. I get that there's all sorts of skepticism, but there's something bold about it. There was something fresh about it that kind of woke me up a little bit, like a little splash of cold water to the face. So your take on Vitello, new Giants manager.
Yeah, I didn't see the press conference. Now, he's only managed 65 games. That was, that's his high there at Tennessee. So you're talking about a guy now who's going to have to jump up to 162. The Giants picked up the Melvin option in July and then pay him for next year and then fire him 2 months later. I mean, it's a little weird, but overall, you have to give Buster Posey the opportunity to do what he wants to do. Melvin was not his hire. Buster is a legendary Giant. I mean, he made the right deal with the Devers scenario. I think you have to have a lot of confidence in him. This is an out-of-the-box hire, so nothing wrong with that. But again, you're talking about a guy who's a rah-rah type, turned around a big program, gets credit for that. But, the most he's ever managed in a season is 62 games. So is some veteran in game 64 going to want to hear his rah-rah thing at 8 o'clock in the morning after a long road trip? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. But again, I think overall, I think you have to give Posey credit for taking a chance. Again, if I was an owner, I'd say, hold on now, Buster, you picked up Bob's contract there in July, the option. What happened? I know we didn't play well the last 2 weeks. We're going to blame it on Bob Melvin? That would bother me a little bit, that now you're paying two managers for 2026. But I do understand Posey has the benefit of the doubt until further notice. So I can understand why he made the call.
Yeah, good takes all. Let's get a little bit. I know you said you didn't watch the press conference. I'd be interested for you, if you have a chance, you're on the treadmill, the Peloton, whatever, check it out. Also, I think I'm looking forward to his hit on your show. You will enjoy this guy, Chris. He's a talker. He's interesting. He's got thoughts. He's not. I think the biggest thing I took away, there was nothing phony. It was all very, very just kind of real, down-to-earth conversation about competition, baseball, life. But it wasn't like he was reading from like a self-help book or something, or he'd gone to some seminar or something. It just kind of seems like who he is, like how he came out of the womb. So had you heard any things about that, when you talked to the people in baseball?
I did talk. I did talk to Steve Phillips about it on the air. Steve, ran the Mets and everything else. He was puzzled by the hire. He's the one who told me about the 62 games. In college is different than major league players. Yeah, he didn't love the hire. Now, he was willing to give, and he didn't, obviously, and he's right. I mean, the Melbourne decision is, smacks of indecision. I mean, again, 2.5 months ago, Bob was your manager in 2026, and then shortly thereafter, and you can't sit there and tell me it was Melvin's fault. And then shortly thereafter, Melvin gets fired. I mean, it is a little spotty. But he's willing. He understands Posey. Big job for the organization. He's a legendary Giant. So he understands why Posey has to have the leeway to make this decision. It wasn't his hire in Melbourne originally. But I did not hear the press conference. I know he turned around Tennessee. It's not that difficult to turn around a huge program that's going to spend a fortune on players, well, NIL, and not that baseball has it in college, but a huge program like Tennessee is in a situation where they do have the opportunity to regroup pretty quickly. He did a great job there. But, you very rarely see these college, it's not pro football. You very rarely see these college coaches jump into the major leagues and be very, very successful. He doesn't have, was he a manager in the minor leagues? Was he on any kind of staff in the big leagues? If you're looking at this from afar, it does raise eyebrows. You got to be fair. I don't care, and what he says during a press conference, he wants to make you run through a brick wall. I take that a little bit with a grain of salt. Let's see, 9-game losing streak in July. Giants are 8 back of the Dodgers. Let's see in in 2026. Then we'll get a little feel of how he is as a manager.
We didn't have you on to start talking 9-game losing streaks. Chris, don't be speaking in 9-game losing streaks into existence. Come on, bite your tongue. Anyway. I'm going
to sit back and wait, to be honest with you. I'm going to sit. I do give him credit, though. It is something different. Yeah, and nothing wrong with that, too.
Yeah, and Chris, what does that say about Buster Posey, that he's willing to take a risk? Like, this is his first hire. This is going to maybe define his legacy as the president of baseball operations here in San Francisco. Like, what does it say that Buster Posey is willing to go outside the box and take a risk like this and do something that we've never seen before?
Yeah, it's probably good. He has the wherewithal to do it. He's got the credibility to do it. He won a MVP, Rookie of the Year, and 3 championships as a Giant catcher. So if anybody's got the pull to pull something like this off, it is him. He didn't go the cookie cutter route. A lot of credit. He tried something different. I don't know what the connection was to Tennessee. Buster, went to Florida State, so I don't know exactly where the connection was. But, he did his due diligence. The question I have to ask Buster, has he given you an answer? Well, Buster, why on July 1st did you give Melvin?
Yeah, he did give an answer. He said the team was listing, and he was trying to give the clubhouse a message that they were going to be stable the rest of the way. That was he said, he admitted after the season publicly, it was a gambit by me to try to stabilize the clubhouse.
You guys buying that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. We said on the air, Chris, we said on the air, we literally said on the air, just because he did this doesn't mean that Melvin's back in 26. Because $4 million, I know, Greg Johnson, the owner, he likes Buster. He trusts him. So clearly Buster clears these things with him. So we literally said on the air, there's no guarantee Melvin's back in 26 because Buster wants his guy.
So you guys didn't make too big a deal about it at the time.
Well, we wondered. We thought
had something to prove.
Yeah, because we thought if he didn't do it, then the chatter was going to grow. They were going in the wrong direction, and he tried to stabilize the ship with that. So I believe it. One thing about Buster is,
the bottom line is, the Giants weren't that good. Devers was so when he got there. The Giants have a lot of spare parts. They're in a very difficult division. The Giants aren't that good a team. Yeah. So I don't know exactly how we blame it on Melvin that they finished where they finished.
Well, you know the deal. Anytime a manager gets fired, is blame the real thing. I think what you said earlier is right. Buster just wanted to put his imprint on the team.
Yeah, and he has to get the right to do that. And he's running the franchise. So I from that standpoint, and he's earned the right based on his playing ability to take a chance. You can't blame him at all for trading for Devers. They didn't give up a ton. No free agent wants to go to San Francisco, whatever the reason. So from that standpoint, I can't blame him, at least an offensive player. Giants need offense. So I can't blame him on that whatsoever. I understand the Giants have a little problem, though, with their big first baseman because, what are you going to do? Is Devers going to be the full-time DH, and then you're going to tell him to play a little first base? He's not going to want to do it. That's going to be a little weird. Ask Cora about that whole thing with Devers. That is a little shaky. But, again, overall, I think you're right. He deserves the benefit of the doubt, so let's see what the guy can do. I'm with you 100%.
Chris, there's a lot of questions about the gap in the difference between college baseball and Major League Baseball, but we just saw Trey Savage the other night have 12 strikeouts on a World Series game after pitching at the college level last year. There's plenty of other examples like Paul Skeens and Nick Kurtz over here with the Sacramento A's. Do you feel like baseball is now closer together? Or do you think maybe there's not as big of a gap now between college baseball and the big leagues?
Listen, I think that you're going to be better off if you are a big-time pitcher to go play 3 years at a high college, at a high level in college, and come out of high school as a 17, 18-year-old kid and start in the rookie league. So I do think that that level of competition helps. Savage, again, as you said, Dunedin, Florida there on March 27th, and then Game 5 at Dodger Stadium. He's got good stuff. Young kid and everything else. You're certainly right about Kurtz. He's going to be great, and we know how good Skeens is. I think you can go either way with that. I think if I was a kid coming out of high school, I had my chance to go to any college in the country or go be drafted. If the money was earth-shattering money, I probably would go play in the major leagues and go in the minor leagues and save my 3 years. It's a tricky call. College baseball is a high level. It's fun. You can get to Omaha. You can win a world championship. Skeens is a guy that didn't need a lot of time in AAA or AA. Same thing goes with Savage. I think you can go either way with that too. If you're a kid out of high school, if you should go into high school, if you should get drafted, or go take a chance in Major League Baseball. And I also think it's a little. These guys are dominant. These guys got great stuff. 2 pitchers. I wouldn't read too much into it. But the World Series overall, Game 3 was a tremendous game. Game 4 and 5 weren't, but I give Toronto an incredible amount of credit for getting off the deck to winning these 2 games. And how Yamamoto pitches tonight and the Dodgers in this tricky situation is fascinating television when you think about a Game 6.
Before we let you go, Doggy, did you buy the narrative that maybe the 18-inning game tired the Dodgers out more and that there's starting to – see, this is what we do now. After every game, we draw a narrative that the Dodgers are getting a little older before our eyes and that the Jays are a little younger and fresher?
I will admit I was one who wondered how the Blue Jays would bounce back off that loss. Game winner, they really should have won. Kershaw got that huge out with the 1 pitch. Should have won the game. You figured with Ohtani. I did not buy the idea that he would be unbelievably fatigued. He did pitch okay into that 7th inning. Betts has killed him. He has done absolutely nothing. So that has hurt them a lot. I don't buy the age. I think the Blue Jays, maybe it's just I was at the first couple games. I was in Toronto last week. I did think the Blue Jays would be competitive. I saw them throughout the American League playoffs. I saw them bounce back against Seattle. I did think, their lineup, I thought they would be competitive in this series. I did not think they'd win, and now they got a hell of a chance to. I have a funny feeling Dodgers could win tonight, and then maybe the Blue Jays win tomorrow. But I think, you're going to look for any excuse of what happened to the Dodgers in the last 2 games because they didn't hit. So if you want to say they were fatigued after what happened in Game 3, Freeman is a little older, Betts is a little older, Ohtani did have to pitch. You have every right to say that, if that is your take on it. Listen, the Dodgers decided not to hit in these last 2 days, which is fascinating. And maybe it's really a case of just not giving the Blue Jays enough credit. Their lineup is deep. They're feisty, little something to prove. Maybe this Canada-United States thing has got something to play with this as well. They got a lot of confidence. The manager's good. Who knows? And Savage pitched a great game, and Snell didn't. And now we're looking at this in a scenario where the Dodgers got to play for their lives. Last time they were in this situation against San Diego, they only had to win 1 game on the road. Now they're going to have to win 2. Fascinating theater tonight in Game 6. Fascinating theater. It really is.
Mad Dog, last question for me is about intentional walks because there's a crowd of baseball fans, or I don't even know if they're actually baseball fans, but they now want to ban the intentional walk after Shohei Ohtani was intentionally walked 4 times. I got to get the Chris Russo Mad Dog take on this one.
No way. I mean, I know Stephen A's been on that team too. What are you going to ban it? All right, ban it. Then they're going to throw 4 pitches, 50 feet out of the strike zone and walk him anyway. This isn't right. I mean, you saved yourself some time. They weren't going to pitch to Ohtani there anyway. And if you ban the intentional walk to make yourself feel good, they're still going to throw 4 pitches that are not going to be hittable. So what's the point? I mean, they're not going to pitch to him. So the idea that we're going to ban this intentional walk, and now the opposing manager is forced to pitch to Ohtani, no, they're not. Because if they were going to walk him anyway, they're not going to have the pitcher throw him anything that he can hit. So to me, it doesn't make any sense. It's been part of baseball for 150 years. I do not have a problem with it. Have the person behind Ohtani make him pay. Betts historically does. In this series, he has not. And that's why, of course, he moved him to the 3 spot and moved Will Smith up to 2. But I am not one now who's going to sort of change the rules so Ohtani can swing. They're going to walk him anyway, unintentionally, if you would ban the intentional walk. So to me, it's not that big a deal.
By the way, Doug, trivia on the way out. Did you know how many intentional, not walks, intentional walks Barry Bonds drew in 2004?
Now, I was a steroid-infested Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that.
That has nothing to do with the question.
Because
I just asked how many intentional walks he drew.
In 2000, with Kent winning the MVP, how many walks did he have?
I don't know. I'm just asking you. Did you know? I was just asking you a trivia question. That's all.
Wasn't as many. When Kent won the MVP.
100,
but I don't know. What is the answer?
120.
120.
That's bonkers.
Yeah.
Do you know the next closest? Aaron.
Listen.
Aaron Judge, 36. American League is the record. 36.
Yeah, who hit behind Bonds? No, they were pretty good in 2004.
I think it might have been Moises, maybe. Might have been Moises Alou or somebody like that.
Might have been Alou. I mean, I know Kent was right in the middle of that lineup there.
They won 91 that year, by the way.
Yeah, they had a good year. They lost the last 2 games of the year to the Dodgers.
Edgardo Alfonso.
The postseason.
Edgardo Alfonso. Actually, it was Edgardo Alfonso, Marquise Grissom, that crew. But no, I was not wrong.
That was a pretty good team. And they lost the last game of the year. They lost that Saturday afternoon game when Finley
hit the granny.
Grand
yeah,
slam.
He did.
And Houston went 35-10 the last 45 games and went all the way to the World Series. No, I'm sorry. They went to St. Louis and lost. St. Louis lost the Red Sox.
By the way,
yes. I mean, I thought that's an incredible amount of walks. I take Murph. I take the Bond statistics.
Yeah.
A little. I put an asterisk next to it because you have to. If you're looking at this just naturally, you have to. He wasn't. If you look at Bonds post steroids prior to pre-steroids, he was still great and a Hall of Famer. And '93 hit the 46 homers and had an incredible year. But he was an immortal from 2001 on. He was an immortal.
It's all very true.
So I take it a little bit. I take it a little bit with a grain of salt myself as a fan.
By the way, the total walks that year were 232. 232. It's just crazy.
Yeah, what was his on base? What was his on base about?
His on base was 609 that year. Mad Dog, 609.
609.
Yeah.
Wow. 609.
Hey, I understand.
And then as soon as he left, the Giants won 3 championships.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm looking forward to you getting Vitello on. I think you'll enjoy the conversation, and you'll learn a little bit.
I will do that.
Yeah.
I will get him on. I will do that. The baseball has carried us. The fans have been into this series. They've had about 14, 15 million fans per game. We did 8-9 guests. Schneider's a good guy. Had him on there before game 1. The baseball, surprisingly, last year it did too. Yankees, Dodgers. Arizona, Texas didn't go. Surprisingly, this World Series has helped at least me. National people are into it. So I think this game night will have some juice. Toronto and the Dodgers, the Goliath being 3-2 down on the road in that ballpark, that's a sexy topic. That's sexy.
I totally agree. Hit him straight, Mad Dog. Thanks for hopping on, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Mad Dog.
Markus and Murph, thanks, pal. Appreciate it.
There he is, our guy, Chris Mad Dog Russo. Always fun.
Always bringing the heat.
Always, yeah. It's interesting with the bonds and all that. He's a great guy. I listen. His radio show is wildly entertaining. Yeah. And I would look forward to him talking to Vitello.
I'm actually surprised Vitello has not been on already.
Well, I know. We would have talked Tennessee baseball.
Or just like when they did the MLB draft, I thought they would have had him on.
Him not saying he didn't see the press conference kind of set the whole thing up there. So more fun talking about the World Series, perhaps. So he was sort of repeating the sort of the traditional early takes on Vitello, which is, you can't have a college guy. Mm-hmm. And we just sort of like, as we've sifted through this and Manassian and Posey and all that stuff happened, we shall do it. But he's got work to do. And he's got to get good players, that's for sure. He doesn't have a championship roster right now.
He's got to do something to compete with that Goliath of a team that's down 3-2 right now.
Speaking of Goliaths, he's right. I don't know what the true answer is to the Bryce Eldridge, Rafael Devers situation. I don't know what the true answer is. He's going to sit there and juggle it?
The answer is D, all the above.
He's going to juggle it? This is Cepeda and McCovey all over again.
Yeah, I think you show up to spring training and see who has a better glove. And I think right now, currently, my money would be on Rafael Devers as a better defender than Bryce Eldridge.
I actually like Devers at first base.
Yeah, I thought he was good. And I've mentioned this a few times. I mean, look at what Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has done with his career, moving from third base over to first. I mean, that's what Rafael Devers should be trying to do. But Bryce Eldridge, you got to find a way to get him some at-bats.
Yeah. All right, fun stuff. Always enjoy it with Mad Dog. And what we'll do is we'll take a quick break. It's Friday, y'all. And what do we got? We got Tony Vitello at 8:15. But we're open until then. We haven't even mentioned the freaking 49ers. They're playing the New York Giants on Sunday. That used to mean a lot, by the way. So we'll get into what is the story at quarterback next on the Sports Leader.
The Giants. Fun.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Markus Boucher back on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on all of your favorite sports. And right now is one of my favorite times of the season, not only because today is Halloween, but we're in the season of the sports equinoxes, when you get a little football, baseball, basketball, and even hockey action. So if you want to make picks on the Sharks, the Warriors, or the San Francisco 49ers this weekend, you can make all those picks and more on Prize Picks. And I've been telling you now for 8 going on 9 straight weeks that I've been picking Christian McCaffrey each and every weekend when it comes to more or less on his total receiving yards. And for the first time all season, we lost with Christian McCaffrey. He missed out by only 1 single yard, but I'm not going to let that discourage me this weekend, because I'm back on the Christian McCaffrey hype train. I'm taking him to have more than 50.5 receiving yards this weekend against the New York Giants. Add a second pick and submit it to Prize Picks for a chance to win some real cash this weekend. So if you don't have the app, right now is the perfect opportunity to download the app by using the code word leader, and you will get a $50 bonus after your first $5 lineup. That's a $50 bonus when you use the code word leader after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Tell them to bring me my money.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We'll see. I mean, Mac's done such a great job and continues to do so. Brock, as I mentioned, continues to progress. Kyle spoke of it yesterday. A lot of this at this point is going to be on trusting Brock and where he's at, and he continues to feel better. He continues to ramp up what he's doing out on the field, and that was the case yesterday. And we'll see by the end of this week. We'll all make a good decision on who that guy's going to be.
That was John Lynch yesterday. You'll hear more of that later in the show about Brock Purdy. Here we are Friday morning, and we're not totally sure who the 49er quarterback's going to be. Markus, I would say right now I'm thinking it's Mac Jones. How about you?
I'm leaning the same way, Murph, but maybe my mind's playing tricks on me. Want to give a shout-out to the Ghetto Boys, Bushwick Bill. One of my favorite Halloween verses. This year, Halloween fell on a weekend. Me and Ghetto Boys went trick-or-treating.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, so I had to throw that in the Halloween rejoin, Murph.
I like it. So far, we've had your classics, Monster Mash, Werewolves of London, and now Ghetto Boys, mine playing tricks on me. Halloween on a weekend. So why not? So, yeah, we don't know. And they fly today. So maybe some media availability, but they made Mac Jones available to the press yesterday and not Brock Purdy. Now, again, you just heard John Lynch say we're going to trust Brock, we're going to see, and who knows if it's going to be a quote-unquote game-time decision. None of the national guys, the Rappaports or the Schefters, have reported from their moles inside the building that it's going to be Mac Jones or Brock Purdy. I'm just going on my gut instinct and what I've seen, just the light footage we've seen from practice. We had Matt Mayoko on yesterday talking about it too. And he thought it would be Mac Jones, right? He thought it would be Mac Jones going this weekend, too.
It almost feels like the consensus feeling is that it's going to be Mac Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, and we've been going through this routine each and every week with Brock Purdy having limited practices and then Brock Purdy maybe trying to do some stuff pregame and seeing how it feels. And I think that's how it's going to play out this weekend, where it could be a game-time decision, or maybe they just rule him out and say, look, let's be cautious. Let's not re-aggravate that injury on that artificial turf up at MetLife, where the 49ers have had a long history of players getting injured there. We've seen Mac Jones win with this team, so I think it's going to be another week of Mac Jones.
You asked John Lynch about the MetLife turf. Cut J, Tony, how that factors.
No, everything, as I mentioned, and everything's part of a process, but that's not something that's on our mind. We played there. The league's done a lot of work on studies and things of that nature. We've had some unfortunate things happen there, but our players are ready to go give our best effort to get a much needed win. We can come out of this game and we can be 6-3, and as bad as last week was, we can be sitting in a really good position. So that's the only thing our mind is set on, and it's about having a good couple more days of preparation. Had an outstanding practice yesterday, and it's all about, I've always believed, you have to go perform on Sundays or whenever your game is, but those games are really won in training camp, in your week's preparation, and so that's where our focus is right now.
All right, so they continue to deny the MetLife turf thing, and I get it. It was Javon Kinlaw, Nick Bosa. Am I forgetting others?
Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt.
Jimmy?
Yeah, he went down also.
Man. And here we go, back to that turf. But, and Cam Scatterbo got hurt last week, but it was in Philadelphia, and it was also one of those freak plays where the body's going one way and the ankle goes another way. So yeah, they're not playing scared on that. But, again, we haven't heard anything on Brock there. He hasn't been made available to the media. Mac Jones did the media yesterday. I'm just thinking it's going to be Mac. Can you win with Mac Jones? Yes. Yeah. Of course you can. Of course you can win the game with Mac. You've won 4 games with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
This New York Giants, this is going to be a big one, dude. You win this one, you get to 6-3. You lose this one, you get to 5-4. Now you've lost 2 in a row, and you're going to go play the Rams, and you're starting to feel like, oh, boy, the Bosa Warner effect is real. And Bryce Huff, who's also out again this week. So, there is that nagging feeling that the Houston Texans game was closer to the truth than the Atlanta Falcons game.
Yeah, but I would say that the Houston Texans are a much better team overall than the New York Giants, despite the fact that the Houston Texans have only won 3 games this year. Like, we saw that defense. Yeah, it's that offense, and the key was getting pressure. The question is, can the 49ers get pressure on Jackson Dart this weekend? Is Keon White going to step in and play immediately this weekend? Like, those are some of the questions that we have, but there's no question in my mind that the 49ers can go out and beat a team like the New York Giants.
Yeah, and they're going to have to because, so Mac Jones was asked about this. Let me know, Tony, when you got that. Another cackle. It's kind of a funny question. They said something.
I got the question in, too.
Okay, something along the lines of, like, you're 5-3, but it doesn't feel like you're winning. And Mac was like, wait, what? So check it out here.
I feel like you guys have a 5-3 record, or does it feel like a losing record? You kind of try to gauge.
Nice. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I learned that maybe the hard way just early on in my career. I would be frustrated if we didn't win by like a lot of points or whatever. And I realized that winning in the NFL is so hard, and it's not like college when you're going to win by like 40, 50 points or whatever. And every game typically comes down to the last quarter or a couple drives. So we've been in that position like I talked about earlier. And that's my goal as a quarterback, is be ready in those moments, because quarters 1 through 3 are obviously important, but really the fourth quarter is where it's all won. So that's the NFL. I've learned that. I've watched it, studied it. So I'm really just glad where we're at, but also you can't be complacent at all. This is a big week for us. It's one of those, you look at your record, you win and you're in a good spot, and you lose and you're not in as a good of a spot. So we know that you're trying to win every week. So definitely feel like we can do it, and you just got to go out there and execute.
Yeah, the question was kind of, silly. She was trying to say, like, does it feel like you have I think she means really after losing to Houston and losing Bosa and losing Warner and losing Huff, does it feel like there's negative momentum on this team right now? But they're 5-3.
Yeah, they still have a winning record. They're still, I know what now, half a game back because the rest of the NFC West had a bye week last week, but they're right in the mix, even dealing with all of these injuries. But I get kind of the premise of the question, because the first 4 wins of the season for the 49ers were all one-possession games. Like, they have 1 win this year where they won by more than a touchdown. That's the 20-10 victory over the Falcons on that Sunday Night Football game. So, yeah, there's been a lot of close plays. And if Jake Tonjes doesn't step up and catch that ball in the back of the end zone for Brock Purdy, maybe they lose week 1 against the Seahawks. If Nick Bosa doesn't have a sack to end the game, if Bryce Huff doesn't step up, if Fred Warner's not out there making plays in those first 4 games, the problem is half those guys, 3/4, all those guys I just named, might not be on the field this Sunday. And that's going to be a problem moving forward. The question is, who's going to be able to close out these games?
Yeah. The Niners going to be a very interesting game. Because, again, the Falcons, you got excited what Robert Saleh can do and CMC can do, 201 yards. And then the Texans. But, again, you can't. It's such a week league. You don't want to live too much on that Texans game. And that Texans defense is seriously legit. And the Niner O-line, as we know, can be got. By the way, did you see Eric Branch wrote a piece knocking Trent Williams, saying he's not having a good year. He's not. And you just look at the film. He's just not.
Compared to the Trent Williams standard.
Right.
Yes.
I think like he's given up the second most pressures of the 5 offensive linemen, something like that.
He's getting older.
I know.
Yeah,
and also,
but time undefeated.
But he noted that in that game he got hurt. I think he limped off the field at one point, might have gone into the tent, so he could have just been playing hurt. He's an old tough guy too. So here's Mac Jones, more Mac Jones about this just dreaded turf. You can't let this thing get in your head here. But Mac Jones was asked about playing in New Jersey on MetLife.
Yeah, I've played against both teams there, but I don't know. I don't really think about it. I think it's turf, and the field's 100 yards long and 53 and a third wide. So I don't really think about it like that, but definitely every playing surface is different. And I learned early in my career, you want to get out there early and test your cleats and figure out, do you want to wear this pair or that pair based on the surface. So that's all you can do. And I mean, I've played on it multiple times and didn't have any issues. So I think it's a cool stadium, and they got a good fan base.
Yeah, he's, of course, a former Patriot who played the Jets every year there when he was there. And then I don't know if he played there as a Jag, too. But, yeah, I mean, again, you can't let this thing get too much into your head here. No. So, but will Brock Purdy be out there? I'm guessing no. We don't know for sure. Ricky Pearsall almost certainly won't be out there. He hasn't been practicing this week, right?
Still was not on the practice field yesterday.
Dude. And we asked, actually, Lynch about that, about Ricky Pearsall. You know who else is playing hurt is Juwan Jennings. He's playing seriously banged up. And then there was the thought that he deleted his Instagram and all that stuff. So Mac did give us comment on Juwan here.
Oh, he's really tough. I really like Juwan. I think, obviously, we're working through some things right now in terms of just trying to get him started in the games. And but he comes out and works every day, and he doesn't complain. Like we were talking about some of the plays in the game that, maybe I missed him or he didn't catch it or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Like, we're on the same page. He's running fast. I'm trying to get him the ball, and we're working together during practice. So he's done a great job rehabbing his injuries, and I think he's definitely getting better, like all of us are each week. And I just really love the way he works, and I think a lot of people look up to him in a way. Like he's played a lot of football, and for him to be out there, even when he doesn't have to be out there, maybe it shows a lot about his character. So I'm looking forward to just getting that chemistry going. And we haven't had a lot of reps together, to be honest, either. So just working on that, and I'm really excited for him. I know what he can do, and I've seen him make really good plays in this offense.
Okay. Good, strong defense of him by his QB1.
Yeah.
In the piece, Branch notes that he's putting on like a rib protector to go out to practice, and that he's also on the injury report for other assorted body parts too, like his knee and his knee, or his ankle and shoulder.
So we know that he's out there playing banged up, but I also would rather focus on that last 10 seconds of what Mac was saying about the lack of chemistry between him and Juwan Jennings. Because I see the tweets on social media about, Juwan Jennings, this is Deebo Samuel 3.0, Brandon Ayuk 2.0, complaining about a contract and then shows up and does absolutely nothing. But I think you're seeing a lot of the lack of production, not just because he's injured, but because he doesn't have Brock Purdy out there. Like we saw the chemistry of Third and Juwan with Brock Purdy last year. With Mac Jones, we've kind of seen that chemistry be replaced by Kendrick Bourne. And those two guys are best friends. And we've seen the production of Kendrick Bourne improve. And you just heard Mac Jones say, we really haven't had too many reps together because Juwan's been hurt, or Brock Purdy was a quarterback during training camp. He wasn't running with the ones, while Mac Jones is out there having that great relationship with Kendrick Bourne.
Well, the path to victory, I don't know what it is this Sunday. I mean, the New York Giants statistically have a bad defense, but they also feature a couple of pass rushers who could make life hell on Mac Jones, presumably. We keep saying, they got to score 30, they got to score 30. Well, they haven't scored 30.
No.
So it's going to be, I'm going into this one as a blank slate, man. Like, who's going to perform? Is McCaffrey going to go for 201? Is he going to go for 68? Is Mac Jones going to get banged up, or is he going to have a pocket? Can he take advantage of a bad New York Giants defense, or are they going to be kind of flailing on offense again?
Can the 49ers just have the ball for more than 5 minutes in the
first half? Can you have it for more than 5 minutes in the first half?
Yeah.
These are the questions.
Yeah.
All right. The other big story today, obviously, is Halloween. None of us in costume except for Markus in his Bobby Boucher jersey. That's as close as he got. I thought Curly would have brought us a bowl of candy. He's that kind of guy, isn't he?
Yeah. At least some donuts, some king-size candy, something.
Young Tone, you didn't come in costume, buddy. Come on.
Yeah, I think there's a long history of other people running this board that have come in costume, and I don't think they got great reviews for that, so I try to avoid that here.
Credit to anybody, and I'm really just saying credit to the other radio stations that were willing to dress up at 5 a.m. in the morning before they came to work.
Man,
that takes a lot.
You know what's also just has hit me on Halloween through the years, too, is that, historically, it was like a scary thing, like All Hallows Eve, right? It was supposed to be something to do with spirits and ghosts and, Dia de los Muertos, all that stuff. And now, over the decades, it just turned into somebody comes dressed as Richard Nixon or something. You know what I mean? It's like, or I'm dressed as, as Sydney Sweeney. Some gal comes dressed as Sydney Sweeney, which would be good, by the way. So it's like we've gotten so far away from the concept that you're supposed to be like, supposed to be scary.
Oh,
man.
not at
supposed
all.
To be like
Now you're
the
looking
dark evening scary ghost system.
Now it's all about like getting laughs and getting likes on social media for your costume.
So it's not even. It's more like just dressing up like somebody else today.
Exactly.
It's gotten far away. I was a vampire for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 straight years, 3rd through 8th grade, something like that. I mean, I got to bring the vampire. You know what I mean? The fake fangs, the blood down the cheeks. Had a cape.
Want to suck your blood.
Had a cape. Had I brought the vampire heat. That was my go-to.
I'd like to see you dressed up as a vampire.
There's a picture. There's a picture
I need to see
somewhere.
that one, but it doesn't top your Silent Bob costume.
That was the best.
Which I still don't believe you were silent for the entire night.
You would be right. Buddy. You would be right.
No chance.
All right.
0.
Back to Tony V. Zach Manassian came on with Papa and Silver. What did he have to say? He's the guy. He's the guy who had the idea on The Sports Leader. All right, we've been telling you guys all week that Amici's can feed your family on Halloween. The time is here. So not too late to get your orders in, plan ahead, and have Amici's deliver the Halloween food to you because it's going to be crazy. Doors are open. Kids are coming in and out, running in and out. Well, who's eating? You forgot to have dinner. So here's Amici's just sitting there on the table. Pasta tray, wing tray, pizzas, boom. Order early to make sure it gets delivered on time. Amici's.com or use the app and have that food delivered for ready when you want it. You can even go next level and get the half baked. Because maybe now the kids are done, they're back, and you're like, okay, you ready? I'm sliding it in. 5 minutes later, you're fresh pizza in your home. So it's Amici's.com or the Amici's app. Order early to get your guaranteed delivery time because, geez, they start trick-or-treating kind of early, don't they? They get out there in the late afternoon, some of the younger kids. So let's do it. It's the perfect ready when you want it Halloween meal for your family. Amici's delivers.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Nice, Tony. The Halloween rejoins continue. We may not be dressed up, but we got the musical rejoins going for you, man. Happy Halloween, everybody. I'm past the age of walking around the neighborhoods with the kids. You do that like from pre-K through about 4th, 5th. It's kind of like, hey, Dad, bug off, man, you know. But you get a good, even pre-K, like you get a good 6, 7, 8 years, and you know, man, it's an adult party. You guys know this. We've talked about this. You go around and certain parents see it as their obligation to quench the thirst of the other parents.
Oh, you're not fooling me with that coffee cup.
Oh, there's
You're not fooling anybody with that coffee cup.
The red Solo cups are out. So to all you parents with kids ages like 2 to like 10 or 11, get after it, y'all. Go bring the red Solo cup out. All right, buddy? Because there will be pony kegs in the driveways of the homes that you are trick-or-treating.
So what is now the Brian Murphy-Candace combination on Halloween? Are you guys hanging out at the house handing out candy?
The sadness.
Do you guys even have trick-or-treaters in your neighborhood?
No, we don't, because we live up the hill.
Yeah, so get some cardio in, kids.
Dude, so when
back in my day, I used to have to walk 15 miles uphill both ways when I went trick-or-treating.
So the neighborhood I grew up in Mill Valley, it wasn't hilly, but it was not one of the cool trick-or-treating neighborhoods. But you know what we did? We freaking trick-or-treated there because that's what you did. You trick-or-treated your freaking neighborhood. There were a couple houses you had to kind of grind it up a hill. And now just, these kids like look around. They're like, no. Yeah, I'm going to go to that neighborhood now. So we've talked about that forever, man. That all happened.
Destination trick-or-treating.
Everything was better in the 70s, even including the razor blades and the apples.
Yeah, it's worth the risk.
Of course, yes. All right, so happy Halloween, everybody. In fact, 209 says you are all a bunch of Halloween bum babies.
Hey.
For not dressing up.
It's a Friday, not a Monday. We can't be bum babies.
There you go, too.
Maybe we dressed up as bum babies.
408 says, I stopped trick-or-treating after 4th grade, but I was never a scary costume. I was Superman, Wolverine, and a battle Toad. 916 says, Murph, you suck the blood out of the other shows, you stud. He says, Murph, you dressed up as a professional. This guy's like sending me all these nice texts. I'm very suspicious. Very suspicious.
Yeah, who is this?
So there you guys go. 408 says, by the way, you guys were talking about the MetLife turf. Bob Sala knows about the MetLife turf.
This he does.
So he's going back. This is his first trip.
First trip back.
No, he's not playing the Jets, playing the New York Giants, but same stadium.
Yeah,
same stadium.
First trip back for Sala.
All right, we told you guys Manassian. We're going to get to Tony Vitello at 8:15. We're very much looking forward to that. It was the big day yesterday, the big story yesterday. The San Francisco Giants hire a brand new manager. And for the 7 o'clock crowd, Markus and I haven't given our reviews yet. Unlike Chris Russo, we saw the press conference. And so, listen, I went in a positive frame of mind because, the more I thought about it, the more I realized this team needed a fresh coat of paint. And I thought, you know what? I get it. Listen, I get it. 62 games versus 162 or whatever, 56 versus 1. Never managed a bullpen. Didn't ride the bus. Didn't pay his dues in the minor leagues. We actually asked him about that. We can ask him about it again at 8:15 when he comes on. But, man, everything about it, like Buster, to me, I was looking at it from the angle of Buster. Of like, this guy's like making moves. He's trading for Devers. He's signing Adames. He's firing Melvin after extending him. He's selling at the trade deadline. It's like a bold, culture-changing move. And I was like, this is what we need. Because what's been going on other than 1 year, 2021, which is the all-time outlier year of all time, that this team was mired in mediocrity, and this is a fresh coat of paint. Also, the guy brings an authentic personality. It doesn't, as I said to Russo in our introductory question, some people are like reading from a self-help book, like in parroting things. He just seems like a guy. We met his dad, who was a great coach. His dad's a Chicago Italian. He used to sneak into Wrigley Field. And his dad is like, when we were talking to his dad, it was like I'd known the guy for years. It was like, it was just an easy conversation. And you get some people are born as people persons.
Yes, Murph.
And he struck me as a people person. So that is where you start. Now, does he have a roster? Does he have a bullpen? All that stuff. But starting with the culture and the people skills, I thought they were on display.
Yeah, and I think you really felt it from the get-go with just the presence in the room and the amount of people who showed up, Murph. Like, we go to a lot of these press conferences. I think that might have been the most packed one we've been to so far, and that goes to show a lot of the relationships that he has built throughout his career, including bringing in his host mom from when he was coaching the Salinas Packers. She was in the building yesterday. So that's the thing that really kind of shined through everything else, was that authenticity that we're talking about so much. And look, we've had other coaches and managers who are extremely well PR trained, and it almost sounds a little robotic with some of the answers. It didn't feel that way with Tony. But I also knew going into that presser that he was going to win this press conference. We knew that he was a good talker, and he was charming, and he had riffs, and he was making people laugh, and there was Buster Posey smiling next to him. So all that is great. He said everything we wanted to hear. But still, the judgment is going to be when he's on the field, when he's pressing those buttons, when he's managing a big league bullpen for the first time. Like, those are the results that we're really going to judge him on. But yesterday, I'd say he passed his first test with flying colors and made a great first impression on the Giants fan base.
So not to speak ill of former UCLA coaches, but you're saying he didn't Deshaun Foster the Big Ten presser?
No. He didn't go.
We're in San Francisco?
We're in San Francisco. We're in Los Angeles.
My poor guy.
Yeah.
Great Bruin, just miscast as a head coach. Whereas Tony Vitello seems to be cast appropriately.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA.
Ah, buddy.
We're in LA.
Come on, poor
I had that
Deshaun.
saved,
Poor
yeah.
Deshaun. Nice pull, buddy. Nice pull. So here's what Buster Posey said about, the big question was, where did this start? Where did this come from? Because you got your list of managers, like the Twins just hired Derek Shelton, former bench coach, former Pirates manager, like the classic hire. Derek Shelton. Oh, yeah, he was a manager of the Pirates. Oh, yeah, he's a bench coach with the Twins. Yay, Derek Shelton's our manager.
Woo-hoo.
Hi, Derek.
Yeah.
How are you? The Nationals, run by SI Wildcat Paul Taboni, this young kid, made a little bit of an outside the box, a 33-year-old kid, one of the youngest managers in big league history, but he had been a minor league player and minor league manager, so it's not as shocking.
Yes.
No big league experience, but he had been in professional baseball. Giants, not at all. This guy has none. Never rode the bus, never played a day in the minors, never coached a day in the minors. So, Buster, where did it all start?
Yeah, well, I'll start because I'll give Zach credit. He was the one who first had the thought. I think that's credit, right? Yeah. But no, it's so I don't remember the exact time, but once the season was over, started having conversations, pretty casual to start with. A unique thing about this process was. And it's one thing that I've come to really appreciate about Tony and honestly made me feel more confident in this decision is this guy was hard to get a hold of because he was on the field all the time or he was bouncing from city to city recruiting. And just because this was on his plate, he was still full go with what his job was at Tennessee. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. I wish it was easier to get in contact with you during those times sometimes. But it's so yeah, that's a little bit of how it played out.
I mean, Buster's saying damn, nobody ghosts me.
Damn.
What are you doing ghosting Buster Posey?
Tony Vitello out here playing hard to get.
Tony V's like, I'm sorry, I'm hitting fungos. I'm sorry, I'm in an airport rental car shuttle in Fort Lauderdale trying to recruit some kid who throws 94.
Hey, he's on that recruiting grind.
Exactly. So, so this was led to Zach Manassian coming on with Papa in Silver yesterday. It was good to see G. Sil out at the ballpark yesterday. And they asked him, young Tony, set this one up for me.
So this was the opening question. G. Sil gave him credit. He was like, hey, Buster gave you credit for bringing up his name in the whole, manager search. Tell us, why? Give us, a bit of an expansion on the answer.
Yeah, I think shortly after the season, as we started, all right, we need to compile a list. When I really thought about, is this a name to throw out there? I think generally, and maybe this is just part of the territory of this position and having a background in the front office and scouting is you're always kind of evaluating. It's always been a little bit of a conversation if you're in the draft room with the front office going through managerial hires in the past and that having that question of, is there anybody in college that we would consider? So, I think you're always thinking about different ways to do things and what could fit. So, probably generally the idea of someone coming from college thought about for years. The idea of maybe Tony being a manager in the big leagues. I had heard his name a little bit even last year as a potential manager hire. And then in terms of this position in particular, shortly after the season.
Yeah, so that was surprising to me that he had been involved in conversations about college coaches because it was like one of those nobody ever. It was like the line nobody wanted to cross. It was like, no, we're not going to hire a college guy. That wasn't even nobody ever mentioned. It was when Andy Baggerly wrote it on September 28th in The Athletic, the day after the Giants' last game of the season. Melvin hadn't been fired yet, and he wrote it. And we're like, wait, what? I've been around a long time. I've never seen, like USC had a long-time coach, Rod Dato. He won a bunch of natties. I never heard him mentioned as a big league manager. Choose any college baseball coach who's had a dynasty of late, Heck, the UCLA guy, John Savage, has done a good job. He hasn't been mentioned. Mark Marquess at Stanford, he won a ton. They never mentioned him. So it was interesting to hear that Zach says that sometimes when these GMs are sitting around the hotel bar in Nashville at the winter meetings, they say, hey, man, what about that college guy?
Yeah, and I've always been curious why this hasn't happened in baseball, because we see it all the time in football. We see it a lot with college basketball with people making a jump to the NBA. And at the end of the day, you're still playing the same sport. Like, I know there's bigger tasks, bigger rosters, longer seasons, but this is a guy that's been around baseball his entire life. I've never really fully understood. I guess it just has to do with major leaguers wanting other guys to pay their dues, to your point?
Totally.
Yeah.
I think the show is, it's what some people have a problem with baseball about, being too stuck in there, feeling themselves. We're the show. You can't say that. You can't do that in the show.
Yeah, you're not a member.
You can't look at me that way. You can't flip your bat that way. You can't wear your uniform that way. You can't chirp that way. Like, the show has this code, and they're like, college.
Yeah.
What is that rah BS?
But to your
Ride
point,
the bus.
Look how much that code has changed over the last decade or so with the let the kids play movement, with guys flipping bats, with guys wearing all sorts of colors on their armbands, and Willie Adames is out here with a purple glove and purple cleats. Like, baseball is different now. And so maybe this is just a different approach to bringing in a different baseball mind from outside of the box that is Major League Baseball.
All right, listen, it's a hot topic. We got Tony Vitello at 8:15. We still got to get to some more Manazzi and some more Posey to get you guys ready for Tony V. It's definitely the story of the day. New manager in town. Happy Halloween, everybody. Marcus is wearing a jersey, and Curly didn't bring candy. What's up with that?
I love mama.
Somebody was very nice and said, I came dressed as a silver fox. That's nice. Hopefully it's a attractive woman in her late 40s, early 50s.
What does the fox
kidding.
say?
I'm happily married. Kitty.
Yeah.
Happily married.
What are you doing over there, Murph?
Check with Candace. Yeah, she is. She's a beautiful gal. So, hey, multiple people sent us the screenshot of the press conference. The back of our heads were featured prominently.
Wow. How do we look from the back?
You're nice and clean.
Nice.
I'm looking like a little thin.
With Loader sitting to Marcus's left.
Geez.
I said to Marcus in the break, I was like, what are we doing here?
We didn't drop a The Sports Loader didn't drop a The Sports Leader.
I know.
And he goes, well, you already did. And I said to him, my answer was, yeah, well, when I walk my dogs around the neighborhood, they pee several times to mark their territory. They don't mark their territory once.
No.
They mark their territory a lot.
Come on, Loader. If you're going to ask a question, you got to let them know you're from the flagship station.
Kind of swallowed it, too. Even if I biffed my broadcast station's question, I still got the leader out there, didn't I? On The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Happy Halloween to everybody out there. The question of the day, what was your reaction to Tony Vitello's introductory press conference with the Giants? We want to hear from you guys. This is our big hit coming up, so you can join the conversation by calling us at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. Or you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Markus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, if anything, I don't see why I can't play better. You know, if anything, these guys are closer to his age. He actually could probably relate with them more than I could have related with him back at Tennessee, you know? So, obviously, he hasn't played in the MLB. Maybe that's the only thing he can't really relate on. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I've been telling people it's competition, so why can't it be the same? Baseball's the same game. But, no, I'm excited to see that because I think that's one of his biggest strengths is he's kind of like a chameleon, right? He can talk to anybody. But he does such a good job at maintaining, this guy's awesome, but you have that level of respect for him because, player to coach still, you know? But he toes that line so well. I've never seen anybody do it like that. I think guys are going to play really hard for him, man. I think guys are really going to like this guy. I'm super excited, so we'll see.
Drew Gilbert on the Giants Talk podcast with Cole Kuiper and Alex Bavish talking about our big story today. Yeah, 49ers, New York Giants. We'll get into it. John Lynch will join us later. You'll hear the replay of that show, and then the play-by-play kid, and I say kid, 22-year-old Jack Smith out of Archbishop Mitty High School, who won the Jim Nance Award as the best college sports broadcaster. We won't mention that he's a USC Trojan. We'll simply welcome him to the show. That's at 9:15. That'll be fun. So a lot of Niners are coming your way, but it is two things. One, a Tony Vitello Friday, because he joins us at 8:15. Two, a Legal ID Friday, because you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and a Halloween rejoin Friday. Spooky Classics 4. People have always said, where's my 60s Friday? 1968. That funky 68 sound. Spooky Classics 4. Shocker, I'm the one who requested this, not these kiddos here.
But
Yes.
I got to say, Murph, this might be one of my favorite Halloween rejoins of the day.
It has become a little bit of a cool Halloween song.
This sounds good.
Well, spooky. It's spooky.
I listen to this outside of Halloween.
This is cookout music.
Yeah,
It's
you
cookout
know I
music.
like my low vibe, chill vibes.
You can add this one to your cookout list. All right, buddy. Yeah.
Spooky.
Come on, just give me one more. There you go. There you go. Young Tone approves.
Is that a saxophone in the background?
There's a
That's
sax,
incredible.
yes. There's a sax, yeah. Hey, and now we got that keyboard, that sort of Austin Powers schoolbook keyboard. Do I make you horny, baby? Do I make you randy?
Do I make you randy?
Pop Culture Showdown. Toronto's up 3-2. All right, guys. Okay, we told you guys we had more just getting ready for the Vitello interview at 8:15. You heard Drew Gilbert, and now you're going to hear a little bit more from Zach Manassian. Cut T about Buster being open and direct here. Cut T. This was with Papa and Silver yesterday.
Well, I think one of the great things about Buster is he's very direct, always respectful, but very direct. There's no holding back. And I think Tony has come into this with a great deal of humility. And really, a lot of the answers kept coming back to believing in Tony's leadership ability, but also believing in Tony's ability and hopefully ours as a front office to surround him with as much talent, as much good fits, quality fits as possible on the roster and on his staff.
Yeah, so Buster is open and direct, and we'll try to get Buster on next week for sure. But the fact that Buster was open to this whole thing is a major, major part. Now, you said something caught your ear. There were different things that caught my ear. With the Salinas mom being there, caught my ear. Zach's idea caught my ear. But you heard something else.
Yeah, my ears perked up when Buster Posey was asked about who's going to handle the lineups, who's going to draw up the lineups each and every day, because going back just a couple years ago, there was the back and forth between Farhan and Kapler and Bob Melvin and who's really drawing up the lineups. And we can get into some sound from last year of Buster talking about Bob having full control of the lineups. But here was Buster being asked yesterday about whether or not Tony will have full control about what happens on the field.
I think it remains to be seen. And some of it will just evolve naturally as as we spend more time around each other and the staff is built out. The way I look at our role is we're evaluating so many different departments across the organization. But as much as anything, the way I see us as a support system to get Tony and his staff information, we can be a sounding board. We can be think partners as well. As Tony mentioned, from my experience, any great team that I've been a part of, people are pulling in the same direction, and that's the hope and the expectation here is, we're all going to be working together. Does that mean that we're going to have perfect harmony all the time? No, I mean, it doesn't. But there's going to be things that we all continue to learn and grow together as we go through this.
We are all going to be working together, Murph.
I agree with you that it caught my ear because he was very stark in the Bob Melvin years. It's Bob's team. When he opened by saying it remains to be seen. And then he also dropped a think partners. How about that for, by the way, corporate talk?
We can be think partners.
I didn't know Buster did Silicon Valley corporate talk, dude, but he did.
He's all in.
But that was Farhanian, wasn't it? That was sort of Farhanian, think partners.
Think partners.
But the fact is that, maybe he kind of has to be in his hip pocket because of the lack. He doesn't know about a 9-game roadie through New York, Philly, and in Washington, D.C. He doesn't know about, how often he can use a certain guy. So, part of it makes sense, and that the criticism of the hire is that he doesn't know this stuff. So maybe it's necessary that Buster is more involved.
If you have a resource like Buster Posey, use him. Like that's the key. But also, this was not the same approach that Buster took last year, but Buster also was not the one that hired Bob Melvin, of course, was a part of the ownership group, but he saw the difference and actually gave Bob more control of the lineup. Here was Buster last year on our show when we asked him about whether or not Bob Melvin would have control of writing out those lineups last year.
No, I won't. No, Bob's been doing this for 30 years. It'll be something we'll discuss. And Bob and I have talked about this already. He wants to have dialogue around it. But ultimately, he's standing in the dugout and he's getting a read on his players better than I can have, not being around them all the time. And look, we're going to use analytics, and I've already talked to Bomel about this. Is hey, how do we want the flow of this to be? Do we want it to be let's let the projections spit out what we think it should be, look at it, then you write the lineup, or you write the lineup and then we look at the projections? Ultimately, I'll leave that up to him, but my sense is I want my manager that's using his years and years of experience to write the lineup. Let's look at what his see and feel are telling him to do. Then let's look at and see what the models are spitting out. And if there's one that's glaring, there's an outlier, we really should look at this, then we'll have a discussion around it. But ultimately, I do want to leave it to him. Again, I think it's just important for him to have that autonomy, and for the guys on the field to know that, hey, this is the guy that's leading the charge for us, and we're going out there to battle for him, and he's got our back through all of this.
Okay, good cut, long cut, good cut, but yes, stark difference. Now, I'll be charitable. I'm in a good mood. It's Friday. It's Halloween. I'm on short sleep. Whatever. I'll be charitable right now. But the answers are different because their years of experience are different.
Yes.
So Bob Melvin gets the benefit of the doubt because of all those years, whereas he uses the phrase remains to be seen and think partners with a guy who's never done it. So it's a change.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a change.
Yeah, Murph, you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head. That's the money part of the quote where Buster Posey says, I want my manager to use his years of experience to draw up the lineups. Well, Tony doesn't have that experience at the major league level. So this is obviously going to play out differently. We have to figure out who's on the coaching staff, if they have more major league experience, if they're going to be involved with writing up these lineups. But I think we're going to see a full partnership between the front office and the organization because Buster Posey is a resource that you want to use. So why not have him involved in some of those conversations?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It is changed. It's different. Now, out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. What you all think about it. Not everybody is all in here. 406 says, Tony has zero experience in managing players through a major league season. I do feel good about him getting support, though, and how to do that while he figures it out. So I think this is a good move by Buster. 209 says, sounds like Buster wants to protect a young manager. If Vitello got the final call this year, it could devolve. Okay. 831 with a strange one. He says, not going to lie, Tony V sounded like a genuine weirdo. I didn't think so. But he says, not quite Kapler vibes, but the weirdness is there. He goes, but I'm not against it. I'm just saying.
I didn't pick up on
Did you think so?
No, not at all.
707 says, you know what caught my ear? When Buster was explaining how hard it was to get a hold of Tony V, I heard Tony say, sorry, real quick. He goes, that caught his ear for sure. Okay, others to go too. 707 says, look, in my opinion, with this hire, the Giants need an 85-plus win season and or a playoff worth. Anything outside of that isn't good enough, and the hire will be heavily criticized. True story. This, it could go the other way. I mean, if they go back to 81 again, listen, they're going to have to give him a cup. Buster said he hoped this was a long-term hire for sure.
Exactly. And just how last year was year one with Buster Posey, there's going to be some growing pains in year one with Tony Vitello. Like, that is going to happen. But I think when you've seen the success or maybe the lack of success, the 500 baseball for the last 4 years, we've seen different types of managers. We've seen Gabe Kapler. We've seen now Bob Melvin. We've seen the use of analytics. We've tried going back to old school baseball. They all ended with the same results, 500 baseball. So this is Buster now going outside of the box and maybe trying something different to get the most out of this roster.
760 with a very cynical take. He's going to be Mike McDaniel in a couple years. His energy and rah-rah BS is going to wear thin to guys that have been through the grind of the minors. Posey thinks he hired Brad Stevens, but he didn't. So there's somebody who does not like the hire.
What if he does turn into Brad Stevens?
And is cynical. 415 says, the recruiting trips aren't the minors, but they're still a grind big time. That was his answer to me when I asked about, you didn't pay your dues. How do you communicate to the veterans? I thought maybe he would have talked to the veterans, but he said they only exchanged casual texts, and he's looking forward to more face-to-face meetings in the future.
Yeah, it sounds like some of the veterans reached out to him.
He's going to have to do it. 209 says, I'd rather have Posey put his hands in the pot rather than Farhan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've thought about that topic a lot and how different this hire is because it's Buster Posey. When we're sitting here talking about not riding the buses and not having that big league experience, well, how many presidents of baseball operations have rode the bus? There's not many. Chris Young out in Texas and Buster Posey. Those are your answers right there. So I think a lot of people are viewing this through the lens of Buster Posey making the move, where I do think there would be a lot more criticism if someone like Farhan Zaidi made this hire.
650 says, I thought he sounded great. These guys sending text are the real freaks. Here's one interesting one. 415 says, I'm excited that he might have some Billy Martin energy. I missed that in managers. I'm telling you, there's a little something there that I told you guys. Listen, it was hard for me to. I like Bob Melvin. I didn't think it was like time to put Bob Melvin on blast. Like that just wasn't like the vibe. Like, Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin's earned too much respect to put him on blast. But what I would say is there were times during the season I was like, can we get a little fight here? Can we get a little feistiness here? Or like guys are hitting Giants and he's not out there. Or, there seemed to be a sort of a passivity to it. And I was like, well, bro, now this is interesting because Buster Posey after the presser they do these one-on-ones after the presser. You got to kind of bop around. We chose to spend some time with Greg Vitello, his dad. Then we bopped over to Buster. Then we bopped over to Tony V, who's going to join us in just a few minutes, 8:15. But listen to this quote that Buster gave after the presser. Quote, that was part of the appeal to me when I was thinking about Tony is he's going to be okay with ruffling feathers. This is Buster Posey talking. And he goes, I don't think he's going to go out and do it just to get under their skin. But if it's something that happens organically because of certain circumstances, this is Buster. That's sports. It's entertainment. And for me, there's an argument to be made that we're lacking that severely right now. Buster wants a little piss and vinegar.
Yeah. I mean, I can not count on two hands. I might have to pull off my shoes and talk about how many times you just were begging for someone to flip the spread last year. Bob Melvin, flip the spread. Get mad. Do something. You've lost 15 of 16 games at home. So, yeah, maybe Tony will bring some more energy, but there's also questions about whether or not he can keep that same type of energy throughout an entire season.
Well, I mean, Earl Weaver kept it for 25 years. Yeah. And so did Billy Martin.
And I thought Tony actually had some really good quotes. He's like, yeah, actually, when it comes to my energy, my mom's like piped down a little bit. My dad's like, I need more of it. I need more of that passion. But you also have to remind yourself that Tony Vitello is not someone who just lives on Twitter. And when you search his name on Twitter, yes, you do see all these clips, Murph. This was one of my favorite cuts from Tony yesterday, talking about the difference between Twitter and real life. The highlights you see of Drew Gilbert or him chewing out an umpire, it doesn't tell the entire story.
Twitter is not life. And I know I don't have an account. I asked before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right? And they said no. I realize it's a part of the job. There's great information. There's great entertainment. But one thing that I think is very beneficial to people is to know that Twitter is not life. So you pull a 3-second clip and you see Drew Gilbert doing something in college, you think he's a maniac and maybe a maniac off the field, and you don't get the full scope of the kid is literally a sweetheart, off the field. But yeah, he's very competitive on the field. So that's just the one thing I'd say. And I had to live it out. I didn't look at a lot of the stuff, but I can tell when people say, I'm sure there's negative stuff. There's always doubters, and why would you do this? But the amount of positive feedback I've gotten from, I was joking about recruiting, from kids that I didn't even coach. I just recruited them, or opponents in college baseball, or other people in big league baseball. These other managers that are either retired or still coaching, reaching out to me, has blown me away. And positivity's got a lot of power.
Ooh, look at that. Good one. Good cut. We're going to hear about that in just a second. By the way, he talked to both Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker.
How about that?
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Yeah, I hope they're giving him some advice, too, with Dusty hanging out with the team.
Hey, one last one from Posey. He says, all the young players won't like me, but I don't like guys hugging before the game. I don't like it. As a fan, I want there to be a little bit of friction at time.
I don't like it.
He goes, you guys are probably laughing. You know me pretty well. This is Buster. I wasn't necessarily going to be a guy that was going to cause friction, but I can promise you can ask guys who went to the plate. I was not friendly with them when they came to the plate.
No. The only time you saw Buster hugging dudes was after he was winning World Series. Shout out the Buster hugs.
All right, Tony V makes his Murph and Markus debut, his KNBR debut, next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Tony V joins the show in about 5 minutes. What was your reaction to Tony V's introductory press conference with the Giants? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, Provident Credit Union, good people, local financial institution, safe and secure, and right here in the Bay Area. I have a mortgage with Provident, sleep like a baby. They want to grow your savings too. The Pick a Term Certificate, safe growth of your savings, and you pick the term. 3 months if you need it for 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. How long do you need to grow a little bit of money? Because you're going to earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. So no guesswork, no market ups and downs, just strong, steady growth on your terms. Newsweek agrees. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025, so your money's in good hands. So don't wait. This 3.40% offer will not last. Open your account today at providentcu.org or visit your local branch for friendly help getting started. That rate is effective September 22nd, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, our fun Halloween rejoins continue. Talk about somebody's watching me. How about everybody's watching Tony V? How's that? Listen, we got a chance to meet him yesterday. He's probably like, yeah, guys, I met about 700 people yesterday. So he may or may not remember Murph and Markus, Brian Murphy, Markus Boucher, who are holding it down here on KNBR, the Sports Leader in the mornings, the flagship station that carries Giants games all year. So Tony V, can we call you that? Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Hey, morning, Tony.
Good morning. Whatever gets us the most wins is what you can call me. I realize we're the major part in that whole deal, but no, I do remember you guys, and yeah, yesterday was a whirlwind, and just impressed at how big of a turnout it was for the press conference. But we also had a different meeting amongst Giants employees, and people's enthusiasm and togetherness is something that I think it shows why the organization has had such a high level of success over the years.
So that was one of the things I just kind of wanted to ask is what happened after? Because that had to be exhausting to put out all that intense focus. So tell me about what happened after. Your family was in town, you met some employees, and then what? Did you just collapse?
No, that would have been nice. Down to the office for a few Zoom calls with some candidates for the coaching staff. So, it's kind of funny. During each one of those, we were just joking. It's a blessing to be able to have that technology, starting 5 years ago with all that stuff, but it's not the same. And it's tough to get, an accurate feel for who somebody is just off that screen. But nonetheless, we need to make a lot of progress here in a short amount of time and put together an entire coaching staff that can help the roster, which I think everybody kind of agrees. It's not the number one roster on paper for next year, possibly, but it's a dang good one.
Yeah, Tony, I got to say it was really cool seeing the amount of support you had from your family yesterday at your introductory press conference. And we actually had a chance to talk to your pops after the press conference. And I guess after spending a few minutes with him, my question would be, is there any room for Greg Vitello on the coaching staff?
Trust me, he is asked. I think he's better served in the stands these days. If anything, he don't move around like he used to. He was always very active with his teams, but no, he's obviously made a huge impact on my life in general, but especially the coaching end of things. And you guys probably realize he coached a former Giant. So I think he's got a different level of excitement because of that history he's had. It's kind of unique, when this thing came about. There are several plots or dots you could put on a map that say that our family is kind of connected to the city and this organization in a roundabout way.
That's awesome. By the way, would Bill Miller be a candidate to join your staff?
Yeah, I think he would be, and I haven't discussed with him, what exactly he's got going on. He's worked several jobs since he's been done or retired from the game as a player. But I know last year he just served as some help for his son's high school team, and so haven't got that far down the road. maybe peeling back the curtain a little too much, but you guys will, as long as I'm around, you'll get used to me maybe saying too much or being too honest. But the pitching is kind of the emphasis right now of making sure we got the right 2, 3, 4 guys in those spots to help out our pitchers and then kind of go from there.
So to continue to pull back the curtain then, what would you tell the fans out there about the likelihood of retaining any of last year's coaches versus no, I'm going to need a whole new staff?
Yeah, no, I think that's an easy one, the way you shape it there. It was a good group. Anytime you feel like you could have won a few more games, you dissect things almost to a fault sometimes. But in this particular case, I think there were some areas that everyone would have liked to have seen, a little bit better performance. But overall, I know the players were happy with most, if not all, the coaches. And then also there's a lot of coaches with a really strong track record. And then the ones I've been able to interact with, which is not all of them yet, it's been a positive. So I think at the very least, I can assure you there's going to be at least one retained, but how many? We're still diving into this thing, and like you kind of alluded to, I'm doing my best to keep everybody's name and face straight at this point.
Yeah, well, Tony, we saw the coaching staff that you put together that led to a lot of success down in Tennessee. Now you're joining a franchise that leads Major League Baseball with the most wins all time. So what would you say is the key to having a winning culture here in San Francisco?
I think it's present. I think it's a matter of maybe revitalizing some old strengths that have been a part of the Giants. And then each roster is different, and each year kind of takes on a new vibe. I mean, the game has undergone some trends and some, there'll be new technology introduced into the game next year. And, replay wasn't even a thing maybe a decade ago or whatever the particular year was. So I think you got to be willing to adapt and adjust on the fly. That goes without saying. But for the most part, it's, maybe reignite a little bit more of the tradition that's been here, because there's been a lot of consistency with the successful teams that have been in this city.
Tony Vitello is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Kind enough to hop on after a whirlwind day yesterday and a lot of whirlwind ahead as he assembles his coaching staff and talks to the veterans. And I was the one who asked you the question yesterday about not riding the buses and how will the veterans treat you for that. And so just to kind of expand on that, you said you'd had brief contact with Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, Logan Webb. Those would be like kind of the Mount Rushmore, I guess, of the veterans, unless I'm forgetting a couple along the way. But, could you just expand a little bit? How important is it to earn their trust? And can you do that in the offseason over a Zoom? What's the plan?
No, I think it's incredibly important. And the way technology or the internet works these days, you can make up your own opinion pretty quick by just jumping on whatever it is, YouTube or whatever you want. And then from there, it's the first introduction and conversations will take place in the off season. I think ultimately where we become a true coaching staff and start to formulate who we are as a team, it's going to be in spring training. So no buses there. Fortunately, we're all in one location, and it's probably the best one in all of Major League Baseball. But we'll be in the same spot together with some time to get to know each other and also kind of set the tone for the year. So I think that's really where it's going to happen. And I can't go back in time. The one thing I do want to, implement here, if I had a magic wand or if I had a wish, is for us to make progress as the year goes on and consistently get better, get a better vibe, not make as many mistakes or not repeat mistakes. And so that's parallel to who I am. There's no getting around. It's the first go around. So you would hope and think that if we're working hard as a staff that, not to highlight myself, but you asked about it, that I would be better and a little bit different by the end of the first season than I would be at the beginning, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Tony, we do know that you already have relationship with some of the younger players in the Giants organization. Giants fans got a chance to see Drew Gilbert last year and Blade Tidwell after being traded over from the New York Mets. Gavin Keelan was a first-round draft pick, and Maui Ahuna also played for you at Tennessee. He's in the organization. So how much did those players being here maybe influence your decision to accept this job?
Yeah, Bryce Eldridge was heavily recruited, and heck, there's some others too that there's a little bit of a connection with. But the Tennessee guys, I'm incredibly close with, especially Drew. It's just a unique relationship because he's such a unique kid, and that had a little bit to do with it because when you go into a new environment, what you want is an inside scoop on what it's truly like. And those guys kind of gave me confirmation that this organization is really well run from top to bottom, and it shows in the minor leagues and obviously at the big league level too. And then also you want some guys that you can call on to be not necessarily leaders if they're that young. But I can assure you, if there's a day where we're doing some extra base running and it's optional, that Drew Gilbert's going to be there, whether he likes it or not. There's a little bit different relationship there, you know.
You know, you mentioned base running, extra base running, and I think you alluded to yesterday in some of the post game or post presser chat about details, and you know whether it's a secondary lead or whether it's a read on a first jump on defense, things like that. How does a Tony Vitello team coach details?
I think ultimately, if you're wanting to win, and of course everybody wants to win, but to what level? And if you're truly invested in, you know, wanting to win, and it sounds corny, but it's what I'm getting at is for the team to have success, then you're automatically kind of dialed into doing the right things. You know, the Derek Jeter play, which obviously kind of rings home in this area, where he was in a weird cutoff position and flips to home. That's not practiced. So while I do think it's important to practice and review fundamentals and try and correct mistakes, sometimes you can just end up doing the right thing because you want to win. And my example there is, you know, Jeter ends up in a unique position just because the guy was always on the hunt trying to win. So it's a detailed answer. Again, it's kind of a spring training thing where you would dive into things like base running and first steps and reinforce it and all that good stuff. But if you just put a big umbrella under it, or over it, I should say, trying to win covers a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, Tony, we've talked a lot about development throughout the entire organization. And that's why it stood out to me when Buster mentioned yesterday that you're not only going to help the club at the big league level, but throughout the entire organization. And for all this talk about your lack of experience at the major league level, I think you probably know this field, this talent level of college players better than anybody else with your time at Tennessee. So with that knowledge, spending 8 years at Tennessee, playing against these guys, recruiting these guys, how much do you think that information can overall help the entire organization?
I think it's a long-run thing. Every big league team you talk to wishes they were more in sync from top to bottom, low A or just complex baseball, you know, in Arizona, all the way to the big league level. Everyone wishes it was more in sync because it's really difficult to do. Guys are crossing over into different cities and they're playing for different coaches. But at the end of the day, the guys in your organization are the guys that are going to make or break your season. And so I think where I lack experience of, you know, dealing with a guy that's 35 years old and making a, you know, huge amount of money, I think maybe there's a little bit more experience or a little bit of an edge to my background of knowing young players and knowing fundamental mistakes or how guys showcase in high school and maybe miss out on some of the fundamentals that are key. So hopefully that's a blind spot that's covered by something that I actually do have expertise in.
Tony Vitello here. It's great just talking ball, life. We've got to get a couple fun ones in there, but just one more baseball. Just here's my, Tony, I'm old school, baby. They're striking out too much.
Yeah.
They're striking out too much.
Sure.
How are we cutting down we got to put the ball in play, Tony. Got to put the ball in play. How are we going to do it?
Yeah, if you don't think, you met my dad, if you don't think I'm hearing that every single day that I talk to him about baseball, then you didn't have a long enough conversation with him. It's interesting. And again, maybe to give you to peel back the curtain, go with that phrase, guys get paid for big velocity and for big power numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is probably the core of the problem of what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm.
The easy answer is to say, you know, let's address that in spring training and create a culture where there's team at bats. The Brewers and the Blue Jays certainly showed that that's at this level, despite the contract stuff or whatever else you want to throw out there as a reason. It can go on, and I think they serve as a good example, quite frankly, but also just show that it is possible. But I think there's different or multi-angles that you really have to attack that problem from, and at the end of the day, when a guy is trying to just fight with 2 strikes, at least in college, I can tell you, a lot of times you do run into a homer or you do punish a mistake because you're in a good position to hit overall. So I see what you see. It'll be interesting when we have this conversation again in, 7-8 months if there's, a different tone or there's an actual adjustment seen with our club in particular.
Tony, you know that anytime we talk about old school baseball versus new school baseball, the topic of analytics pops up. So curious about the level of analytics that you use at the college game. Do you think it will be different at the major league level? And how much do you factor that into your game plan when you are managing?
Yeah, I think it'll just be more detailed because there's a bigger sample size. But I don't think you'd be amazed because everybody kind of knows from SEC football just how intense that is, what type of fan bases and therefore money you're dealing with. So just about everything that's at the big league level, we have at the college level, at least in that conference. It's just there's not as big of a sample size to fall back on. And they're also not adults where, hey, we want to pitch this guy to this, area. Well, they're much more likely to locate at this level. So again, those numbers are a little bit more reliable. So I do think you need to lean on those. But I think what's refreshing about what Buster, envisions for the Giants going forward is play ball. That stuff is an edge that you would be, you'd probably be cheating yourself if you didn't use it, but it's also not the game. And a lot of what Giants history is all about is guys that were just ball players and then ball players who became really good managers and a guy like Dusty Baker. So I think it's got to be utilized, but I don't think it should be a crutch for a guy that's out there playing a kid's game.
I know we're going to wrap up with you real quick. Just I want to do some fun ones here at the end, but just real quick, I know I don't want to invade your personal conversation with Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, but could you generalize for us a message that they might have transmitted to you, those 2 guys?
I sounded a little bit like I was trying to start a cheerleading section yesterday of power of positivity, or I said something to that effect, but just amazed at how those guys, rather than just say they think you're going to do well, or you're going to be fine, because it is uncharted territory. Let's just be honest. Just the calming positivity that both of those guys revisited throughout the conversations was what kind of impressed me the most and left maybe the biggest impact. But also just getting to talk to those guys is like unworldly. You can imagine me texting 5-6 people right away. Like, guess who I just talked to? So there was kind of a little bit of the fanboy aspect to it all too. And then, yeah, there's certainly 3 or 4 nuggets. Tony La Russa and those 2 guys are guys that I immediately went to pen and paper and wrote some little things down. But again, just the encouragement and the welcoming of a guy who, call it what you guys said, didn't ride the bus or however you want to phrase it, was incredibly impressive. And also the willingness to revisit things and be involved in some extent. And I want to involve those guys as much as possible.
How cool is Dusty Baker? How cool is Dusty Baker?
Pretty dang cool enough that it makes you feel like a dork when you're hanging out with him.
How cool?
Go ahead. He is the man. He is the man. And I didn't mention it to those guys, but it's kind of funny. I was fortunate enough to be around about 5 or 6 really accomplished big leaguers, and we were all just kind of hanging out at a table and said, "Hey, you can hang out with one guy. Put it in order: Bruce Bochy, Jim Leland, and Dusty Baker, because these guys had all played for those 3 guys, and it turned into quite the debate because 2 out of those 3 we already mentioned, and I think everyone knows the other one's pretty dang good too.
Those are all 3 great ones, man. That's one of those ones you can't give a wrong answer to. That's so good. All right, speed round on the way out. I mean, just pop culture here. Now, you're a Knoxville guy, but I heard you're a music guy. Well, actually, you grew up in St. Louis. We should get that out of the way. You're not a Knoxville guy. You're only there recently. Is it country music? Is it rock and roll? Is it Dusty Baker's jazz?
Mm-hmm.
What are we rolling with?
No, it's a little bit of everything, and everybody says that, but they don't really mean it. But you name it. I mean, whether it's Frank Sinatra or Celtic music, I can go in all kinds of different directions, and jazz I've been to a few cities where it's pretty cool to check out a jazz spot. But yeah, overall, you gotta kind of lean on the players. They usually got the aux cord more than the coaches do. So a lot of new and fresh things I'm picking apart and saying I like or don't like as well.
The new hip hop stuff will rattle you a little bit. As a guy who's closer in age to you, yeah, you got to stay on top of that stuff.
Yeah, I could go for a little less mumbling like everybody else.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tony.
If it's got a good,
if
it's a long day at the park and it's got a good beat, it'll keep you going a little bit.
Tony, you, me, Marcus, maybe Tribe Called Quest is where we can all meet, maybe something like that.
Or maybe some locals like a Larry June or a LaRussell who you will
Tony
hear at the ballpark.
Put Tony V onto LaRussell and Larry June.
Oh, well, LaRussell made the Giants anthem this past season. He's always out at the ballpark. So, yeah, Tony, we'll send you some playlists of some non-mumble rappers from the Bay Area.
I know you take inspiration.
I appreciate it.
You take inspiration from pop culture. Is there like a top 3 movie list or something? Is there a go-to here?
That's tough. You're asking me to commit to something that will be held on forever in my mind.
Go ahead.
Tombstone's a pretty dang important one for me, and The Departed is one that I've probably seen about as much as any movie. So those two are in there for sure. You know what I'm a big fan of is I like that Reacher show, and I like the original movie of Reacher. So that's not in my top 3, but it's one of the most recent ones that I kind of just spaced out to with some background noise going.
That's a step. You're streaming that.
Yes.
No, I mean, is there like another show that you binge or anything? Like Marcus, for example.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I got a buddy who's an actor down in L.A., so the Apple TV of Bill Lawrence, his shows with Shrinking.
Wait a minute.
Ted Lasso.
You're friends with Bill. You're friends with Bill Lawrence?
I know Bill Lawrence. I'm friends with an actor, but I've met Bill, and a great dude. He plays basketball with some of my buddies. And being able to meet him was pretty dang cool. But yeah, so I've kind of dove into those shows a little bit.
You've heard the Ted Lasso. I mean, a lot of people say there's some Ted Lasso in Tony V. Is that accurate?
I don't know. I hadn't heard that one, but yeah. If I could bust out some of those dance moves and some of that comedy, I don't know if it'll be a winning year, but it'll be a fun year.
Oh man, so good. By the way, before that you go, we pass on greetings from 49er Hall of Famer. He wasn't a 49er; he was a Tampa Bay Buck and a Bronco, but Niner GM and President of Football Ops John Lynch said he got to know you. He's excited, and he said he's a big fan, so he told us to say hey.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know he called too, and I missed him. The phone is a mess right now. I can't wait to catch up with everybody. But obviously, he was a legend on the field, and anxious to spend some more time around him.
And last one is we heard a story from a little bird told us he may or may not be the controlling owner, that the sealing of the deal came from one phone call he made to a former Tennessee quarterback who quarterbacked the Colts to a Super Bowl championship and now runs a broadcast during Monday Night Football. His name was Peyton Manning. And Peyton Manning said, I'm sure Greg's told you this, but if he hasn't, Peyton Manning said, you are a blanking rock star. He used a swear word. You're a blanking rock star. And then he said, and I'm not going to say anything else because I don't want you to blanking touch this guy. Had you heard that story?
I've heard pieces of it. I didn't hear that much of it, but no, honored to know that guy, and anyone who's a fan. He literally is that funny and he is that cool. And he's probably the best host I've ever been around. The guy's pretty dang good about making sure everybody's comfortable and having a good time and feels welcomed regardless of the environment. So another one I'm blessed to know, and it's kind of, I guess, how you have success is you lean on and you hang around other successful people or really good people, and he's the best.
And finally, the Irish-Italian blessing from us. We know it's coming then, so there's going to be days that you're furious and throwing things, and then there's days you're weeping with sentimentality, right? Is that pretty much it?
Yeah, that's the big league season, though. Ups and downs, strikes and gutters, as the Big Lebowski said.
Right. Tony, we kept you long. You got to get back to all these phone calls from Peyton Manning to John Lynch, and Murph and Marcus say welcome to the city. And we very much look forward to our future interactions, and congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, Tony.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate you.
Tony Vitello on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're doing Halloween rejoins. It was it was no trick. It was a treat to talk to Tony Vitello. By the way, when he said Sinatra and Celtic music, I was like, "Bro, what's going on here? Are you inside my Spotify playlist, buddy?" Here,
there's something about you, Irish Italian Americans.
Well, yeah, Tony got a little my hothead today, but I was in the right. He needs to tell me when he's taking vacation.
Dude, it's still not even at all, bro.
Wait, Tony's taking vacation. Nobody told me.
Well, I need to know when the guy's
come
leaving.
on,
You
Tony.
found out on the boat.
I need to know.
By the way, the guy's taking a vacation. I didn't even know.
Yeah,
he's like, well, I didn't want to bother you. Well, what you bother me?
Especially for young Tony, who has never taken a day off while Murph is working, if I believe that's correct, young Tony.
That's correct.
Yeah, it was the day after that one day, and it was
so
the day before.
Were you trying to sneak out without me knowing?
No, it was more like, dude, you got a lot going on, bro.
Did you think we wouldn't notice, Tony?
Anyway,
you need
the
to
point
know
is that sometimes you flash hot, and then there's other times you hear a song driving down 19th Ave, you start crying. You're like, what am I doing? I'm crying in the car. What am I? It's what Jim Valvano said. You got to do something every day to make you think, got to make you laugh, and you got to make you cry. That's very Italian. Now, the true Irish, by the way, don't fit the stereotype of the Irish Americans. Irish Americans are known as true Irish, are just stone-faced stoics who may not talk to somebody in their immediate family for 10 to 15 years. There would just be dead silence in there. Just absolute freaking dead silence.
Well, that's why it's called the Irish goodbye.
Yeah, without question. Dude.
See you later.
There's like, you're like, wait a minute, what happened to this whole, like, we're going to read poetry and cry? They're like,
nah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm good off that.
So, but the Irish Americans are the one who emigrated. They got sentimental. Then they started writing the sappy song. But anyway, that was fun. All right, Cooler Content sponsored by, we're going to dive in here. That was a Halloween redraw. What was that little
That was This Is Halloween, John Carpenter.
Okay. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, did we do the Cooler?
We digress. Yeah, we played the Open. Yeah.
Okay, that's sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Zach Benazian came on with Papa and Silver and told a story about Tommy Lasorda being his godfather. We know Tommy Lasorda is his godfather, but here he gives a little more detail of what it was like to go from being Tommy Lasorda's godson to wearing the orange and black here.
With your ties to Tommy, how do you pull? Because everybody in the Bay Area is beat LA, and you're the general manager of the San Francisco Giants, but Tommy's your guy. So how do you deal with this?
It was a very easy transition, very very easy, easier than what I would have thought. And I have a great story. I still remember when I got the job during spring training in 19. You know, he called me to come over and say hi to him at Camelback Ranch, and I actually had to walk into the Dodgers clubhouse, and I was decked out in Giants gear. And he was swearing at me and yelling at me, calling me Benedict Arnold. And but I'll tell you, it's a credit to this city. It's a credit to this fan base. It's a credit to Buster and Greg Johnson and so many people. Not for one day have I felt like Benedict Arnold, that this feels like home. And I kind of joke, you know, if you guys find me wearing blue, I'll throw a 20 spot your way, because it's been really easy for me to make the transition and, see the Dodgers in a much different light than I did, say, 10, 15 years ago.
I love it. We're brainwashing him.
Dude.
By the way, Buster Posey was wearing a blue tie. And I noticed this. And like Larry Bear has 500 orange ties. I don't know. And Tony V wear the black. And Zach wore the orange. I think Buster's like, yeah. I wear whatever I want. I'm Buster Posey.
Yeah, I'm the president here. I can wear whatever the hell color tie I want to.
I think he probably would say, if we brought it up to Buster, he'd be like, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
He's like politicians.
You
like
noticed
politicians. They do the same thing, right? You guys noticed that as well.
Let me ask you this, Young Tone. Did you know who Benedict Arnold is or was?
I just Googled the name. I'm not going to lie to
there
you.
you go. We learned something we learned today.
Dude. I hate to say it. I know. I hate history class, man.
Well, we got it then. At 9:55, we're all set.
That's great. But I also love the fact that Zach had the cojones to put on the Giants gear and walk straight to Tommy in the Dodgers clubhouse, repping the San Francisco
I know
Giants.
this was near the end of Lasorda's life. Maybe he finished him off.
Oh,
maybe that was the one that just ended it.
You can't say that.
John Lynch, 49er football, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Markus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Stevie Wonder, superstitious. Are you superstitious on Halloween? Yeah, Halloween rejoins.
Just
continue.
a little stitious,
All
Murph.
right,
Just a little
just a
stitious.
little stitious. John Lynch, 49er football, getting ready for the New York Giants on Sunday at 10 a.m. The kid, and I say the kid, 22-year-old kid who's calling the game is named Jack Smith. He's a Archbishop Mitty grad, a San Jose product who went to USC. We'll overlook it. And he won the Jim Nantz Award as the best college play-by-play kid. He gets his chance thanks to Bob Sargent and the 49ers. He'll be in the booth with Tim Ryan in New York on Sunday. We'll talk to him after John Lynch. So good blast of Niner football coming your way. But we started by telling John Lynch yesterday that we were at the ballpark and we were going to introduce ourselves to Tony Vitello, who John knew. So, John, you're an old baseball guy. Anything to say to Tony Vitello? Good morning.
No, just tell him I said hello. I've had the occasion to meet him, and I'm hoping good things for Buster and everybody down there.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's start with the news that you made a trade. And tell us about it, John. Tell us about the calls you've been making, how you and New England came to an agreement, and how long you've been looking at Keon White and what he's going to bring.
Yeah, we've been looking at this whole, this defensive end, defensive line. Really at the trade deadline, you're looking at everything. You're taking inbounding calls, you're taking making outbound calls, and we had a focus on that position. And Keon was a guy we just kind of. We've talked before, when we have alignment, we really hit at a high rate. And so, it's something that scouting, way back to the draft process, really had an affinity for Keon and his game and what he could do for us. Then you watch him develop. He played extremely well last year, played very well against us. So those things tend to stick with you and make an impression upon you. We followed him through. He kind of had Mike Vrabel came in, and that sometimes happens with new coaching staffs. He's a really good player, but he doesn't quite fit with what they were doing, and so he wasn't playing as much this year. But our analytics liked him, and then you bring it downstairs to our coaches, and they're huge fans, and so it kind of was. We were looking at him and a number of candidates. At the end, then you don't quite know these people because they haven't been in your building, and so you rely on relationships and things and of people. At the end, I called Mike Vrabel and just hey man, tell me what happened, and Mike kind of gave me that. I've known Mike for a long time, and we felt comfortable and felt like he's a guy who could really help us. And the cool thing about Keon, he's got this year and he's got next year, so it's not just a rental. It's a guy we can have as part of our program for a while that we think we can really untap some of his limitless potential. So we're excited about it. Now Keon's got to assimilate really quickly. He came off a long flight. I took that one recently after our Thursday night game. I went to watch my daughter play soccer at Brown in Providence, but I took that same flight he took yesterday. Logan, JetBlue to SFO. It's a long one, and then he's going to turn around and go right back to New York. So that's the life of a player that gets traded, right at the deadline, and we're happy to have him though.
We saw what a change of scenery could do for a player like Bryce Huff. Now, a little bit of a different situation with his history playing for Robert Saleh, but have you had a chance to talk to Robert about what Keon White now brings to his defense?
Robert's really excited. We have there's edge guys, and we one of the roles we have is a big end, and that essentially means a guy who in base downs can play outside, and then he can slide down and rush over guards. Basically means he has some versatility to his game, and we really like that. We've done well with that in the past, and so it's a cool opportunity to add a very talented, versatile player that we've had our eye on for a while.
It's interesting. You mentioned analytics on D linemen, and we're here at a ballpark. We know analytics in baseball, and we know you use analytics in football. But it just struck me as how do you use analytics on a defensive lineman?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of different things. Our analytics here, Matt Plonsky, our guy who leads the charge, they do a tremendous job. I think a big part of analytics is you better allow them into your building. And so Kyle and his coaching staff do a great job of allowing them in their meetings so they can hear over and over, what is it that Chris Kasarik really likes in a D lineman? What is it that Sala wants? What is it that Kyle wants? And the more they hear, they come up with different things to measure and apply data to that can confirm what our eyes are seeing, or sometimes say, no, all right, your eyes might see that, but the data says otherwise. Are they around the quarterback? How quickly do they get off the ball? What type of penetration do they get on a down in, down out basis? And it's really got a high correlation to the good players, and it's data, so it's real. And we've had great success with it over the years, particularly at that position. And Keon's a guy who scores very well there, and then that's confirmed with everybody else's eyes. So good process. And like I said, when we have alignment throughout the organization, we tend to do very well on these guys.
Does Keon White check off all the boxes for those needs that you were talking about for what you're looking for on the defensive line, or would you say you guys are still open to trading for and bringing in another pass rusher? That's a good question, Marcus, and I'll never say never because we still have some time left on this deadline. But we're also in a situation we really kind of had at the end you sit down and say, okay, what are we looking for? We weren't completely opposed to it, but we'd like for whoever we trade for to be here for more than just the remainder of this year. So you get some opportunity of time working, and then we also want to keep our draft. I think we just saw what we could do with a lot of draft picks. We have that next year as well, and we don't want to eat into that too much. But we also wanted to bolster our team for this year, and we feel like we've done that. We'll also get Huff back at some point here, and I think it can become a good group. We need to play better there, and I think this sometimes can be the thing that gives life to everyone and makes everyone a little better, and hopefully it can have that effect. We're going to need it this week against I tell you that the Giants have a young quarterback in Jackson Dart who's got that it factor, and part of it is he runs around and makes plays. And so our D linemen are going to have to be active, and they're going to have to play longer on a per-play basis. This guy extends the play very well and keeps his eyes downfield, and we got a big challenge in front of us at MetLife Stadium this week.
Yeah, speaking of the draft for next year, saw a list of picks, and so next year's fifth was for the Bryce Huff, right? So that's...
Yeah, it's a fifth that
could be a fourth.
A little complicated, can go to a fourth if he continues to play. So let's hope it's a four because that means Bryce is doing really well and wreaking havoc.
Yeah. So that way, okay. So more D-line questions before we get to the big sexy QB questions, and that is Clee Farrell. He's back in the building. Would you say there's a pretty good chance he's active on Sunday?
There's an opportunity, and that went into our thinking. We're a little banged up at D-line, and so, you bring guys in. And so to have a guy like Klee out there who's been a starting level player, obviously a high draft pick back when he got drafted, I think, but the most intriguing thing, he's been with us. He knows our system. He could, if needed, step right in. And so Klee had a good day of practice yesterday. He'll be in the mix, and, There were a number of guys from that D-line who got a little banged up in Houston, and so we got to kind of let the week play out, see who's available. But, that was part of the equation with Klee, knowing that, number one, he looked good in our workout on Tuesday, and, but the biggest thing that Klee had is he, if needed, could step in and play right away.
John, you mentioned the balance of trying to improve your team right now at the trade deadline, but without mortgaging the future with giving up too many draft picks. I'm curious where the Brock Purdy contract plays into all of this. Obviously, you guys committed a lot of money to him this offseason. And when you're looking at that future plan 3, 4, 5 years down the road, how much do you have to factor that contract now when you're thinking about maybe bringing in another big contract through a trade or free agency or anything else moving forward?
Well, it all plays into it when you make a decision like that on Brock. Look, Brock had played so well. We talked about that at length. He was going to be our guy. So good issue to have. It does change the dynamics a little bit, just as any player that you reward does. And so you've got to be judicious on how you do things. And but it all plays a part in the entire picture. And but like we said, we think we found really good value on this Keon, and that remains to be seen. But had a good first day. We'll see what he can do today, and we'll see if we can get him on the field this week. D-line seems to be one of those positions in the past. We've had some guys show up, and they can go out and do what we call hunt quarterbacks and try to take them down and do it in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm sure Keon White will be excited to play after being a healthy scratch last week, and but like you mentioned, a lot of air miles for him this week, and hopefully he can get some sleep. John, now the big question: QB1, who's the starting quarterback Sunday in New Jersey?
We'll see. I mean, Mac's done such a great job and continues to do so. Brock, as I mentioned, continues to progress. Kyle spoke of it yesterday. A lot of this at this point is going to be on trusting Brock and where he's at, and he continues to feel better. He continues to ramp up what he's doing out on the field, and that was the case yesterday. And we'll see by the end of this week. We'll all make a good decision on who that guy's going to be.
John, you know better than we do. The 49ers have had a history of injuries at MetLife Stadium with players playing on that artificial turf. Does that play any factor in Brock Purdy's return this weekend?
No. Everything, as I mentioned, and everything's part of a process, but that's not something that's on our mind. We played there. The league's done a lot of work on studies and things of that nature. We've had some unfortunate things happen there, but our players are ready to go, give our best effort to get a much needed win. We can come out of this game and we can be 6-3, and as bad as last week was, we can be sitting in a really good position. So that's the only thing our mind is set on, and it's about having a good couple more days of preparation. Had an outstanding practice yesterday, and it's all about I've always believed, you have to go perform on Sundays or whenever your game is, but those games are really won in training camp, in your week's preparation, and so that's where our focus is right now.
I know you said, you can win Sunday, get to 6-3, all true. And talking on Thursday about last Sunday seems ancient, but the question from last Sunday in Houston was the way Houston controlled the clock. It was 41 minutes. And so as you guys looked at the film and analyzed that, I guess the dark question is, is this what it looks like without Warner and Bosa over the long haul? Is that the fear that lacking Warner and Bosa, and then even Bryce Huff for that matter, is just leaves you guys too vulnerable?
No, those are great players. We all know that, Murph. But we were fully capable of doing so much better than what we did. We had the week before, and so, I think it was just one of those games, and Houston kind of had that backed into a corner type persona, and we knew that they were going to come out. It was a really important game for them, and they played like a team who was desperate, and unfortunately we didn't. We didn't play with the same energy that we had the week before. We also didn't execute. We had a lot of busts, and when you do that, this is the NFL. When you give people opportunities, they're very good players as well. They're a well-coached team, and they came out and they showed that, and they got a little confidence going, and we struggled to get off the field. And from the first drive of that game, that was almost 10 minutes or 10 minutes or more, and then they got going and we started struggling. So we got to change that. We got to, I think a lot of people say to you, do you even watch that film? Absolutely, you watch it. You have to learn from it, and you use it as a challenge to move forward. We don't want that taste in our mouth. We're a better football team than that. Now we got to go show that we are.
John, last week we spoke a little bit about Malik Mustafa getting more snaps each and every week. Last week was the first week that he actually played 100% of the snaps. So just your thoughts on that safety combination with Jair Brown and where Marquise Siegel plays out in all of this.
Yeah, I think we have a good situation at safety, in that we have four guys that can start, four guys that can play at this level, and we're just looking for that right combination. Malik is a key cog in what we do. Jair has been playing really well. We've been finding ways to get Pinnock on the field. Siegel came out and showed everybody that he can be a contributor right away. And, having been through it myself, you can't get discouraged, when other guys are getting their opportunities. And that's exactly what Siegel's doing. He's taking on that mindset. They're going with some other guys right now, but I'm going to continue to get better. He's going to be a player for us. He's got too many great attributes for playing the game. He got out there, got some opportunities early. We've got some other guys healthy, and they're getting their opportunity right now. But Siegel's doing a great job continuing to contribute on special teams and all that, and he'll be back out there for us at some point.
John, not sexy left guard, not sexy, but sexy to you. If you're a GM and a president of football ops, it's sexy. Ben Barch's practice window got opened. Is there a chance he plays, and what does he bring?
Certainly a chance. Ben's a really good football player. He's had an issue, with injuries throughout his career, and like Kyle said yesterday, these aren't just random stuff. He got rolled up on pretty good in kind of a gruesome play at New Orleans, and got the dreaded high ankle, and so it's taken some time. It's good to see him back on the field. Ben's a big guy that can move and knows how to play, and so the guys like that make a difference, and that would be a big boost for us. But if not, we got plenty of guys that will have their opportunity. Colby's been great for us in terms of a rookie 7th round pick who's been thrust into it. Maybe before he was completely ready, but he's helped us win a lot of games, and he'll continue to get better throughout the process. He's coached by a very good coach in Chris Verster. He's surrounded by really top end. You're playing next to Trent Williams, you're going to get better, and Trent does a great job kind of helping develop these guys as well. He's seen so much, but it is nice to see Barch out there on that field.
John, we haven't seen Ricky Pearsall's practice window be back open. He's been out since week 4, and we get questions every day from our listeners about potential updates on Ricky Pearsall. So what can you tell us? Should 49er fans be concerned that he still is not back at practice?
Yeah, no. Ricky was never put to IR, so no window to be opened or whatnot. But he's still working off to the side. And what I can tell you is those PCL injuries. That seems to be the injury of the Niners this year, and they can be very stubborn. I had one during my career, and they can linger a little. It's an injury Puka Nacua had, I think, a year ago, and it lasted some weeks. Ricky's doing his best to get back. He is making steady progress. He plays a position. There's other positions where maybe you can play not being at full speed. Receiver's a position you better be at full speed and have the ability to get in and out of breaks. And so Ricky's doing a great job with the rehab. I can tell you that there's been some positive progress, but he's not quite there yet. Now, can he get there by Sunday? We'll see. But such a good football player, we're surely missing him.
John, this last couple ones before we let you go and start packing your bags for a flight tomorrow. And that leads me to my question. In the past, you guys have stayed in either the Central or Eastern time zone, I guess maybe the Eastern time zone, when you've had back-to-back time zone changes. Why didn't you guys do it this year?
In the past, we've really done that when, I guess, typically when they 2 East Coast games. One year I think there was Tampa and Cincinnati or something. We've done it in the past. We kind of look at it each year. We didn't feel like this year going to Houston, coming back was that big a deal. So we went to Houston, came back. Now we'll go out to New York, kind of make a decision each year, based on what we think's best. And that's the decision we made this year. So, those are often good. We've gone to Greenbrier before. We've gone down to IMG before. We've done Youngstown before. They can be really good team bonding, but we decided this year didn't really feel like the situation set up that was the best use of our time.
All right. Last one for me is I was interested when you said you called Mike Vrabel, because that's two gentlemen having a conversation, but also two guys who are trying to win a Super Bowl. And I just can you take us through the delicate balance of having that frank conversation with a respected rival when, it's maybe not in your guys' best interest to share information?
No, but you know guys that are going to shoot you straight. And I've known Vrabes for probably 30 years. And being in the league, with him, and I know about one thing about Mike Vrabel. He's gonna tell you the truth, and I waited till the deal was in place, and the parameters of the deal were set, and then I said, Kyle and I were talking. I said, let me call Vrabes and just kind of get the straight scoop. And hey, Vrabes, I get it. You're a new head coach. Not everyone's gonna fit in your scheme. But what I want to know is this guy's a good dude. He's not going to disrupt our locker room from that. And this guy's a great kid. Here's what happened. And he went through it, and it made a lot of sense. At that point, that kind of frees you. I trust him, and understood why they made the decisions they made. It's working pretty well for them. But he has a lot of, had a lot of praise for him as well. And so I think it's just a step. It's when you have relationships, you might as well use them. And, especially when you trust someone that you've known for a long, long time.
It's cool. He took your call.
Yeah. Braves.
You have to leave a voicemail to make sure it wasn't spam, No.
I think I was talking to Braves, not AI or anything.
Well, it's a gentleman's code. It's nice it's inspirational for those of us, you can act like a gentleman in life. And have you done that for others? Have you talk to others?
Yeah, absolutely. That happens a lot, and it does. And I think, your character and your reputation go with you. So you better be a good recommender as well, or people aren't going to want to do deals with you down the line. So as long as you shoot people straight in this business, it can take you a long way. And again, I have a ton of respect for Mike Vrabel. You can see the job he's doing there. He's building something good. He's trying to do it his way, and he's doing a great job. But at the end of the day, we're happy to have an opportunity to add a player of Keon's talent.
Do you see when he was?
Now I can't wait to watch him play.
Yeah, no, number 56. It was worn by some great. Did you see the thing in Tennessee where he would always have the Tennessee AP writer Teresa Walker ask the first question because he said he knew how hard it was for women sports writers in an NFL locker room? The kind of guy Vrabel is.
I saw that. I saw that, and that was really cool. I spent 3 weeks with the Patriots in 2008, before I decided to retire. I'd left Denver and retired, kind of. I didn't officially retire, and then Belichick started calling me. And I went to New England, and they were kind of playing me. I was a safety, but they were going to play me as a linebacker in nickel situation. So I was in the room with Bruschi, Vrabel, and all these guys. But what I always appreciated, even the vets that had been around there forever were petrified of Bill Belichick. But Vrabel was the one guy that would give him lip back. He was like the spokesperson for the team. And Vrabes has this snarky, sarcastic, and he would give it to Bill, man, and Bill would take it. And I always appreciated him for it.
That's pretty cool. It says a lot. All right. Well, no Halloween shenanigans for you guys nobody's dressing up in costume tomorrow, or maybe, I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, the guys will have some fun, I'm sure. I mean, when George Kittle's on your team, no holiday, no occasion is going to go unnoticed. So I'm sure we'll have some fun costumes coming in here.
I can see the picture of George getting on the tarmac with the Mike Myers Halloween mask
like
on.
That. And by the way, John, before we let you go, did George bother you about maybe getting some holiday pay for the performance he had on National Tight Ends Day?
That's unbelievable what he created. I think it was like a video snippet. And George, aside from being an exceptional player, one of the best players I think in our organization history, this guy, he knows a little bit about marketing.
He's awesome. We had him today, or Player of the Week Tuesday. It was like the easiest 25-minute, like talking to you, John. Yeah. So we'll let you go. We know you got work to do, and you got to pack for a trip to New York. And happy Halloween to the Lynch family, and we'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Hey, thanks, guys. All right, bye-bye.
All right, 49er fans, there you go. And more to come. Jack Smith is a 22-year-old kid at a USC who won the Jim Nantz Award, which is given to the best college play-by-play guy. Bob Sargent, 49er broadcast liaison, said, good, kid. You're a local guy from San Jose, went to Archbishop Mitty. He gets the gig with Tim Ryan. So we'll talk to the guy who will be on the call on KNBR 680 and 104.5 next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Halloween. What was your biggest reaction to Tony Vitello's introductory press conference with the Giants yesterday? Was it his quote about Twitter not being life? Shout out our digital team and Jack Loader. You can join the conversation by calling us, 415-808-KNBR, or you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, the Halloween rejoins continue. Young Tone, did you know, what did Young Tony learn today? That Ray Parker Jr., who wrote this song, got his ass sued by Huey Lewis, Mill Valley's own, because this is the beat for I Want a New Drug, one that does make you sick, da-da-da. And Huey won. Huey won.
Hell yeah. Get your money, Huey. Get your money.
So there you go. The young man on the other end is probably like, they're talking about Ghostbusters? Jack Smith is his name. He's 22 years old. He's out of San Jose, California, and most important, Archbishop Mitty for the WCAL crowd out there. He went to USC, we'll forgive it, and he gets to work with a fellow Trojan, Tim Ryan, in the booth. So congratulations is the word we're going to say by welcoming this young man, because he gets a gigantic opportunity to call a 49ers New York Giants game Sunday on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and 107.7 The Bone, all of our different stations. So, hey, Jack, we've never met. Brian Murphy, Markus Boucher, Murph and Markus. Congratulations, young man. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Jack?
Good. Happy Halloween, guys. And yeah, I do get to work with a former Trojan. Did you know Tim had 4 sacks against the Bruins in that 20-sack season he had at USC? So you guys talk to him every week.
Wow.
I'm sure you can forgive me too.
Coming in hot.
Jack did his homework.
Should we discuss
Hey,
how'd it go in South Bend last
Tony
week?
Vitello?
How'd it go in South Bend last week, bud? All right.
Not good.
I'll dance a little leprechaun jig here for you. All right, Jack. Well, listen, congratulations, man. Well, first of all, you're a local kid. You grew up in San Jose. Tell us about the local ties and how much you sort of followed the 49ers growing up.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, it's such a big part of the community. That's why I'm so excited to do this. So I appreciate you guys. Just growing up listening to KNBR and a huge Giants fan. Everyone that I know is a Niners fan. And so, it's talked about all the time. I went to media, as you guys mentioned, and it's up and down the halls, people wearing Niners stuff, talking about the Niners. So such a cool opportunity that I don't take lightly.
Yeah, huge opportunity for you this weekend to call the Niners game with Tim Ryan. Now, Jack, I got to ask, I know you went down to USC for school, but are you back living in the Bay Area? Do your family still have a house in San Jose? Are you going to be able to sleep in your own bed before calling this game on Sunday?
Yeah. Did that last night. Obviously, team travels to New York. So back in San Jose, I love the Bay Area. So excited to be back here.
Jack Smith on his way to New York to cover the 49ers and the New York Giants. So tell us a little bit about winning the Jim Nantz Award before we ask you about the 49ers. Nantz is a long-time regular on our show. Like we used to have him on a weekly basis, and now we have him on a semi-regular basis. He's a great old friend. Congratulations on winning that. Tell us about that award and what it was like winning that and how you won it.
Yeah, it was really cool, and getting to talk to Jim feels like the biggest part of that award. His daughter actually went to USC, so there's a lot of USC people you deal with every now and then. But it's cool. It's an award that they give out every year, and it goes to one person in college, and everyone that does broadcasting in school puts together 15 minutes of their best stuff from their year. So at the end of the year, you cobble it together, you submit it for the award. And I was working in minor league baseball in Virginia, so I finished the school year, did that, sent it away, and kind of didn't think about it for a couple of months. And then they did the award ceremony, and I won. So it was really cool, something I'm super grateful for, and getting to talk to Jim because of it's probably the coolest part.
Did you have a broadcast idol? I mean, Nantz obviously comes to mind. Are there others that you, growing up, because, we all did that. Growing up, we all were play-by-play in our bedroom playing dice baseball games or whatever we're doing. Who were your influences?
I mean, you can't beat Dave, Dwayne, John. they're all so good. I grew up listening to them. Obviously resonated a little bit more with Dave being the youngest one, but John, baseball is my main love. I don't know if anyone does radio baseball better than John Miller. And so listening to those guys growing up, I feel like was about the best education I could have gotten.
Well, Jack, let's talk a little baseball then. Are you drawing any inspiration seeing Tony Vitello also make the jump from the college level to the big leagues?
That's a good point. I will say I was really excited about that hire, and then hearing that he's a Jack Reacher fan, I think it might be a dynasty all over again. He might bring him to 3 World Series in 5 years now.
Hey, help out this old guy who doesn't know Jack Reacher. Give me the 411.
It's ex-military, and he goes around. There's books, and so it started with the books, and then there were Tom Cruise movies and a much better now TV show. But he's a little bit of a drifter, lives with nothing except what's in his pockets, goes from town to town, and he always seems to uncover some kind of big crime ring or something wrong going on in that town. And so great books. You should watch the TV show. A couple seasons out on Prime. It's really good.
I was going to say, is it better? I've just wikied it. Is it better to go Cruise movies, Jack Reacher, and Jack Reacher never go back? Okay, do not. Okay, so no.
No. I mean, so the character in the books is like 6'5", and Tom Cruise is not 6'5", and it just didn't, doesn't sell it quite as much as Alan Ritchson does in the TV show.
Yeah, here it is. Reacher, 2022 to present on Amazon Prime, starring Alan Ritchson as Jack Reacher. Season 1, based on the first novel, Killing Floor. Reacher investigates a murder in the town of Margrave, Georgia. All right.
Yep.
A murder mystery. Mm-hmm. I like it. We're in,
That
Jack.
sounds right up Tony Vitello's alley.
All right. Let's go. So what have you learned about the 49ers being around this club? First of all, Jack Smith on the UMA guest line, who's calling the game. Do you know who's quarterbacking Sunday?
I don't know anything more than you guys. I think regardless of who's playing quarterback, it kind of comes down to running the ball. And from being around the team at practice the last couple of weeks, you can kind of tell that they're itching to run the ball as well as they did against Atlanta. And, they're last in the NFL in yards per carry, and they've never been outside of the top half of the league under Kyle Shanahan. So something's weird about this year, and it kind of felt like that Atlanta week was maybe the breakout week, but they just simply didn't run enough plays last week. They only got to run 10 run plays last week just because of the way that the game played out, and that's tied for the fewest that the 49ers have had in any game ever. And so I think that this week against New York, which gave up 277 yards on the ground last week to Philly, I kind of feel like this maybe needs to be another breakout week for the run game, and that'll help whichever quarterback's out there.
Yeah, Jack, what is your scouting report on the New York Giants? What do you have on your big board going into this weekend?
Yeah, I think it comes down to they need to protect Jackson Dart. That's what they're going to be trying to do. Philly went in last week not having more than 2 sacks in any game and racked up 5 against Dart. And now they're without Cam Scadaboo. They've obviously been without Malik Neighbors since he tore his ACL. So it's kind of Jackson Dart on his own with a couple of other pieces around him. And if he's pressured, which, the Niners will really want to do, and we'll see if they can, then things can be troubling. And it's a defense that's really struggled, especially on the ground, 30th rush defense in the NFL. So in a way, the Niners kind of profile a little bit like the Eagles going into that matchup last week, a team that wasn't running the ball explosively and wasn't really getting home to the quarterback a ton. And so I think the Niners, they'd love to play it like the Eagles did last week and break off explosive runs. They have not had one over 20 yards this year, and Saquon had 2 last week, and then get to the quarterback, which I think all Niners fans know. That's kind of the biggest thing that they're wondering about this team right now.
Will you be okay with Jackson Dart getting sacked, him being a former Trojan?
Yeah, he left. It's actually funny. He was the quarterback at USC my freshman year of college, and then Lincoln Riley comes over, and I was wondering, I was like, what are they going to do with the quarterback position? Because Jackson Dart, he was really talented. Obviously, it worked out for him. I was like, is Lincoln Riley going to bring over this Caleb Williams kid from Oklahoma, or is he going to stick with Jackson Dart? And, I don't think he could have gone wrong, but it was nice to have a Heisman there the next year.
Yeah, and how about Dart now doing his thing in New York City? So finally, just kind of when you're getting ready, if you're ready for a Mac Jones start, we're talking to Jack Smith, the young man who will be on the call on 680, 104.5 and 107.7 The Bone with Tim Ryan Sunday in New York at 10 a.m. Just kind of what you're obviously a kid who preps a lot. What are you seeing with Mac Jones, and what do you think he needs to do? I mean, you already said running the ball is the formula to victory, but Mac didn't have as good a game in Houston, but he has won 4 games for the Niners. So what have you seen in your Mac Jones prep?
Yeah, I mean, he had those 2 massive games against the Rams and the Bucs. He threw for over 340 yards in each of those games. He's been under 200 in the last 2. Now, everyone was fine with that when they ran the ball like crazy and they beat the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. And then everyone had a problem with it last week because they lost. I think he'll be judged on wins and losses. And if it's a game like Atlanta where they run the ball well and he does enough to win through the air, then, I think people will be happy. But it obviously falls on the quarterback when that doesn't happen. His completion percentage right now is the highest it's been in a season for him since his rookie year. He's having, I think, the best season since his rookie year. And it kind of feels like the narrative changes win or loss. I think that he's doing enough for this offense when the offense runs the ball to the way that they normally do under Kyle Shanahan to be a good starting quarterback in this league. So, hopefully we see that on the ground.
Well, great opportunity Sunday. How did it, was it Bob Sargent or how did the connection to the Niners come about?
Yeah, I have to thank Bob a ton. And obviously we're hoping for the best for Greg Pop. I want to say that for sure, just because I grew up listening to him. He's an absolute legend, and love to be able to fill in for him, and we hope that he gets better and he feels his best as soon as possible. But yeah, a huge thank you to Bob Sargent.
So Sarge is the guy. And do you want to preview your touchdown call for us here?
Nope, not going to do that. And it's all in the moment. I feel like that's
there you go.
That's part of the job is finding the right call in the moment.
There you go. All right. Well, congratulations, young man. San Jose kid made good, and we'll listen to you. We'll be playing your cuts on Monday, hopefully from a 49er win. So safe journey and have a great call.
Yeah, congrats, Jack.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.
Young man Jack Smith, 22 years old, out of Archbishop Mitty. Probably a few 2 mentions of SC in that thing, if we're being honest.
Well, first of all, I'm impressed with the research that he's doing for his big board this weekend, but I think I'm more impressed that he started off the interview mentioning Tim Ryan having 4 sacks against your UCLA Bruins.
Is that impressive?
It's a little impressive.
Is that impudent? Another word that starts with an I am. I'm going to tell you this. 22-year-old Brian Murphy doesn't hop on with Jim Healy and the crew and starts talking S. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, it's a different age. This is the new media that Draymond Green was talking about, Murph.
Maybe we'll get some harsh, frank criticism on Monday of the calls here, buddy. Hey, as 831 said, Murph, is it on site with this kid if he keeps mentioning USC?
Yeah,
831. That's a funny one.
Well, we got some S-talkers in the South Bay, Murph.
That's what it is. It's the South Bay.
It's
dude.
not only just St. Louis, as Joey Votto likes to point out.
We had some talking mother in St. Louis.
We wish the kid well.
Yeah,
we'll focus on his MIDI, although for you, that's on site because you were a public school kid down there, and all those WCAL schools hoarded all the talent.
Yeah, dude, they stole a lot of talent from Homestead High School. So, yeah, but shout out Aaron Gordon, who was just here a couple days ago, another MIDI legend.
How come young Markus wasn't a MIDI monarch?
Good question. Never was recruited by MIDI. Was recruited by St. Francis, but I never wanted to wear the uniform. And I honestly don't think I had the grades to get into St. Francis either way.
Yeah, Eric Burns was just on Jim Rome recently. We should tell this story, and he talks about sacking Tom Brady 4 times. It was really good, and I sent it to you. We could actually play. It's a Friday. It's a F around Friday. It's Halloween Friday.
It's a Friday. Fool.
I can play it for you guys on the other side. It's really funny because Burnsy played for St. Francis.
Yeah,
it's a funny sound. So listen, I think the kid will do a good job. I think he sounded like he has his act together, and he clearly did his homework by listening to our show prior and getting this Jack Reacher. Now we're embarrassed. None of us here watches Jack Reacher.
I've seen it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. He had in-depth knowledge. I don't have that quite. The guy that plays in blanking on the show title.
We're going Blue Mountain State. Thad Castle.
Incredible actor.
One of my favorite characters in TV history. Now, Murph, were you ever a fan of Blue Mountain State?
Again? Coming up empty.
So it was
what did OG Murph learn today?
It was a show
What
on
did Uncle
Spike
Murph learn
TV.
today?
I don't know how many people were watching Spike TV,
Great
but
show.
when I was in high school, it was one of my favorite shows. Blue Mountain State is about a college football program, and they just party. They don't even show any of the games, but it's like the life of a college athlete. And Thad Castle was the star of the show. He was this crazy linebacker, but he played that role so well that I can't take him serious in any other role.
Oh, that good.
So
Yeah,
that's why
okay.
I've kind of been kind of shied away from Reacher because every time I see him, I still think about Thad Castle.
Okay, but you are aware of Reacher. I'd heard of Reacher. I remember the movies and the book thing, but hey, Vitello, that's his thing.
That's it. I'm in now.
We got to bone up on our Tony V shows.
I'm always boned up on my Tony V shows.
He also mentioned Tombstone and The Departed too. So, all right, good stuff. We'll just listen. It's Halloween. We got Vitello. We can play a little Vitello for you too coming back. It's good stuff, man. It's a Halloween Friday. By the way, I went to the break room and I came back with a Kit Kat just so we could have a Halloween vibe. I offered half of it to young Tony. What did you say, buddy?
I'm like Nick Bosa. You just gotta walk right by
He goes, quote, I'm eating healthy. I go, dude, it's half of a Kit Kat.
You can't eat healthy on Halloween.
Half of a Kit Kat.
Yeah,
He
dude.
said, you got to have discipline.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
So
What are
you-
we doing,
so
Tony?
you know who said, I'll take
Discipline.
it? Curls.
Curls. That's my guy, Curls.
That's all
He
right.
ain't turned down no
Eating
chocolate.
a Kit Kat feels like Halloween. It feels like Halloween. On the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
No, that would have been nice. Down to the office for a few Zoom calls with some candidates for the coaching staff. So, it's kind of funny. During each one of those, we were just joking. It's a blessing to be able to have that technology, starting 5 years ago with all that stuff, but it's not the same. And it's tough to get, an accurate feel for who somebody is just off that screen. But nonetheless, we need to make a lot of progress here in a short amount of time and put together an entire coaching staff that can help the roster, which I think everybody kind of agrees. It's not the number one roster on paper for next year, possibly, but it's a dang good one.
There is Tony Vitello on our show, made his debut. It was a very easy and relaxed conversation for about 25 minutes, and our Halloween Rejoins ends with a cover of Season of the Witch.
I wasn't sure which one I was supposed to use.
Donovan's the real one, but who's doing this one? I don't know.
This is Lana Del Rey.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. All right, not bad. She did it.
I still can't hear the song without thinking about Season of the Fits.
That was honestly, in Paulie's long list of great, that one laid me out. Yeah. It just always made me laugh. But he's strange, so strange. Must be the season of the Fits. The fact that he even did it for Fits was incredible. And then choosing that song and making it nice and tight. If you want to go off the beaten path, because they were all Niners, Giants, Warriors, whatever. But when he would go off the beaten path for that, or the
Celebrini.
Celebrini's good, but The Eyes of Adam Gase.
Oh, dude, yeah. That's a classic also.
Very good. So here we go. Donovan, turn it up, baby. This is our last Halloween rejoin. But he's strange.
It's in The Other Guys. One of my favorite movies, yeah.
Oh, is it?
It is, yeah.
Donovan, must be the season. He'll get to it. Anyway, happy Halloween, everybody. We've been shamed by our friends from 99.7 who are much more team spirity. They all came in costume.
Yeah.
Ellen, our friend, dressed as Mrs. Doubtfire. She said, you guys didn't even dress up, and I have a towel in my ass.
Yeah, this is true. Those were the words that she did use, Tony.
Oh my God. Mrs. Doubtfire had quite the large roast, big rump.
A lot of junk in that trunk.
But have you seen Mrs. Doubtfire?
I have, of course I have.
There you go. Directed by San Francisco's own Chris Columbus. And the house on DeViz is one of those tourist houses. People drive by, at least after the movie came out. It's faded now, but when the movie came out, people were pulling over on the side of the street to take pictures and stuff. So.
Do you think that house gets visited more often or the Full House? Full House.
Well, probably the Full House one because it's in the Seven Sisters or whatever.
Yeah.
The
Painted
Alamo
Ladies,
Square,
right?
the Painted Ladies.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because that Alamo Square is where people go as tourists in general.
Nice park, yeah.
But good call. Probably number 2. All right, Tony Vitello. He was very enjoyable, and there was a number of things we talked about with him. One of the interesting things was that it came out that Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker both talked to him. And that was unusual. I mean, interesting that sort of creating that legacy, I don't know if they were quote unquote welcoming him into the fold or whatever, but telling him what it's like to manage in San Francisco, against the Dodgers and all that stuff. And we said, hey, listen, without invading your phone call, without wiretapping your call, can you share with us some of the general tone of talking to Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy? And here's Tony Vitello's answer.
I sounded a little bit like I was trying to start a cheerleading section yesterday of power of positivity, or I said something to that effect. But just amazed at how those guys, rather than just say they think you're going to do well or you're going to be fine, because it is uncharted territory, let's just be honest, just the calming positivity that both of those guys revisited throughout the conversations was what kind of impressed me the most and left maybe the biggest impact. But also just getting to talk to those guys is like unworldly. You can imagine me texting 5-6 people right away, like, guess who I just talked to? So there was kind of a little bit of the fanboy aspect to it all too. And then, there's certainly 3 or 4 nuggets. Tony La Russa and those 2 guys are guys that I immediately went to pen and paper and wrote some little things down. But again, just the encouragement and the welcoming of a guy who, call it what you guys said, didn't ride the bus or however you want to phrase it, was incredibly impressive. And also the willingness to revisit things and be involved in some extent. And I want to involve those guys as much as possible.
Yeah, man, it was really nice to know. Now let's get Bochy on. Let's get Dusty on. These guys are around. Yeah. And when you're around Dusty, you feel a certain way. In fact, you have the second where I followed up. I said, "How cool is Dusty Baker?" And this was his answer. Yeah.
Cool enough that it makes you feel like a dork when you're hanging out with him. He is the man. He is the man. And I didn't mention it to those guys, but it's kind of funny. I was fortunate enough to be around about 5 or 6 really accomplished big leaguers, and we were all just kind of hanging out at a table and said, "Hey, you can hang out with one guy. Put it in order: Bruce Bochy, Jim Leland, and Dusty Baker," because these guys had all played for those 3 guys, and it turned into quite the debate because 2 out of those 3 we already mentioned, and I think everyone knows the other one's pretty dang good too.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. He hangs around. He gets around. So he's not tied down by wife and kids, I think. So, I mean, he mentioned he's got people in L.A. that are actors.
He knows a lot of people.
I think he's hung with like Morgan Wallen, country music, stuff like that. He's, he's hanging out with these big leaguers. He revealed after the game he was at Game 1 in Toronto and Game 3 in L.A.
And he stayed for the entire game.
He's kind of a jet setter.
Yeah.
And
I think maybe that's one of the things when we talk about building these relationships and having these resources. Like he's already talked about whether it's Dusty or Bochy or other managers around the league reaching out to him. And like, that's what you want. You want a guy that has those resources, those tools. We talk so much about using Buster Posey as a resource with his wealth of baseball knowledge. Dusty Baker is a special advisor to the team. He's around the organization. So I hope this continues to build this relationship between him and Dusty. And there's also been talk about maybe bringing Bochy back as a special advisor. I think it would be great to like kind of build a council of these guys that just have a wealth of baseball knowledge to help Tony transition to the big leagues.
Yeah, that's great, man. And listen, as somebody said, Buster's going to have to be in his, you alluded to this earlier in the show, the difference in answers between, hey, is Bob Melvin going to write the lineup or are you? Of course, Buster last year was like, no, it's Bob's job. He's been doing this for 30 years.
Mm-hmm. And Bob told us last year that he wants to rely on the experience of his manager to write that lineup. Well, Tony doesn't have experience drawing up a lineup at this level.
Yeah, and then somebody asked him about his involvement in writing the lineup. And he's like, yeah, it remains to be seen. We'll be think partners. So his answer is very different in terms of how he's going to be involved. He's going to have to be, for lack of a better word, in his hip pocket, a little bit. I mean, and that's, I guess, to be expected when you make a hire like this. So, but listen, we've now interacted with the guy twice. Yesterday, well, actually 3 times. Once during the press conference, once after the press conference, and now on the radio and or YouTube or Twitch or Twitter. And he's engaging. He's engaging, he's authentic, and he's competitive, which is being maybe the most important quality of all.
Yeah.
Forget that. I mean, it's fun to be It's fun to be authentic and engaging, but it's competitive.
And that's the thing, Murph. We all thought the same thing leaving the presser. He just won that presser. Like, he said all the right things. Everything he said to us this morning sounded great. But at the end of the day, it's a result-based business. And whether or not he has the horses or not, or if he can win or not, is really going to determine how we judge him in his first year and hopefully for a long time beyond just his first
100%,
year.
100%. But people's skills matter.
I agree.
And first impressions go a long way, too. By the way, the Mrs. Doubtfire police are on me. I wasn't swearing that it was on DeViz. I was sort of guessing. I said, is that on DeViz? I don't know. It's on Steiner. It's my bad.
Way to correct yourself.
I wasn't going to go blood oath on that one. I knew it was near DeViz.
Now, did you see the Miss Doubtfire house while you were driving from Daly City to Oracle Park yesterday, taking your tour through San Francisco?
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
I got you.
I drove to the right place today. All right, man. Yeah, so somebody said after I kind of had a couple of early mishaps where I mentioned the Texans instead of the New York Giants and holiday instead of Halloween. Somebody said, hey, man, don't be so hard on yourself. At least you drove to the right office today.
Yeah, you made it, Murph.
So there you go.
Yeah, but no costume.
Yeah, good riff.
Be better next year, Murph.
It was funny. All right, what do? We sign off. Young Tony learned something, and then go trick or treat. Go eat your Kit Kats on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Markus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun Friday. None of us dressed in costume. We're total losers. No, I dressed in costume as the suburban dork dad who wears a run the damn ball hat.
That's it. And I'm Bobby Boucher every Friday, Murph.
All right. And Tony he dressed as a guy who's not going to eat Kit Kats or tell you when he's taking vacation. Yeah. And Curly just dressed as Curly.
Yeah.
He just came as Curly.
You're not going to get Curly outside of those slacks.
Yeah. I noticed, by the way, Buster Posey, because Jack Loader's brought up a point of he's upset with the trend towards sneakers with suits. It's a viable point. I understand what he's saying. They are quite comfortable. But I noticed that Buster wore dress shoes. Buster's like, no, I don't wear sneakers.
He's a true gentleman.
He is a gentleman, too. Young Tone, what are you doing? Sneakers or dress shoes with your suits?
For me, growing up in high school, like private school, you had to wear the Sperry's, so you didn't really have a choice. But I will say, Tony V wore some sneakers. He had like the white bottoms.
Now, is it different when you? Yeah, exactly. Is it different when you wear the blinding white Air Jordans versus the black dress sneakers?
Yeah, I think it's a little different.
Okay.
Because to your point, you look up on ESPN and Fox Sports, like everybody is wearing J's with their suits these days talking sports.
It's a clean look, though. I do like the Air Jordan, with a suit on type
You do?
look. I do.
Okay. All right.
But if you're going to a wedding,
to be continued.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Yeah.
We got to get to the young Tony. Here we go. Yes.
Murph and Markus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All righty. It is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So this one came about from the Zach Manassian story. Do you want to play the quick Manassian version, or is that
We have
too
time?
long?
I don't know if we have
it's
time,
too
yeah.
long. Well, Zach Manassian told a story on Papa and Silver that when he finally was officially with the Giants, he went and saw Tommy Lasorda wearing Giants gear, and Lasorda said, "You're Benedict Arnold." We all laughed. Ha, 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 ha. So then we came back from the soundbite, and I said to young Tone, I said,
right over my head.
I said, am I guessing Benedict? And you didn't. You didn't know.
History was never my favorite subject.
Benedict Arnold was a traitor.
I heard, yeah. I looked
It'd
that up.
It'd be like if you were a spy for dirty work or something. You know what I mean?
Like our theory about John Joe.
No, yeah. It was our
good
theory
one.
about Farhan Zaidi.
Yes. Now, for the older demographic, this is what we were raised on. We all watched the Brady Bunch, and poor Peter, he was the middle child. He could never do anything right. He finally got a part in the school play about the American Revolution, but he was cast as Benedict Arnold. He thought it was cool. He got bullied for being a traitor. So here he is trying to get a little riz going with this gal at middle school. Check it out here. There's a little Brady Bunch clip here, yeah.
I'm in the school play. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm playing Benedict Arnold.
Benedict Arnold?
Yeah, it's a great part.
Well, it is if you like being a traitor.
Dude, she walks off. She ices our guy. She just plays us off.
That's harsh.
And that starts a whole series of him getting bullied. Like, what are you? He's like, I'm Benedict Arnold. They're like, you're a traitor.
Damn. That's some good method acting. Method acting, Murph. Method acting.
We value loyalty around here, don't we? Yeah, there you go, man. All right, well, listen, young Tone. Hey, listen, here's the message. Don't be Benedict Arnold.
No.
All right, bud?
Here's the message. It's 2025, and Murph just worked into a sentence, Riz and Brady Bunch into the same sentence.
And that's why I dressed as a suburban dork dad.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. It all came together. All right, boys, you youngsters have fun tonight. You youngsters have fun. You're going to go out on the town, right?
That's right, Murph.
All right, yeah. Curly's got to. You're not going to go. You're taking care of your health?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see.
All right. Well,
The
thanks
day is
to
still young.
Tony Vitello was great today. If you missed it, I'd highly recommend going back and listening to that on KNBR.com. Have a great weekend, everybody. 49er football. We'll talk about it Monday. We'll see how they do against the New York Giants. Papa and Silver is next, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Twitter is not life. I don't have an account. I asked before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right? When Alex Gordon hits a triple, it was rather intense.
Yeah, I'll second that. It was.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco!
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Anytime you have a bad game like that, it's all you want to do is get back out on the field. So it's been nice to get back out these 2 days, having 2 good practices. Got 1 more, but honestly, just need to get to Sunday so we can get that game out of our taste right now.
Similar in the fact they have an elite defensive line, as good as there is, just from the 5 rushers that they get on the field at the same time and the depth they have behind them. They got some. A young rookie who plays well, who's hasn't been active for all the games just because of how good they are. But they're starters, rookies, they're veterans. Lawrence has been there forever, so as good as it gets from a pass rush standpoint.
Jackson, we're going to have to do it a number of ways. But in terms of blitzing him, we'll have to do that at times. He's shown he can get rid of it. But what this guy's done different is how much off schedules he's had. Since he's taken over, they got more off schedule plays than anyone in the NFL. A lot of explosives doing it. You hope to limit some of those. He's going to have his moments where he buys some time and gets some off schedule ones. You got to keep him out of the end zone and find a way to get off on 3rd down.
Happy Friday, happy Halloween. Thanks for spending your day with the Gregs, or should I say one Chucky. The sports calendar gives us everything this time of year. Tony Vitello is officially a Giant. Game 6 of the World Series is tonight. The Sharks look awesome in their new Heritage jerseys, and they played pretty awesome too. The Warriors lose a tough one in Milwaukee, and the 49ers have a big game at MetLife Stadium, 10 a.m. Pacific on Sunday. I'm still looking for my co-host, so I would say good morning to Greg Papa, but I guess it's a Chuck morning to our friend Chucky. Still got that Niner representation, though. That's a big focus of our day. Happy Halloween, my friend.
Well, don't you forget, Silver, that my dad, Jim Gruden, was a scout with the San Francisco 49ers, and it was always my goal, Chucky, a.k.a. John Gruden, to coach the San Francisco 49ers, but I got on the wrong side of the bay. So I'm going to make an appearance here on Halloween, and I'm going to give out some treats coming up and a little bit later on. But I just heard Kyle freaking Shanahan talk about how he's not able to run the ball against D'Amico Ryan's defense last week. 8 friggin' carries? Shanahan? Are you really Mike's son? I remember when Mike called me in Tampa years ago. I wanted to give you a job. I gave you a quality control job, and now you're all of a sudden in Super Bowls every year. And you do it by running the rock, Kyle. I'm looking at the numbers. Are the San Francisco 49ers rushing offense this bad? 30th in the NFL at 89.4 yards a game? What the freak is going on out there? You guys got to run the ball. Run the rock. It's like when I played the Raiders in Super Bowl 37. My guy Bill Callahan takes over. They don't run the ball at all. And do they ever run the ball in Oakland anymore after I left, or they throw it every damn time with Rich Gannon and the 3 wise men? So let me give you a piece of advice here on All Hallows Eve, Kyle. Run the rock against the New York friggin' football Giants. Have you looked at the run defense numbers? They're as bad as your running offense. Run the ball on them. And you know what we're going to do? Because they run a 3-4 over front, just like the Atlanta Falcons do, we're going to do it like the Raiders do it. We're going to run power. We're going to run gap. We're going to go duo, double crunch. We're going to pull guards. What's that guy's name? Dominic. I'm playing Pooney this year. Make him play Grande again. Pull that right guard. Pull the left guard if it's Barch or if it's Colby, whoever, and run the ball. And I'm going to tell you who we're going to run in at. I'm hearing about Thibodeau and how good he is, and the rookie, obviously, Abdul Carter, is so good. Brian Burns, friggin' Burns, leads the NFL in sacks with Myles Garrett. He's got 10. Agent Zero, we are running the rock Chucky style right at you every single time. Wherever we see zero, we're going to run in between the tackles and run power, but we're going to get on the edge. We saw Saquon go like 80 yards right at you on the second play of the game. So before I hyperventilate and I need a sugar high here, I had to come out on All Hallows Eve and tap into my inner Chucky, because I'm looking at the Niners. Is this Kyle Shanahan's offense? Run the rock, Kyle. What's going on? You're going to make your dad die.
Oh, my goodness. What an Alzheimer to start a show on Halloween. We didn't get the Greg Papa insight. We got Chucky's insight from the perspective of one John Gruden. And so running the ball, that's going to be the focus. It's the hat that Murph likes to wear. Run the damn ball. It's something they could not do against Houston. It's something that, take away the Sunday Night Football game against Atlanta, they haven't really done all year, despite the numbers and scrimmage yards that Christian McCaffrey is putting up right now. So if you're joining us on Twitch, on YouTube, you can check us out on the stream. We got Greg Silver. We got young Tony still in the box. Jacob Violante filling in once again. So he'll be with us in a bit. And we've got our guy Chucky here to celebrate all the festivities. Now, I got to ask a very important question before we get into all things sports. I mean, as you hold up the bag of Reese's, that's got to be the all-time king of Halloween candy, no?
Let me tell you something, Silver. And your old man got me in a lot of trouble with Al Davis. For years ago with John Herrera and Tim Kawakami, his pot-smoking buddy, got me in a lot of trouble back in the day. But I remember you mentioned that guy Papa. I don't hear him yelling touchdown San Francisco nearly as much as I heard him yelling touchdown, and we'll stop there. He did it a lot when I was coaching the team. I don't hear him doing as much, but I do remember his son, he must have been 8 or 9 years old, came with me. His old man came in to do an interview with me, and a young Derek, who I think is on the air now, did an interview with John Gruden, and Derek was 8 or 9, maybe 10. I think he was even 8 or 9. And so, Derek, what's the first question you want to ask John Gruden? What's your favorite candy bar, Chucky? And what did John say? They'll be passing them out a lot tonight. Snickers is his favorite. Snickers, would that even make your top 5? I've got like 5 different bags of Reese's that I'm going with. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. Don't come to the house, by the way, because I can't open the door. It's a boy in a bubble. Just
Matt Mayoko's going to be passing out candy on Papa's behalf. That's what's going to happen.
No, we're not. The moat is up. The alligators are there. I'm eating. Kit Kat would be a close second as well. But I got all different kinds of Reese's, different sizes of Reese's. If you want to go jumbo and run like Miami ran last night, 6 offensive linemen with Dan Brunskill, why don't you try that, Kyle Shanahan? Go to a 6-man offensive line against this 5-man front and run the ball down their throat, Chucky style. You got the big Reese's, you got the small Reese's, but here's the one. What's the favorite snack we have? A combination, and I only eat Reese's one day of the year, and it's on All Hallows Eve, but I do like a good pretzel bag as well. So look at this combination, Silver. We got Reese's filled pretzels. Are you kidding me? I may pop like 40 of these over the weekend, just as Kyle Shanahan's got to do on Sunday at MetLife Stadium. Run the ball right at Jimmy Hoffa. Run the ball right at Brian Burns. Run the ball 40 friggin' times. Get back to being a Shanahan, would you?
We got a little Reese's pretzels right here. I guess these are the Trader Joe's ones, so probably not the real deal. They do got to run the ball, and Tim Ryan football hour is going to happen at 11 o'clock today, so lots of Niner talk to get into after the big news of yesterday down at the ballpark. Tony Vitello introduced as a Giant, and he was on with Murph and Markus this morning. But the 49ers season's got a chance to get very scary if they end up losing this game. You got the Rams coming up when you return home. Will Brock Purdy be present for that game? Is he going to be present for this one? I think it's more likely than not. We're going to see Mac Jones yet again. We'll have Matt Mayoko join us at 10:30, so an early one today with Matty. But, yeah, I can understand it, Chucky, why Kyle Shanahan should be a little bit scared of what's coming with that Giants defensive front. But, hey, that Giants front shut down Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football when Philly only got 75 rushing yards. Fast forward to when they meet the second time of the year, 275. Saquon Barkley ran crazy. So they can rush the passer. They've got 19 team sacks on the year, but they also can be run at, and they got weaknesses on this defense. So if there's one thing that's pretty clear about the 49ers with the way it's going and their defense and all the challenges they got to face the rest of the year, you got to be able to score points. George Kittle is back. He got a touchdown on National Tight Ends Day. They did not score enough points, and C.J. Stroud is not Michael Penix Jr. How will both compare to Jackson Dart? 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation all day long. We've got the YouTube chat lively and wide awake. 8-Man is saying that Papa's on a sugar high. You know, I was watching the Abbott Elementary Halloween episode last night where all the kids sneak into the candy, and then baby Thanos is the dealer of it all. And the kids kind of go crazy. So I like that episode. I feel a little bit of that today.
I never thought I would say this, that any partner talks more than Sean McDonough does, my partner on Monday Night Football. That's why I had to leave after 3 years with that guy. He wouldn't shut up. Would you be Tirico? Don't you Syracuse guys ever shut up? And Silver's going on, and that, McDonough, he talks so damn much. He forced me out of the booth at Monday Night Football. You know how much money I was making there? I was going to be the next John Madden. I go back to coaching, and Mark makes me a deal. They get into my emails, and now I can't coach anywhere. So maybe next year in Florida you'll see me come back. But right now, this may be the last October 31st. Chucky's not coaching football, so I'm going to be able to give some advice to everybody, and I'll go through the whole league. But the big one, Kyle freaking Shanahan, would you be a Shanahan? Run the rock with the Giants.
All right, well, maybe we'll get a little Papa and Silver at some point today, but we're opening here with a little Silver and Chucky. Once again, if you want to join 808 KNBR, and phone lines, we'll open them up right away because Matt Mayoko with an early appearance today at 10:30. Lots to get into, and I don't even know where to start. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niners and the New York Football Giants. That game is on Sunday at 10. We have pregame for you probably at 7 on the Sports Leader. Keep it locked in here, Niner fans. We got all the news, all the updates. Shanahan and Lynch both spoke on our airwaves yesterday. Catch those interviews and more on thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, a little happy Halloween here on a Friday. It's Poppin' Silver. We had an early guest appearance with the one and only Chucky, but if you're watching us on the stream, I think we see all the Gregs together now with a little Jacob Violante up on that top box. Tim Ryan going to be coming by for our delayed football hour or something close to it. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. Kyle Shanahan just got a lecture there from Chucky, and he was on with Dirty Work yesterday talking about the very thing that the 49ers have not been able to do, that is run the ball effectively. Here's how he plans to do that against the New York Giants. Check out what your head coach had to say on our airwaves yesterday.
Well, I think it's hard to get a run game going when you only have 8 runs in a game.
Sure.
I think we had 14 plays, with 2 minutes to go in the first half. Our first drive of the year, I think we had 16 plays on one drive. And if you actually look at some of our runs in that game, we have our analytics do everything. It was our most yards before contact this year on runs. Now, that happens when you have 8 runs and 3 of them are draws, and 2 of them are gap schemes on 1st and 10 that get you to 2nd and 3. But that's about it after that. It was kind of an unusual game. I think that's why when you look at it, it's the first time since like 1960 or something, some of those stats have happened. And when a team controls the ball like that, it is tough. I feel like I've been in one game like that before, and it was actually last year when we went to Green Bay and played. When I think at halftime we had 9 plays, and you just kind of sit in there and you're like, man, we haven't even got going yet. So I don't want to sit here and we didn't play good enough on offense by any means. We needed to get things going, especially the way they controlled the ball, and we didn't. But to sit there and I think it'd be a little unfair to say that we didn't get the run game going. We didn't attempt the run game. So hopefully we'll be able to play better all around, move the chains on 3rd down. If you don't move the chains on 3rd down, you're never going to get that run game going. But for us to be successful, for us to get the points we need to win, we're going to have to do better on 3rd down and stay out there longer so we can get that run game going just like we did versus Atlanta.
All right, a lot to unpack there. And to Kyle's point, if you don't do well on 3rd down, it's going to burn you on both sides of the ball. The 49ers could not get off the field on 3rd down when they were on defense, and they couldn't stay on the field on 3rd downs when they were on offense. 14 plays in the first half, and we got into how bad those first 29 minutes were. When the 49ers had the ball for like 3 to 4 minutes, it was terrible. And then they got the 2-minute drill. They got the interception. We unhashed all of that on Monday, and we'll break down some of it with Tim Ryan. But you know the old phrase about burning the tape, Papa? This is one of those where, yeah, it was ugly, but don't burn the tape. You need to watch the tape. You have a young defense that has a lot to learn, and you've got an offense that's getting reinforcements, but is still dealing with a lot of backups and a lot of backup plans moving forward. So, yeah, go back and watch the tape of the Atlanta game when you did run it effectively. But also, this whole week, you know Kyle Shanahan has been in the office studying every little detail that went wrong 5 days ago in Houston.
Yeah, he does every single week. He does in the offseason. I don't think he ever burned the tape. The one thing about the tape, and even in broadcasting you learn this, certainly in all sports, it's never as good as you think it is, and it's not as bad as you think it is. But, you went from 39 runs on Sunday Night Football against Atlanta, and some of those were kneel downs, to 8, and you couldn't get it going. You didn't earn the right to run the ball more often because you didn't run it effectively. So, and you can't wait to third down. To me, the key to this game on offense is first and second down. You've got to run the ball. If you want to pass a little bit on first down, I'd like to see the Niners be a little more balanced on 1st and 10, but they're one of the more run-heavy teams. But that's the foundation of the house. Like we talked about in baseball, almost every pitcher opens a game with a fastball, like 98%. How often does Kyle open a game with a run play, just trying to get it all set up and you work off of it? But you got to run the ball on this team. And you can't take a hold on first down and be 1st and 20, and you can't, be 2nd and 9, because then those guys are skilled. I was critical of, and we'll talk to Tim. I just see a lot of runs going to Brian Burns' side. I don't think he sets the edge in the run game. I think he tries to get upfield. He's got 10 sacks for a reason. The guy's been a consistent sack artist in this league, 7.5 or more every year of his career. They got him from Carolina, but he's not a great run player. I think you can run at him. Thibodeau is a good run player. And Abdul Carter they line him up everywhere. He is a joker, but because he lines up everywhere, they move Burns around a little bit. The point is, you don't want to get into 2nd and long. 2nd and 9, you can still run it. 2nd and 10, I encourage you to run it. You don't want to be into, 2nd and 17, 3rd and 12s. Then they're going to come get you. And then they got, Sexy Dexy in the middle. Dexter Lawrence is being called out by one of the great Giant defenders of all times, Carl Banks, Bob Papa's partner. We'll talk to Bob, my brother from another mother, the voice of the Giants forever, coming up a little bit later on. So it's obvious. We'll get into it, how they do it. Against Atlanta, they're a 3-4 over defense. So they're going to have the outside guys, up, whether it's Thibodeau or Burns or Abdul Carter, and the guys down low, in a 3-point stance, the 3-man front. So it's basically a 5-2 defense. It's hard to get wide on them, you would think. But I see teams getting to the edge on them all the time. Saquon Barkley's run, second play of the game down the edge. Just over and over. I watched the Denver game back again today. Their comeback started with Dobbins going out to the left, running at Brian Burns. But I know Tim likes gap schemes. Against a 3-4 defense when those ends are out wide, because it's basically a 5-2 defense, run down the middle of their throats like you did against Atlanta, who runs at 34. So gap scheme, pull guards, pull Pooney. I think Barch may come back and play in this game. We'll find out what Kyle designates him before they fly to Jersey. And then, a little counter, a little slice action. Just run it all between the tackles. This team is vulnerable in all areas. Now, on the other side of the ball, Jackson Dart has turned their year around. They were 0-3, and they had to bench Russell Wilson. He just looked lost. Remember that Sunday night game against Kansas City? They're in the low red zone every single snap, and he can't do anything. He's throwing the ball away on 4th down. It was like, wow.
Even Malik Neighbors, back when he was healthy, he had 2 catches for 13 yards. They completely took him away.
Well, that's Spags. He doubled him, but Russell didn't get the ball. You could see he can't play. So they went to Jackson Dart. They beat the Chargers right away. They beat Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football. Obviously, the Bronco game where they were up 19-0 and 26-8 with 5 minutes to go in the game and lost. He threw a bad pick, but he did lead them back, and he did have a design quarterback run where they had nothing but running backs and tight ends on the field, and that guy ran over a Bronco on the goal line. and scored to give them the lead back. They wound up losing. He did throw a bad pick late in the game. I do wonder, what do you do with this guy? With Michael Penix Jr., you wanted to play a lot of man defense in that game because he's just not accurate. If you give him a little hole in the zone, he can find it. Man, if you're hipped up on his receivers, he's not going to put the ball, on, Bill Walsh's outside hand or inside hand, one hand, half a body. He's going to miss the body and throw the ball in the crowd. Against C.J. Stroud, they blitzed him a lot. And the problem was, and Tim will break it down, we did on Monday, we decided to spare you in Papa's playbook this week because there were so many. When they blitzed, they got burnt. They're called built-in hot routes. The Niners never covered the hot route, and the house got burnt. So you brought pressure, and there was no connection from the D-line. No matter where you brought the pressure, linebacker level, safety level, corner level, you drop guys behind the pressure. And C.J. Stroud, with his receding hairline, may be young in his third year, but he plays like a veteran. He pierced you. He found not every single one, but a lot of the hots. And their third down conversion rate was the difference in the game. With Jackson Dart, and I love his skill set. We went to Indianapolis. We watched him. Drafting Abdul Carter on defense, third overall, trading up to get Jackson Dart. This team has been wandering, without direction for a long, long time. Bob Pop will tell you all about it with Big Blue. Their fan base is excited. Now, they've lost, obviously, Neighbors. They lost Scadaboo, terrible injury. They got guys that can run the ball, though. The back last year, Tyrone Tracy, was a rookie and ran for almost 1,000 yards. He can catch. Motor Singletary can catch. But it's the quarterback. And I don't know. I don't know what you want to do with him. I would say you blitz him. Because he's young. And you're not going to blitz him all the time, but Robert Saleh hollers for, third down blitzes in certain situations. He's been doing it a lot. Last week against CJ, about a third of the time. It did not work against CJ Stroud. I see Dart still. The one thing, Greg, is he does drop his eyes. He sometimes he's overwhelmed by the pass. He's got to improve just his pocket presence a little bit. But, I'm basing it on some Philadelphia tape, and they come at you all over. It's just, the gangrene is just suffocating you from inside and out. There's nowhere to go. But he does drop his head a little bit, you can see. But then there are times where he just manipulates the rush so well. He's a pinball wizard. He just slides. He's a 223-pound quarterback. Look at his legs. Look at his ass. The guy's built. He is tough to get on the ground. He will slide off of you. Who's going to rush the quarterback in this game? Is Keon White going to be up for this game? Number 96. Is Cleve Furl going to be up for Keon's 56 and Cleve's 96. Anyway, and then when he does get out, he gets out to his right a lot. He finds a hatch. So whoever's rushing a tackle next to who's ever going to rush at left end over the right tackle, and the right tackle, Illuminor, is their weaker guy. Obviously, Andrew Thomas is one of the best in football. I don't think he's allowed a sack all year. He's that good, but some of those numbers are deceiving. But anyway, this guy will step through. Sometimes he kind of drops his head and he gives up a sack, which it's all right. Don't throw a pick. It's okay to punt. Maybe not with your defense, it's not. But in time, that's the way you play in this league. But then he gets out to his right, and then he can run, and they do all designed runs, quarterback power, quarterback sneak, quarterback draw. They do it in all scenarios. Shorts, goal line, he runs over. The guy has 4 rushing touchdowns. He runs over people. Zone read, he will pull it, so the ends have got to stay home, or however you're going to play that, surf it, whatever you're going to do. But where he breaks contain is where he's a problem. Because even though he's a good running quarterback, when he breaks the pocket, he's not looking to run. He's looking to stay alive as a thrower. And he rolls out to his right, and he's got a whippy howitzer. Any angle, he'll just loft it over the top or zip it. He's Jeff George meets Jay Cutler in a throwing arm. He's that good of a natural thrower of the football. And I've seen him in the Denver game. They lost at the end. They fell behind. They faced a 4th and 17 late in that game. And he did exactly what I'm talking about. He got out to his right. This is against Denver's defense, one of the best in football. Big Play Dre was back, and Surtain was there. They were all there. Talanoa, the big bad wolf, they were all there. And he got out to his right, and he threw across his body, which he shouldn't do. But like Jeff George and Jay Cutler, I got a hose, brother. I'm going to fit that ball right in there to Wan'Dale Robinson as their slot wide receiver, and they picked up the first down. He got him in the end zone a few plays later with a PI down the field. So their draft this year, and they made a lot of mistakes to be in the situation they've been in, but getting Abdul Carter third, trading up late one to get Jackson Dart. We'll see if he's the ultimate franchise quarterback. Love his skill set. They have revitalized this franchise. Scadaboo, the injury is going to be tough. I'm sure he'll be there in some form. Getting Big Blue all going. They're going to have a flow. They're going to wear uniforms like it's the 1980s all over again. They're going to have Giants like it's Giant Stadium in the end zones, and they're going to turn this back like Bill Parcells is coaching the team again. So they got some skill, but if you run the ball and keep their pass rushers from getting all over Mac Jones and hitting him, and then exactly what do you do defensively to hold this guy down? How much pressure can you get from the natural four? You got to keep him in the pocket. You got to squeeze him in there. For the first time, I'm kind of thinking with you got to score in this game. This defense gives it up. If they don't sack you, they give up bombs.
Right.
They give up explosives all over the field. So can the Niners get 4 touchdowns? Can we have 4 and a field goal, get to 31? How high do you have to go? I think even without Neighbors and without Scadaboo, this quarterback will get out and just make big. He'll throw one to you, but he may throw 3 or 4 to his. And he may break a run and break your heart and run over people to get in the end zone. And so he's capable of making explosive plays. They went to Denver and put up 32 points on those guys. They led 26-8. And the kicker, whoever the hell 99 is, before they got Gano, don't you know, back in the building, would have been more. They kept missing extra points. But in any event, do you have to win in a shootout to win this game on Sunday?
We'll find out a little bit more with Tim Ryan. I'm leaning towards saying yes on that front. And by the way, I'll take your pick as well. Jackson Dart, leading rusher for New York this week. I like that take because he can get out and you said it well. His skill set allows for him to maybe make some mistakes, but he's also going to be able to make plays, and he can do it off schedule. And with this defense and the way that they did not get to the quarterback last week, well, Jackson Dart might have a little bit more time to figure it out and get into a comfort zone. So no Neighbors, no Scadaboo doesn't necessarily mean no problem. But what's great about our Fridays is that we get a little Matt Mayoko, and since we had to tweak things around here with the football hour, let's get to him right now coming up, and then we'll have the football hour with Tim Ryan. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Let's get right into it. We got the football hour with Sim Ryan coming your way, but as we do every single Friday, that is talk to our good friend, Matt Mayoko. He's not traveling on the road games this year, which saves him a lot of miles because it's wheels up for San Francisco all the way to MetLife Stadium for a little Sunday showdown, another 10 a.m. Pacific game. We'll have pregame for you on the Sports Leader starting at 7 a.m., so get that coffee, listen to Adam Copeland and John Dickinson, and if you're out and about finishing your week or just trying to enjoy a nice little Friday off for a little Halloween, we got Matt Mayoko on the Yuma guest line right here. Matt, it's always great to have you, and we appreciate you being flexible with all the schedule conflicts we have had this week. But let's just go back to last Sunday, Houston, ugly game. Offense felt like they were never, ever on the field, and the bottom line is they just could not get enough pressure under C.J. Stroud. So as rough as a season as Stroud has had at times, he was comfortable enough to make it no problem at all for Houston, and that was sort of the first one where it felt like all the injuries just caught up to San Francisco, particularly on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't know what was worse, the defensive, on defense, the pass rush or the coverage on the back end. We often talk about how those two tie together, and this game they tied together in a very negative way. And C.J. Stroud, who has not had a good season, had far and away his best game. And the reason is because the pass rush never made him feel uncomfortable. The coverage never was tight. He was throwing to wide open guys. He missed some of those guys, but he hit just enough to stay on the field and convert a lot of third downs. And then that made it difficult on the offense, and the offense couldn't pick up first down. So it was just kind of a perfect storm of just putridness for the 49ers all the way around.
How do you spell that? Putridness. Have you ever written that word? It was.
I've written putrid. So putrid is P-U-T-R-I-D.
The state of putrid. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a mess. I mean, the first 29 minutes were as bad as I can remember a Kyle Shanahan team playing, even in 17-18. We were 20. Or last year it was bad. Now, there were some bad games last year, the Buffalo game, the Miami game, the Arizona game. But we're moving on. And the other part of it was, they couldn't sustain it. They were terrible on third down on defense, obviously, and couldn't sustain offense. They got back into the game a little bit, the touchdown pass to Kittle and the big down the shot to Jennings. But ultimately they lost the game. Before we start to get into this game, Mac Jones' health, where is it at? Left knee, PCL from training camp, preseason game against the Raiders and all year. Now he's got a bone bruise on the right one. Brock, did he take part more in team drills this week? I guess before we get into all of it, who's the quarterback going to be? Mac Jones, I assume, is going to play quarterback on Sunday, man.
Yeah, Mac Jones will start. He's fine, or as fine as he can be. He's fine enough to be the starting quarterback and go through a full week of practice. So the players have been getting him ready to play, and he will. Then the question becomes, I think there's a very good chance that Brock Purdy is active for this game as the number 2. And, of course, that would lead the question, well, if he's good enough to be the number 2, why isn't he the number 1? And the answer to that would be that, from the beginning of the week, they just wanted to see what Brock Purdy could do and put a little bit more on his plate and kind of test him. And so they went into this week with, the game plan centering around Mac Jones being the guy that they're getting ready to play in this game. So if everything goes well today and tomorrow after the flight, I would fully expect, well, first off, I'd expect Brock Purdy, who's been listed as out for the past 4 games on the Friday before they played, I would expect him to be questionable today. And then if everything kind of checks out and he feels good Sunday, I would expect him to be the number 2 quarterback into this game. And then, again, if everything kind of sticks to plan, he would be the starting quarterback week 10 when the 49ers play the Rams.
Great to have Matt Mayoko with us on the UMA guest line, and a lot of good insight here on the quarterback situation. So Brock Purdy could be active, but as a backup quarterback with Mac Jones making yet another start. I hate the question, Matt, of how big of a game is this? Because every game in the NFL matters a lot. This isn't 82 in the NBA season. This isn't 162 in baseball. But for the 49ers and the sake of morale, the internal belief that they can continue to overcome all the adversity they face, how important is it to end this road trip with a win before they have to come back home and face a division rival the following Sunday?
Well, I'm going to just tell you my thought. And generally speaking, in the NFL, things change week to week. You know, teams that you think are great, the next game you see them and they look extraordinarily average. But my thought going into this game, and again, my thought could change a week or two from now, but this game is pivotal from the sense that 6-3 feels really good. Like, that's a good record. 5-4 with a really good Rams team next up doesn't feel nearly as good. I think that this is the kind of game where we're starting to see what the 49ers are. You know, they're up and down, you know, down against Jacksonville, up against the Rams, down against Tampa, up against the Falcons, down against Houston. And now what are the 49ers? And to me, a playoff team wins this game. A non-playoff team loses this game. That's as black and white as I think it gets. And so I think my view Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon after this game is over is going to be very much along those lines. If they win this game, doesn't matter how they win it. At 6-3, I view them as a playoff team and a contender for the NFC West. If they lose this game, I see them as somebody who's a team that's just going to have to fight and scratch to even make the postseason or even to remain in the postseason conversation.
Totally agree with you. And every game is important, but you reach a tipping point in a season. And keep in mind, they got off to a 3-0 start this year, and in the third week, they lost Nick Bosa. And to your point, they have alternated loss, win, loss, win, loss. And in the losses, they didn't look good. In the wins, they look really good on Thursday Night Football against the Rams and Sunday Night Football against the Falcons. So you don't want the first two-game losing streak to lead into the first Tuesday in November, which happens to be, it's a big day in our country and locally, but it's also a big day in the league since they moved the deadline back. It's trade deadline day. So how do you think, Matty, well, give me your thoughts on Keon White before we start, because I could see the Niners making more acquisitions like that, win, lose, or draw on Sunday. But what are you hearing, and how pivotal is this game just from the mathematics you laid out? 6-3 versus 5-4, playing the Rams the week after. How do you think this 60 minutes of football on Sunday adjusts John Lynch's thinking for Tuesday?
I don't know that it does all that much, because I think the things that they looked for in acquiring Keon White would be the exact same things that they'd be looking in other deals. In other words, they kind of have to thread that needle. There has to be a team that has either moved on from the player or from just this season that's willing to trade a player, but it also has to be a player that's not only under contract for just the rest of this year, but next year as well. I think it has to be a player who has a very manageable salary cap situation for next year. So, to me, Keon White was that lined up just beautifully. A guy that has position flexibility, a big body, who's ultra talented, who had been with three different regimes, basically three different defenses in 3 years with the Patriots, and just, Mike Vrabel had no use for him, and so let's get him out of here. And a guy who needs to get coached up. I mean, you would have loved this yesterday, Greg, just on the practice field, just going through the pre-practice defensive line drills. I mean, they were coaching up Keon White, and he was getting coaching like he's probably never gotten before. Just trying to find his way and how they do it from just the drills. So, I think defensive line remains very much in play. I think it's another week without Bryce Huff, and I get the feeling that Yetur Gross-Matos is going to be somebody who, they might not have for a while. And so they're going to need more bodies on that defensive line. And, I'm not saying 100% they're going to trade for another defensive lineman, but they have to remain very much involved when those guys become available. And it might not be a big name player. I'd kind of be surprised if it were. But, what John Lynch and his personnel department has shown is that they are always very active on the trade market this time of year. And I think that will continue up until 1 p.m. on Tuesday.
Matt, one of the conversations we were getting into before we had you on was, is this a game where the 49ers need to score a lot? Is this where the offense has to maybe get back into that 30 points a game or win by more of a shootout than they were in the first part of the season? So with that in mind, how can the 49ers find ways to score? This Giants front will get a lot of sacks. They are not great against the run. There are certainly holes in this defense. But the 49ers have also struggled to establish that run and move the ball consistently. And last week was the worst of all of it, particularly those first 29 minutes.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to look at it. One, if it is a shootout, what does that say about the 49ers defense? Because they're facing a rookie quarterback, and they're going to do some things defensively. They're not going to just blitz 100% of the time. They're not just going to sit back and play coverage. They're going to do it all. They're going to make him play quarterback. They're going to make Jackson Dart play quarterback. They got to limit what he is able to accomplish with his legs. But this is a team that's without their best wide receiver, one of the best young wide receivers in the game. This is a team in the New York Giants that's without their best running back, one of the best young running backs in the game. So they go into this game shorthanded on offense as well, and the 49ers defense has to look at this as a get-right kind of game. That was a really poor performance. It was a poor performance, not necessarily from the physical standpoint, but just the missed assignments and just not tying it all together. It was bad, and so they need to get back out there. So, if you're Robert Saleh, you're probably saying, man, this needs to be a low-scoring game, and the offense has to do enough to pull out a 13-10 victory. And if you're Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones and all the guys on offense, they have to feel like there's so much more out there for them. They're one of the few teams in the NFL that hasn't scored 30 points this season. And despite Brock Purdy missing 6 games and probably definitely not making his 7th start of the season this coming week as well, they still have enough talent kind of piecing it together with the wide receivers, but they have Kittle, they have McCaffrey, they have enough players to score more points. So, probably from the 49ers standpoint, their best case scenario or what they envision would be that this game doesn't have to be close, that the defense can do its job and keep the Giants offense down, and the 49ers offense can run the ball effectively, set up enough big play opportunities on maybe run downs, maybe first down when the Giants are selling up to stop the run. Maybe they can hit them down the field with some big plays. So, I think what the 49ers have to envision or what they have to set out to do is just really get off to a good start, unlike the horrendous start, the putrid start they had against the Texans.
Putridness.
Yeah, they need to start off fast and not let up.
Take the lead and never get it back. I'm with you. Just real quickly, because we were talking about the deadline, and this time of the year we're looking for John to acquire players to help his team, like Randy Gregory in early October, Chase Young later, Emmanuel Sanders, on and on it goes. Is there a scenario where he does add, but he also subtracts A lot of rumors about Juwan Jennings and his situation of his contract expiring. Got a surplus of safeties. They all can't get on the field. Do you see them trading players off the roster between now and Tuesday?
I would think that, this is, no one's told me this, but I would think that just logically, reasonably and rationally, that is definitely something they'd have to consider if those opportunities come up. I just don't know how many teams are going to, be, targeting Jason Pinnock or Juwan Jennings or even, Brandon Ayuk in a trade. I mean, those guys, Jennings is beaten up. He hasn't gotten off to a great start. Certainly hasn't carried over the momentum of last season into this year, but he's still a good player and the players like him and there's a role for him. But let's also look at it from a rational standpoint, which is they couldn't get together on a new contract this off season, and he's scheduled for unrestricted free agency. I would think that if another team comes calling once free agency begins, that he would be more apt to go somewhere else, seeing that he couldn't get the deal that he wanted out of the 49ers throughout this last off season. For Ayuk, still very open-ended when he's available to come back. I can't imagine a team would roll the dice and try to acquire him in a trade because, they would be more in the dark of where he is and his availability, not only for this season, but for the future. And then with Pinnock, he was a full-time starter the last 2 years with the Giants. So if there's a team that needs a safety and whether a stopgap kind of guy for the rest of the season, that would be something as well. But I just don't know that any team would just look at those guys and say that's the piece we need. But if a team is interested, or if there's a throw-in deal that limits the level of draft pick that the 49ers have to give up to get another player, then I think they would certainly have to consider all that.
Matt, before I let you go real quick, Tony Vitello introduced as the Giants manager yesterday. We were out there on site, got to carry the whole thing on These Sports Leaders. So did you get a chance to watch it, check out any of the interviews? Are you impressed? What were your overall impressions as a longtime Giants fan?
Yeah, no, I didn't get to see it in its entirety. I saw some clips, and I will be renewing my season ticket. So all is positive, and I would hope that he's already scouted out the restaurant scene in North Beach, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, we had Zach Manassian on with us afterwards. He's a quarter Italian, and we said, well, you got to give him all the good hookups.
Absolutely. And so what we can do, if you don't mind, Greg, maybe if you guys can shoot me Tony Vitello's address where he's staying, and I can run an Italian sub over to Tony.
Well, I already got a text from Tony Gemignani. Tony G looking to hook up with Tony V. Take all my advertising.
There we go.
I can't do that. The spicy bucatini, Mamma Mia!
Wow.
Matt, have a fantastic weekend.
Putridness.
Yeah, putridness.
No putridness on the spicy. Love that.
Was this Greg Papa that I was talking to, or was it still the alter ego of John Gruden? Because I had to pull over. I had to pull over and take a nap after listening to the first 15 minutes of this show.
Did you only hear it, or did you see it? You got to see it for the full effect.
No, I was driving.
We'll send it.
It was okay. Very good. And Greg, I will be talking to you later today.
Did you disagree with me?
I'll be talking to you
Run
later.
the damn rock, Shanahan. What's going on?
Man.
Yeah, Matt.
The first thing I thought when I heard that, I didn't know that you were in character, and so I was like, man, is Greg gonna be coming this hot on Ask Papa later today when we record?
No. When we do game plan next year, it's gonna be a whole new me, epiphany. Your life is threatened. Kyle, are you even a Shanahan? Have you met Mike? Have you met your dad? Run the damn ball.
You'll appreciate this one, Greg. When I did my my interview with Shanahan yesterday, I was like, yeah, you guys are coming off not your best game, and he went off on me like, not our best game. That was a nice way of saying it. We were horrible. That was a horrible game.
And then you dropped, well, I did see a lot of putridness, Coach.
I did. Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Love
Have a
you,
great
brother.
weekend. I would say
Thank
safe
you.
travels, but I know you're not doing that for the road.
he's
so
driving now. You're
Just,
going
just
to
fight
Santa
through
Clara right
traffic.
now.
Yeah,
I
just
hear
fight
the
through
radio.
traffic. Don't worry about the air traffic.
I just pulled into my parking spot, and it is my parking spot because it's kind of an off the beaten path spot. So I have the same parking spot every day. So
Yeah,
I am
sure.
parked. I'm ready to go. So the drive home with my bags of candy, I was inspired by John Gruden to pick up some Snickers. I'm also a big Twix guy, by the way.
Okay.
You like Twix? That's your go-to is Twix?
Snickers is number one. I think Twix is number two.
Nice. So if I go to the Mayoko household, I can get the Italian from Marucci's, and I also will get a Twix and a Snickers?
Yes, and I will not have
Nice.
the Italian sub in the refrigerator for 4 days before eating it.
You hate that. I wanted to eat it with you on Ask Papa. Wasn't it a good bit? I thought it was.
It's a great bit.
Happy Halloween, Matt. We
All
love
right,
you.
gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you, Matty.
Thanks,
Love you,
gentlemen.
brother.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
We'll talk later,
Love you
Matty.
guys.
Talk later.
Matt Mayoko on the Sports Leader. We'll get ready to talk to Tim Ryan when we come on back. It's Papa and Silver, KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
49ers showing pressure again. Let's see if they can get tight coverage.
Here it comes. 6-man rush, a throw, and a completion at the 15-yard line. Breaking free down the near side on that slant. And into the end zone for the touchdown is Hutchinson. 30-yard score. Another back-breaking third down conversion. This one for points. It's 22-7 Texans.
All right, so normally we do the football hour on a Thursday. We moved it to a Friday, not because we needed an extra day to get away from that disgusting affair on Sunday. We had reason with Tony Vitello yesterday. Happy Friday, happy Halloween, and happy football hour, or I guess we'll call it the football 40 with Tim Ryan.
There we go.
We are thankful for your flexibility. It's always great to talk to you, even if we got to come in with a low light like that. CJ Stroud, we've seen him struggle all year, but the bottom line is if you're not getting a pass rush even when you blitz, if you're an NFL quarterback, you usually can handle that situation. CJ Stroud was plenty comfortable, and it was a tale of two sides of the ball. Defense could not get off the field. Offense could not stay on the field. 49ers fall.
Yeah, that's what you call uncomplimentary football. And the inability to do that. Third down was the story of the game. And you heard that, the analysis coming back. Here they come. They're sending the pressure. Can they have tight coverage behind it? That was actually decent coverage from Jair Brown. Now, that was a tough cover. He's sitting flat-footed. Hutchinson's coming across his face. But that was by far, and Pop, you'll agree, that was by far the best throw C.J. Stroud made in the game. Michael Williams was in his face, drops the platform, slings it out there, and it was right on the money, got him right in stride. So they earned that one, but there was too many that they didn't earn in terms of, breakdowns in coverage, not anticipating enough, not playing with good enough eyes. And obviously that's to be expected with all the youth on the back end. But man, and you got to wonder and what's crazy is the week before how good it was. And again, that's youth and that's the type of roller coaster ride, this defense could be on. And I almost base it on whichever quarterbacks the 49ers play that are seasoned, that have seen a lot, are the guys that are probably going to be able to pick it apart. And we've seen that a couple of times this year. And C.J. Stroud is only in year 3, but let's all remember what kind of player he is, and he found his rhythm, and it didn't take him long to find it. And they got him into the third and longs. We talked about it. You got to get these guys in 3rd and 6+. They are 32nd in the NFL at converting when you get them into those third downs. And I think the first one may have been a 3rd and 13 or it was 3rd and 10+. I know that. And off coverage, guys are dropping, covering grass, not covering defenders. Yep. So, and then offensively, I had never been part of a game where the 49ers had 10 rushing attempts in the football game. And before that, the big special teams return, which also could have been a house call, by the way. And Brian Robinson got the face mask. But if he takes that thing to the sidelines, that's a touchdown. If Diamador Lenore goes back and kind of bows out a little bit around Renardo Green, who's calling him over, let's go. And time was already expired at that point, lost the opportunity to step out of bounds and kick a field goal. So he's already in the middle of the field. If he just bows a little bit towards Houston's sideline and gets around Renardo Green, there's 2 offensive linemen out there. That's 6 points. So there was missed opportunities. Thank God the defense, where they did play well, was down in the red zone. And part of that was obvious good defense. Part of that was Houston and some of their challenges they've had this year. But, they got to bounce back like they did after the Tampa game against Atlanta. There's going to be a tough spot on the road. The Giants are 2-1 at home. And what do I always say, Pop? If you're going to have a chance to win games, and I know they've only won a couple, and Jackson Dart's been out there for 5 starts. But if you got a quarterback and you got a defensive line, you got a shot. And they got a really good defensive line and a quarterback that's starting to figure it out.
And they got Abdul Carter, 3rd overall. And I want to get your
Abdul-Jabbar Carter, by the way.
Is that what you called him?
That's his middle name. I looked him up. Abdul-Jabbar Carter.
Abdul-Jabbar. I don't know. We'll get into
Skyhook
Thibodeau and we'll get into Burns. I think you can run at Burns. Let's just start with Jackson Dart, because Greg and I went to the Combine. And I came away thinking, what's wrong with Jackson Dart? Except he played for Lance Kiffin at Ole Miss. So we love Lane. But, wow, is he skilled, 223 pounds. He's hard to sack. Whippy arm. I see a little Jeff George. Jay Cutler rolled into one. Unconventional, tough to get on the ground. So going back to what you said, I think the difference was Houston's coaching staff attacked the Niners where you need to attack them.
Correct.
In the middle of the field, C.J. Stroud is just able to execute those throws where Michael Penix Jr. is not. How do you handle Jackson Dart. I do see him drop his eyes every now and then and go down, and then I see him get out to his right and make a throw back across the middle of his body. How do you keep him in the pocket? Do you blitz him in certain situations? Then what do you do with all the design quarterback runs, because they run everything with him?
Yeah, and the RPOs all attached to that. So the eye discipline is going to be huge. And another thing that they do with him, and I think it's been creative, and Dayball is a very good coach, and Kafka's calling the plays. Mike Kafka, a guy that played a long time in this league, is they're going up tempo. And that's going to be a challenge for any young defense, right? Especially when they're at home and they can get into that sugar huddle at the line of scrimmage. They can up-tempo you and do a lot of different things. So eye discipline in all those formations that the RPOs come off of. Of course, there are certain areas on the field when they like to run the zone read. They also run a quarterback power. They run a quarterback counter. So all of that stuff is married to one another. So, Salah's got to be on it in terms of when he's calling certain defenses. And there are two or three packages, that are designed to really play those QB runs. In terms of the passing game, get out that hopper gun and fill it with plaster, because and all the guys driving around in their trucks that are doing drywall today understand what I'm talking about. Because you're going to have to plaster the holy hell out of these weapons. Because if you watch Jackson Dart on tape, I would say a good percentage of his big plays down the field are extension plays, scramble plays. And he's going to cross the line of scrimmage 7 times when you include his called runs. And he's going to lay out now. If there's a line to gain, he's not sliding. So there are going to be hit opportunities on Jackson Dart. But I think one thing that, at least to me, when you watch him on tape, is he has got a really, really good view of the entire field. And he has the arm. You said the whip arm. He can throw it anywhere. So he's really good at stepping up and stepping out. He's really good at peeling out over the top and depending on your rush lanes. In buying extra time, and then everybody's alive. So, there's going to be, I'm sure there will be some man coverage. I love a lot of the cover 3 deep stuff versus all the RPO game. I think there's answers built into that defense already with the 3 deep and the 4 guys underneath and, playing some of those quick throws. But you got to plaster. And when I say plaster, that means go stick to a weapon. Spray that hopper gun and go get on him.
When he steps up and steps out, and now he's pressing the line of scrimmage,
right?
And you got to step up to make a tackle. How do you plaster there?
Well, I think what you do is you'll hopefully have some spies built in terms of a guy that's going to be spying him when he does do that. A secondary contained guy. If he rushes, if I'm playing the hook, and I'm a nickel or I'm a linebacker, and I'm playing the hook, and he peels out to my side, if there's nobody to cover, go get him. Don't just sit there and cover grass, right? Go get him. Go press him. If he ends up scrambling away into coverage, and you're a guy covering, you got to stay with your guy until he crosses the line of scrimmage, and then hope that everybody else, D-line and everybody in their pursuit and their swarm tactics, are there before it's a long game. It's kind of a catch-22, and that's why he is having success, and that's why those guys are hard to stop, because he does have the arm talent to throw it anywhere on the football field. The whole thing that when you think about this game, and I know we're going to talk offense and protection on the other side, is this offensive line's pretty solid, and we'll see if Jermaine Elmanure plays. I know he's been out during the week he's a good right tackle. These guys are pretty solid. They've all stuck together. They got Andrew Thomas back from his injury last year. These guys have all played together. So they are a band of brothers, and they know how to pass off games, and they know how to do different stuff. Because of his mobility and one read and looking to get out, he's been sacked 9 times in the last 2 weeks. So vision, sacks, rush lanes, rush lane discipline, and depth of your rushers. If you're on the edge, don't ever go past the depth of the quarterback, because it immediately, and the 49ers have played enough guys like this, immediately there's a step up, step out component to it, and he's going to take it. Because he gets back there and you can see him. I mean, it's one read and then pow, he's looking to get out and go create. So rush lane discipline. I also like some 5-man rushes. Play some cover 3 behind it. You can still play zone, obviously, with the fire zone stuff. And then now you've got one of those escape hatches kind of locked up with another rusher. So I think you mix and match a lot of different stuff. He is a young quarterback. He is a rookie. I don't think they anticipated clearly when you read all the stuff coming into the season, him out there doing what he's doing here so early. But I also think losing Scadaboo is big for them in terms of what that guy means just kind of to the swagger of that offense.
I saw a satirical report today that said he was going to come back this week, and he's already walking. Obviously,
Well, he
a joke,
might.
But
He might.
I was like, you know what? Maybe not this week.
Get off
maybe
the
in
car.
3 weeks.
Take off
yeah.
the air cast.
Yeah, Jackson Dart lost his wingman. That's really all there is to it. And both of those guys, they'll clear it out. So that's a big loss for them. And at the end of the day, can they get this quarterback to the ground? Can they plaster when he's extending plays? And but I tell you, the way they use those tight ends is pretty impressive. And Theo Johnson is a player now, and they got a Bellinger. We'll see. He's had a neck, I think, this week. But they use Theo Johnson everywhere. Penn State has kicked out some tight ends now over the last several seasons. And that guy's, he'll split out wide. He'll be in the backfield. He'll be on the line of scrimmage. He'll be at H-back. He'll be a lead blocker inserting up in the middle of the line of scrimmage. And he is a real security blanket for Jackson Dart.
All right, so it's the condensed football hour here. I did inform Tim Ryan, who stopped by the show with me at the start. Now we got two Gregs, but we had a Greg and a Chucky, and it was all about, can Kyle Shanahan run the damn ball? So I want to get into some of that, the 49ers blocking, and a comment that Shanahan made about running two tight end sets. Oh, no, there he is. There he is right there on the stream. Oh,
Are you freaking kidding me, man?
Run the rock, would you, Shanahan?
Hey, Pop, you want a job, man? How many times Gruden offered you a job? Me, I bet you 10 times for me. I had to tell him one time, John, you don't have a team.
He needs a job.
Tim, you want a job, man?
Is he
John,
back to Coach Florida?
You don't have a team. He's got to get back into coaching. He can't help himself.
He's losing his mind. How much weight has that guy gained? Laid off the beer, would you, John? Come on, Chucky. Put down the sugar.
It's Papa and Silver. The condensed football hour continues next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your beloved San Jose Sharks took down the first place New Jersey Devils 5-2 last night at the Tank. They are rolling. They're 3-6-2, which isn't that great, but they're showing promise. Keep it locked in here on the Sports Leader. We love our Sharks.
faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kittle now jogging to his right, stops into the slot. Here's the snap to Jones, looking over the middle, lofts it into the end zone. George Kittle reaching back with one hand. Two defenders on top of him. George Kittle celebrates National Tight End Day.
You knew he was going to get in the end zone on National Tight End Day, and another terrific laser throw from Mac Jones throwing the back shoulder, but the way George went up and got that in traffic, I love to say you put George in the phone booth with three guys, he's coming out with the football.
When in doubt, you still got the Mac Jones 2-minute drill. What a play by George Kittle in between a couple of defenders. It's our condensed football hour with Tim Ryan here on a Friday. So we got into the whole tight end discussion, and Shanahan yesterday on Dirty Work said he might use more 2 tight end sets coming. Now, if we're talking about highlights the Niners did have, well, tight ends, a lot of what they do, and especially in the case of George, is block. But you got one in the end zone. You got the other one in the end zone when Jake Tonjes reached up and robbed one from George Kittle, to where he, in true George fashion, said he stole it from him and was very, very upset. But the 49ers.
Thank God he stole it. Thank God he stole it. Otherwise, I think Jalen Petrie was going to steal it because he caught up awful quick. George was open, wide open early, and I think Mac did try to sizzle it to George, and Tonjes just went up and snagged it. You know, he leads. He's second in receptions and leads the 49ers in touchdown receptions with 4. What's crazy, and I'm all for more multiple tight ends. I think especially when you got, George can really block, and they both can be good receivers, and they both can win in the pass game. But when you look at the 49er receiver core, and man, I hope Ricky's coming back soon. And I have no idea on Brandon Ayuk, to be honest with you. God, that'd be a nice shot in the arm if his window opens here shortly and he can kind of regain what we all know he is. One touchdown to a wide receiver in 8 games. There's one. Juwan Jennings, one touchdown to wideouts. That's crazy to me. And you're talking about the number 2 passing outfit in pro football in the pass game in terms of yards per game. I think Brock's really close. This game against these guys, you better get matchups on the field in guys that can win one-on-ones and isolation matchups, because there's nobody that's running more man right now, especially on third down in the pro game, than the New York Giants with Shane Bowen as their defensive coordinator. And you understand why when you look at those rushers and those 5 guys that can come from anywhere. And it's not just the edge players, Pop. It's not just Thibodeau. Brian Burns. Yeah. Brian Burns has 10 freaking sacks. The 49ers as a team have 9 total. I mean, think about that. He's got 10, and then you look at Abdul Carter, whose production hasn't been there in terms of the numbers, but watch him on tape. He's a problem. He's bringing it.
He's getting better.
They line him up everywhere. All these guys, they're spinners. They'll stand him up in the middle. They'll stand him up at the second level. They'll stand him up on the edge. They'll be down in a stance. And that's all great, but Dexter Lawrence inside when he's cooking. And then, I mean, we know Roy Robertson Harris, Nunez Roches. These guys are good football players. They're not your traditional 3-4 DNs that are real long arm 2-gappers. They're capable of doing it because they play with a lot of power, but they can also be a big part of their movement game and their slant game and getting penetration and getting in the backfield. So a couple things I hope for, and there's no indicators of this at all in terms of how the 49ers are going to attack them. But I've always said there is not a better equalizer for pass rushers than the quick game. And I would love, and do they want to establish the run against a team that's given up 5-7 a carry? Absolutely. I mean, what Philly was able to do, and Philly had not been running the ball good all year long. They got under center last week, and they had some blocks, and they caught these guys out of gaps, and they rushed for 276 yards. But I would love to see some quick game and get these guys breathing hard and then start pounding the rock at them. I don't think you come out and just establish the run game right away because these guys are pretty damn good. But once you can get them a little bit tired, once you can get them off balance a little bit, I think then you can run at the pass rushers and run at a good clip.
Yeah, tell me what you think. I mean, Brian Burns got 10 sacks. He's tied with Myles Garrett for first in the NFL. But I do see teams run at him, and you have said, 3-4 over defense like Atlanta. You want more gap scheme downhill.
Correct.
But I see teams getting out like Philadelphia. Second play of the game with Saquon. They ran your double crunch, the duo.
That's right.
Double teams, and they got out left. They don't set the edge in the run game. Thibodeau does more than Burns.
There's no doubt. No doubt.
They move all three around in spinners, but you don't want to get into second and long.
No.
Third and long and let them play to their strengths. So
Absolutely.
Quick game. And then specifically, do you want to see more like the Atlanta game where it's more gap and power runs?
Well, I think a couple things, and because there's going to be run opportunities out of the 3 wide receiver sets too, out of the 11 personnel when they're in a 4-man front. I think Saquon's long run, that one you're talking about, was the duo crunch against a 4-man front.
Totally. Yeah.
And caught him out of alignment. So I think you can attack these linebackers however you're going to do it, whether they be Brian Burns on the outside or, here's where I need you, because I know years ago it was Okereke, then it's Okereke. Okereke.
Help me, Silver. When he was young and in college, he was Okereke. Now he's Okereke?
What is it?
Is it the other way around?
So I thought he was Okereke, and now it's Okereke.
Yeah, I think that one's it.
Don't ask me.
I think that one's it.
Just call him Bobby O.
Bobby O. Bobby O. Stanford's Bobby O. Stanford Bobby O. And
Paulson Adebo's a good player as well. Is he going in this game?
Yeah, who's that?
Paulson Adebo, the corner.
I don't know. He hasn't practiced. He's had no practice both Wednesday and Thursday. We'll see today if he's got any limited practice. Another Stanford guy. I think they miss when you watch the tape, and in particular that long run. I think they miss Michael McFadden in the middle of that defense as a linebacker. And Okereke had some injuries last year and a bit of a down year for him. Now they've got Darius Muasau in there, another UCLA guy.
You are nailing him, Mr. Phonetics.
That's right. And you know how it's spelled. Darius MUA-Sau. Muasau.
The football reference page for Bobby Okereke does have it pronounced as that. So I'm guessing he used to be an Okereke.
It used to be Okereke.
Forget Okereke ever existed. Well, that was like 3 years into his career.
You're right.
He told everybody he wants to be Okereke.
That's
like,
right.
Really, Bobby O?
That's right.
Switching now? Anyway.
Bobby O. So, I think that, there's certainly run opportunities when you look at a team that's given up 5-7 a carry. Because they will get out of their gaps. They are pass rushers, and they run a lot of 5-man front, which means a lot of times it's going to be 3 deep with a middle field safety, probably as much as the 49ers have seen this year. We know a good tactic and limiting explosive runs, and through 8 games, there's yet to be a 20-yard run. Been some 10-yard runs, and CMC did his thing against Atlanta, but there's going to be opportunities now. If they can get past that front 5 and get a hat on a hat, there's going to be an opportunity for an explosive run.
It's the Tim Ryan Football Hour, and we will go ahead and take our last time out because we want to make sure we get a good last segment in. A lot of the keys to the game: flush Houston away and try to have something different against Jacksonville. New York. Not a repeat of Jacksonville, by the way. That would be one game I'd say don't do it. Any of the AFC South games, that's how you don't want to play for the rest of the year for the Niners. Keys to the game against Jackson Dart, third straight young quarterback they have faced. Penix struggled. CJ Stroud did not. What will the fate be for number 6 of the New York Giants? It's Papa and Silver with Tim Ryan on the Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now Jones again to throw, looking to the left, and he'll sling it far side, single coverage, and underthrown, intercepted. He was trying for Jawan Jennings near the goal line. It was just a shade short, and it's picked off by the Texans.
It is glove coverage. Jawan is well covered, but it's an isolation opportunity. There have not been a lot of them, and that ball's just underthrown.
Kamari Lassiter with somewhat of a dagger there. Houston wins it 26-15. We are turning the page. Final segment here on the shortened Tim Ryan Football Hour. We appreciate Tim's flexibility and the crazy week we've had at the Sports Leader. A lot of sports going on, and it's a big one for the New York Giants. It's a big one for the 49ers before they come back home. So everybody's favorite topic since training camp and preseason, this offensive line's not good enough. Well, Ben Bartch got his practice window open the week before. It was
Big
Spencer
Barchy.
Burford, and Ben Bartch sounds like he is questionable coming into the game. Bottom line is, regardless of who the bodies are out there, these guys on the whole have to block a little bit better because Mac Jones, when he's comfortable like the Atlanta game, it's great. Mac Jones, when it's the second half of the Ram game, the Tampa game, what you saw last week in Houston, it's tough to ask a guy that's battling multiple knee injuries, and he's probably going to get another start.
Yeah, and you're going to need mobility against this group. That's for sure. And the five guys that they're teeing off and crossing the line of scrimmage. I don't know who it's going to be at left guard with Barchy, Ben Bartch getting his window open. Remember Burford, who's been the swing tackle up until he hurt his knee earlier in the year, was the starting right guard on the Super Bowl team all season long. I like Burford. I mean, he can play both, was a tackle in college at San Antonio. But I like him at guard because he's heavy-handed. He can move. He can get to the second level. He's a big body. He's got a nasty mentality. He's built for it in terms of the phone booth. Former defensive lineman, so he's got good short area quickness. So we'll see if Burford gets an opportunity or if it's Barch or maybe it's Connor Colby again. But I know the reinforcements have arrived, and I think either one of those guys. And look, Connor is a rookie 7th-round pick out of Iowa, and he has learned a lot this year, and he has had some good plays, and like anybody, he's got plays that he's going to want back. But I think when if it's one of the two veterans, I would feel more comfortable against this group with one of those guys out there, just in terms of the fire, the oomph. They're just bigger, stronger veteran players that might be a good answer in there. I think Hennessy's got to play better. A little bit of a drop off in the game against Houston versus the week before in Atlanta when he went out there and played. And there's no doubt Colton McKivitz has got to get back on track. And he can. I mean, Will Anderson is obviously an all-day sucker in what he was able to do and making some big plays. But, man, that's – to me, this game, you look at last week, and they didn't pass the test against that rush unit. Trent played well. Some of the run blocking, they didn't have enough opportunity because of third down to really run it and assert their will over Houston's front. But – last week, you'd say they didn't pass the test. This week, will they pass the test? And then going into the Ram week, I think these 3 games are a huge barometer of kind of measuring what this offensive line is going to be able to provide the rest of the way through.
And for the football team, you got a trade deadline coming up on Tuesday. But
we haven't even talked about Keon White, Pop. You like that move?
I like Keon White. We like him. But your time is if this was a football hour and not a football 40, we'd do 10 minutes on Keon White. But he's going to play in the game, first of all. Do you think
I believe he is, yes.
He and Clee Furl will both get jerseys, 56 and 96?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see on Clee. That factors in with Etor and Gross Matos and his availability. But I remember when we lost Clee in the Super Bowl year, we missed him in the postseason.
Not the same. I think
Not
that
the
Lion
same.
game.
He's leaned out a little
Jamison
bit.
Williams
He's leaned out. He's leaned out a little bit, but he will set the edge and he will play hard. So we'll see if he gets a uniform. I think Keon White is getting a uniform. And I remember, and I'll just give 2 minutes on Keon White. I remember getting ready for the New England game last year and watched what he destroyed Seattle's O-line. I go, this guy's a player. I remember him going to McKivitz and Banks and the O-line. I'm like, 99 can play. You guys watch tape on him. They're like, he's sudden. He's violent as hell on the inside. And he's got quickness. He can counter, he can club, he can swipe. He's got an arsenal of moves. And then most importantly, because I had a lot of moves, but once I got by you, I couldn't really finish like he can finish. He can roll those hips, and he's got a nasty attitude when he gets to the quarterback. So probably an unheralded move in terms of the national media and talking about it and, the scheme change and everything they did up in New England and Vrabel trying to change the culture up there. Wasn't playing a lot, but I think it is a very, very good pickup for the 49ers when you consider all the the legs to it and having him again next year under his rookie deal. He was a 2nd-round pick. Belichick drafted him, I believe. So I'm fired up for Keon White.
Totally. And he had 2.5 sacks against Joe Burrow in the season opener, then a 1.5 against Geno in week 2, and then we saw him early in the year. And he certainly laid some hits on Brock. Ooh. So we thank you for your time. I don't think we've ever done this before on a Friday. Schedule's different. You got to go watch practice. You're all cleaned up for the flight. You got to fly to Jersey. We haven't been to Jersey in a while. 2020 it was back-to-back weeks, but it was the pandemic.
Goodbye.
Raheem Mostert, first play of the game. Raheem Mostert. That was week 2, and then the Giants week 3. So I just remember, those games. It was a span of 3 snaps. They brought carts out to take Solomon Thomas off, Nick Bosa out. Jimmy Garoppolo sprained an ankle. Your guy Mosterati, MCL tear. They've had, Sterling Shepard and their guy Wan'Dale Robinson had some Achilles and ACL. And then Malik Neighbors this year just gathering to go up, blows it out. It has a bad reputation, but they're field turfs around the NFL. I ask this question reluctantly because I don't want anybody to get hurt, and I know you pray during the anthem that everybody gets out of there healthy. Is this field in Jersey worse than other ones, Tim? Is it just a bad rap and some bad luck? I know you go out there and you walk the field as I do before every game. What are they walking into on Sunday?
I don't know. We haven't been there in a while, like you said. I haven't been to Giant Stadium, and maybe they've refilled it with the rubber pellets. I'm sure they have. I'm sure it's all up to code. The NFL's not going to let that happen. But I have had guys tell me it's stickier than most in terms of your feet sticking in it and not having that give as turf. So a lot of it's been bad luck. The Giants have been snake bit too, as you just mentioned, with injuries. And it's not just this year. It's like year after year. They've been dealing with the same thing. This is a historic matchup, Pop. You think back to the 80s. I was growing up watching football, going to college, and watching these games in the regular season, watching them in the postseason. In the Harbaugh era, some of those matchups with Tom Coughlin out here in the playoffs, and the Quagmire and the punt return game. With Kyle, was it Kyle? What was the return?
Kyle Williams.
Kyle Williams. Trying to field a couple of those punts.
In the rain.
In a deluge, now a downpour. Yeah. So a historical matchup, two crown jewels. You look at their next 4 games, and we know the 49ers have the Rams coming up in Week 10. But think about this for the Giants, who have won 2. At Chicago next week, then Green Bay, then at Detroit, then at New England. So they're looking at this game as an absolute must-win if they don't want this thing really going sideways in the rookie year of Jackson Dart. So this should be a great game from top to bottom, and one the 49ers can go in and win. The question is can they block the front well enough in the run game and in the pass game to be able to attack their weakness, which is the back end with all of their injuries and some of their challenges at linebacker.
All right, the very last thing I'll leave you with is you're going to be with the young Jack Smith this weekend doing play-by-play.
The young Trojan.
I was going to say, is your bonding experience tomorrow night a little USC taking on Matt Rule's Nebraska team?
Wow.
7:30 Eastern?
Jack and I might get together for that one.
Okay.
What? Tim and I have never hung on the road ever.
Well, you're always at the bar
we're
promoting
holed up
yourself.
And we're working.
You're always at the bar promoting yourself and
I
signing
was
off.
at the bar. Maybe Friday, not
what
Saturday.
Are you talking about?
You're going to get together Saturday and watch USC.
You know better than that. You know better.
This is the only song we know. It's boring and it's slow. You're going to get together with this guy.
Why didn't you go to USC? Oh, it's the same thing I tell everybody else. They didn't recruit you. My bad.
Syracuse, baby.
Yeah,
we got Belichick in North Carolina tonight, by the way, at the Dome. So
okay.
Hang with your boy Jack the Trojan.
Orange. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Make your flight, bro. Love you.
All right, stud. Love you. Miss you.
Come back at 6 and 3. That's all I'm telling you.
All right. I'll make
a little better than 5 and 4 around here.
Do the right thing, Pop. Do the right thing.
And do it longer.
All right. See you
Love
guys.
you, brother. We'll talk to you in 6 days.
You.
Appreciate you,
right.
Tim. I did get recruited to play football at UCSB, Pop. Undefeated since 1992, might I add.
University of California at Santa Barbara, you're a gaucho, so.
That's right.
Tonight was the night, by the way. I'm supposed to be in central New York and Syracuse going into the Hall of Fame tomorrow. That was the whole plan, was to fly out yesterday and go to the game tonight. They are playing Bill Belichick in North Carolina tonight. And then Andrew Siciliano, who we had a chance to visit with at the Combine, sent me a text this morning that typical Syracuse, as he landed this morning, it's all drizzly and gray and raining in Syracuse. It won't rain inside the Dome. Against Bill Belichick, but going to be a hard weekend for me. We're going to spend Halloween with Belichick in Syracuse, and then go into the Hall tomorrow with Siciliano with others, and I may do a little Zoom cameo, and then obviously go to MetLife on Sunday. So I'm going to miss it all, like I have as Tim departs to hang with his guy Jack and the Trojan. But anyway, so we'll watch college football tonight and tomorrow, and then the importance of this game that we're just talking about with Tim. And for the Giant perspective, we'll talk to Bob Papa. What if they would have beaten the Broncos? They had them done. It was 19-0. It was 26-8. Late, 5 minutes to go in the game. Who loses that game? The Giants do. And it was Denver's epic comeback, and they had one against Philadelphia earlier. But after an 0-3 start, they're not having a great year, the New York Giants. They're probably not going to make the playoffs this year, but they have energized that franchise to the point, what do they do with Joe Shane? What do they do with Brian Daboll, who's a good coach? He's been around, pro football forever, coordinated so many good offenses, and obviously spent time at Alabama with Nick Saban there. They're not a playoff team, I wouldn't think, this year. When you look at the schedule, at Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit, New England, and then even coming out of it, Washington and Minnesota, they may not win too many more games. But had they beaten the Denver Broncos in that game that they had that game beat, Greg, you got to wonder exactly, what the energy would be like. And I think it'll still be energized. Tim was talking about all the matchups they had in the 80s. And that was, Bill Walsh against Bill Parcells and Belichick. I mean, think about those matchups where you had the genius on offense that changed pro football in the 80s, without a doubt, against Belichick. And before he became a head coach, he had two of the greatest defensive coaching games ever, to beat the Niners in the NFC Championship game and to win that game with 5 field goals, essentially. Late game fumble, but the hit on Joe from Leonard Marshall changed history as the Niners went for the three-peat. He pulled that off, and then 2 weeks later in Tampa, he takes down the K-Gun and the Buffalo Bills. And that's where essentially nickel defenses, he had a 2-man pass rush. The entire game against Buffalo, he rushed 2. He took all of their short stuff away. He was all over Thurman. Thurman had a big game, obviously, but they wanted to take Andre Reed away and Metzelars. And so Tim's, when they get on the field and these two classic uniforms clash, it's not going to so much be Mac Jones against Jackson Dart. You're going to go back to Joe Montana against Phil Simms or Jeff Hostetler, or whoever the quarterback was at the time in all the big playoff games. But to me, it's mainly Bill Walsh against Bill Parcells with Bill Belichick. And Mike Lombardi wrote a book about the 3 Bills. And, those great defenses of the Giants with just enough offense and game plan. And the Niners won most of those matchups. Obviously, Jerry Rice getting loose on toast. Elvis Patterson taking that little short one and taking it to the house. But we all remember the one that got away with a fumble in the fourth quarter and a tough 360 spin from Steve and, the hit and Roger Craig fumbles. And they are, you think it's just coincidence? The Niners are rolling into town and they're going to have a 80s retro game where they're going to dress like it's the 1980s.
Mm-hmm.
The end zone of the field are going to be decked out like it's the 1980s. So it's not technically Giant Stadium. They call it MetLife, and they opened in 2010. But it's right there. It's the same. It's in the same area of the Turnpike there in Jersey. So this will be, Tim hit it exactly right. This will be a throwback game to when the Niners and the Giants ran. Whoever won that game was going to win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl.
Busy Friday here. We just had Larry Krueger stop by. He was hanging out in the studio beside me. I had one ear slightly on Krug through the window and then the other on Tim Ryan for our condensed football hour. This is the time of year where we see a lot of changes, and it happened in Miami this morning. We got roster changes. Keon White is a part of the team. So let's get into some of that and keep it here on the Niners. The main themes for this game, the importance for the Giants, and the importance for San Francisco to get one before they got to face division rival Rams next Sunday at Levi Stadium. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
49ers their own 39-yard line. Pass is caught by Taylor. He could be gone. Touchdown. Or the extra point there. Hofer hits it. And it's 13-6 49ers.
Nice old school calls right there from Jacob back in the studio. It's a Friday with the Gregs, with a little Chucky, with a little Tim Ryan, with a little Matt Mayoko. And speaking of Matt Mayoko, 808 KNBR, do you agree with the assessment that this is the type of game a playoff team wins and a non-playoff team loses at MetLife Stadium on Sunday? Every game means a lot, and for the way the Niners season's gone, they're officially moving into the second half right now, still without their QB1. Perhaps he'll be back as an active backup. Maybe still without Brandon Ayuk, still without Ricky Pearsall, who's been sidelined for 4 games now, and for the rest of the season without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. A lot of changes that we've seen across the NFL. They traded for Keon White, and then out of Miami, Chris Greer and the Dolphins mutually agreed to part ways, as it was phrased. But Mike McDaniel, it was stated, will be the coach for at least the rest of the season. Is that, I mean, that's got to be the least confident headline I've ever read. That's basically saying, yeah, he will definitely get fired on Black Monday, or I guess now it's kind of become Black Sunday. And if things really go poorly, maybe we'll go back on our word and it'll be sooner.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. And Al Michaels is tight with Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, and the owner dropped by the booth before the game. And Al, older Al is just letting it rip. He doesn't like social media, but he's obviously following it, and it's a little more shoot from the hip. He was basically saying Mike McDaniel's going to get fired after the game, and it didn't happen. Chris Greer, it's tough to fire your general manager just days before a trading deadline, but we'll see. Champ will take over and make their calls there, and we'll see what Mike is going to do. They didn't look good last night in any way. 28-6, they could not. There were breakdowns. All the pre-snap motions they do, and they do so many of them, they just false start a lot. They get themselves into situations. I mean, obviously, losing Tyreek Hill, the quarterback, I love his ball handling, but they picked the wrong guy. And that was Chris Greer's call. They should have taken Justin Herbert. It's pretty obvious now. So I think eventually they're all going to get fired. And we'll see what Stephen Ross does do. It's tough to fire your general manager right before a deadline. And how does that impact, trading those defensive linemen? They've got really good guys. Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips is the guy that, hurt Jimmy Garoppolo right before, went to Brock Purdy. That was, Jimmy fighting for an extra little bit there. So, anyway, and all of a sudden, you look at the AFC, we kind of gave the North to Pittsburgh. Not so fast, my friend. The Baltimore Ravens, when they have that quarterback, they are a different team. And playing Kyle Hamilton in the box, he blows everything up. Daniel Brunskill, I love you, Brunny. They went to 6 offensive linemen all night. And I think they stole a little of Baltimore's offense with their big 300-pound fullback and using Brunskill that way. But if you don't block 14, he's going to wreck the game. It wasn't a great game to start with, but Baltimore, when the quarterback plays, they win. Not so much early in the year. They were 1-3, but a big difference. So I think Baltimore right now is a playoff team and may, in fact, win the AFC North. And I don't know about Pittsburgh. You were talking to when Mayoko said, the Niners, if they win this game, they should be a playoff team. If they lose, they're not. It's middle of the year. There are games that happen, but the pure math of it, they're 5-3, and they were 3-0. But I think just look at the teams behind you in the NFC, and you wonder, who's gonna go up and grab a playoff spot. Keep your eye on the Chicago Bears. I think Green Bay and Detroit are both playoff teams. Philadelphia is going to win the NFC East probably. Is anybody else? What's happened to Washington this year and Adam Peters' team?
Yeah.
They are sliding. So are they a playoff team?
Jaden Daniels is coming back this week against Seattle, and it's a big one on Sunday Night Football.
He's just not playing as well in his second year. He's just not. There's not the same team. You could feel it. Tampa Bay will probably win the South. Does Carolina get in as a playoff team? Does Atlanta? That's why that Atlanta win is really good. And then I'm assuming both Seattle and the Rams make it. So do the math. I mean, you got 4 division winners, and you got 3 wild card teams. Can you right now? You're the 7th seed. It's that 6-7 thing we've been talking about. But I mean, it would certainly be a lot easier. You're stacking wins. At the end, you just got to add them all up. And obviously 6-3 is way better than 5-4. And you got a trade deadline as well. So, where you pivot and where you go, this game will certainly be a big part of it. But just a fun game overall. We came in with Pat Summerall and John Madden on every single 49ers, New York Giants playoff game. And they met all the time. I mean, they met in the 81 year in January of 82 in a playoff game. They met in the 84 year, the 85 year. Both in 81 and 84, the Giants won 49ers won Super Bowls. After that, Niners won both of them. Giants won in December of 85, and they won the Super Bowl that year. So what we're talking about is when they met in the playoffs, a little like the Raiders and the Steelers in the 70s, they met 5 straight years. Whoever was winning that playoff game, and a lot of time it was Championship Sunday, they were going to go on and win the Super Bowl, and it happened over and over and over again. The epic one was in January of 87, the 86 year, when the 49ers were beaten so soundly by the New York. That was humbling. I think that was the Jim Burt game and a 49-3 game. But Jerry Rice got loose on so many of these games. Just so many great moments. Remember, the 90 year and the fumble and Leonard Marshall taking out Joe, and the Niners did come back in January of 94 and laid one on them. The epic playoff game. Who was the long snapper for the New York Giants? Trey Junkin?
Trey Junkin. Yeah.
Junkin. That was a wild, wild game. I could see Coughlin getting lobster red. Looked like Noriega and Mooch winning that game, and wild. Then what the game that Tim referenced, the NFC Championship game. And, wow, that was hard. And Kyle Williams, he fumbled twice. And was they both in overtime? I think they were. And Brad Seeley was the special teams coordinator for the Niners, one of the best in football. But the Giants went to twin returners. It started to rain in the overtime, and that game just slipped away. So, because the Giants are wearing the retro to the 80s, and you'll be thinking of Bill Walsh and against Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick. I mean, think about it. And you had George Seifert. You had great coaches all around, McKittrick and the O-line and everything. But, I mean, think about those matchups. Bill Walsh against Bill Parcells with Bill Belichick running the defense. I mean, did we even know? I think we did back then. That Bill's offense and, the West Coast offense, whatever you want to call it, changed football, and it still has. And, obviously Lawrence Taylor coming into the mix changed football, and how Bill had to fortify that left tackle position to get away from him and to roll away from Lawrence Taylor. But Babs and I, Chris Babcock, were just playing, what do you call that, the immaculate grid?
Yeah.
The greatest players to ever play. When Christian McCaffrey takes the field, you don't think he thinks of his dad? Before Ed McCaffrey became a Denver Bronco, he was a New York Giant and a San Francisco 49er. And Jim Burt, the big hit, and he just, Joe got hit by Leonard Marshall on the back, and I could just see him rolling right, dodging a defender, and, getting ready to throw, and he doesn't see him. And it's like, Joe, duck! Oh, wow. Was he ever the same after that hit? And the game turned because he left the game. Steve came in. It was a handoff and a 360 spin handoff to Roger. Roger had the ball, though. And Roger hates when we bring it up. I don't know if that cost him the Hall of Fame. I don't know. Then they made a fifth field goal, and they won that game. But by far, the best player to play for both teams in the Immaculate Grid is Y.A. Tittle. And why the Niners traded him, because of the presence of John Brody. And, he was a Niner much longer than he was a New York Giant. but he played his best football with the New York Giants in the early 60s, won some MVPs, and made the cover. It was Time magazine that he was on the cover when they knocked his helmet off and the bald head. So
you're
just
going Y.A. Tittle over Matt Breida?
Close. I do like the cheetah, but I think I would go with Y.A. And no relation to Rick Tittle, but he won some titles for the New York Giants as well. So that's a great matchup. I wish I was getting on that damn airplane, or I was already there and seeing Syracuse in North Carolina, going to the Hall of Fame tomorrow and going there on Sunday. But, they are who they are right now, but this defines certainly NFC football and the National Football League in the decade of the 80s, and we'll be thinking about the great Pat Summerall and John Madden. Not so many of those calls of 49ers against the New York Football Giants.
No, I mean, looking through the history, as you just outlined very well, there are a lot of memorable games, and maybe for the 49ers perspective, a handful you'd like to forget, too. That's right, the Kyle Williams one. I think he had the regulation fumble that hit his knee, and then he had just an ordinary fumble on a punt return in overtime, and I think...
Well, that's the one that cost you the game.
That was the one that cost him the game, yeah. So.
I love Brad Seeley, and I knew him when he ran the Raiders special teams coach. Why didn't you put two back? You got to look. It's raining. You asked one guy to look up in the rain, and, the raindrops are falling. The Giants did it. They had two guys back, secure the football in that moment, and I'm surprised Harbaugh didn't tell him that because his brother John ran special teams for Andy Reid forever and ever. So many great matchups in the playoffs. Niners won most of them, I think, but there were some memorable ones that you just stick with you forever. The fumble and they came into Candlestick. That would have been 49ers Bills in Tampa. Would have been Super Bowl 25. You imagine that matchup would have been, and it wound up being Belichick against the Bills, but. That one was the heartbreaker because that would have been the three-peat, which nobody's done. Now, you had to beat Buffalo in a couple of weeks' time, but what a matchup that would have been. But 49ers and Giants. I'd like to hear from Bill Parcells a little bit and Bill Belichick after he loses to Syracuse. Maybe he shows up in Jersey now. He won't show up. His new girlfriend won't let him. But anyway, what do we know at the time what we were watching? I think we kind of knew Bill Walsh was Bill Walsh. Did we know Parcells was going to be the tuna and be what he would be, and Bill Belichick would be? He won 2 as a coordinator, then 6 as a head coach. So in those matchups of Walsh against Belichick, arguably the greatest offensive mind in the history of the sport against the greatest defensive mind in the history of the sport. And I would say I'll take the arguably away. Because I'll make the argument. Those are the two best on offense and defense that have ever coached.
For you and Babs, by the way, today's Immaculate Grid has the 49ers as a part of it. In that top left corner are the two Papa teams, 49ers and Bills. I think our guy Matt Breida, the Cheetah, works for that square too. So if anyone, sorry if I spoiled an answer for you if you're listening to us. We also got Niners, Jets. Let's see. I'm going to go Lake and Tomlinson.
Niners, Jets. Why are we doing Niners, Jets? They're not playing the Jets on Sunday.
No, I'm just looking at the Immaculate Grid today.
No, we're staying on Niners, Giants. Let's fill in our grid. We got a few more. Y.A. Tittle's going in the middle, without a doubt. Don't forget Easy Ed McCaffrey.
Yeah? Okay. That's true.
Quite a few guys. We'll get them all.
808 KNBR, contribute your best candy bars, your best Immaculate Grid submissions for 49ers and Giants. Lots to get to. Bob Papa, his brother from another mother, coming up at 12:50. And got a couple of things to sort out. We may have a couple of Halloween surprises for you, but still waiting on a couple of messages. So we'll see how it all shakes out here on a Friday. We could take your calls. We can get into the crazy weekend of sports coming up. Are we going to have a World Series winner by the end of tonight? We certainly will by the end of the weekend. What's going to happen here with the Tony Vitello fallout and that coaching staff? Warriors tough one last night. But let's just hope that the Jason Pinnock revenge game is a little bit similar to the Ryan Rollins revenge game that the Bucks pulled off last night. 32 points. No Giannis. Is he getting traded, by the way? I mean, late scratch, knee soreness. Just saying, could happen out there.
They're winning without him. And I do have, when we talk Warriors, Kuminga's got to guard better. That's just the bottom line. I like him on the balls, the show, the defense, but you got to stop people. And Al Horford does scare me. Switching on to guards. I saw it in the preseason and saw it in 22 on the parquet when Steph took him apart. That, to me, is not a finishing lineup. I still want Draymond Green playing 5 or Quentin Post. I think they will attack a 39-year-old Big Al. If they're doing it in October, what the hell are they going to do in April, May, and if there is a June? So it scares me a little bit.
In fact, let's get right into that when we come on back. We got a lot of football for you leading up to 2 o'clock. Bob Papa joining us at 12:50. Warriors 4-2, tough one last night against the Giannis-less Bucks. They got to try to bounce back tomorrow against the Pacers. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors get mopped in Milwaukee. No Giannis, no problem. The Warriors go down, but that's okay. They're still 4-2, still looking good. Keep it locked in here. Dubs OT with JD is always on after every Warriors game. Next game tomorrow against the Pacers, 4 p.m. Keep it locked in here on the Sports Leader, Dubs fans.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Ryan Rollins for three. They have found something in Ryan Rollins. I mean, this is not a mirage. He has played so well at the beginning of the year, averaging 15 a game, got 17 tonight. Ryan Rollins on Horford, adds to the career high. Wow.
No, it was not our finest hour. We did not play well at all. And there were some good individual plays, but we didn't connect as a group and suffered at both ends.
That's the highlight of Ryan Rollins en route to 32 points, and Steve Kerr after the fact discussing his team's shortcomings as it's 120-110. Warriors dropped to 4-2, and I wanted to be bummed listening to that, but I just kept getting talking heads in my head here from Jacob. Say something once, why say it again? They might have to do that because that Warriors game last night felt very similar to the Portland game. Third game in 4 nights, turned it over 22 times. And this is not the NFL where you're grateful you have Mac Jones because just any backup quarterback could come in and do the job. No, most backup QBs can't come in and win 4 out of 6 starts. But this is the NBA where everyone is capable of putting on a scoring clinic any given night. So I'm not going to come in with a passionate Silver Dubs diatribe. Wasn't great last night. The Bucks get credit for making big shots down the stretch. There's no doubt about it. And the Warriors as a team need to guard better against these younger, lengthier, bouncier opponents. It's not a crisis, but again, talking heads, say something once, why say it again? Well, we've seen a very similar game play out twice over the first 6.
Yeah, I am worried about the Warriors defense. With the exception of the Clippers game, they haven't defended like they need to defend. And last night they were sloppy. 22 turnovers. Jonathan Kuminga had 5 of them. The first travel, when you came to a 2-foot plant and the right one went first and the left, that was hard to understand. But you had a couple others after that. It's just too much. 5 turnovers is way too much in the game. And Steph Curry had 5 turnovers last night. You had 22 as a team, which led to 22 points off of it. There were some throws even at the very end of the game. You threw the ball out of bounds. Just too many. It's too sloppy. They had too many shots on goal. Milwaukee had 96 shots. The Warriors had 85 shots. And, they got up 46 threes in the game. Now, you offset it. Those numbers are deceiving because you made 25 out of 26 free throws. Steph Curry finally was human and he missed a free throw. He couldn't believe it. But he gave up 120 points to Milwaukee without Giannis. And Ryan Rollins, seriously? We hardly knew you here. And he wasn't that player. That's player development. Steve said we had nowhere to play him. Santa Cruz. Send him down there and then play, not for Steve Kerr, Nick Kerr. And let's not trade him. And Jordan Poole for an aging 39-year-old point guard. You'd like to have those two guys offensively a little bit now? Moving on. So the other issue is Kuminga. And I've been very complimentary. He's played great. He was sloppy with the ball a little bit last night. They ran him in ice situations more last night than I can remember when they're all healthy. He just took it. There were late game situations where Steph Curry ever going to touch the ball here? Nope. Jonathan Kuminga is just going to shoot it up. Fine. He was 7 of 11. Don't turn the ball over. Don't travel. When you smile and laugh after you travel, find out what you did wrong and don't do it again. But I like his confidence. It's fine. When I'm going to get on him on the other end, and he does, when he's on the ball and he guards the guy with the ball, it is, you see the shell of the defense. It kind of has to work that way. Klay Thompson's long gone. Steph can't guard the ball. Jimmy Butler can't guard the ball. Draymond Green guards the ball as well as any of them, but he can't do it the entire game. The Warriors are landing in Indianapolis here in a little bit. Maybe we'll get Will Richard on the air after they land. Raymond's going to try to accommodate us. It depends on when they land. Honestly, obviously GP2 can guard the ball, but there's some matchups where he's just too small. GP2 hardly played last night. When you look at and Moses Moody guards the ball, but Richard's just long.
Yeah.
And he guards the ball well, and he reaches. He may be your best option. Now, you are going to get DeAnthony Melton back at some point, so let's just see. But I'm Jonathan, JK, Kuminga, whatever you want to call him, you need to stop the ball. It's not enough just to guard the ball in the shell of the defense. You can't get beat off the dribble every single time. Not every time, but too much. Too much. Push them to help. Get up into them. Bend your knees. Stop the ball. I like putting him on the ball because he's better at that. He's a head turner off the ball. But if we're going to ask you to guard the ball, can you stop the ball once in a while? I let it go opening night with Luka because Luka's Luka. And he was a volume scorer, but he went for 43 on you.
Yeah.
There are guys, and you've had some tough matchups. I waited a little while. Not a great matchup with Rollins' quickness to get to any spot. But you got to stop the ball, brother. It's not enough where we get into a scramble situation. If Jerry Stackhouse is going to call out Andrew Wiggins after you trade him and say, actually, he didn't guard the ball very well. Really? How's JK doing on the ball? Guard the ball, stop the ball. Get up into them, push it, or bring help. You can't get beat off the dribble. Then you get a scramble situation during the rotations, and you give up 120 to a team that's playing without the league MVP. The other side of it is, what do we got here in Al Horford?
Yeah.
And I don't care that he's 1 for 6 from the floor. I don't care. I'd like him to be 6 for 6. Trust me, if he's 6 for 6, maybe they win. I'm not saying that. But can he switch on to a guard? They picked on him. They're picking on him. And they, the Warriors picked on him with Steph. We see it. He can't play. If he can't guard a guard, then you got to go small. Quentin Post plays better. Quentin Post played 9.5 minutes last night, didn't make a shot. So you went to a smaller group, or you played Horford, or I could. There were times even in the preseason when Horford and Steph are vibing and the passing, boom, 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 beautiful. Looks well. Offensively, he's fine. Or don't accept the switch. I don't know why they just accept it over and over again. Draymond's he'll come up and take it. Let me guard him. You stay back in there. I don't know. I haven't seen as much zone with him on the court. Anyway, Kuminga, not enough to guard the ball. Stop the ball. The ball is killing you. This guy went for 32 last night. Did it beating you off the dribble, did it on step-back shots, did it on everybody. But, Jonathan, you got to stop the ball. And then Horford, what is he? Where is he? Honestly, when you get DeAnthony Melton back, where's he going to be with his ACL? I don't know. But if he's back to being DeAnthony Melton, maybe not Thanksgiving, but maybe,
Valentine's
Day. Valentine's Day when you got to look at the lineup. And sometime, I'd rather have him on the court guarding the ball. I don't know. And then you just play smaller. And then you got other options with Pods and Moody. But Al Horford is, I don't care about plus minus, but the game against the Clippers, well, he was a minus 20 last night. And the opponents will tell you who you are. They're attacking him. And they're getting away with it, beating him off the dribble. and, creating space on step back. It's hard to guard guards. That's why only, the best of the best can do it. Watching Miles Turner last night. Damn. And we'll see the Pacers tomorrow night. I don't know. Kuminga's got to guard the ball better. And Al Horford, I think Kuminga will, and they'll challenge him. Or they'll get somebody else, and he'll play him somewhere else. But in Al Horford, what do you have, Greg? Everybody was saying that win against Denver, this is the finishing lineup when Al's playing. High basketball IQ. We're going with the four future Hall of Famers. And Horford is in the Hall of Fame.
Yes,
it's not an NBA Hall of Fame.
It's the Basketball Hall of Fame.
He's already in. All of his career in college, internationally, he's in the Hall of Fame. All four are going.
Same reason why when people were like, oh, Carmelo Anthony's on the fence. I'm like, no, he's not. Carmelo Anthony is a surefire basketball Hall of Famer.
How many points did he score in the NBA? I think he's an NBA Hall of Famer, but that shot he made for Jimmy Boeheim and how he dominated as a freshman, not great on TV yet, Carmelo Anthony, figured out. But anyway, he's a Hall of Famer. The four are, and you thought on the finishing lineup, when they're healthy, the four future Hall of Famers and Kuminga. And I thought, okay, these guys are smart, Yeah, Horford is worrying me right now. I don't know what kind of quickness he has. Can you ask him to go out? To me, your best lineup is Draymond playing 5. And then adjust.
And it has been for the last few years.
For the last decade. I mean, it wasn't always last year when he, couldn't deal with Julius Randle. And, it's still October, but when you get later in the year. But are you as concerned about Horford overall, mainly on the defensive end, where they are clearly, whoever he's guarding is coming over to set a ball screen for the ball handler, and they're beating him off the dribble. They're creating step backs. They're getting great shots on Big Al.
Yeah, I am, and I want to keep it one more on the Warriors before we have Bob Papa joining us at 12:50. Maybe play some Steve Kerr sound from postgame yesterday. The Al Horford thing does concern me, and I'll outline why. As far as Jonathan Kuminga, I'll tell you where I feel about the next step in his game. I was very positive about the first week he had. He looks like a different player to me. He looks very different mentally in terms of the game slowing down. I also just think his attitude and buying into some of the ways in which the Warriors want him to play, he's done a good job for it. But last night, I know everyone gets tired of hearing about Kuminga, and I'm not here to nitpick one player in particular. The team as a whole did not play well, but let's focus on the players who are going to maybe impact this team if they want to get where they ultimately want to be here in the second half of the season and then possibly for a postseason run. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I feel good about Al. I think it's always difficult going to a new team and getting accustomed to your surroundings, to your teammates, to the new style of play, all that stuff. So Al, I'm not worried about Al at all. It's a slow start to the season for him, but he's Al Horford. I mean, he's still moving really well. He's a fantastic basketball player, and he's going to help us win a lot of games this year.
That's Steve Kerr after last night's loss, 120-110. Bucks without Giannis Antetokounmpo take down the Warriors, and once again we see the Dubs on the road playing their third game in 4 nights and just looking a little bit gassed against a team that is a little bit younger, got some athleticism. They were hitting big shots. I learned apparently there's another AJ Green out there beyond the former Georgia Bulldog and Cincinnati Bengal who was making the Warriors pay in the fourth quarter with some of their defense. And as far as Al Horford goes, plus minus is something that I will pay attention to if you're an outlier. And Al Horford had by far the lowest of the entire Warriors team at -20. Now, Quentin Post got the start. We said briefly at the end of yesterday's show that we wanted to see them start big because we thought Giannis was going to play, and they ended up doing it anyway. Post gets the start, only plays 9 minutes, and then Horford got the second most minutes off the bench to Brandon Pajemski and just was getting worked a little bit. So I hear what Steve is saying on Horford. It's a new team. It's a long season. Still a lot to get accustomed to. He wasn't technically a part of this team until, the day right before Jonathan Kuminga signed. So the very, very end of this last month going into October. Again, look, there's going to be times, but also he is 39 years old, and the big concern with this Warriors team when you go over the course of 82 is that you have an aging core, and it's not going to be the type of group that can do what they did against Denver and carry you to big-time wins every single night. It's why when Pajemski, Moody, and Kuminga looked so good in that Memphis game that it meant a lot, because that's how you're going to get through a regular season with a nice supporting cast and this youth coming more into their own, helping their stars and some of their older players, with Al Horford being right in that mix.
So Steve Kerr is a lot more tactful and delicate than Don Nelson. Don Nelson traded for Ralph Sampson. Very first preseason game he ever plays with the Warriors. We're in Stockton. It's a preseason game. This is Ralph freaking Sampson. And Ralph didn't get off to a good start. And Nelly gets a timeout. You get in the huddle, and Nelly gets in Ralph's face. Samson, is that all you got left? Why did I trade for your ass? I'm like, oh, God. We haven't even started the year yet. 3 weeks till opening night.
I love
and you're
Nelly.
already crushing Samson. Put him together and trade him with Sleepy Floyd. And unbelievable that he did that. So that's just, actually it was Sleepy and JB for Ralph coming together. Anyway, what do you want Steve to say? Al Horford looks ancient. He's 39. He's a fossil. We need to get rid of him and run him, and I'm never playing him again. It's early in the year, and we're not going to overreact. And again, the shots are the shot. I think Al's going to make shots. He's going to get open shots. He loves the corner three, loves the elbow three, the trail three. Offensively, he's going to fit in. He's going to move the ball. He's going to find the right guy. I don't worry about him on that end. It's the other end. They are attacking him. And so what are you going to do here? You've got Quentin Post, who looks like a player who's stronger, and he didn't have a great game last night. For whatever reason, Steve didn't play him very much. And you got Trace Jackson-Davis, who got a DNP CD. Draymond Green is probably your best center on the team still in certain matchups. They're not going to attack him and get switched on to a guard. That's Draymond's brilliance. So we'll see where it goes. You are very deep right now. You're going to get deeper. DeAnthony Melton's a hell of a player. Now, he's coming back off an ACL. It's been a full year just about, like Brandon Ayuk, and Brandon's was worse, ACL, MCL, and the meniscus. I think DeAnthony's, the Warrior, did he actually tear, or did he just have surgery because they knew it was going to tear eventually? I'm not sure, because it wasn't like he had a tear, but they knew it's going to tear if he plays anymore, so we have to repair it now. So for that reason, what's he going to look like when he came back? How bad was the surgery? What do they have to repair? But when he gets to be healthy, he's a two-way player. He's going to take playing time away from good players and be in your finishing lineup. Whether or not he's in your starting lineup, you're deep. Now, Anthony Melton's not going to play center like Al Horford, but is Al Horford going to play center like Al Horford? And Al's just different. He's a smart player. He's been around forever. Al's 6'9", but he's got long arms and he's able to get away in the modern NBA. And we've watched Al's entire career. I remember when Mike Budenholzer got to Atlanta. How good was Al Horford there? He became a really good player when Steve was his first year in the NBA. Played in Atlanta forever, and then obviously to Boston, briefly in Philadelphia and OKC, and back to Boston, and won a championship there, and lost a championship to the Warriors. We know Horford, but it's my memory of him, and that was when the Warriors won their fourth championship. He was 35. They attacked him. However he was guarding, came over and set a ball screen for Steph Curry, and they got Horford switched on to Steph, and Steph ran him all around the parquet. Williams, the other center, had a bit of an injury, and he was by far better guarding guards then. So, Horford's a fine player. I don't even know what they're paying him. He's okay. I'm not picking on him, but other teams are. They're going at him. Milwaukee last night wanted to get him switched onto Rollins. They wanted a lot of guys. They got Jimmy switched onto Rollins, and he created a step back. And Jonathan Kuminga did not guard Rollins well last night. Rollins just was on a heater. He may have gone for 32 no matter who you guarded him with. It was one of those nights, but the other team will tell you what your personnel is, and they're picking on Al Horford. So when do you play him? How do you play him? A week ago, everybody, the best finishing lineup. This is it. It's Steph. It's Draymond. It's Jimmy. It's J.K. And it's Big Al Horford. 4 Hall of Famers and Jonathan Kuminga. Is that your best lineup? I don't know. He played well that night against Joker, and the two guys together. But Joker's not going to run you off the court. It's more of a half-court game. They weren't looking to get that. Some with Jamal Murray, but he mainly was to guard Joker in size, and he did a good job in that situation. When they're going to target him and just get him to switch on to a guard, sometimes I think, Greg, do they have to do that? Do you have to switch 1 to 5? They never used to switch 1 to 5 in the NBA. They switch 1 to 4. We're not going to put our center, even Ralph Sampson, who was one of the great runners. Did Ralph Sampson ever go out and guard a guard? Who'd ask him to do that? Now, he was top heavy and 7'4". Anyway, a lot of teams don't switch 1 to 5. We're not going to do that. But, it is what it is. The Warriors just do it. They made it their staple. But, is Horford going to be able to play crunch time minutes and big time minutes if they're attacking him on the defensive end? Is my question. And Steve's going to be tactful. But he's off to a slow start, not so much because he's not shooting the ball. Is he going to all of a sudden wake up, tomorrow morning in Indianapolis and be able to guard guards better?
Well, my big question about Horford and his ability to play closing minutes is, if not, how does that impact how you work Draymond's minutes at the 5? Because that was one of the big offseason checklist items. It was, we want to play Draymond Green less at center. And again, Draymond at the 5 has created the best Warrior lineups over the last decade, since Andrew Bogut was off the team, really. And then you had Andre Iguodala, Kevin Durant comes over, it's the death lineup, and since then, Draymond Green as your center and his ability to guard all 5 positions has been the product you've put out there with your best lineup. So if you're trying to protect him a little bit, which, by the way, is a good decision because you saw how everybody wore down in the playoffs, and Julius Randle just gave him hell in the Minnesota series, okay, then how can you find a way to get Al Horford or Post or these other centers out there to where Draymond Green, maybe in the most important minutes of these regular season games, he is playing the 5, but you can't be asking him to do it for 28 minutes on a given night. You'd like to keep that to maybe 10 to 12. The one point I wanted to make on Jonathan Kuminga as well is that is the next challenge in his game, is exactly that, being a ball-stopping threat. He's bought in. He's seeing the floor very well. He's passing it really, really well. He's grabbing rebounds. I really like what I've seen through the first week, but the next challenge for him is taking on the opponent's best guard or small forward wing defender, offense player that could shoot the ball like Luka plays point guard, but he's 6'7". You know what I'm saying. Being that guy that can stop the ball out on the perimeter. I've always liked him more as an on-ball defender than a team defender. He was not great last night. He certainly was not the only one. I'm not trying to single him out for the struggles last night, but I will single him out as his next big challenge is to be that guy for this team. Moses Moody, DeAnthony Melton, Gary Payton II all have the abilities to do it. But for Jonathan Kuminga, we've seen a lot of growth, and the next step of growth is what I want to see what he does on ball defense on the perimeter and just stopping simple penetration. Because again, Ryan Rollins might be a guy that was a former second-round pick and he got traded away in the whole Jordan Poole, Chris Paul situation. This is the NBA. It is a league full of guys who are capable of putting up a big scoring night any given night. That's just how good everyone is these days.
Well, I mean, the Warriors' biggest problem last year after they traded Andrew Wiggins, even with Jimmy on the team, was getting beat off the dribble. If you can't guard the ball, then you get into rotations and you scramble, and that's where you give up corner threes, you give up dunker spot lay-ins and dunks, and it breaks you down. You're asking a lot of Kuminga. He's doing so much offensively. They isolated him last night a lot, or he just took it over and over. There were a lot of possessions late in the game in crunch time, and it was a tight game. It was a crunch time game. It was a 5-point game with 5 minutes to go. Steph never touched the ball. There were so many trips that I'm like, is Curry on the court? Is he going to touch it at all? And Jonathan would just take it. And he would take it on a no pass or a one pass and just go. Do they want that? That's the evolution of this team, is to Jonathan Kuminga being Kawhi Leonard. I've been saying that. Now, I'm not sure it's right now. There will be a day. It may not be today, but there will be a day when you want to do that. He's got to back off a little bit. He turned the ball over too much last night, but you're just asking a lot of him. With Clay was your ball stopper here forever. And then he suffered those 2 horrific injuries, and he couldn't do it anymore. And you had to move him closer to the baseline of the sideline to protect him. He needed help. So Wiggins could do that job. Now Wiggins is gone. You got other guys in different ways. Moody can do it. Peyton does it as a smaller player. And we want to see what Melton is when he comes back, Greg. But, boy, you're just asking, with Clay, you're asking him to guard the ball, then run through all these screens and come off floppies and pin downs and curls. Like, wow, how does he run around that much, then guard the ball? Because that's Clay. He can run forever. I don't know if Kuminga can do all that, honestly. So if you're going to ask him to guard, I'm surprised he handles the ball so much, because you have other guys that can do that. Obviously Jimmy can bring it up, Draymond, and Steph. Does Steph? You gave me the usage numbers on Steph. It looks like his usage numbers are way down to me. There are so many possessions he doesn't touch the ball. And I like him at 2 guard. He's fine there. But I'd like him to bring it up a little bit and, just be Steph. And they run a pick and roll with Steph. Have they done that much? Anyway, you're just asking a lot of Kuminga. A lot. He's still a young player. And he looks the part defensively because he's tall. He's got long arms. One thing with Clay could beat you to a spot, and he could recover. Even if you got to like half a body on him, he'd open up and he'd just get there.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let you get by him, or he'd push you to where he wanted you to go. Kuminga, I see you, brother. You're on the ball. You're picking them up 3-court. You're turning them. I got it. You got the body to go do it. Go do it. And then he doesn't do it. And they still get by him, and they break down, and he trails, and he does it sometimes. I don't know. We didn't talk to Ron Adams about that part of it. They got other guys that can stop the ball. You don't have to put him on that. And then he's off the ball. Will he be a head turner? How does it work? So in any event, we'll bring in Bob Pop. We're talking about stopping the ball. They can't stop the run in New York with the Giants. And we are going to hear from Tony La Russa, by the way, at 1:30. Yeah. Tony Vitello he was on the morning show today. Great interview. And we know publicly he talked about reaching out to Boch and Dusty, which is really interesting. He also reached out to Tony La Russa. If you want to be a Tony Italian in the Bay Area and manage well, you're going to the great Hall of Famer without question, Tony. So I want to hear about Tony's thoughts, his conversations with Tony Vitello, and just the concept of going from college baseball directly to the manager's spot in the manager's office. So we'll get into a lot of it, but we'll see, where it's going to be. They got to guard better, Greg. They gave up 120 points last night. Milwaukee shot 48% floor, 41 on the 3-ball, turned the ball over too much. Was it a letdown because Giannis didn't play? I don't like all that. We'll see if they bounce back, but they got to lock down. With the exception of the Clippers game, if they really play championship defense at all this year.
I would say, considering the ceiling and the talent of Denver, they certainly played enough championship defense when it mattered. Now, I'm not saying, first half was terrible, right? They could not guard Aaron Gordon. Jokic did not have crazy numbers. They locked down in the end with a championship-style grit. But no, they did not play championship-level defense in that game. I would give them credit for the stretch they had in the last 8 to 10 minutes of play. But no, as far as the game goes, you're spot on with that. Clippers game, yes. Everything else, not really, although Lakers, I just don't think they have enough if LeBron or Luka is going to be out. Reeves did his thing, and he's been great to start the year. Luka went for 43. Supporting cast didn't give them enough there in that opener. Bob Papa is the longtime voice of the New York Giants. By the way, after Bob, we got all sorts of Tonys here. We got young Tony, we've got Tony G, we've got Tony V, and then we're going to have Tony L on with us
Hall
at
of
1:30.
Famer, Tony La Russa. There's one Tony managing baseball in this town. Don't you forget that.
Bob Papa joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dodgers Blue Jays Game 6 World Series tonight. Be there. KNBR 1050. Kevin Gausman versus Yoshi Yamamoto. Let's go, Gas Can. Put down these fools. Let's go, Blue Jays, on the Sports Leader. Screw the Dodgers.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Papa and Silver continues. Happy Halloween out there, even to you almond joy lovers. And if you're going to be passing out candy tonight, you got to get some popularity by going with the big candy bars. You got to go Snickers. You got to go a lot of Reese's peanut butter cups. You got to go with some, I don't know, do people go with the Hershey's chocolates? I feel like that's a Halloween staple. Bottom line is,
the kisses?
Take care of the kids. Maybe don't actually do that to the kids, but take care of them with the good candy.
Screw the kids. Eat it all yourself. Reese's is by far the best. What's number 2? Kit Kat?
I do like a good Kit Kat. When I was doing trivia a few weeks back, it was like trying to name the top 5 most ordered candies in the month of October on Instacart. So the answer was Reese's. I think you had Kit Kat in there. I think you had M&M's. And then my group ended up opting for candy corn because as unpopular as it is and as objectively gross as it is, it's a staple. It's a Halloween classic. That didn't even make the top 5 right there. So
it's just tough chewing. It is.
That's
the reason I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's not bad tasting. It's just tough to get it all through.
You got to always have like a handful in there a little bit.
Have you tried these? This is like the ultimate combo to me. I love pretzels, and I love Reese's peanut butter cups. But can you combine them together? I'm going to try it right here and now.
Oh, good little taste test? Yeah, let's do it.
I don't think I've ever had this before. I saw this yesterday and thought, I got to try this. I love pretzels and I love Reese's. Let's see.
All right, we got the Reese's peanut butter pretzels. Sucks?
It doesn't work.
You need the chocolate, yeah.
I don't know. You're not. The pretzel perimeter is killing the Reese's in the middle.
And he goes for the second one. All right.
Doesn't work.
The thing I've been crazy hooked on is the Trader Joe's dark chocolate peanut butter cups. I feel like I could go for 27 of them any given night, but I try to keep it to a good 3 or 4. Bob Papa, the longtime voice of the New York Giants, is going to be coming up when we make the connection with him.
He's not answering his damn phone, Papa.
He's ghosting us? Oh, come on. He is. Even one Papa I know is better on their phone. If I'm ranking it, though, probably go Derek, Greg, drop a handful of spots, then Bob.
Depends what time of day with me.
That's true. If it's 4 a.m, you're easy number 1.
4:20. I love my 4:20. I'm up 4:20 a.m. or 4:20 p.m. There's not a doubt. Maybe if I try that at 4:20, I'll like the filled pretzels better.
That is true.
I've had leukemia does not jive with that. A lot of people are trying to get me to go that route. I don't have any pain. I can't go that way.
I remember Steve Kerr when he had the complications with his back surgery. They tried to get him on some different kind of treatments, and he was like, yeah, this sucks. I hate it. Didn't work either. But that obviously was a tough time, and glad to know that.
Your dad had something to do with that.
Oh, yeah. I stayed out of all of that. So, no, I do want to ask Bob Papa when we get him about the Cam Scattaboo injury and the comparisons to Fred Warner. Now, obviously, Fred Warner has a much longer resume and has played in much higher level games, but we don't need Bob Papa to tell him that, or sorry, I was going to say Bob Papa doesn't need us to tell him, rather, that the last decade of New York Giants football has not been enjoyable to watch. And while the New York Giants are 2-6 and likely not going to be a playoff team, they have all of a sudden had this new life and this energy, and that's been because of Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo. And Cam Scattaboo, not that long after Fred Warner suffered a very similar kind of injury, has the dislocated ankle, and this was terrible in the sense that no one ever deserves an injury, but Cam Scattaboo, with the way he plays football, you would think that he might be a little more prone to certain injuries the way he seeks out contact. That was not the case with this. It was just a terrible, unfortunate play. Like Fred Warner, we saw the air cast, we saw the cart, and we also saw the way in which it stopped everything and how his teammates were so devastated by that. So I just want to get a sense of the culture, what it meant, now the development of Jackson Dart, having to move forward with that, because again, Fred Warner is not Cam Scattaboo in terms of his achievements, his longevity, the leadership, etc. But that was a game on the road in Tampa Bay. It was early in the game, and the entire stadium, both sidelines, completely stopped. And it was a crazy sight because of all the Niner injuries, Fred Warner was like, well, he's never not going to be there, right? And then it happened, and they're having to move forward without him. So the Giants do the same here without Scattaboo.
And it was gruesome. So Cam Scattaboo came out of the backfield and ran a Christian McCaffrey route. It's an option route. We call it a Texas route. Tim and I have fun and say Cali route. And he just crossed the face of a linebacker, and he was getting in the sight line of his buddy Jackson Dart, and the ankle just exploded. And I asked Tim about the MetLife Stadium turf, and I remember Bosa saying it after Bosa got hurt. It's sticky. And it's not the good kind of sticky icky. It's just your foot sticks to the ground there where it's not necessarily in a bad position. I don't know why. Tim was talking about the rubber remnants. We'll ask Bob about it. He's probably tired of being asked about it if he ever answers his damn phone. Scadaboo's injury is bad. He suffered a fibula fracture, a deltoid ligament rupture, and he dislocated his ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. How's that surgery going to go? It already went. He already had it. I'm sure he'll have some presence. Probably won't be allowed to be on the field to protect himself, but up in the mayor of the Tisha suite or maybe Bob Papa's suite. I don't know. But what he brought them is juice. They haven't had juice in this franchise for a long time. This franchise has had some great players play that position, whether it's, Joe Morris or whomever you want to, go back in time with. And, Frank Gifford played all over the place, but it was mainly a defensive thought with this team, and LT brought the juice, and they're great defenders. This guy, the way he played, and I was asked a few weeks ago on another show, who does he remind me of? And Jim Kick was a guy who played with the Miami Dolphins in the backfield with the great Larry Zonka and Mercury Morris. And then they asked Parcells, and I came up with another one, was Rocky Blyer. And I don't want to say it's all white, halfback, fullbacks type. Rocky Blyer did play with Franco Harris, obviously. Just the way they run. A little Jim Taylor, but Taylor was probably more skilled. But Scadaboo just brought him juice. Tyrone Tracy is the guy that'll play for him. He's a good player. He broke a long run against Denver and scored a touchdown to put him up. I think it was 19-0 at the time. And they've got Devin Singletary, Motor, the former Buffalo Bill. So they'll run the ball. But the combination of Dart and Scadaboo, the frat boys, just brought this franchise so much juice. And the Meadowlands, they haven't had any. Whether it's the Jets or Giants, it's just they've been the worst two teams in football for a solid decade. They brought energy to Big Blue in a different way. Dart's got a little of that mentality because he takes on tacklers and, runs through contact. But Scadaboo is just special that way. The other backs are capable, but the stadium just becomes alive. It feeds off the entire team. So, and he's good for the league. We met him at the Combine, and he thought the Niners were going to draft him. Kyle said how much they loved him coming out. Was it really the Upton Stout spot at number 100? Because they took Scadaboo at 105. You would have had to taken him right there. And they wound up, taking Jordan James later, and we haven't seen him. But he does bring them juice. And this offense to me is still, how much I like this quarterback. And they've got a lot of tight ends. Theo Johnson is a problem. Daniel Bellinger is a problem. They'll run a lot of 13 personnel or 12. They lost Malik Neighbors. Wan'Dale Robinson out of the slot's going to be an issue. Slayton down the sideline. If they had a healthy Cam Scadaboo and Malik Neighbors with all these other people around him and their offensive line is capable, I think this is a playoff caliber offense. The defense has got the front. They should be able to stop the run. They don't, and they sack the quarterback. So I don't know how far away they are, but the key thing is, Neighbors tore his ACL in September. When's he coming back? He's going to miss OTAs, mini camps, everything.
Yep.
Is he going to miss training camp? Is he going to make the season on time? What kind of player is he going to be? And then with Scadaboo, it's gnarly. How did that surgery go? Do they have to put screws in there? When's he coming back? Because he just did it last week in mid-October. So these injuries affect the remainder of this year, and they may also get into next year. And then, what do they do with this field, honestly? And whether or not it's true or not, it happens. I mean, I haven't been there in a while, but I remember doing games remotely in 2020 in the span of 3 snaps. They took, I forget what, I think it was Solomon Thomas first, and Nick second. Maybe it was the other way. I mean, Nick was like, damn. cancel the year. And then Jimmy got hurt, and then Raheem Mostert got hurt, and it's not all just, the opponents. They've lost all of their wide receivers, Shepard and Slayton. They've had a lot of guys. And now 2 of their best offensive players around the quarterback are Malik Neighbors and Cam Scatterbo. Was Neighbors' injury directly related to the sticky icky in northern Jersey? I mean, the way he gathered himself to go up, he never got to go up. It's like the field just grabbed him, and Jimmy Hoffa in the end zone just pulled him down. And then I didn't get a good look at Scatterbo's because they didn't show the replay, but he was just running a choice route over the middle of the field, and his ankle all of a sudden buckled. Something grabbed the ankle. I don't know if he rolled it before. So when you get into signing and re-signing your own, you want to give Malik Neighbors a lifetime contract to be a Giant forever, right? And Cam Scatterbo, and they're thinking, I ain't playing on this field. I ain't giving up a year every other year or every third year. And then how do you sign free agents to go there? Because if it's real or not, and I think there's some evidence that a lot of guys get hurt there and don't come back, and they're bad injuries. They're Achilles. They're ACLs. They're hard to come back from. So how do you re-sign your own that you found in the draft? And how do you get other people to play there with this field reputation?
No, I mean, it's a big story, and the FIFA World Cup is coming here to the United States in 2026, and MetLife Stadium is going to be the host of a handful of matches. So, of course, they're going to take out the turf. They're going to go to grass, and then the plan, as of right now, is to go back to the turf and not keep the grass permanent. I read a story in The Athletic from Diana Rossini about this after the Malik Neighbors injury, and statistically speaking, the MetLife turf is not any more dangerous than other turf fields. Now, turf as a whole over grass has produced more injuries, especially in the soft tissue. But when you look at the certain type of players and the list of injuries that have had these big season-ender, year-long recoveries, it adds up. Nick Bosa, just since 2020, Nick Bosa, Solomon Thomas, Raheem Mostert had an MCL tear. Sterling Shepard, former Giants receiver, had an Achilles and an ACL. Wan'Dale Robinson, ACL. Jabril Peppers, ACL. Kyle Fuller, ACL. Aaron Rodgers with the American flag on 9/11 with the Jets. That was an Achilles
You
tear.
blame that on the field or Leonard Floyd? I don't know.
Jalen Phillips, Andrew Thomas had the Liz Frank injury, and then most recently Malik Neighbors. So my point is a lot
and
of big
Scatterbo.
names.
I mean, what was Scatterbo's
Scatterbo
related to their turf there?
Yeah, I mean, technically happened in Philly, but again, if we're talking about...
Oh, yeah, that happened in Philly.
Yeah, it happened in Philly,
Yeah, different. And that used to be a notorious field for a whole different reason in Philly. That was, back to Veteran Stadium days, that was the worst field in the history of football. The one thing I would say, it's the home of the Giants, it's the home of the Jets. And then SoFi is the home of the Rams, but it also is the home of the Chargers. So you have a game every single week.
Yeah.
And they play college games on a Saturday. These teams go and play there over and over. You get Friday night games. You can play multiple games to make the venue generate more revenue. You can't do that with a grass field. I mean, you got to roll a new grass field in every week. You could, like they do in Vegas at Allegiant and like they did in Arizona. It's costly. I don't know. The soccer players won't play on it, and it's a different field. It's a different pitch. I know when the NFL goes to Europe and plays at Wembley or Tottenham, they have to change the field there because everybody slips on them. It's just a different texture of the field on a soccer pitch than a football field. So I don't know. And as we talk about this, and the Niners are getting ready to board an airplane, getting on buses and rolling to San Jose to fly to Jersey, just get out of this game and not have any more. I mean, we're talking about a trade deadline, and you've got so many injuries to fill right now. Prominent players, obviously, two of your best on defense. Let's just hope they return on Sunday night with the normal aches and pains of a foot. You're going to lose 2 or 3 guys in the game. Are you going to get hurt? Hopefully it's an ankle sprain and not what happened to Cam Scatterbo in Philadelphia. But it is, you just wonder about it. And then how do you, and I don't think we're going to get Bob Pop on. We'll see. We love Bob, but we talked about his team anyway without him. How do you, if you're Malik Neighbors, you going to re-sign there? Or do you worry about the field? Or do you go to the, the elder mayor, the patriarch, he's got cancer himself. So thoughts and prayers to him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you go to the mayors and the Tishes and say, I ain't re-signing here and playing on this field? And how many free agents have they been able to lure to come play there How many do they, when they get them in March and bring them in, do they just say, I ain't playing on this field, I'm not coming here? I'll take your money. You know what? I'll come anyway. But, if you're going to sign me to a 4-year deal, one of those years I ain't playing the whole year because your field is going to, gremlin me at some point. Is that, I know players talk about it a lot. It's in the back of their minds. It's in the front of their minds. And it comes out of their mouth. But you're saying even though that long list of names you rattled off, statistically, it is not more the cause of injuries to NFL players than any other field in the NFL?
No, than any other turf field. Turf versus grass, definitely more on turf. But yes, MetLife is not an outlier in terms of all the turf fields.
We also got double the amount of games there because it's the Jets and the Giants. So
right.
It'd be, per snap with the way to look at it. So, yeah, turf is without question. Anybody would say that.
Yeah.
But as far as there are a lot, how many are turf? I mean, there are a number of turf fields in the NFL that you're dealing with. I mean, in the NFC West, Seattle is a turf field. The Rams are a turf field, and Arizona is a turf field. The Niners are the only one that play on natural grass.
Yeah, no, that's a good point on all of that front. So, yeah, I got to wrap it up here on this discussion with a text from 831 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Any team that does not have grass compared to turf, I guess I'll censor it here, are cheap punks. Yeah, I kind of agree with that in the sense of how much money comes through an NFL franchise. I get it. It's hundreds of thousands, maybe even up to $1 million in terms of the gap for maintaining it throughout the year. At the same time, to the point of Malik Neighbors, okay, so what? We're talking the difference of $1 million. Well, you're going to want to sign someone like that for, call it $120 million or whatever the wide receiver market's going to be by the time he is due for an extension. Yeah, if I'm a player, I would want to play on a grass field too. I kind of agree with that take that if you don't want to have a grass field relative to turf, you should want to do everything you can in your power to protect players in what is an incredibly violent sport. We see so many injuries with the 49ers. It's not all related to grass versus turf. But again, football is such a violent game where anything can happen on any given play, and you are quite literally risking your life when you're out there taking snaps. Why not take the precautionary measures that you can to protect the players of your home stadium?
This is the Players Association. Make it a prominent point when you talk about a new collective bargaining agreement that you want turf fields eliminated. And again, when you get into stadiums that house two teams, how do you do that? And it's easier to grow grass in Vegas and Arizona than it is in the winter in the tri-state area of New York. You could do it in L.A., so you got to slide a whole new field in. You could do it. It can be done. But it is going to cost you a lot of money, and how's that going to be done? And then it's not just how do you play a high school game on a Friday, college game on a Saturday, and an NFL game on a Sunday. And an NFL game on a Monday. A lot of times they play both. Jets and Giants play Sunday, Monday, or Chargers, Rams do it as well, or a Thursday to a Sunday. It happens. The field in Pittsburgh, Acrisure, Heinz Field before, the Pitt Panthers play there. How often? I remember when we played them the first game of the year in 23, the Pitt Panthers played a game 24 hours earlier. I'm like, seriously? How's the middle of the field going to be between the numbers, between the hashes? It gets chewed up, but they do it because it's money.
Between which hashes, by the way? The college ones, which are like way too far out to the sideline, or NFL hash marks, which are
that
normal
isn't the
ones?
kind of hash I was thinking about. I was thinking of the kind of hash that was going to make me want to eat these. These are not good. I got duped on this one.
At least you have a way of making them better.
One more.
Okay, yeah, we got the taste test going with the
It's
Reese's-filled pretzels. Papa says it's a no. Don't go out there and fool yourselves by buying that. But do get some Reese's peanut butter cups. We got Tony La Russa joining us at 1:30, so let's just get into all the sports coming up this weekend. Tony Vitello is now a Giant. It's exciting, and here we got a little Halloween. What would be your spookiest sports weekend? I didn't dress up as Chucky, but I did wear a cowl hat because nothing is really scarier than watching them trying to protect the lead. They welcome in Virginia tomorrow. It's Papa and Silver and Chucky on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niners, Giants, not the SF Giants, the New York Football Giants. That game's at 10 o'clock on Sunday. Pre-game at 7 with Copes and a bunch of other people. Keep it locked in here on the Sports Leader. We got to beat Jackson Dart. That beautiful man has to go down. Let's go Niners on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-2. Swing and a bouncer to third. Clement up with it to second one. Return to first. 2. 5-4-3. And it's an inning-ending double play. Edman hits into the twin killing. And that ends it for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 7th.
Getting our baseball on here before we get Tony La Russa coming up. It's a different Tony that's getting all the attention in the Bay. Tony Vitello introduced yesterday. He was on with Murph and Markus. You know very well by now he traded out his shade of Tennessee orange for a little orange and black here in the Bay Area. I was wondering when we were going to get our thriller here on Papa and Silver, and Jacob saved it for the good old 1 o'clock hour. Talking about spooky weekends, Yamamoto on the mound tonight against Forever Giant Kevin Gausman, looking to wrap this up, and Yamamoto looking to save the Dodgers season. We also got the spooky matchup for our guy Papa at Orchard Park. Bills taking on the Chiefs in an AFC Championship rematch. I did see Josh Simmons and Isaiah Pacheco both inactive for this game, so I'll be with you rooting for Josh and the Bills to wrap that one up on a Sunday.
So if I was well, I would be in Syracuse, New York right now doing this radio show from WAER. It was all lined up, and then going to the Hall of Fame with them tomorrow. Watch the North Carolina-Syracuse game tonight. Bill Belichick against the Orange in the Dome will be interesting. Then go to Jersey for the 49ers and Giants. So never mind, scratch that. So if I couldn't be in those spots, the greatest weekend would be in Toronto tonight for Game 6. And by the way, Yamamoto, 2 complete games his last 2 starts, including one in Game 2. George Springer is back for the Toronto Blue Jays, and he is leading off tonight after that violent swing. Got into the oblique, the love handles. A lot of people thought he'll never be able to play again. George Springer is leading off and DHing for the Toronto Blue Jays. So they're lined up against Yamamoto, Lucas, and they go Guerrero and Bichette and Varsho and all the way down the line. They've got their A unit out there. On the Dodger side of it, Doc keeps dropping Mookie. He's hitting cleanup tonight. Ohtani leading off, Will Smith batting second. Freddie Freeman moves up to 3, Mookie 4, Teoscar, Muncy at third, Kike in left. Tommy Edman, as we thought the other night, would go to center. He's going to go to center. He didn't go there. Alex Call, he did go to center. Alex Call went to left, but they got Miguel Rojas at second base. So Andy Pajas is out of the lineup. So the ultimate weekend for me, it would not be spooky. It would be delicious. I don't want a Game 7 on Saturday night. I want the Blue Jays to wrap it up and win tonight, and we'll talk to the Hall of Famer Tony La Russa about the World Series and get his thoughts. Keep in mind, best teams do not always win, especially in baseball. Tony had the best team in baseball in 88, 89, and 90, and got gibbied and got saboed, and Billy Hatcher in 90, and the Nasty Boys lost to the Dodgers, lost to the Reds, did beat the Giants in the middle. But we want to talk to Tony about the World Series. But Tony Vitello reached out to 3 managers before he met the media yesterday and took notes. He had notepads out to talk to Bruce Bochy, to talk to Dusty Baker, all World Series champions, and to talk to Tony La Russa, World Series champion, second winningest manager of all time. So we want to go paisano to paisano. What did Tony tell Tony about making the jump from college baseball? But what a weekend. Game 6 tonight in Toronto. And Buffalo and Toronto are 90 miles, they're 30 miles over the lake apart.
Yeah.
If you can get a helicopter or a flying machine, you can get there like now. To drive around the lake and you go west, then you turn east, it's 90 minutes. And in Canada, there is no speed limit. It's like the Autobahn. I can get there in 30 minutes. Anyway, and I have. In any event, could you imagine a weekend, if there is a Game 7, go to Game 7 of the World Series tonight, Game 6 of the World Series tonight, Game 7 of the World Series tomorrow night, and then stroll through Orchard Park for a matchup of the two teams that have run the AFC for the last 5 years. And unfortunately, Kansas City's knocked Buffalo out 4 of the 5 in the playoffs, but the Bills have beaten the Chiefs 4 straight times in the regular season. So in back-to-back days, you could see baseball crown a champion and maybe line it up for the AFC team to have home field advantage. KC's got some work to do. They can still get there to send their representative to Levi Stadium on February the 8th for a game called the Super Bowl.
We'll be locked in on football all Sunday. By the way, some breaking news to share. Not surprising breaking news, but it is official that Mac Jones will be getting the start, and Brock Purdy is officially listed as questionable. So as we discussed with Matt Mayoko, there is a chance he could be available as a backup, but you will see Mac 10 for the 7th start in 9 games now.
Yeah, I think we'll see him more as time goes on. Is Brock flying to Jersey with the team is the big thing?
I would assume so, yes.
But have we heard that? Is that confirmed? And then we'll see. The fact that they're not declaring him out and he is questionable, they're just going to play that game a little bit. So the Niners defense is working on the zone read for Jackson Dart. You guys spend a little time on the zone read. You may see Adrian Martinez. So get out your UFL video, I would suggest.
Tony La Russa, we've had him on before, but that was under a sad circumstance of Ricky Henderson's passing right back in December. So going to be great to talk to him again. He's been on a couple of times, actually, and now I want to get his thoughts on Tony Vitello reaching out to him to see if he could be another championship. Tony, he'll join us when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cool enough that it makes you feel like a dork when you're hanging out with him. He is the man. He is the man. And I didn't mention it to those guys, but it's kind of funny. I was fortunate enough to be around about 5 or 6 really accomplished big leaguers, and we were all just kind of hanging out at a table and said, "Hey, you can hang out with one guy. Put it in order: Bruce Bochy, Jim Leland, and Dusty Baker, because these guys had all played for those 3 guys, and it turned into quite the debate because 2 out of those 3 we already mentioned, and I think everyone knows the other one's pretty dang good too.
Tony Vitello is a San Francisco Giant. We got all the Tonys lined up, and with 25 minutes left on a Friday here with the Gregs, we've got a member of Cooperstown, a 6-time pennant winner, a 3-time World Series champion, and a 4-time Manager of the Year. We've had him on before, and we are always thrilled when we have the chance to talk to Tony La Russa, who spoke with new Giants manager Tony Vitello. All right, Tony, so number 1, great to have you back on with us, and number 2, I just laid out all the accolades, the achievements, and the experience that you compiled. Now the Giants are welcoming in someone who built up a University of Tennessee powerhouse but has no prior experience at this level. How was that conversation with Tony?
As expected, very impressive. And I said expected because of the hiring. During my time in baseball, and especially out here in the Bay Area, there isn't anybody that I hold in higher respect and admiration than Buster Posey. And Buster understands his responsibility, and for him to make this choice for Tony V, right away I expected something special, and the conversation went very well. I was very impressed.
Can you share, Hall of Famer, what words of wisdom you imparted from one Tony to the other? What kind of advice you gave him as he takes on historic, unprecedented jump, Tony? No one's really done this since the early 20th century, way back in the early 1900s. It did not last very long, where you go straight from being a coach in D1 baseball to being a major league manager. What advice did you share with him that you can share with us?
I think probably the most basic as far as managing in the major leagues. If you go to your most important thing, which once the game starts and your players are ready to play against the other side, the effort, the execution, in the end, you're responsible for both of them. And then you have a coaching staff, including yourself, have decisions that you can make trying to put players in a position to succeed. And I remember I passed along this pearl of wisdom from Paul Richards when I started in 1978. 79 when I got the chance with the White Sox. He says, once you get to the big leagues, the microscope of attention and scrutiny and second guessing, first guessing is something that you're going to be aware of. In the end, you got to have any chance of success. He said, trust your gut, don't cover your butt. And he explained further that there are so many times you get close calls, and there used to be a book. It's not actually, the book has kind of gone by the wayside. Now they got a new book that I think is not as good as the old book. But you get down a run, you take a strike, down a run, the guy gets on, you got to make sure you butt him to second. A lot of stuff like that. And the point is that you may think that you got a real fast runner, or you got a guy's a terrible bunter, whatever it is, you don't think the bunt's the play. And you should trust your gut and do something else. And knowing that if it doesn't work, somebody's going to come at you. Because the other thing that I mentioned to him, and this is one of those realities, Greg, that if this bothers you, you got to do something else for a living. Most of the decisions you make as a major league manager are usually examined and opinioned by, if it works, it's a good decision. If it doesn't work, it's a bad decision. So what you got to do is take your best shot, understand the other team has talent and they're trying to win. And if it doesn't work and you're going to catch some heat, you got to be able to say, explain. Really, it's an opportunity to explain why you went the way you went, and I think people will respect the fact that you weren't down there flipping coins.
Tony La Russa, the voice you hear, kind enough to spend some time with us as we wrap up a Friday. What are you willing to share about the sorts of questions Tony Vitello asked you? I mean, was it a lot of player management, baseball philosophy, maybe just navigating the full 162-game schedule, perhaps something more specific like how to manage a major league bullpen? What did Tony Vitello want to pick your brain about the most?
We just it was a conversation where it was just give and take. So I really enjoyed it. I mean, I checked his record before I ever talked to him, and it's a very impressive record. I was really impressed. His educational background. He graduated, got a master's, and you look at the dues that he paid as a coach before he became, an assistant coach before he became the head coach. And I know at one of the places he was the pitching coach. He worked on hitting, and he worked on defense. So I think that that background plays real well coming forward, because one of the things that we talked about is we talked about the value of a coaching staff. I'll get into that in a minute. But as a manager, you have to have a working knowledge of everything. Like if you're if you're a pitcher, then you really got to try to work to understand what position players go through, whether it's defense, base running, offense. If you're a position player, then you really got to try to work to understand what the pitching game is and catching, how important that relationship is. So, we talked about that. And I think the biggest probably conversation point was the reality of him walking into this job and the challenges. I think the best way to define him is he's got to be himself. I mean, he obviously has a way to connect with players, because first responsibility is to build a culture where players understand the team game and each guy commits to putting in their piece, earning respect and trust from their teammates. And the one thing that I did mention to him was it begins with your coaching staff. And it's really important to create the unity of the staff within the team, so the guys see you guys all working together, all respecting and trusting each other, and trying to help them be better players. And I think that leads into what we talked about was his biggest challenge is going to be he's going to come in without personal knowledge of the personnel. So the coaching staff, it's brand new in many ways. I don't know how much he knows some of the guys that are going to be there. So establishing that culture of respect and trust among each other, like you're a family, in unity, and then understanding what your players, what their strengths and weaknesses are, because that's part of managing, right? You play to the strength, you try to improve the weakness. But the one reality that's good is if you really understand the value of that, from day one of spring training till the day you break at the end of spring training, if you're really paying attention and prioritizing that knowledge, you can learn a lot about your team and your coaching staff. If you work at making that respect and trust, you'll be surprised that by the time you get to opening day, you'll have a feel for who can do what and what play you can put on. And then you face the next one, which is learning the personnel and the strengths of the people you play against. So there's no doubt that, a year from now, he's going to be better, more ready to do his job than he is opening day. But I think he'll be ready opening day enough to where he can be a big asset.
I think he's ready now. Seeking the mind of yourself and, Dusty and obviously Bochy, and how to run a game, how to run a coaching staff. And you were, you had great coaches throughout your staff, but just to pick out Dave McKay, your first base coach, and you guys are lifetime friends now. You guys sat next to each other at Ricky's Memorial. And Dave Duncan, who certainly was just genius in every regard as it relates to pitching, because Tony Vitello was a middle infielder, shortstop like yourself, Tony. He did study pitching, obviously, and learned it, as you said. But as the pitching coach choice going to be the biggest? Like with you, it's you and Dunk, change the game. And then the way you built a modern bullpen is all based off of what you did with Gene Nelson and Rick Honeycutt, and then in particular, the one-inning closer in Dennis Eckersley changed baseball. And now, like Bill Walsh changed offensive football. And now all these years later, you build a bullpen in that Eck roll out. As you look to his future, is that going to be the biggest challenge, how he handles the pitching staff? And in particular, Tony, because in college baseball, they play 56 games regular season. Major leagues, it's 162. How much do you use the bullpen? Is that going to be his greatest challenge, how he uses his bullpen?
Well, I think the thing you learn, basic number one, is the better you pitch and defend, the less runs you have to score to win, right? So you always give a priority each and every game. How do we stop the other club? Diminish, lessen what they're going to hurt us with. So that's going to be an area, and I don't think that you can overestimate the value of the pitching coach that's chosen and the rapport that you build with him. But like with Dunk, it'll surprise a lot of people. Dunk was a master of seeing what a pitcher had and how you could make him better in every way, mentally, mechanically, how he used his stuff, attack hitters. But Dunk realized that, and this is true for, like, you could talk to Dusty or Jim or Bush, any of them, that once the game is on, the pitching coach is really looking at how his pitcher is executing, and he's not really as aware of the situations in the game. And so it's really critical for the manager to be the guy that makes the decisions about who's going to get up, when you're going to make a change. That doesn't mean that you don't communicate with your pitching coach, but you can't let a pitching coach be the guy that's handling the pitching, because that's too much of a responsibility, and it gets away from the respect that you can earn from your team. So, and I'll give you one other part about that, Greg, that Dunk was an absolute master at, and did not ever get enough credit, was he built from day one of spring training. It was a tutorial for his catchers. What he did with his catchers to learn to relate and run the game with the pitchers was amazing. In fact, because Dunk didn't want to call every pitch, and that's one thing I didn't get into with Tony V, but in college, I'm not sure how he did it, but a lot of colleges, the pitching coach or the manager is calling every pitch. Well, that doesn't work in the major league. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how he handles that one. But Duncan did a great job with pitchers and catchers, and just to make sure for about 1,000th time, the move with Eckersley and was Dave Duncan's idea. It wasn't mine. I've got a lot of credit, but I always make sure that I attribute it to him, because we had 29 years together. He's historic with how many wins he was responsible for.
Always great to have Tony La Russa on with us. A few more minutes here on the UMA guest line. Tony, a lot has been made about Tony Vitello's emotion and the videos you've seen on the internet of how riled up he can get in the middle of games. And for better or worse, I mean, he was the guy at Tennessee that put on a big show and entertainment. So I guess Buster Posey made a comment yesterday about how he liked that Tony Vitello was not afraid to ruffle feathers. What I want to ask you is there an art to developing that feel for when to get riled up for your team and maybe when to tone it down and get your guys a little bit more focused?
Well, that's a really good question, because the answer can vary. And the answer doesn't vary. The application varies. Mm-hmm. I think the first key is you have to be yourself. If you're outgoing, expressive, and somebody's telling you to tone it down, well, maybe if it means you're yelling at the umpire every pitch, there's something you can do to that. But if you're quiet and somebody says, hey, you got to be more aggressive, well, you got to be yourself. And I think that's the most important part of what's going on. I know that the next key is sincerity, man. You got to be sincere. The players will look at you, and if they think that you're putting on a show for a show, you lose respect. And if they think that you're not being excited enough about what's happening, then why should they be excited? So it's tricky. It's a very good question. But I've looked around and I've seen some really outstanding managers, and there are different personalities, but you got to be true to yourself. So I think the fact that Tony's aggressive, as long as he's aggressive with good sense, it'll work to energize the ball club.
Silver, he is a hot-blooded Italian named Tony. What do you expect him to be? I remember you as a young man with your law degree coming in, going at Bobby Thigpen, Tony, and you and Dusty had a lot of run-ins. You had a little hot-blooded Tony V and you as Tony L.
Why do you think I asked him that?
Good call. Good tee-up.
Well, here's what, because I just spent, a weekend with some of my players, and this came up. I think that my number one priority was protecting my players. That was number one. And then number two, right behind it, of all the 3, 4, 5, 6 was, making sure that you helped create the right culture and made decisions and all of that. So, so you were there that day in Chicago with Thigpen?
No, it was Monty Moore was on the call. I was watching on TV. Monty wanted you to drill Bobby Thigpen, but I was there for a lot of your dust-ups with Dusty.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, with Dusty, that's interesting because when I got the A's job, Dusty was there in '86, and we turned that club around, and that was because of Dave Stewart, Dusty Baker, Dave Kingman. Those guys ended up being really good clubhouse leaders, and Dusty thought he was going to play some more, and we had Reggie as the DH, but he didn't. He retired, and if I'd known he was going to retire, we would have put him on the coaching staff. So we've always gotten along great, except when we were in the same division, Cubs and Cincinnati. Then the sparks were flying because we both had the same priority. He's going to take care of his guys, and I'm going to take care of mine. But that one day with Thigpen, I remember getting, I was very upset. Push Carlton Fisk and got the bat, threw it up on the warning track. Thigpen hit the guy in the head, man. I was supposed to get upset.
Tony, we appreciate you coming by with us. I could always catch up with you on stories and wisdom, and I'm glad you got to spread some of that to Tony Vitello, because when we learned that he reached out to you, we thought, hey, that was a pretty good choice, and for a little bit of a last-minute booking, we're grateful to have you on. We know we had you on after Ricky's passing. We had you on to talk about your foundation and now to talk about something new. So every time that we have you as a part of this program, it feels like a new kind of adventure. But regardless, we're very grateful for your time, and it was always good to catch up.
Well, it's brand new, and I'm looking forward to spring training to watch him work. And I repeat how I started. If Buster believes in him, then he's going to be fine.
I love it. Love it. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Hall of Famer. Love you, brother.
Thank you, man. Same.
Tony La Russa on the UMA guest line, and he's getting me excited about a little Tony V. A lot of Tonys here. I got bad news for young Tony. I like young Tony, okay? I don't give him the hard time that somebody like Murph does, but he might be dropping on the Tony power rankings here, competing with Gemignani, La Russa, and Vitello now. It's just getting a little crowded here in the room.
We got a lot of Tonys. I wanted the name Derek Tony. Anthony. That would have been the name.
I thought it was Dominic.
Could have been Dominic. Could have been Bruno. Could have been Rocco, but Anthony was the one.
All right, we'll hand it off to Dominic or Anthony or whatever
Anthony,
name we're going to give him here on a Friday coming up in a bit.
Well, my son Nick was actually, I think he was, he didn't live there, but I think his spawning came in San Antonio. San Antonio. I wanted to call him Anthony. Antonio. Just didn't work out that way.
Well, at least he wasn't Gregory Jr. because, then we got a full room crowd of Gregs.
We'll wrap it up. Name. Do you like your name, by the way?
It's good. It's all right.
Gregory the Great?
It's Gregexcellent, I suppose. That's what we got to call it now.
Calendar. Not a fan of it, but either way, it's all right.
I always got told that it was an old man name when I was like 11, and I was like, I got no control over that. Come on.
You're killing me.
Then again, I am an old soul.
You are.
We'll wrap it up when we come back. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Top story of the day. It's not the Niners taking on the Giants on Sunday. It's not the Blue Jays and the Dodgers in World Series. It's your San Jose Sharks get a 5-2 win over the New Jersey Devils. That's right, the first place New Jersey Devils. Not anymore after the Sharks were done with them. That guy, Macklin Celebrini, the straw that stirs the drink. Here come the Sharks, baby, on the Sports Leader.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Run the ball on them. And you know what we're going to do? Because they run a 3-4 over front, just like the Atlanta Falcons do, we're going to do it like the Raiders do it. We're going to run power. We're going to run gap. We're going to go duo, double crunch. We're going to pull guards. What's that guy's name? Dominic. I'm playing Pooney this year. Make him play Grande again. Pull that right guard. The spicy Bucatini. Mamma mia. Look at his legs. Look at his ass. The guy's built.
Nice little package there by Jacob. We ended how we started it. Chucky, and then complimenting Jackson Dart's physique. Or maybe it was Cam Scattaboo. Either way. Some good-looking men.
Jackson Dart.
Gotta beat him.
To 223.
Gotta beat him on Sunday. Big weekend ahead. By the way, one quick note on the San Jose Sharks. 19-year-old Macklin Celebrini, 17 points in 11 games. Only 4 teenagers have done that more so than Macklin as far as the points go. So I'm liking the Sharks' heritage jerseys. Got it done over the Devils. Spooky weekend ahead. I can't wait.
Now it's Gretzky. It's Sid the Kid. It's Stevie Y. You know how good Brian Trottier was? I love me some Brian Trottier. Now he had Mike Bossy at right wing, scoring 50 and 60 goals every year, and Clark Gillies on the other side beating everybody up and getting the puck out of the corner. But Brian Trottier, when you're in a company with Stevie Y, Sid the Kid, Wayne Gretzky, and Brian Trottier, you are amazingly skilled. The hands, the feet to skate like that, Macklin Celebrini is special. So what a weekend we got. Blue Jays win the World Series tonight. Is it over? I don't know if I can stand November baseball in a Game 7. And then we got a full schedule, obviously highlighted by the Niners and the New York Giants. But Rams got New Orleans at home. Seattle's got Washington on Sunday night football, which will be interesting as well. What are the games? Indianapolis, Pittsburgh. Anyway, Pittsburgh can slow them down. Will Indy even bring their punter there? Minnesota, we were talking about teams that could rise up and take a playoff spot. They lose to the Lions, Greg. The Vikings fall to 3-5, and they get J.J. McCarthy back. But the big one is in Orchard Park. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, beating Kermit the Frog on Sunday at 1:25 our time?
And I'll talk to you Monday at 10 a.m. WAER Hall of Famer. Maybe I won't talk to Chucky, though. We'll see how it goes this weekend if they can run the ball. Time to hand it off to Copes, to Dominic, and to Tim Webb here on a Friday. Big thank you to Matt Mayoko, Tim Ryan, and Tony La Russa. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Thank you to Jacob Violante for the last 2 days of work. And Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, too.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, I don't know where Derek went. We're doing this. Ho-ho!
You walk a stanza. The stanza's here.
You guys did a visual bit on radio. If you're watching the YouTube stream, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app, you didn't even let me in on the bit. The bit was you walk into the Seinfeld music.
Here I am.
Derek in costume today. If you're watching the stream, you decide if it's a costume.
Derek's getting upset.
The hair's ridiculous. The hair's ridiculous.
Dude, you cannot tell. You don't look any different.
There's still hair on the sides.
Derek is dressed like George.
Usually I'm fully bald.
Derek is dressed like George Costanza, which for him just means putting on a collar and some khakis and tucking it in, dude. So.
Thank you.
Nicole is frothing at this.
You do have the look going. Like it is a fit I guess Costanza would wear. It's maybe the shirt's maybe a little too flashy for what Costanza would wear.
He usually rocks
He'd
a
go like
flannel.
a plaid or something like that.
Costanza would have shaved too.
Yeah.
Costanza would have shaved his face.
I can't go babyface.
You could have got
That's too much. Well, this, I mean,
you never go full Costanza.
Like later on, I'm going to shave the whole head. Like I'm not going to have this hair on the side's ridiculous.
So people should know Derek is in. I mean, I can't rip it. I'm not in costume, but Derek's in costume.
The only one at KNBR in costume day, besides my dad, who did one hell of an impression of John Gruden today. I'll tell you that.
It's a pretty light costume, though.
Mine?
Well, you're just like you could go to church after this, you know.
I don't do church.
You could go to
synagogue
to temple after this. Yeah, I was going to say you look like
I'm definitely going to do that on a Halloween night.
You look like you're getting ready for a bar mitzvah. That's kind of
exactly
kind of it. But
a seder.
The funniest thing about this that everybody should know is Derek did not come to work in costume.
No.
The funniest part about this is it's not like he was doing a bunch of face paint. He wasn't dressed up like Ace Frehley from Kiss. He wasn't doing like a whole big costume thing.
I dressed normal. I put on like a green shirt.
Derek,
and
I showed up and Derek was wearing a t-shirt.
Hat.
He was wearing a t-shirt and jeans and his hat.
Yep.
And then he went to the bathroom for a while and he came back and he was dressed like this. And I was like, why didn't you just wear this on Bart? Why didn't you just dress like this?
Well, the reaction was even funnier because he was like, this is absurd. And we were like, really?
He walked in and he was like, dude, the hair looks crazy. And we're like, we didn't even notice that your hair looked
hold on.
So yeah, you grew
barely tell.
You grew out the male part. Like you were already. How much did you shave off the top of your head? Not very much.
Just the beginning.
Yes, you did.
You had to get the horseshoe, like the Terry Bradshaw look.
Yeah, you definitely did that. Like that's your hair is not naturally that male patterned baldness. You're very thin on top. But
right.
The sides, you clearly have a little line there going to build the Costanza.
Yeah, but I would say that Costanza never went full bald. He always had some scraps.
Yes,
clinging to some scraps.
Anyway, I just think it's funny that
was bald.
So wait, did you do the shaving at home?
Yeah,
and you were wearing the hat.
I was wearing the hat today. I didn't want to throw out the Bart goers. You know, like anybody that usually sees me on the train, be like, "What's going on today?"
Okay, who are you regularly seeing on the train?
Nobody. I usually like talk to somebody at the 19th Street BART station, and someone's like, "Hey, what's going on?" I didn't want to throw them off today. But like, whoa, dress it up for Halloween.
Do you normally look for somebody to talk to at BART?
No, never.
Start a conversation.
There's always one person that's like working at the front desk, I guess, and I see them every day.
Oh, you mean like the person who sits in the little booth when you walk through the BART?
Yeah, exactly.
The front desk of 19th Street BART, dude.
The front desk.
The receptionist.
Yeah, the receptionist. Can you let me in, please?
What are you talking about? Excuse me.
Hey,
do you remember me?
I take this every day. Can you let me in?
Yeah, it's good to see you. My favorite is that he thought showing up like this would throw that person off.
The irony is that is the most Costanza thought of all time.
What's going on? This is the same routine every day.
808 KNBR. Is Derek in costume? I mean, he's wearing a collar.
I would never wear this normally.
You would.
And khakis.
Talking to the Bart consigliere and them remembering you is the most Costanza thought of all time.
Can I add one more detail to this? It's funny that I just noticed him. You know what else he's doing? He changed his shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Derek's wearing
I mean, how often do you look at another man's shoes?
How often do you ever look at another man's shoes?
I had to commit to the bit. Unlike my dad, man, the Gruden impression was something.
I would say
you got to do the voice if you're going to do Gruden.
I would say that. Well, to me, is as much when you're doing an impression, the voice and the cadence are important, but the content is as important.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like being funny with the content. What are you doing there, Tim? The content is as important.
I'm hearing voices.
Did you hear that?
Voices
got me feeling really nice.
There you go. I thought I heard some Gruden behind me. Yeah. But you said he didn't really have any content even as far as Chucky
No, he just
went.
screamed the whole time, and I texted him like, if you're gonna do Gruden, you have to do the voice.
Tell you what, man.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. And like he had like a Niner pullover, and he actually, I don't know if he was trying to be Gruden or my pops simultaneously.
Well, I feel like if I were gonna,
I was on the wrong side of the bay for a long time. He said that line. I'm like, Gruden wouldn't say that.
He also was on the Niner staff at one point.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I get the impression that Greg. Like, I don't like to psychoanalyze. I don't do that very often, especially when it comes to athletes. But I'm going to do it here.
Okay.
I get the impression that Greg is somebody that wants to dress up in costume to be a part of the festivities. But he doesn't want to sacrifice his own identity or
At the end of the day,
bravado.
I'd rather be Greg Papa. Than,
yeah, right. I'm not going to be Chucky. I'm going to be Greg Papa being Chucky.
Yes.
Right. So,
and he doesn't want to do a lot of planning.
Did he ever dress up like when you were a kid?
Oh God, no.
Because like,
you know what? His best costume I do remember where he was a man carrying a baby. But the way that the costume would be is his head would come out of the baby's body.
I'm the baby.
Exactly. that was a solid costume.
That's actually pretty funny.
Years ago, he was on Chronicle Live, and he was Ron Burgundy. But he didn't do the voice. He just wore a suit. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. It's kind of half-assed.
It's kind of half-assed.
So
he didn't even do a mustache or nothing?
Didn't do a mustache. He just kind of greased up his hair a little bit. And he didn't do the voice. He was just, I'm Ron Burgundy. And then the next night.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
And then the next night, Brody Brazil had the mustache, had the hair, had the suit. He killed it. And my dad's like, not as good as me.
Yeah, Tim?
We actually have audio of John Gruden reacting to that costume.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So like Halloween pretty big when I was a kid in my household. My mom was real creative, used to make our costumes and everything. Like we were big thrifting costume makers. It was like part of the fun is he's coming up with the idea weeks before and then like working on it with my mom and making our costumes. We always had a Halloween party. Like we always hosted one at my house in San Leandro. My dad always like led the group of trick-or-treaters because we had a good neighborhood that we could go trick-or-treat in. You know which house we're going to give you the Tony Farias king-size or full-size candy bars. The dude who owned the Quick Stop down the street from my house, that guy was the place to hit. That guy was giving you like full-size stuff.
Nice.
Toss you a Slim Jim maybe. Tim knows I like a Slim Jim. Here and there. Sometimes
Slim
two.
Jim and a Kit Kat.
Sometimes two.
Twix, right?
That's exactly right. Anyway, like Halloween pretty big for me as a kid. We had the whole like costume thing at school where we had like a big parade where parents would show up. And we have like Halloween was always like a half-ass day at school.
Yeah.
Nobody can focus. They're giving you candy. You get a little Halloween party. It's like a half day. Do our little parade. They give out like awards for costume contest stuff, which is always cool. Were you a big Halloween kid?
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, as a kid, you dress up like Batman or any favorite superhero.
Did you have a superhero you dressed as ever?
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember all of them. I will say my best Halloween costumes when I was a kid. In high school, I told you the story already. I dressed up as Randy Moss, and they wore no. Hold on. When he went to the Raiders, they gave out masks. They sold masks in stores as Randy Moss. So you had the mask, you had the afro.
It was like a pull over your face mask.
Yes, and I had the jersey to go with it. So I dressed up as Randy Moss one year, and some people got it. Some people were like, what are you doing? And then you can't do this anymore. As a kid, I was Aladdin.
Why can't you do that anymore?
I don't know if you can be Aladdin anymore. Can you?
Wait. Why wouldn't you be able to be Aladdin anymore? You mean like cultural reference things?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Do you think you mean like you couldn't be the Arabian Prince?
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, he's Aladdin. He's a character. You could be a cartoon character. I don't think there's any harm or foul in Aladdin.
Okay. I don't know. See, like some costumes that were like fair game back in the day, not so much.
I think you can do that. I think you can do Aladdin and Jack. I think that's all fair game. The thing is with Aladdin, then you're just rocking that vest.
Yes.
Take out that vest, Fogel. You look like Aladdin.
And it's a sweet vest. Not to mention the hat he wore, the little red cap.
The little red cap. And Abu's rocking the
Abu.
He's rocking matching fit.
Yes, you probably have to go with no shoes, barefoot the whole time. But
you have to. I mean, how often do you ever look at another man's shoes?
Yeah, fair enough.
Aladdin I think you'd be fair game with. You went as Aladdin at what age?
Oh, I was young. I was like when the movie came out, so I was like 5.
Oh, you were a little kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you were all about it. Got to eat to live, got to steal to eat.
Exactly.
Otherwise, we'd get along.
Street rats.
Scoundrel. Street rat. Yeah. Aladdin's a good one. I think I went on a run when I was in high school or in middle school or elementary school where the year Austin Powers came out, I think I was in 4th grade.
Oh,
and it had just come out in the fall, and I was obsessed with it. And so my mom and I thrifted like an Austin Powers costume.
Yeah.
They didn't have them yet even at the store. Like you couldn't go get it. And we didn't really buy costumes anyway. We bought like pieces to something that would go to a costume, right? But we didn't go buy like the packaged Spirit costume. So I was Austin Powers. My mom found this like red wig, and we like pinned it up like a dark red wig. We like pinned it up to sort of make it the brownish red Austin Powers. So I think it was a brown wig maybe. And then we went to the thrift store like Goodwill, and we got like a frilly, like lacy kind of shirt, like dress shirt. I got like this navy blue jacket. It was money. Got the glasses from Rite Aid, and like sort of like yours, pop the lenses out. That was a good one. And then I wasn't even trying to win anything, and I won like the funniest.
Oh, nice.
And then I was like, now I'm going for it every year.
But did you do the voice?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, you have to.
Do I make you honey, baby?
Yeah, baby. Dude,
me
very shagadelic.
Me at 9 years old walking around going, do I make you Randy? Yeah. Not having any idea what it means.
It's a freak out, baby. It freaks me out.
2 years later, my favorite costume we ever did. My mom was like, what do you want to be? And I was like, I got it this year. I'm going to win funniest, and I know what I'm going to get.
What were you?
I went as Marge Simpson.
Oh, that's good.
So my mom and I found this, like, we went to Michael's. We found this pot. It was like, you know, those like, you have like a party and you put drinks in them. It's like sort of like an aluminum drink holder. It was one of those kind of, but it was a long, tall silver one, right? And it kind of went in like a cone shape almost. It fit on my head perfectly. So we took the handles off of it. My mom and I super glued like, I don't know, 1,000 cotton balls to it and then spray painted it blue. Painted my face yellow, found a green dress at like the Goodwill and the pearls. Dude, I got a photo of it. I'll try to see if we can get it up for later where I was like walking to the parade. I was like in 5th or 6th grade. Dude, I show up as Marge Simpson in a dress with the hair, with the hair on top of my head and all that. That year, they decided funniest isn't a category. and they didn't tell us in advance.
You know what? Still a pretty good costume.
I think I had gone drag the year before also.
Oh, yeah?
As Ginger Spice.
Wow.
One funniest then. I think my little Catholic conservative school was like, we don't want people coming in dresses anymore.
Yeah, because Marge Simpson's that racy.
Well, I think they didn't like me stepping out of line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So then they got rid of funniest.
No, I hear you.
So then the next year, I silent protest. I just went in uniform. I went to Catholic school uniform. My dad was like, really? I was like, I'm not dressing up. They got rid of it and they didn't say. I was like, that's BS. That's BS.
You got to have that category.
Yeah, Marge
protest
Simpson.
sit out.
Marge
Did you
Simpson.
do the voice? Did you do the voice?
Homie.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Family Wish Show.
Halloween Friday on Dirty Work, Derek is in costume. I guess. Derek is George Costanza. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is Derek in costume.
No, that's not the question.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't want to know anybody else is in costume. Is Derek in costume?
Flash poll.
808 KNBR. We got to get into this ESPN YouTube TV thing. We'll talk about that later as well. We do have the latest on the 49ers from practice. Sounds like Mac Jones is going to start.
Mac Jones is your starter.
Even though Brock Purdy is listed as questionable. First time we've had that happen. We'll talk about that next. Plus, today, Tracy Sandler, Marcus Thompson, Andy Baggerly, and Larry Krueger. It's a Friday. It's a spooky Halloween Friday.
Ooh.
And it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers head to New York today ahead of a date with the New York Football Giants Sunday morning. Pre-game right here on The Sports Leader at 7 a.m. So sleep in your contacts, leave your makeup on. Hell, don't even take off that plumber costume. No one will judge you. That's 7 a.m. with Copes and JD right here on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you.
No rotator today, baby. Spooky tunes.
No ska today? We're going Spooky Friday?
Maybe we'll save the ska for next week.
I can only think of like one or two Halloween ska songs. Yeah.
Well, we're going to run out of Halloween songs in general pretty quick.
Yeah.
Once we hit Monster Mash, we're cooked.
Yeah, we're like one day away from all of the Mariah Carey that you can handle for the next 2 months. So we'll try to extend.
The other thing we did when I was in like third grade or fourth grade is they would take us to I don't know why our class did this a couple of years in a row. They would on Halloween have us go on it was a half day. I told you it was like a throwaway day. Yeah. What did I do in school? They would.
I wonder sometimes myself.
I'm like, what were we doing? It was just daycare.
I was just cutting out pictures of Saddam Hussein and putting it over my face.
That wasn't even on Halloween, dude.
No, it wasn't even Halloween.
No Thunderbucks for you, buddy.
No. Miss Pizzatola was not happy with me.
They used to take us, and this happened like 2 or 3 years in a row when I was a kid. They take us to a convalescent hospital in San Leandro.
Okay.
And we'd sing Halloween songs to old people.
Like caroling?
Like in our costumes, yeah.
So what Halloween songs were you singing?
So you got a kid rolling up looking like
Because it's a thriller. Come on, kids.
No, we had this one, Goblins, Ghouls, and Funny Faces, walking around familiar places. It is a day called Halloween. Woo! It was a whole big
Don't know that one.
We dress as clowns with big feet. We knock on doors, howl, and trick or treat.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, it was all these like kid songs they had us do. We did that one. We had another one about it was a whole song about Frankenstein and falling in love with this other Frankenstein monster.
Purple people or purple whatever the hell it was.
I don't know.
Was it Tim the Purple People Eaters? Yeah, one-eyed purple people eater.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. No, we didn't. I don't think we did that one.
Wasn't that like a Vikings defense?
Well, yeah, they called the Purple People Eaters the defensive line with Jim Marshall, but yeah, it was a song originally.
You imagine some kid in a Marge Simpson costume rolls in. Yeah, he's got hair on his head that are 8 feet high. I don't know. I'm like, it didn't make any sense to me, but we did it every Halloween.
Nice.
Guys would fall asleep. We'd be sitting there, people dozing.
Keep on singing, kids.
They're nodding off.
It does the trick.
10 a.m. and we're singing. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We do have the injury update from practice today for the 49ers, and it goes as follows. It's not as we hoped it would be. Yetur Gross-Matos is also out this week.
He is out.
He was working his way back. He was a limited participant in yesterday's practice. But Yetur Gross-Matos out for Sunday's game. Ricky Pearsall ruled out. Jake Brendel ruled out. Bryce Huff ruled out. But he is, according to Robert Saleh, working his way back and could be back next week. Now, questionable. It's the first time we've seen this where Brock Purdy is listed as questionable, yet they've announced Mac as the starter.
Yes.
Which, does that tell you anything about Brock's availability Sunday?
It means they're trending in the right direction, and if anything, he'll be the backup. But, no, I think that he's probably maybe a week away from being your starter again, but who knows at this point. I just think that he's good enough to play, not 100%, but that does beg the question, if he's not 100%, then why should he be playing in the first place or have a chance to play?
Ben Barch, with a knee, is questionable. The big inactive is now the big questionable. Spencer Burford with a knee questionable. Jordan Elliott questionable. Sam Okenyanu questionable. And D. Winters questionable. All things that are positive considering those guys got on the field yesterday and today in practice in some capacity.
Okay. Kind of what we expected. No Ricky Pearsall, or did they officially list him out?
Ricky Pearsall is listed as out. And remember, we spoke to Kyle yesterday, and now we finally got that answer that you and I have, I wouldn't even say been debating, but we've been talking about it. Kyle mentioned, I said, when we asked him about, would Ricky have to get on the field? Because, let me rewind. John Lynch said yesterday on the morning show that Ricky was still doing work on side field And he said, maybe we'll see if we can get him up to speed for Sunday, but we'll see. We don't know.
Right.
So we had Kyle on after that in the afternoon yesterday. I asked him about that because my thought was, if it's been this long, and that was kind of my point to you, was a few weeks ago you thought, well, maybe if he's on the field on Thursday or Friday, they'll be able to get him up.
Yeah.
And after it's been like 5 games now, or a month and change.
Makes sense.
You're like, he probably needs to put some together. And then Kyle said as much yesterday. He said, when you've missed this much time in a month, you've got to prove that you're healthy enough and that you can practice before you just throw him out there. It ain't a playoff game. It's not a player where you're like, he's a vet, a long-time dude. You know what he's capable of. You say, let's just see if you can go. They need to make sure with the PCL that he's healthy enough to play.
Right.
And right now he's not. So until we see him on the field, I feel like for 2 to 3 practices of like good weight and work in those practices, we probably won't see him. What's the Kyle Shanahan sound we have here?
So when he announced that Brock Purdy is questionable, but Mac Jones is going to be the starter, led to some questions from reporters about, okay, if Brock's not 100%, then why would he be questionable for this game?
How do you draw I guess, you've discussed it's a delicate situation with the toe. You don't want to have it aggravated again. I mean, this obviously he has a chance to play, on Sunday. So how do you, I guess, balance that? Like, he could play, and that means he could aggravate it again. I mean, is his toe fully healthy?
What's the question? Is his toe fully healthy?
Well,
No, it's not fully healthy.
It's not fully healthy, so there's a chance, he gets out to play. So you just, there's a risk with it, I guess. Obviously, there's a risk always, but there's a risk that he could aggravate it again.
Yes, I think you just answered your own question. Obviously, there's a risk with everything. But yes. Can you heard it again? Yes.
It's not fully healthy.
Yes. Yeah. No, he didn't get all the starter reps this week. As soon as he had a chance to get through practice and stuff the first time, we let him get all those starter reps, and it was great. And then there was a chance he could re-hurt in the game, and he did, and he's been out for the last month. He's got more reps this week, but we weren't going to commit to all of that like we did last time. So I think it's easing him back more than last time. If that helps answer your question better.
I think so.
All right. You're welcome.
A little testy, but you know what? I kind of get it from Kyle's perspective where it's like, yeah, I'm giving you the answer. Yes, he's not 100% healthy. Could he re-injure it? Absolutely.
I'm not really sure what the question was.
Basically, the question is, why would he be questionable if
he's not fully healthy? But that's what questionable is. It's
exactly.
Not fully healthy.
So the question should have been, is there a chance he could be the backup? And why would he be the backup?
I think that's more to the point.
Why should he have a chance to play if he's not 100% healthy?
Like, why even bother with him being the backup if he's not healthy
enough
enough to be
And I'm
the
sure
starter?
Kyle will give you a good response to that. But I guess if I'll just answer for Kyle. I have no idea if this is the answer, but I think he would say, because Brock is trending in the right direction, and it's not as severe as in the past.
Because a 75% Brock is better than 100% Adrian Martinez?
100%.
That's kind of, I think that's
If we gave Kyle truth serum, yes, he would give you that response.
Yeah, so I'm with you. I think that's more in line with the question, because the question of why would he be listed as questionable if he's not 100%, why would you even risk having him play?
Right.
Well, because in the event that like Mac got knocked out of the game early, he gives us a better chance, even though, it could be re-injured. And again, it is turf. So I'm not surprised he's not starting because he hasn't taken the full starter reps.
Yes.
And I know Kyle said that the turf at MetLife might not have been a factor in this decision.
I don't think so,
Maybe not.
but maybe.
Maybe not. And maybe he really is just not quite ready in a week away.
Yeah.
Or maybe they want to make sure if he's feeling okay that this does not lead to a setback.
Right.
You know what I mean? Do you have a setback here? That's kind of what he's talking about.
Yeah, so, it is what it is. I think that you may see Brock next week, but who knows at this point. But, yeah, he's not 100%. That's why he is questionable, so most likely he's going to be your backup on Sunday.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. People checking in here on your costume. 707 wants us to send a picture out of it. I mean, we're streaming. You can check out the YouTube channel or just open up the V-Sports
Just look
app.
at YouTube, You don't need a whole picture on social media. And of course, our social media department's not here today, so.
It's not much. I mean, he's just in a collared shirt. I mean,
exactly.
He thinks his hair looks so different because it's not. To you, you look different.
Well, because
we didn't even notice.
I'm usually fully bald, and I got hair on the sides.
But you've been growing it for a few days now, which means like your
but
hair
I'm rocking a hat, though.
Yeah, but my point is like for us, it doesn't look that much different because.
So to quote Costanza, you were bald.
I was bald. Now I got scraps.
Oh, boy, you really went bald. You went bald there, didn't you?
Really went bald there.
More here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. On your Aladdin costume, 707 says, no brown face, Derek.
Well, yeah, I know that. That's why I don't think you pull off Aladdin.
You can be Aladdin without painting your face. You can still dress as Aladdin.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Did you paint your face then?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. So
not
why
as a
would
kid. Not as a kid, no.
I would kill for a photo of like 5-year-old Derek.
5-year-old
in
Derek.
brown face.
No, that does not exist. Don't go looking for the internet for that one.
Get a stuffed monkey. Rubbing on a lamp, dude.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I might have been Hercules.
Diamond in the rough.
Yes. I'm trying to think of like other. I probably went as like every summer Disney movie. I probably went as that main character.
Yeah, that was your move?
Yeah, usually.
I'm trying to think of what other Disney movies came. Did you ever go with like a Woody or a Buzz?
No, that wasn't my style. Even though
You're Aladdin, man. Yeah.
Even though I was with Aladdin, I was either Aladdin, Hercules.
Did you drop a Mufasa?
No, never was Mufasa. My mom would know better than me. I don't remember any of my costumes. I like vaguely. I remember like being Batman maybe one time or Spider-Man maybe. But yeah, the recent ones, I remember being Randy Moss. I remember, what else was I? I'll think about it later. But like, yeah, not really creative when it comes to my Halloween costumes.
Yeah, you were just pretty stock at whatever the...
I mean, in my later years, like, yeah, like, you know, you go to a party, but like you work during the week and you don't really think of what you could be. I remember one year I went to a Raider game with my buddy Steve in Langford. He went as John Gruden, wore the headset and everything. And I was the death of Khalil Mack, where I wore his jersey, but had like pickaxes and like swords through my stomach. I remember some guy being like, "Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, screw Khalil Mack." I was like, "No, you're not getting the costume. You're not getting it. You're not getting it."
What killed me this morning is on ESPN on Get Up and then on NFL Live. Nobody was dressed up. So you have like Greenberg there, you had Cam Newton there, and you had Stephen A. Smith, and then you had Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark was the only one who dressed up, and he dressed up like Willy Wonka from like the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka, like the original,
but like breaking it down,
the great Willy Wonka. But like Ryan Clark's always got that like sort of angry, furrowed look on his face, and he's like really breaking it down. And he and Stephen A. are debating, and it's cutting around the table, and they're all in suits, and it cuts to Clark, and he's got the Willy Wonka top hat on.
This is why LSU should be able to pick their own head coach. It's like, all right, Ryan, you're dressed as Willy Wonka.
I would just kill to have Stephen A. start riffing Wonka. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me why Violet Beauregard didn't get everything she wanted. Augustus Gloop was going to drink the whole fountain. Mike TV, he loved TV so much he got put in the television.
And what the hell were those damn Oompa Loompas? What are those things?
I would kill for a bushel of schnozberries. Stephen A. on Wonka, dude.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull. The worst day to be horny is Sunday. The best day is a Friday and Saturday night. Because
the everlasting gobstoppers become the greatest run in history.
Chocolate River.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. We are going to catch up with Tracy Sandler in about 15 minutes, talk some 49er football with her. When we come on back, let's get predictions for the Niners and the New York Giants. I told you I have more of a vibe on this one when I woke up today.
Yeah, how you feeling?
I'll tell you next. Dirty Work rolls on.
That's a tease.
With our Niners and Giants predictions. I love me some Veruca salt. More to come on the Sports Leader.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Instead of saying Costanza, you'd say can't stand ya. Can't stand ya.
That was the gym teacher, right?
An atomic wedgie.
The gym teacher. Dirty work on a Friday. Derek dressed like George Costanza. Which is funny because I think if people were to compare you to any sort of like a pop culture character, you might be close to George.
I hate that.
Do you? He's one of my favorite characters of all time.
Yeah, but George was so God.
George?
Yeah, I know, but he was like so nebbishy and like, yeah. I hated George.
Well, as the
if I had to rank the characters, I mean, he's better than Jerry. Jerry was just so milquetoast.
Jerry's the worst character.
Yeah.
510.
Everything just happens to Jerry, whereas George he's so unique.
Yeah,
and you are too.
I guess George is the most fascinating character. Yeah.
Yes, George is the most.
Really, he's Larry David.
Yes, I mean, and everything about him is ridiculous. Like he causes
problems.
problems.
He kills his own girlfriend.
He's a total
fiance.
Yeah, because he's too cheap.
Yeah, well,
because he won't spend more money on the envelope or the envelopes for the wedding. Yeah.
I would do that.
See, that's what I mean. Is this a move? You'd spend more on?
No. I would spend more money on that. Come on.
They go their price front.
I wouldn't kill my fiance.
They open the binder to him and they say, "Yeah, the envelopes are priced. The invitations are priced. The most expensive in the front, the cheapest in the back."
Boom.
And he flips the entire binder to the back page, dude.
And one of the better Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes is when they're doing the reunion, and Larry David's talking to George or Jason Alexander about how to play the character of George and bringing him back. And he's like, yeah, he was just, I mean, everybody hated him. He was a character you love to hate. And then Larry based George off of himself. And he's like, no, I don't think so. I think that everybody loved George. No, everybody hated George.
I love George. I think George is my favorite character in the show. 510 checks in, says, Copes, now I understand your compliment of Derek from yesterday. No matter what, Derek is true to himself. I did say that. I said you are 100% you at all times.
Yeah, I'm always Costanza. That's me.
One more here, two more here. 707 says, costume's a little soft. It's my best friend who dressed up as Payne Stewart zombie 5 days after he died would say, go big or go home. This guy dressed up as Payne Stewart.
That's fair.
A Payne Stewart zombie 5 days after he kicked it.
Ooh. I mean, that's going big.
Go big or go home.
That's definitely going big.
So it's very topical for sure. And then one more here said, 707, this is a funny text, says, Derek looks like Costanza dressing up as Derek for Halloween.
All right.
It's Costanza dressed as Derek.
That's not bad.
There's Costanza dressed as Derek. All right.
Yeah. Jerry playing Jerry in the sitcom Jerry.
Exactly.
Here's some predictions. Niners and the Giants on Sunday. Niners are 2.5-point favorites going into MetLife Stadium. A 7 a.m. pregame, 10 a.m. kickoff right here on the Sports Leader. The Giants are 26th in scoring defense.
Yep.
26th in pass defense. 30th in rush defense. I'm feeling pretty good about this game. I think this is a game the 49ers should win.
They should win this game, yes. So, yes, all the stats would tell you that this Giants defense is bad, and it is. Secondary is not very good, but their front seven is very talented, as we talked about yesterday with Tim Ryan.
Who is it? It's Kayvon Thibodeau?
Kayvon Thibodeau.
Has 9 sacks already.
No, it's
going to be
Brian Burns.
Brian Burns
He's
has
got
9
10 right now, tied with Myles Garrett.
That's it. He's got 10, and the Niners have 9 as a team.
Exactly. Abdul Carter, they were using him as a linebacker initially, a middle linebacker, but now they got their guys back healthy. Bobby Okereke from Stanford is their middle linebacker. But, now they got, 3 different guys, and I don't know if they all play together when it's a third down passing situation. They also have one of the, I think, the best nose tackle in all of football, and Dexter Lawrence. They're just not a good defense right now against the run. So I would say, yes, the Niners should win this game. And I do think that they should be able to run the ball. I don't think this is a game at all where Christian McCaffrey should only have 8 carries. And that never was the intention last week. But you should be able to run the ball when, I think last week, the Eagles almost had 300 yards rushing, where the Niners, they don't have Saquon Barkley and the Eagles offensive line, but they should be able to have some productivity running the football. I do think the 49ers offense should thrive against this Giants defense. However, there will be moments where Mac Jones gets pressured. I wonder about the offensive line containing these pass rushers. I do think Mac Jones won't get, hopefully he doesn't get sacked a lot, but he probably will get sacked. It's just a matter of, can this offense, I can't believe I'm saying this, can this offense compete with or keep pace with the Giants offense? I'm only saying that because I know they got reinforcements. I know they traded for Keon White, and maybe Cleveland Farrell will be activated for this game by Sunday. He's only on the practice squad right now. But I do think it's going to be a kind of a shootout. I don't think the Niners are going to shut this team down offensively.
Why not? Why don't you think that? Because the run game is Tyrone Tracy and Devin Singletary. The receivers for them this week are going to be who?
I think right now they have Darius Slayton.
Robinson?
Wan'Dale Robinson.
Wan'Dale Robinson. And yes, they are missing Malik Neighbors, and they are missing Cam Scatterbo. But we were talking about last week for the Texans, they don't have Nico Collins. They didn't have Christian Kirk. So who are these guys? Who's Noel? Who else? Xavier Hutchinson. Who are these guys? Jaden Higgins.
Bo Collins is your third receiver there.
There you go. So just because that they are depleted as far as pieces for Jackson Dart to throw to, that doesn't concern me. I do think that Jackson Dart will be mobile and get out of sacks, and it's going to be a struggle for the 49ers defense to bring him down. As Tim Ryan told us yesterday, he makes a lot of improvisational throws, so he's just hard to account for. But you can score on this defense. So I do think it's going to be a shootout. I do see the Niners winning this game, but it's going to be a close game. I do think the Niners win in the end, thanks to a guest we had earlier in this week, your NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Eddie Pinheiro, or maybe of the month. Eddie Pinheiro wins the game for him. I say the Niners win this game 30-27.
Well, you think it's a high-scoring game?
I do think it's going to be a high-scoring game.
You think the Niners break through and score 30 for the first time this year? I mean, that would be a high watermark points-wise for them.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm with you. I hear that because I'm like, I think they should be able to put up points against this defense. We've seen them score, and we've seen them get into the red zone numerous times this year. They've had a couple of games where they get over 20 and they get into the mid-20s. I think 26 is their high point this year.
Against the Rams, yes.
Yeah, 26 I think is their high point for the season. We haven't seen them score 30. We haven't seen them run the ball effectively more than one game. So we'd love to see that. Kyle said yesterday it's unfair to say we didn't get the run game going. We didn't attempt the run game because we had 14 plays run or something in the first half.
We didn't start the run game.
So we never started it. So it's hard to say we didn't get it going because we never really – to say you didn't have a chance is one thing, but he's like we didn't put enough together. Nobody did, so the run game could not be a factor. I think that's different here. I think they have to go heavy run early.
Yep.
But also they've got to put together some consistency in stringing together plays and drives. He said we had 16 plays in the first half. Our opening drive of the season was like 16 plays alone.
Yeah.
Their opening drive, Texans last week, was 16 plays. You just don't normally see the Niners come out that flat and never get going in any kind of rhythm. I mean, again, that was kind of an anomaly in that they didn't pick up a first down till late in the second quarter.
Right.
And the Texans already had 10. So I don't feel like it's a game where they're going to have to score 30, but I'm with you that I could see this being a game where the offense has a breakout. Mac's got to play better. And the offensive line, maybe most importantly, has to play better. You're talking about the front four, the front seven for the Giants in terms of how they get to the quarterback. That's the worst game the O-line's played all year.
Last week, yes.
And if they won't win this one or won't put up points or pick up first downs and string together drives if the O-line doesn't play better.
No, exactly. And I think that this defense can get to the quarterback, but I do think that Mac Jones could pick them apart. So, yeah, it's just a matter of I got to see it to believe it when it comes to the 49ers pass rush. I know they got, more guys this week, but as far as bringing down Jackson Dart, I'll see it when I believe it. And also, Jackson Dart put up, 32 points on a really good Denver Broncos defense. So, yeah, I know that they're missing Malik Neighbors. He's one of the best wide receivers in all of football. And the best
put
wide
up 32.
receiver.
That was his best game. And he did. I mean, the one interception was what kind of lost him that one.
He also put up 34 on the Philadelphia Eagles. So they're capable of scoring some points. It's just, yes, they're missing their two best offensive players right now, but that didn't stop C.J. Stroud a week ago. And as far as Brian Daboll, I think he's a really good play caller. I don't know if he's a good head coach, but he's a really good play caller. And this guy is fighting for his life every week. So you're going to see him throw the kitchen sink at the 49ers defensively. I think it's going to be a shootout, but in the end, the better team prevails, and that is the 49ers.
He's been sacked in a game at least 4 times, 3 times this year.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart has. Now, we should point out which teams did it. The Chargers got to him 5 times in his first start.
Yeah.
13-20, 111. They got to him 5 times.
Pretty good defense.
Last week, they got to him 5 times. That was the Eagles.
Eagles have a good defense.
The week before, they got to him 4 times. That was the Broncos.
Yes.
So the good defenses are getting to him.
Yes.
He does hold the ball a bit, but he's been sacked a lot. 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's been sacked 17 times.
So was C.J. Stroud. I'm just saying.
And he's more mobile, yeah. Fair enough.
I do think the Niners win this game.
You're making some points.
I just think it's going to be closer than people think.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a game that...
And more of an offensive game.
Well, it's a game I think they need to win.
Yeah, of course.
I also think, as we said, there's not a lot of games that are, quote, gimmies, or that you think they should win on the schedule, which means you got to start stacking more to try to get to 10.
It's a relatively bad team.
It's the road to 10 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Giants aren't a good team.
I would say you need this win, And I know I said this weeks ago when they lost the Rams, but get this win and then figure things out against the LA Rams. Well, we'll see about that game.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. People checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 510, it's our guy Van in the East Bay, says a big member of the Filth Van. He says, Derek's personal life stories for sure have George Costanza vibes.
I never put a rye schnitzer bread on like a fishing pole.
No. I'm trying to think of what Costanza vibes in your lifestyle stuff.
I'm trying to think of other things.
I'm trying to think of other things that you've said to us too. It's more about sometimes
it's the treadmill in the apartment. That's the Costanza kind of thing.
That's Costanza?
Well, because it sat there for 3 years unused, and then you did use it eventually because you had to, and it broke the first time. That's very Costanza.
I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Also, his relationship that he has with his parents, there's a little of that going on.
Okay. I mean,
I would say the banana bread is kind of Costanza.
The banana bread?
Dropping that outside and having the rain on. She never finds out
The
about
battery, that's a little Costanza.
Car battery's a little Costanza.
I mean, I would never take a girl to a ball just because I wanted to have the entrance be really good.
Like Costanza?
Yeah, you know that episode where he's like I don't want to go. I want to go to the ball for the girl. I want to go in because of the dress, because of the entrance.
I don't remember that one.
Oh yeah, it's a whole thing where he's trying to avoid her breaking up with him. And the whole thing is he wants to make a grand entrance when they have this Yankees ceremony.
Yeah.
So she breaks up with him before, and he's trying to come up with a way to convince her to come to the gala.
Because he wants her to walk in with him?
Yes.
He doesn't care about being with her. He just wants to walk in with her.
He wants her to twirl and have a whole thing. And then Jerry's like, she's not going to twirl. And he's like, she'll twirl. She'll twirl.
And then she tries to break up with him a ton, and he just avoids her calls and everything like that. And then he'll
I
call
remember that
as soon as he knows that she's busy.
That's a famous episode where it's the answer machine. Believe it or not, George
I do
isn't
remember.
at home.
I know the one where she's trying to break up with him and he won't answer. She can't break up with me if I don't answer the phone.
Yes. And then if she can't break up with me, she's got to go to the ball.
It's the opposite of when I was going to break it off with that girl I was dating in college, and then she showed up on the night that I was going to break up with her or break it off with her, and she brought cookies that she baked for me and my roommates, and then also gifted me 2 tickets to Game 1 of the World Series.
Well, you got
2012. Yeah, bought her a month. We went to the game. Yeah.
You know
Pablo hit 3, and Giants were marching down Market again.
You know, that also happened to George. We was trying to break up with a girl, and then he tried to have an affair with some secretary at his work. They both show up, and he's like, so this isn't over? Nope. And he goes, the other girl? You too? Nope. Okay.
Okay.
415 says not having a dresser until a member of the filth hooked you up and then needing help to get it home is pretty Costanza.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
510, no dresser, pure Costanza.
Yeah. I waited too long on the dresser
People
one.
are checking in on the filth, checking in on the YouTube chat too, saying Derek does have a bit of Costanza in him. Seen that from our guy Jay Tan, checked in and said that.
Thanks.
It makes the show very interesting.
Dude, it makes being
as long
your friend
as it makes the
interesting.
show interesting.
Can't all be Jerry's. That would suck.
Yeah. The
Well,
show
Jerry,
wouldn't have lasted.
I mean, Jerry was phony.
What do you
He's
mean?
a phony.
Big fat phony?
Yeah.
What, scratching off the 32 to make it a 31 on his jeans?
And also, he was the creator on the show, and he's different girl every week. I was like, all right, Jerry.
Yeah, okay,
all right, Jerry.
dude. Every actress
Rebecca Romaine in the freaking airport. I mean, come on.
Every actress who ever acted in a sitcom in the 90s or the 80s was on that show. All right, we got to take a quick break. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, and part of our pre- and post-game 49er coverage is going to join us next to talk about this game. We're on the same page. We both think this is a game the Niners win. You think it's close, but you think they cover it. 2.5. And you're going over them.
Oh, yeah.
You're going way over.
30-27, so yeah, that'd be over on, 48 and a half? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they win by 6. I don't know if they get to 30, but we'll try to will it into existence. We'll talk to Tracy Sandler. She joins us next. Dirty Work rolls on a Halloween Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Toronto Blue Jays look to close out the World Series tonight in a critical Game 6 in Toronto. Find every pitch on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 at 4 p.m. That is, if you really feel like hurting Adam Copeland's feeling by changing the station. I mean, I guess that's okay.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Halloween Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're joined by Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line of the Fangirl Sports Network, and she's part of our pre- and post-game coverage of Niner football all season long right here on the Sports Leader. And when you think decking, There's only one person you think. It's Tracy Sandler. She's sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Tracy, happy Halloween. How are you?
Hey, Tracy.
I am good. Happy Halloween, guys. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. Are you? Like, you strike me as a big Halloween person. Am I right on that?
I normally am a big Halloween person, but with the travel to New York today, and then, well, it was supposed to be today. It got massively delayed, so now it's tonight.
Oh.
And then the sporting event I want to watch later this year is not big Halloween.
This
But
is
normally, yes.
Normally a big Halloween. And I know you're a big candy lady too. You love your candy.
I do. I love my candy. I really do. I did
Favorite
Niners
candy?
Unplugged this week was mine. I think Reese's peanut butter cups.
Okay.
But shameless promotion. But I think people should check it out. Niners Unplugged this week was candy corn. Yay or nay?
Ooh.
Not a lot of fans of candy corn in the locker room.
I imagine
I would say nay too.
I think it's like the same boxes and bags of candy corn that have been going around for like 25 years.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's eating them. I think it's the same ones. They haven't unloaded.
But Kyle Juszczyk told me Kristen is a big candy corn fan.
Okay.
And she commented on the video that she is indeed. So at least she has good taste. But Curtis Robinson said that eating candy corn was a character flaw. And I don't know what to do with that. Because I like Curtis Robinson. So now I'm like very confused.
I think it's a solid take from him.
A character flaw. So tell us about the Niners Unplugged. I mean, coming off of that loss on Sunday, and Kyle yesterday, when we talked to him, he was like, we need an elixir. We can't wait to get on the field and erase what was the worst game of the season. All phases of the game terrible. I don't want to call it a one-off, but it was like it's the worst rushing performance McCaffrey's had as a 49er. It's one of the worst of his career in terms of number of attempts and total yardage. Just what's the vibe around this team right now in terms of getting some of the health back, acquiring a player in Keon White and Cleve Farrell this week? Where are we with the Niners at 5-3?
You know, they actually seem pretty good. They don't seem like a team that has lost Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Now, on the football side, as the year goes on, that may continue to be an issue, as we saw the other day. But they are 5-3, and I think that's something that kind of everyone has talked about, that they do have these early wins that while they figure this other stuff out, they do a little, I don't think cushion is the right word, but they won 5 football games. And George Kittle said the other day, he feels like he needs to win every football game, and I think that is the prevailing feeling in the locker room. But with everything that's going on with this team, they are 5-3, so there's reason for hope. They don't seem unhappy. I think, my first year covering the team was the Chip Kelly year, and that locker room was not a happy locker room. That was a not vibey locker room. It was not great. And then the next year was Kyle's first year. They started 0-9, but the locker room was not an 0-9 locker room. That locker room had bought in. They knew they were building something, and there was like a good vibe all around. I think this locker room is similar, and they're 5-3, so certainly a better place to be.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. So we know that the 49ers had their struggles last week against the Houston Texans and just getting C.J. Stroud down with some pass rush. They got reinforcements this week. They traded for Keon White, and Cleveland Farrell is on their practice squad. Could be elevated by Sunday. Just what do you make of the moves this week?
I think they were moves that had to be made. They need help on the pass rush. They're so thin there. And, as Kyle said today, their numbers are so low, kind of everybody has a chance. So they made good moves. Cleveland Farrell was a good one. He was here. Last year he was not, but other than that, he had been here a couple of years, and he knows the defense. He knows the system. So it's someone I think they would feel very comfortable elevating tomorrow if they needed to, because he could step right in. And Keon White, I think, will be a good fit for them, a good pickup. And if nothing else, it gives them some depth, something that they were sorely missing. And it's a veteran presence who's also hungry. He said he was not happy with his playing time or lack thereof in New England, and he was excited for a fresh start. And I think there's something to be said for getting a player like that who's hungry and wants to come to a new team and prove that he deserves to be there.
Tracy, Brock is listed as, interestingly enough, questionable for this week, though Mack has been named the starter per Kyle Shanahan. What does listing Brock as questionable mean to you for Sunday? Does that mean that he could serve as the backup, you think?
I think it means he could serve as the backup if he feel like he's made enough progress. And I think further down the line, it means he's made tremendous progress because he's been out. And then, last week he traveled. And even though he was out, the fact that he traveled was a good sign that he could make the trip. And now if he's questionable and he could be the backup, which I do think is what is going to happen, that means good things for next week and Brock, because I know it's been frustrating for everyone, especially Brock, dealing with this injury. And toes, not to sound like Kyle, but toes are tricky, like calves. But toes maybe even trickier than calves, because I think we forget, and I always talk about this, how much we do with our toes. So it's important, but I think it's a very good sign for Brock. And yes, I do think he could be the backup on Sunday.
Talking
It's kind of a funny idea.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. So I know I asked you about this last week, but once again, Ricky Pearsall's out. Out for a while now, since week 4 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And John Lynch was on our airwaves earlier this week saying that, PCLs are tricky. So what do you make of that injury right now?
They're also tricky.
Yeah.
All these injuries are so tricky. How appropriate on Halloween. I mean, the Ricky Pearsall injury is definitely concerning. He has been out a while. They have not put him on IR, but every week he did not practice and out. I think one thing we've seen, at least like the last few weeks with Brock, he's been limited and he's ruled out on Friday, but he is limited and practicing a couple of days. Ricky Pearsall has not had that. So I think this is an injury that just maybe is more serious than they thought. I know that, they said it's not healing the way that they want it to, but it'd be kind of interesting to see now what happens, because here we are going into week 9. He's missed the last several weeks. What do they do about that spot? Because I think this is probably a more serious injury than at least, I don't think that previously shared, but previously thought on their part.
Talking to Tracy Sandler, a few more minutes here on the UMA guest line of the Fangirl Sports Network, and you hear her on pre- and post-game coverage here of 49er football on the Sports Leader. When it comes to Jackson Dart, quarterback of the New York Giants, I mean, he's a mobile quarterback. He's a guy who Robert Saleh was kind of gushing about the other day. Had a funny line. He said, he's, what did he say? He said he's uber talented.
Uber talented.
You understand why Daboll went into the blue tent. It ended up getting fined. He wanted him back on the field. I like the matchup of Robert Saleh against a rookie quarterback who doesn't have his top running back. He's missing his top wide receiver. What do you make of this matchup as Jackson Dart makes his 6th career start here? He's been sacked a bunch, but he's also very mobile and can make off-schedule plays.
Well, I think this is a good test for that defensive line, and I think this is why it'll be really helpful to have Keon White, to potentially have Cleveland Farrell. You're right. Jackson Dart is missing his top running back, and that was a huge loss for that. Then missing his wide receiver. 49ers have trouble with mobile quarterbacks. They've had trouble with more mobile quarterbacks for like the last 6 years, if maybe not beyond that. And so I think that's something Jackson Dart has going for him. But I agree with you. Robert Saleh against the rookie quarterback with some reinforcements on the defensive line with, D. Winters, questionable, but I think he will play. Peyton Bethune, getting better and better. I feel good about this matchup for San Francisco in a way that maybe I didn't feel as good about the matchup against C.J. Stroud, because C.J. Stroud just had more experience. So I think this is a good matchup. I thought it was kind of interesting yesterday that Robert Saleh, someone started to ask about the rookies, and he made the comment, it is a little bit of a roller coaster. And I think that's something that the 49ers are very aware of, Robert Saleh is very aware of, and the rookies are aware of. You talked about Upton Stout and how good he's been, but that he needs reps. There are just things he doesn't know yet not to do and to do. So that will be kind of interesting to watch on the defense. But back to your question specifically about Jackson Dart, I would take Robert Saleh in this fight.
So a couple weeks ago after the game on the postgame show, me, you, Todd Husak, and JD were talking about the schedule, and we're kind of playing the schedule game and looking at the opponents, because we were like, the Colts are a much better team than we thought they'd be. The Bears aren't some gimme game just based on how they've played and developed a bit this year. Pair that with the Niner injuries. We were saying, I think JD said it, there's not a lot of should-win games. There's very few. Like the Tennessee Titans I look at as a game they should win. But even Cleveland, in Cleveland with that defense, is going to be a tough matchup. Do you view this as a game the 49ers should win based on talent?
Yes, but you have a Giants team that has lost a couple tough games.
Sure.
A couple heartbreakers, lost their running back at home with this rookie quarterback who I think feels like he has something to prove. So just based purely from a talent perspective, even with the losses they've had, this is a should-win game. But I think, as we saw last week, we've seen there really isn't such a thing right now. And that roller coaster comment, I don't mean to keep coming back to it, but I thought it was interesting. It was just very truthful and very transparent, and that it's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster as these guys learn their position. So that's going to be a lot of it, but they should win this game. The offense is obviously going to have to do a better job, 2 first downs in the first half is not going to do it. But assuming that the offense does in fact play better, and that could be assuming a lot, but assuming that they do play significantly better, it's a should-win game, but I wouldn't call it a slam dunk.
Last one for you, Tracy. I texted you earlier in the week. How are you feeling after the series was tied up 2-2 in the World Series? Now that the Dodgers are facing elimination tonight, how are you feeling?
I feel good. Right now they have to win 1.
All right.
Without winning 1. So that's my focus, and I feel good. And I mean, Yamamoto, and I feel good about it. So that's where I am.
Tracy Chandler, before
one game at a time.
Yeah. Were you at the 18-inning game?
I sure was. I was at all 3 games this week.
So you were at the
I stayed the whole time.
Tell me the 18-inning game. I mean, I felt bad for you then and Bateman. No beers and no food for. I mean, how long were you sitting there without like an opportunity to get any food? Because they never open anything back up, right?
They don't open anything back up. I felt really bad for the people who sit next to me who I've become friends with. He was like, we were going to go to dinner at 8:30 and I have not eaten since noon. And I was like, oh God, that's not great. And they had a protein bar that they were rationing between them. So that was unfortunate, but it was a cool experience. It was obviously very cool to be there, but yeah, that's a long time. I was thirsty. Like my thing was like, I need water.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel you.
But it was cool. I mean, it was historic, and I certainly wasn't going to leave. You know, it's like in a game like that, first of all, it's the World Series, and secondly, you make it so far, you're like, well, I'm not leaving now. I've been here 14 innings.
Yeah.
I've been here 50. You can't leave. So it was fun though. It really was. It was pretty cool.
You're pot committed. Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network. We do with her every week here on Fridays ahead of Niner games. And you can hear on pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football all season long. Tracy, enjoy the last game of the World Series tonight, and we'll talk to you next week. Huh?
Thanks, Tracy.
All right, thanks. Oh, very funny. Bye.
See you, Tracy. The great Tracy Sandler. Make sure you're following her.
I'm sensing some nervous energy from Tracy.
It felt a little. She's like, I feel good. I feel good.
Feeling good. Feeling good.
You got a little high pitch there, dude. It feels good. Feels good.
You can't feel good about tonight.
I don't know, dude. Dude, I mean, look, I'm all. I would sit too. I would not miss an inning of that game if I were a fan of either team that was in it. I didn't miss it watching it at the bar on TV after I played softball, but like sitting there for that long without the chance to buy it. Now, I don't know if the Dodgers have like a section or a like at Oracle Park. If you're on the club level, the bars don't close. You know that?
I did not know that.
So like everything closes food-wise and drink-wise like after the 7th, like on the view deck, on the 3rd deck, and on the 1st deck, and like out in the bleachers and all that. They don't want us pories to be drinking late. Yeah, they don't want us pories to be drinking after the 7th inning.
I get that.
But if you're a Richie and you're in the club level, you can drink the whole game.
Oh, that's what you meant. Pories and Richies.
Yeah, Richies don't do anything wrong with
that's more like pories, like getting a pour of beer.
No, I meant a pour like the money in our pockets.
You know, I got you.
They don't want us pories to be drinking after the 7th inning. But if you're in the club level, they don't close the bars. You can just keep pounding.
So you were feeling bad for Jason Bateman, huh?
No, not really.
I felt bad for Sean Hayes. He dragged him to that game. Sean Hayes is not a baseball fan.
You listen to that podcast.
I listen to Smartless. He is not a sports fan whatsoever, but I'm sure he wanted to go because it's the World Series, but I'm sure he's like, are you serious? 18 innings? No.
I said I'd go to one game with you, not 2 games.
Yeah,
Probably went together. They had to leave together. They couldn't drive without.
Yeah,
it's
true.
not like you can go jump on public transit.
Unless like Will Arnett picked him up later.
You can't go jump on public transit leaving Dodger
No,
Stadium.
not at Dodger Stadium. Dude, years ago, me and Jacob went to a Giants-Dodger game at Dodger Stadium.
It's a nightmare to get there.
It was part of that playoff series in 2021, and I made the stupid mistake of let's get a lift over there, and then trying to get a lift out of there took hours.
Yeah.
Hours.
Nightmare. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Friday. We're still going to catch up with Marcus Thompson at 3:50, talking some Warrior basketball after they lost last night.
Not a good loss.
21-10.
I mean, it's early. It's October, but not a good loss.
No, dude, that was not a good. Bucks team is an inferior team. They didn't have Giannis.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, we'll talk more about it later. He was like, I saw that Giannis wasn't playing, and he's like, damn it. He didn't say damn it, but he was basically like, damn, dude, we're like, he said, quote, we're like 0-12 in these games in the last couple of years where teams don't have their superstars.
Yeah.
And he said, because he's like, you get these games where a superstar is out, and everybody else on a football game, or in a football game, we're like, hey, Scadabo's out. They don't have neighbors. Now you can match up differently. He says, what happens at seemingly goes, everybody in the NBA can play in this league, and they can play at a high level. A superstar's out. Everybody in basketball goes, ooh, I get my chance. I'm going to get looks today. I'm going to get shots today. I have an opportunity to go off. Now, Ryan Rollins leads them to a victory.
It's the Warrior Ryan effect.
What's that, Tim?
The former Warrior Ryan.
Yeah, of course. What'd you say, though?
It's the Patrick Ewing effect, where it was a theory back in the day where if your superstar is out, then more guys will have opportunities and have better looks. So, yeah, and the Warriors kind of have, it's early in the season, but they can have a lackadaisical attitude when it comes to an early game in Milwaukee when they know that Giannis is not playing.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We got plenty more to come. Marcus Thompson, 350. Andy Baggerly talking Tony Vitello at 450. Larry Krueger at 530. When we come on back, let's get into more of what's going on across the NFL with the Week 9 slate. A little better slate this week.
A little better.
Some games of intrigue.
A little better.
Specifically in the afternoon slate on Sunday afternoon, where you get the Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, that's a great one, yeah.
We're going to take down Big Red and Patrick and Kermit the Frog is what Greg was saying.
That's how we ended the show today, yeah. What else would you rather be than right here, right now? Marv Levy.
Guy's rocking a Chucky mask. He's got Blue Jays T-shirts and hats.
Where's he getting all this crap?
Where's he getting this gear? Why? He was wearing Yankee gear against the Blue Jays a week and a half ago.
I think my dad
making a killing on him.
I think my dad has been turned into like an avid Amazon buyer because he says he's the boy in the bubble now, so he just stays at home. So I'm sure he's just buying a bunch of crap. And it's like, oh, we're talking Blue Jays tomorrow. I need that shipped to me super fast.
He gets Greg's rundown. He starts buying stuff.
Well, I was going to say, did you start talking boy in the bubble?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking more Costanza now. We're talking Moors and Moops.
Oh, that's right.
It's Moors.
I was on Costanza set in that one.
Yeah, dude, the card says Moops. Everybody knows it's
Moors.
It's Moors. Nothing finer than being in your diner. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, the Week 9 slate in the NFL. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco Giants manager Tony Vitello. Join Murph and Markus this morning with his thoughts on how the team can build a winning culture in San Francisco under a new regime. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Vitello!
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Not you. It's me.
You're giving me the "it's not you, it's me" routine? I invented "it's not you, it's me." Nobody tells me it's them, not me. If it's anybody, it's me.
All right. George, it's you.
You're damn right it's me.
Great line. Great line.
That's great. Derek dressed as George Costanza, which was just kind of us looking at Derek going, "Oh, you put on a collared shirt, huh?"
It's the hair, everybody.
It's
the hair.
Nobody
It's
can
the
tell,
hair.
dude. Also, to me, still the funniest part of the entire thing is that Derek did not wear his, quote, costume to work. He changed into it once he got to
I don't
work.
want to wear this to work.
You're wearing it at work.
This looks like you're going to a nice
dinner. Are you going to change after this?
Yeah, of course.
We went to the House of Prime and he wouldn't put on a collar. You know what I mean?
I wore a nice black shirt.
Wasn't it just a T-shirt?
Yeah, basically.
In your defense, I was blacked out, so.
Yeah, Tim tried to leave through the closet.
Tim wore his usual hoodie.
Tim thought it was like Lion the Witch in the wardrobe, trying to exit in the closet or something. It was Narnia. Anyway, people checking out on the YouTube chat. The members of the Filth. I guess one of our guys, Landon, wants me to mention that I said how we live, and he said we're living good.
Okay.
For now. So my uncle puts together a big Halloween party. It's a lot of work up in Napa every year, so I got to help set up. I don't know what that means.
So he wanted you to read that?
I don't know. He asked me if it would be in the Bay Area Sports Calendar, the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Sports Calendar.
His uncle?
I don't know. He asked if I could do that, and I said, well, I don't. It needs to be known. I have nothing to do. I don't control the calendar.
Oh, no.
I find out what's on the calendar at the same time all of you do.
Exactly.
When I read the calendar.
Yes.
And that's coming up a little later.
It's kind of like when Stefan on the old SNL Weekend Update would read what's going on in the hot clubs of New York. He reads it for the first time. Copes is reading the calendar for the first time, everybody.
Yeah, I read the calendar. That's
a little peek behind the curtain.
Landon has checked back and he says, I want to ask you who does the calendar because, yes, I'm asking you to read. I don't know. It's not a full sentence here, but he's asking, I guess he wants that info in the calendar. I can't help you with the calendar.
No. The calendar is spontaneous, my
friend.
friend.
This calendar is not.
I'm sorry.
We're not taking a request for said calendar.
No.
That's not what the calendar is for.
It's not a DJ, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and also, like that's for like a social media post. You know what I mean?
We also need more information, Landon. Like it can't just be like, oh, I'm having a party
in Napa.
Yeah, like there's full on details when Tim writes all this stuff down. So if you wanted read, it's too late now. But in the future, you need to give us more details.
Yeah, sorry about that, Landon. We can't get it in the calendar.
The calendar's jam packed.
The calendar's jam packed, and you'll hear it a little bit later.
Yes.
All right, week 9 of the NFL is upon us.
Better slate
than last week, and we don't have 6 teams on bye. There's no bye. It's not quite as bad of a bye week this week, is it?
No, it's not. But no early games, no London game,
no 6:30 game.
Yeah, no international game, no doubleheader on Monday night. So
4 teams on bye: Browns, Jets, Eagles, Bucks.
Okay, people like the Eagles, people like the Bucks. The rest,
Game last night: Dolphins fall 28-6 to the Baltimore Ravens.
I'm surprised Mike McDaniel still has his job, but I guess according to Adam Schefter, he's going to be your Miami Dolphins head coach for the rest of the season, no matter what.
They say that. We'll see what happens. Now, they fired their general manager, Chris Greer.
Yes. We may get to that in some other
we'll talk about
segment coming up.
A little bit later. Ravens moved to 3-5, still very much alive in that division. In terms of the games of interest or note this week, you and I both still alive in the survivor pool.
Yes.
Who are you riding with this week?
I'm going with the Rams.
Okay.
Tyler Shuck getting his first start in the NFL, and the Rams coming off a bye. I feel fairly confident that the Rams will get a victory there.
There are some big spreads this week.
There are.
That's a big one. That's a 14-point spread.
I like that one.
Rams against the Saints. Another one that's huge. Packers laying 13.5 to the Panthers. Bryce Young looks like he's going to play. I don't touch double-digit spreads. I just don't. It's certainly not as a favorite.
You don't go for spreads? Big old spreads?
Well, not as a favorite.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to lay those. I'm not going to lay 2 touchdowns to a pro team.
Okay.
It's just too ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's too ridiculous. The NFL's too out of hand, and too much stuff happens late.
But you
Especially
go for like
teams,
a big spread of food.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
Especially, but I'm a small portion eater I'm a grazer.
As you should.
I would call myself a grazer. Just better. Anyway, the Panthers and the Packers, 13.5-point favorites. The way that Jordan Love was playing last week, Panthers are getting Bryce Love back.
Yeah.
Bryce Young, excuse me. They're going to give Rico Dowdle, I think, more carries this week, they said. They're going to lean off of Chuba Hubbard after the split has not gone well.
The Panthers' running game's pretty good.
it was when it was Dowdle. The last 2 weeks, it hasn't been great.
Yeah, exactly.
Once Chuba Hubbard came back and they split, they're having a tough time getting anything going. Packers, an easy win for me there. I'm taking them in my survivor.
They should win. I don't know about, 12 and a half?
13 and a half.
13 and a half. 13 and a half. Yeah. That's too much for me. The Packers should win this game. I could see it being more of a closer game just because the Packers, usually play down to their opponents, unlike last week where they beat the crap out of the Steelers in the second half. And also, have you seen these Steelers uniforms they're wearing this week? They're wearing like these blue meatpacking uniforms where their helmets are leatherheads. The helmets.
It looks like it's,
it looks like a leatherhead.
Yeah. I have seen this.
I don't like that look. Regardless, I think the Packers should win, but I wouldn't touch that in Survivor Pool. I wouldn't touch it as I wouldn't lay the points with the Packers on the 13.5 point spread.
I'm not laying the points. I'm just picking them in my Survivor Pool.
Gotcha.
Of the games of note, some other things to pay attention to. Vikings at Lions is a juicy game. Lions laying 8.5.
You like JJ McCarthy coming back?
I just like division games, and I like that he is. I actually don't like JJ McCarthy very much at all, to be honest with you. I didn't buy him last year. Dude, the Vikings have totally botched their quarterback situation in my mind. They've had to put all of their eggs in the McCarthy basket.
Yeah.
And he was not their top choice. They wanted to go up and get Drake May.
Yeah, they did.
They tried to go get Drake May. They let Sam Darnold walk out the door. They told Aaron Rodgers no thanks. And now they're just kind of stuck with J.J. McCarthy. They tried to get Dan Jones to come back and stay too.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do it. So they missed on 4 guys or passed on them.
Well, not only that, what about Kirk Cousins that they moved off of?
There you go. So it starts with that. They move off of Kirk Cousins. They try to get Drake May and they don't. So they go with J.J. McCarthy.
Sign Sam Darnold.
No, but I'm saying they let him walk out the door after last year.
No, but I'm saying like after Kirk Cousins.
Sure, they signed Sam Darnold, but they didn't know what they were getting in him.
No.
It's hard to give him that credit.
It was a bridge quarterback.
They didn't know he was a backup. They were going to start McCarthy until he got hurt. So they didn't know what they were getting. They knew McCarthy was coming off a knee injury. Mm-hmm. They kept him out all last year, and they let Darnold leave on a pretty deep, not a crazy contract. They could have paid that.
They could have, but they wanted to go with the guy that they drafted, either 9th or 10th overall. And yeah, the Lions are coming out.
They just passed on Rodgers. I'm like, you guys could be in a way different situation right now.
They definitely could have. Their offensive line hasn't played great, and their defensive additions this offseason on the defensive line, Hargrave and
they have one of the most talented rosters in all of football coming in.
Yeah, exactly.
Except, remember, we were talking, you and I were talking before the season about where we ranked the NFC.
Yeah.
You had the Vikings really high.
I did.
And I said, I'm not
above the Niners, but not terribly high.
Right. I think that was the point, is I said, how can we do that? And you said, we were talking about the roster. I said, it's a quarterback that's the complete unknown. It's the biggest question mark.
I thought he would be better than what we saw. Really, he's only played one good half of football, or one quarter of football against the Bears
early on,
and then against the Falcons, he looked totally lost. So yeah, I would. I mean, whatever the spread is with the Lions and Vikings,
weighing 8.5 for the Lions.
I would lay the points with the Lions coming off a bye, and if it's JJ, I think he's going to see some ghosts out there.
There you go. Chiefs are at the Bills. Chiefs are a 1.5 point favorite. This is a juicy game.
Yeah, it's juicy.
It's juicy also because of what it means tiebreak wise. The Bills have the win already over the Ravens.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs would love to top Buffalo and make sure that they can still have an opportunity to be the number 1 seed as they're playing their best football of the season to this point. Mahomes threw 2 picks last week, but 3 touchdowns, and was great in the second half. I said last week, but at Monday night.
Yeah.
And he's I still question how their running game is going to be effective throughout the year. There was talk that maybe they'd go after Alvin Kamara. Yeah, that's the one thing that concerns me a bit. Their D-line's been spectacular, though. And
yeah,
Rashee
but they
Rice
also want to make additions to that.
Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy have been incredible for them, too.
Right.
The speed is back in that offense.
I think the key to this game is who can run the ball better, and for the most part this season, it's been the Buffalo Bills. I do wonder about the Bills' passing game. Not that Josh Allen's been bad or anything. It's just like, can those receivers get separation? Keon Coleman.
Shakir.
Who else they got? They got, I think Josh Palmer's coming back from injury.
James Cook coming off a 200-yard rushing performance, right?
Yeah, that's the key to me, and I worry about the Bills and their defense. I mean, it was really good last week, but they were playing Andy Dalton. Ed Oliver's out for the foreseeable future with a broken bicep. So I'm leaning Bills here.
Torn bicep.
Yeah, torn bicep. As far as the Chiefs, they're really sound defensively. It's just, they have no running game to speak of. I think Isaiah Pacheco's out with an injury right now, so. And I picked up Kareem Hunt. He'll get you some yardage and maybe a touchdown or 2, but they're not going to rely on him. I mean, they're going to rely on him, but I don't think they're going to have a good running game. So for that reason, I'm leaning Bills. I could see the Chiefs, though. I mean, the story has always been with the Chiefs and Bills in recent years. The Bills dominate the regular season, and the Chiefs break their hearts in the postseason. So I don't want to see the Chiefs win. I want to see the Bills be that next team in the AFC. So I'm taking the Bills, but I could see the Chiefs winning this game.
Who does the game mean more for?
Bills,
is it the Bills because of the losses already for Kansas City?
They need the number 1 seed. And in the past, it hasn't mean much either because the Bills had home field advantage 2 years ago against the Chiefs and lost that game.
Yeah.
So they need it, but does it matter in the grand scheme of things? Maybe not.
Well, no. I just think if they get the head-to-head over them, if they have the head-to-head over Kansas
That
City
helps.
and over Baltimore.
That helps.
I'm just saying, that'll give them some good cushion because it'll also be what's Kansas City's record right now?
They are, I believe, they've lost 3 games. I think
They're
they're
5-3. So if they fall to 5-4 and you move to 6-2 in your Buffalo,
you're looking good
You're
for the
like
number 1
4
seed.
games clear, basically, of
Yeah.
Kansas City and Baltimore.
Yeah, we'll see.
And you'd be still looked at as probably the best team in the AFC, certainly record-wise. The Colts are the other one to pay attention to.
Yeah.
They're going to Pittsburgh. This is kind of a juicy game.
It
Two
is.
teams that are playing fairly well, except for Steelers had a bad second half last week against the Packers. I think they've impressed to this point.
Last 2 weeks, the Steelers have had a bad second half. And defensively, they haven't been good. I know they spent a lot of money to get Jalen Ramsey on that defense, but they have not looked good. They look like an older defense right now. I mean, on paper, yeah, this should be the Colts winning this game. I just have a feeling for whatever reason, when teams get desperate, you see the best out of them. I think the Steelers have to be desperate this week. They can't go to 500. You got the Baltimore Ravens nipping at their heels. This could be a game where you see Daniel Jones kind of revert back a little bit to the Giants days. If they shut down Jonathan Taylor, and that's easier said than done, I think the Steelers can win this game. So against my better judgment, I'll take Steelers.
You know what's funny is I'm kind of leaning Steelers too.
Yeah.
3.5-point favorites are Indianapolis or the Colts. I would take the Steelers in the points too.
Yeah.
I'll take the plus 3.5 at home. I kind of like that coming off of the loss last week. Patriots and Falcons. How much you buying the Pats? They're 6-2.
I am as a playoff team, as a true
They're
contender.
not a contender yet. They're
No.
building. They're a year away from being trying to be a real contender next year.
Or even dethroning the Bills as the AFC East winner.
They haven't played yet, have they?
They have, yes.
Oh, they played early. That's right. They have one more to go.
The Patriots upset them on Sunday Night Football.
That was one of the 2 losses.
You know what? Just because I think it's going to be a screwy week, give me the Falcons in this game. I think that with Michael Penix back, and he hasn't been fantastic, but if they can run the ball, I could see where the Patriots running back situation's not great. I guess Ramondre Stevenson's
out this week.
He's out for this week. And if they have to throw on this Falcons defense, that's the thing. Kyle Shanahan knew, I can't throw on this team. I got to run the ball on them. So if Drake May gets into some trouble where the Falcons pass rush gets to him and he has some interceptions against a pretty good secondary with A.J. Terrell and everybody else in that secondary, Jesse Bates, I could see the Falcons win this game. So, yeah, give me the Falcons in the upset.
15 touchdowns, 3 picks on the year for Drake May.
He's playing great, but there's always one game where you don't see coming, and I could see it being this week with the Falcons. They're desperate after losing against the 49ers, obviously, and a bad loss at home to the Miami Dolphins.
They're 5.5-point favorites. I hate the spread. I still like the Pats money line.
Okay.
I hate the spread, though.
All right.
Any other games? Of note, Seahawks at Commanders is a big one.
So, yeah, that's the Sunday night game. We'll see how Gene Daniels is off injury. Looking at everything else here. Broncos at Texans. With the Patrick Surtain injury, I think the Texans can win that game now. Now that they, what we saw last week against the 49ers, even what they were building against the Seahawks, I think you could see the Texans going on a little run here.
Interesting.
Yes.
I thought they played really well. We got to see C.J. Stroud build on that, and
yeah,
they've got to continue to put up points. I just wonder how much they can score. I know Surtain's not out there. It's just the Niners were porous. Niners were battered and beat up and didn't have a pass rush. Just missing Surtain to me is not enough to make me feel like Houston can overcome their offensive struggles to beat this defense.
But at the same time,
I don't think the Broncos need that many points.
I don't know if Bo Nix can put up enough points against this Texans defense.
That's fair. This is going to be a low-scoring game, I think. Houston is
the under.
1.5-point favorite, 40.5, though?
I take the under.
I don't know.
I can see this being like, I said 16-13 last week. I'll say 16-13 for this one, too.
In favor of Houston?
In favor of Houston.
All right. I think I like the Broncos in this one, but I'm not touching the over-under. All right, that's what's going on in Week 9 across the NFL. We'll take a quick break. Marcus Thompson going to join us at 3:50. Best sports writer in the country talking some Warrior basketball. The Warriors lost ugly game last night, 120-110. They were sluggish. They were
sloppy turnovers.
Sloppy, a lot of open shots. A lot of open shots. The point where the Bucks shot like 48%, nearly from the field in this game. By the time the Warriors kind of turned up the intensity in the second half and late in the game, it was too late.
Yeah.
They just didn't have enough. It was a misstep as Ryan Rollins beat them yesterday. The Bucks fall on their, their 6th game in their last 10 days in 5 different cities. They're on a brutal stretch of schedule is what it feels like to me.
Yes.
I want to talk about this and the next 5 games. We'll get into this with Marcus Thompson when he joins us at 3:50 as well, because they have their next 5 games happen over the next 10 days, and it's in 5 different cities. We'll do that next. The Warriors fall to the Bucks, 120-110. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, only here on The Sports Leader.
I know how you kids like 'em sloppy.
Lady, you're scaring us.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Butler corner three, and that's going to do it. My goodness. Milwaukee was 8-7 a year ago without Giannis. This is going to be a nice early season win for them. They put 8 players in double figures. They hold the Warriors to 42% shooting and force 22 turnovers. Give the Bucks credit. Ryan Rollins, remember the name.
I do remember the name. He's a former Golden State Warrior, Ryan Rollins. He went off on the Dubs last night as the Warriors fell to the Milwaukee Bucks 120-110. 22 turnovers. They shot 34% from three. It was bad defense. I mean, to be on one end of the spectrum where you held the Clippers to 79 points the other night, but 2 nights later on the road, falling the way they did without Giannis was not a good game. A misstep for sure by the Dubs. But Steve Kerr did say after the game, when you have games like this, and he said, and I'm thinking back to a couple of them over the last couple of years, he said, we're like 0-12 against teams when they don't have their superstar. But he said some teams and a lot of teams, he's given credit to the Bucks for their game planning and for how balanced they were. A lot of those players are like, dude, this is my opportunity. I can go fill it up. I can go get mine and earn some minutes now. Same with Austin Reeves right now without LeBron. Yeah. And he's like the best player on the Lakers right now without LeBron and Luka. So we saw that yesterday from Milwaukee. The Warriors played horribly. They didn't have good spacing. They allowed a lot of open shots. They didn't shoot effectively. And the Bucks did. They put them away. I mean, Steve said, I was not surprised by this loss. He said, doesn't surprise me.
I mean, that's telling. That's telling because they probably laid down a little bit. Not that they totally gave up, but they're whatever the stat is, 0-12 against teams when the superstars out. We saw it a year ago where before they acquired Jimmy Butler, he wasn't a part of the Miami Heat and they lost that game at home. They were swept by the Heat last year. I mean, when you have games where Jimmy Butler scores, 23, you have Steph Curry scoring 27 and Kuminga scoring 24. That should equal a victory, but not a lot for the bench last night. I mean, they shot okay. It wasn't fantastic. They scored 110 points, but in the end, defensively, it wasn't enough. And, yes, their schedule's not great right now. Yes, they have to go on the road a lot, but I'd rather have this schedule early on than close to April when the playoffs start. So it's a bad loss. It's an early October loss, though. So I'm not freaking out just yet.
I just look at the early schedule for the Dubs, and I'm like, damn, being the second oldest team in basketball, they were done no favors on the opening schedule.
They never will be, though.
They just completed their 6th game in 10 days in 4 different cities. Their next 5 games happen over the next 10 days, starting with the Pacers tomorrow at Indy.
Yeah.
They get the Pacers tomorrow at Indy at 4 o'clock. Their next 5 games happen in the next 10 days, and it's in 5 different cities. 2 of those are home games. They do not get back-to-back home games in that span. And then at the end of those 5 games, Derek, you start a 6-game road trip, 5 different cities, that starts with the Oklahoma City Thunder in OKC November 11th. So these next 5 for me, I want to see what happens to them in terms of health, who's resting, how Kuminga's playing. Is he still making the same impact? Are they still doing the things that made them successful to get to, what are they now? What's the record?
They're 4-2.
They're 4-2. So we're saying 4-1 is what we talked about the other day, and the weight of the 4-1 start versus last year's 12-3. In the next 5 games, I mean, record isn't as important to me as how they're playing and what they look like. But that game, that 6-game road trip that starts November 11th at OKC, I'm intrigued over these next 5 to see how battered, if at all, they are. Because this is a lot of games and a lot of miles on these legs early. They've played with a lot of depth. But Steve said after the game last night, what went wrong? The team looked exhausted.
Yeah.
He said it looked like they were tired mentally and physically, which is not something I thought I'd hear October 30.
Yeah, I mean, it's early in the season, but, I would say that they'll probably get their win more as the season progresses. They look gassed, I'll say, against the Clippers. Even though they won that game, they held the Clippers to 79 points. I think it was both teams just shooting poorly.
They didn't score 100 themselves. Yeah.
Exactly. So I would say they're a little gassed, and yes, they are an older team. I'm not freaking out yet. I hear you, though. I will be watching, and I'll see how they look these next few games.
Yeah, I want to see what they look like going into a really tough stretch of road games after a bunch of games kind of bunched up together.
Exactly. Exactly. But, I mean, they do need to keep the pedal down. They do need to get some wins here. I don't want it to look like last year where, we talked about it the other day where 4-1 looks a lot better than 12-3 a year ago. But if you start getting a little lackadaisical and throwing games against the Bucks and they don't have Giannis, then you don't want that to bite you in the ass, and then all these losses start accumulating. So, yeah, they need to play better than they did last night. And I hope they do tomorrow night with the Pacers not having Tyrese Halliburton the rest of the season. So, They'll be fine. I truly believe that. It's just, when you go on the road against the Milwaukee Bucks and you let your guard down because that Giannis isn't playing, it's kind of the same deal where during the championship year, I remember where they played a game against the Miami Heat and Jimmy Butler didn't play. A lot of guys the other way around. The Warriors sat Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. They had the likes of, I couldn't even tell you, Anthony Lamb maybe playing. And then that caused Jimmy Butler to get into a fight with Eric Spoelstra. And I was like, that's one of the better wins of the season where the Warriors rose to the occasion, the guys that you usually don't see. So that's what happened last night. Ryan Rollins, a guy that, was with the Warriors organization, was part of that trade with Chris Paul and Jordan Poole. And, you don't want to see him go, obviously. Now he's playing well with the Bucks. He didn't know what he was back then, though. So last night, it sucks. Their first bad loss of the season. I know that the Portland loss, some people are going to be like, how'd they lose that game? That is just a scheduled loss, in my opinion. It's a back-to-back. Portland was reeling with the firing of their head coach. I'm not worried about that one. Last night gives me a little bit of pause, but I think they'll be fine.
It doesn't even give me pause. It's more about, for me, again, there's going to be games like this. There's going to be days where you just don't play well. It's a long season. It's a marathon of a season.
Of course.
For me, it's more about remaining healthy. And again, Eastern Conference loss. I mean, I'm not really all that concerned about it anyway. I'm not, the Bucks, they lost to Portland. That one was weird. I thought that one was weirder than this loss.
The Portland loss?
I just don't put too much into one loss. It's like, it's not quite baseball, but it kind of is.
But also it's not the NFL. Like I know
that's my point is it doesn't carry that much
Some
weight.
people are going to freak out today to be like, I can't believe the Warriors lost that game. It's the NBA. You're going to lose to some crappy teams.
You can play that game 10 times and win 8 of them.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I'm not too concerned about it.
This is like, even though we expect the Warriors to be championship contenders, this is not the likes of 73-9. This is not like even the same seasons where they went 67 and whatever their win totals were back in the day, 60 when they got 65 wins.
Yeah.
This is the true NBA. Like Steve Kerr, I remember him saying that one season where it's like we were living in fantasy land. Now we're in the true NBA.
Where everybody's bunched up. You're going to battle every night.
Exactly.
Everybody can play in this league, and that's why when Steve said, "I'm just not," it's not surprising to me that we lost this way now.
No, because I'm sure he saw in pregame that maybe there was some indication that these guys were kind of, milking it a little bit, kind of not taking it seriously when they hear Giannis not playing. It's like, all right, so we'll let our guard down a little bit, but. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. Let's see how they play tomorrow night, and we'll go from there.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Derek dressed as George Costanza. He shaved the male pattern baldness into his hair. He said,
"Yes."
And it was more that you grew the hair out on the sides.
I grew the hair on the sides. I got the Terry Bradshaw look going.
And he got dressed at work. Like he came in with normal clothes, I guess, and. These are normal clothes.
I didn't want to throw off the scent of, me changing into the Costanza.
He's either Costanza or going to a funeral. I mean,
oh man, you have
given this to a funeral? Come on.
You have given me a vehicle to play nothing but Seinfeld sound all day. So I am very thankful for this costume.
Why would that be bad funeral attire?
Just this?
I mean, you wear a jacket too, probably.
You need like a black suit and everything, tie too.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't know what your parameters are.
I haven't gone to a lot of funerals in my day.
Do you own a tie?
I have a tie, yeah.
One?
I have 2 ties.
2 ties, okay.
Yeah.
Does it do any of them match that shirt?
Nah, yeah. One's black and one's blue.
Okay.
I guess it can match.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Nah. I'd go solid shirt, tie with the design.
Yeah, probably. That'd probably be the best way to go. Now, can you tie a tie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay.
I always need a good refresher from YouTube, but yes.
You're Costanza, bro. You're such a Costanza. You're such a Costanza.
I don't tie ties that often.
Okay.
I mean, is it any different than like I
don't ride a bike off them, but I know how to do it.
Well, yeah.
I don't need to get a refresher on YouTube.
It's just
you know what? Sometimes I need the refresher.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a half Windsor guy. That's what I know.
It's because we don't tie. We're not forced to for our profession to do it on a regular basis. So I understand. I see you.
If I was on TV every day.
You forget?
No, mine's just always a little sloppy. So when I having a little refresher to be like, okay, tighten it up a little bit.
What does a refresher do with the sloppiness?
Well, you see where you made your mistake. Oh, this is where you tightened up.
Yeah.
So you guys do forget how to tie a tie.
When was the last time you wore a tie?
Wedding I went to. Was it a wedding? I don't know. I wore a tie. I promise you, hand me a tie right now. I'll tie it perfect the first time.
Awesome. I just think that it's a skill that if you don't do that often. Then
I don't do it that often either. I'm surprised you guys.
I don't tie that ties often.
Yeah. You don't wear collars ever. We know all of Derek's shirts. We've never seen this one.
You haven't seen all my shirts.
We know your shirts, dude.
I got plenty more.
No, you don't.
I'll break them out next week.
Actually, he did wear that one with the loose neck Warrior shirt. Remember we were talking about that? You said it's normally a workout shirt.
Well, that was to celebrate the start of the season.
Yeah, right.
Did you notice, though, because after we had this conversation, he went and got a new Warrior hat and a new Warrior jacket.
No. The jacket's been there. No, Well, you guys clowned on me for my Warriors hat that has a staple in it, and that needs to go.
Yeah,
so I bought a new Warriors hat.
It's a good-looking hat on you. It's really good.
The hat you stapled together is not a good look, yeah. No. 415 checks in and says, I told my girl to check out the live stream for the first time, and I told my girl to check out the live stream for the first time, and I was confused by Depop's clothes. She just thought this is how he always dresses.
All right.
See, it's not super crazy. You look sharp.
Well, I appreciate that.
I think you could have wore the big puffy parka. That probably would have
I don't have a Gore-Tex shirt like that or a jacket like that.
5-0 says Costanza, more like can't stand you.
Yeah.
Another texter says 510 checks in says, wow, Greg never taught his boy.
He wasn't around that often.
I don't see Greg in a lot of ties either.
Man.
He has a ton of ties.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I normally he's a collared shirt like you're wearing now.
Yeah.
Without the tie.
Yeah, but he was on TV. He definitely knows how to tie.
He definitely does. 510 checks in says, can I get a G Papa impression about tying a tie?
Derek, I can't believe you've gone this long without learning how to tie a tie. Maybe if you weren't too busy watching this Seinfeld with Costanza.
Costanza.
My dad not a Seinfeld guy at all.
No, he's not?
No, not a fan of it.
I don't understand it. It's not funny.
No, never thought
You wouldn't find it funny at all, huh?
Never thought. No, I remember one time I turned it on. He liked the way that Kramer came in the room, but besides that, he wasn't a Seinfeld guy.
510 says saying that you tie your own tie, but then following it up with pointing out you only use a half Windsor. You don't know how to tie a tie, bro. That's what they're saying to me.
Yeah, apparently.
Really? Nobody's ever gotten upset about me tying it. Nobody's ever said to me, that doesn't look like a tie.
Tie shaming somebody's really
You're tie
weird.
shaming because I know how to tie one specific knot.
Ridiculous.
That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
Enjoy your job at the mortuary. Okay?
I know how to tie a tie. Yeah, I will tell you guys, just to follow up what you were saying about the refresher.
Yeah.
I did learn to tie the tie from YouTube.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
And I'll even say this. I could be wrong. Tim, correct me if I am. Didn't Tom say on the show, I don't know how to tie a tie. I still ask my son how to help me out?
Yeah,
exactly.
I had to wear a tie to school every basketball day. Any day we had a game day, we had to wear a shirt and tie.
Okay, so that makes sense, yeah.
It was like Coach Carter. Tim, I was 14.
Yeah, but these are your formative years. It's like your bicycle riding. You did it in that age, and so you remember it. It makes sense.
Well, I used to not know how. My dad would tie it for me, and then I would loosen it, and I would just hang it up. And then he was out of town one time, and I didn't have one tied. So I was like, oh, damn, I got to wear a tie to school for basketball. So I figured out how to do it.
There you go.
You tie shim in my knot? That's insane. That's insane. If you saw me at a
special
street, you wouldn't
level.
even think about the knot that I had. I've never thought about somebody's knot.
You don't know how to tie a tie, bro.
You don't know how to tie.
Weird flex.
You only know how to tie one tie. You only go loop, swoop, pull, and not the two bunny ears, and then cross them and swoop them together. You know what I mean? You know what people they've been talking about today because it is Halloween?
What's that?
They don't know all the events that are going on across the Bay Area. They've said to me, Copes. I know Friday night's Halloween. I know the Dodgers are going to end the World Series and lose it on Friday night, but how else do I spend my weekend? And that's why we, every week, give to you, because the people they want, nay, they demand, the KNBR Dirty Work unsponsored Bay Area weekend sports calendar. Just because it's Halloween, you think we would deprive you of the one thing that keeps you going in life? The thing you look forward to all week, the unsponsored Bay Area Dirty Work KNBR sports calendar. We would never do that. We would never do you that dirty, even on Dirty Work. So let's get your weekend filthy. As we always do, let's start with the obvious. The 49ers take on the New York Football Giants as Brian Daboll looks to save his job. It's blue tents for everyone. Pre-game, 7 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. And keep it locked for that 710 tequila read. It goes great with a stomach full of fun-sized candy bars. The Warriors are in action, by the way, tomorrow against the Pacers. Pacer guys, Indiana Pacers, don't you know? So make sure to catch Dubs OT with JD. He will call you out on it if you don't listen. And, of course, be sure to catch my San Jose Sharks. Nice game against the Devils, by the way.
Nice.
As they take on the Lanch of Colorado for a 1 p.m. start tomorrow down at the Tech.
All right,
sounds good. That's what's going on the sports side of things. But be honest with yourself, Derek. You weren't here for the Bay Area sports calendar for the obvious things.
No, not at all.
You're saying to yourself, I'm not a basic B, Copes. That's what you were saying?
Yep.
Maybe hoarding candy and dressing up like a sanitation employee is so last year. You're saying to yourself, Copes, do you have anything that really ties the room together?
Well,
of course we do. We have you covered. It's Make Your Own Rug, a rug tufting workshop this Saturday in San Francisco. Create a custom rug in this 2 to 3 hour tufting workshop with 99 plus yarn colors and relaxing vibes. Beginner friendly. There's no experience needed to dive into tufting and craft your own rug or wall art. You will finish your session by taking home your creation immediately and your dog can pee on it at his leisure. So get bombed, grab your lucky thimble, and turn an ordinary day into a festival of creativity and fun.
2 to 3 hours? Sweet fancy Moses.
That's a lot of rug.
You might get in a whole viewing of Wicked.
Yeah.
I mean, part 1.
Good Lord.
All right, so we're feeling good there?
Okay, that's a good one.
Listen, I hear you guys out there. I hear the filth. I always do. I got my ear to the ground. I hear you saying to yourself, bro, the only rug I like is the one Derek Costanza wore in Seinfeld. But I'm also not a basic bee, Cobes. Please help me as I try to navigate an open weekend. And could you possibly help me with my love life, too? They don't call me Adam Hitch Copeland for nothing. It's paint your partner part at Yi Jun's Fine Art Studio in San Francisco this weekend. Join us for an unforgettable evening of art, fun, and relaxation at our Sip and Paint event. Whether you're a modern Picasso artist or just looking to try something new, this is the perfect opportunity to unwind, socialize, and create a beautiful masterpiece. Our talented artist instructor will guide you through the process of creating your own stunning or not so stunning artwork. No experience necessary. Just bring your enthusiasm and an open mind. Your partner will love you forever unless you blow it completely. So get bombed, grab your favorite Bob Ross wig, and get your couples paint on this weekend. Mike Holler will be there painting his new jet ski. And that is your unsponsored Dirty Work KNBR Weekend Sports Calendar presented by no one. Dirty Work rolls on a Halloween Friday afternoon. Markus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, is going to join us next talking Warrior basketball. It's Copes and Costanza, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If it's puck, it's dirty work. So a tip of the stick to the San Jose Sharks, who played probably their best game of the year in a 5-2 win over David Putty's New Jersey Devils. San Jose got goals from 5 different skaters. And you don't need me to tell you, but they're pretty damn fun to watch. Keep it locked right here to the Puck Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, covers just about everything for The Athletic. He joins us on the UMA guest line. What's going on, Marcus? How are you, man? Happy Halloween, dude.
Hey, Marcus.
It's close to midnight.
Where are you?
Something evil's lurking.
Oh, you're singing. Yeah, okay, I got it.
Well, he's not really singing. He's just saying it.
Quoting it, yeah.
I felt the moonlight. I'm more of a Vincent Price. Darkness falls across the
That's a great ending to the song.
It's a good.
Midnight hour is close at hand. You know, that was my part. And the Ola Ray. You know what I'm saying? I like watching Ola Ray because who didn't like watching Ola Ray back then?
Well, the music video is like what? Like 20 minutes long?
It's like a half hour, yeah.
Yeah.
Derek, do you know who Ola Ray is?
I do not, actually.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, man.
Coolies. Ola Ray is the hot girl from the video.
From the video. She's the one running, yeah, that he's like chasing down, right?
Yeah. I know of her. Not by name.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, keep that laugh around. Yeah.
Whatever happened to music videos being like 15 minutes long, like being epics, like almost like a movie?
Like Mike started that with Thriller.
Yeah.
Like, that's where it became. I remember it came out. It was like the biggest thing in the world. I was telling my daughter about this because the current generation don't know about videos. We were raised on videos, and it was a big deal. They used to cut into whatever was happening on broadcast TV to air the latest Michael Jackson video. I remember watching Black or White and was like, man, I kind of want to watch the game. And it's like, we now go to Michael Jackson's new video, Black or White.
What? What?
Yeah.
They were cutting into games to show you just dropped.
It was like during a commercial break.
Okay.
Like I just remember, like it was a big deal when a video dropped, and you know, we were big on jukebox too. I'll never forget. Remember the days of jukebox?
Yeah.
You don't know about that jukebox. That's where all the video. It was just an all video channel. And we'd wait. I remember being like 14, 15, waiting all day for 2 Live Crew videos because, that's what we were watching.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I would do that on when I was a kid. I was probably like 12 or 13, and then like Comcast did that or whatever it was before whatever the cable service was. They had an MTV Hits channel, which was 24 hours of music videos.
Yep.
At 472. Me and my brother and sister, same thing, would sit there and like wait for videos or songs to come on.
No, when they actually show music videos, like Michael Jackson was doing I think it was, what video was it? Like maybe Bad or Dangerous, where Joe Pesci's like the villain for like 15 minutes of like a music video. It was insane.
Remember the Time was a big one with Magic Johnson.
Yeah, yep.
I remember that was a big deal when it came out.
Now,
you don't know about Joe Pesci? Which one was that? Let's see if we get.
Which one is that?
Let's see if we
There was one video where Joe Pesci's the bad guy, and it's like a mini movie too. But black and white. I mean, I don't remember when it came out. But
it is. Come on, man, that's an easy one. What is it?
Is it bad?
Easiest one of all time.
Is it bad?
Smooth Criminal.
Oh, Smooth Criminal.
Longest
Damn
video
it!
ever.
Yeah, you're right. Smooth Criminal. Damn it.
Derek, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Are you
Annie.
okay, Annie?
I'm okay, Annie. Alien Ant Farm version's pretty good too.
Don't stop. Don't do that.
Yes, it is.
Don't do that. Don't go to Alien Ant Farm 2001. Come on, bro.
It's not bad.
No,
it's not a bad version.
If you can hear the Michael Jackson version, why would you listen to Alien Ant Farm?
It's not a bad version. It's a pretty good cover.
It's like the same song in rock version.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that different. Markus Thompson with us on the Uma Guest Line. Are you a Halloween guy? Are you a dress-up guy?
Nah, I mean, it's a terrifying time. So, I mean, when you grow up in the hood, the last thing you need is people running around with masks on. I hated Halloween. It was like, wait a second, you're giving people a license to not reveal themselves?
Yeah, to knock on my door? I don't need that.
We used to play this. Used to be like a certain time where, the kids would do their trick-or-treating, and then you get to like 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Us knuckleheads, we'd go bag snatching.
Go snatch candy, bags of candy?
Run up on kids and snatch people's bags of candy. Stuff like that.
Wow.
On Halloween, yeah.
We call that a hood baptism, is what they call it. Yeah.
I hope that's a statute of limitations on
Yeah,
that.
it's a Halloween hood baptism.
I snatched a couple bags in my day, but
Robbing little kids for bags.
That's
rough,
pretty
dude.
good. That's pretty
You
good.
like that?
Ghetto Boys reference. I like that.
That's rough, dude. The Warriors last night in Milwaukee, they fall 120 to 110.
Got their bag snatched.
They got their dude quickly too, by Ryan Rollins. I got a kick out of Steve after the game saying, like, he sees that Giannis isn't going to play, and like he starts to get pissed now when the superstars aren't going to play. He's like, we're 0-12, it feels like, against teams in the last couple seasons without their superstar players. I don't like him saying this early on that he thought they looked tired last night.
Yeah.
Or that there was some fatigue involved. What did you make of last night's game and his comments?
Yeah, definitely, because those type of games where, they tend to play the defense that I play, where, like, you're not making that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're not out there on them.
Yeah.
You're like, man, I dare you shoot that. You're not making that. Then they make one, and you're like, well, you're not making it again. And then they make three, and it's like, but you can't stay hot, though. Like, that's what they were doing, because these guys are getting the shots they want. And they tend to, especially when they're tired, bank on the fact that the percentages will even out in their favor. You don't really see them kind of pressing up to take away the ball, to take away the three like teams do to them. That's a sign of fatigue. Like, when they're not doing that, when the guy's hot and he still gets to kind of dribble and dance and get to his spot, yeah, that's a tired team. And in fairness to what Steve's saying, they are mature, and the schedule's been pretty rough. Like, it's been daunting. I think they've already had 2 back-to-backs. They've played like young, kind of athletic teams. This team was, had some athletes and length, and now they're traveling next 10 out of 12. So it's not going to go away. They can get tired. You know what he should do? He should probably just sit. Once he saw Giannis, he'd like, Steph, sit out.
Yeah.
Or sit one of those guys instead of playing them all and getting cooked by Ryan Rollins.
Talking to Markus Thompson on the Uma Guest Line. So how long do you think it is until we know a team's truly a contender? Because I was talking about this yesterday with your colleague, Sam Amick, where Draymond Green listed off a bunch of the contenders in the West, and he obviously said the Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Thunder, Nuggets. And I would say there's really only 3 teams with championship pedigree. There's a lot of guys that have won championships, but the teams that have won in recent years, obviously, are the Nuggets, Thunder, and Warriors. How long do you, like, what's your gauge when you actually know a team's a true contender?
I mean, I feel like at this point they all are, but we just got to see I guess I was told back in the day that it doesn't count. You can't do real evaluations to the first 20 games.
Yes, yeah, that's what everybody
And
says.
then you kind of know, right? So, I mean, the very first measurement is like who's got the players. So that kind of kills a few teams right there, right? So I do think if you just look at the teams who has the players, like nobody's saying Phoenix is going to win a championship. They just don't have the players. Doesn't matter how hot they start. Like we're not buying the Chicago hype, right?
No.
Like it's just not happening. So I do feel like there's a certain team that going in already have it. And then it's just about how it plays out. But I don't think you can make a judgment. It's getting harder to make that judgment because teams are getting better later in the season. It used to be through 20 games you knew. I mean, but last year, Indiana was terrible until like the All-Star break. Like at least till January. Then they went crazy down the stretch. So it's a little bit tougher, but generally speaking, the talent will win out, right? Like that's what will happen. And perhaps some of these teams we thought will know they aren't real, even if they have the talent, maybe by 20 games.
Does it feel 6 games in like, I mean, I was looking at the schedule kind of for the first time where I was looking at what's coming up over the next couple of weeks, and I was like, damn, they got no breaks. They were given no favors. They just finished their 6th game in 10 days in 4 different cities. Their next 5 happen over the next 10 days in 5 different cities. They get 2 home games in that span. They're not back-to-back home games. And then they've got a 6-game road trip starting November 11th that includes 5 cities in the 6 games and a back-to-back in San Antonio against San Antonio. So, I mean, like, for me, I want to get to the 11th and see how they've played over these next 5. How tired are they? Has the spacing and the consistency maintained? Is anybody hurt? How's Kuminga playing? These next 5 for me are big, kind of my next threshold before they get into that road trip. Where are you on how this schedule looks sort of intense early on?
I just think they just need to survive it more than anything. And obviously not go like 0-11, right? Or 0 for 12. But like, I mean, even then, like you can come back from that. To me, the answer is them surviving. And the truth of the matter is, like, they were never going to win 60 games, right? They're not going to be a 1 seed. That's just not like how they're built. So if they can survive it and come out of it when the schedule like stops beating them down and still be in a good position, to me, the question, no matter how this shakes out, is how does this team feel in April? Even if they have a good record, but they're beat up and they're tired from playing so hard, it doesn't matter anyway. So if they just survive it, if they come out of this at 500, like to me, that just means they are able to endure. I feel good about them being representative during this stretch. They just have to also have a stretch during the year where they go crazy when the schedule is favorable, when they're home. Like they've got to do that. And also, like, we're expecting something else to happen in February, right? We're expecting something to go down after, the summer we had, right? So it's also a chance they could make a move or two to do something to inject some life, which is exactly what happened last year. So it's going to be really tough to make a conclusion judgment at the end of the stretch unless somebody gets hurt. That's the thing that kind of takes you out the picture.
I hear you, Marcus. I mean, when Kuminga got that contract, you do expect him to get traded post January 16th or closer to the deadline. But what did you make of Steve Kerr yesterday or earlier this week saying that basically Kuminga is crucial to our success? He's solidified as a starter going forward.
Man, I told y'all, Kuminga is not leaving this team. Like I said it on the air.
Yeah, okay.
This dude's going to be here in 2010.
Yeah, okay. All right.
2030.
Book it.
Yeah.
I said it. Book it. He ain't going nowhere. All this is like, pomp and circumstance. This is just like fodder. Like, in the end, they're not going to trade him. But what they might do, because Kuminga's good, if Kuminga is exactly who they think he's going to be, it makes other players more expendable, right? So now you could probably use them. It settles you at a place, and now you know exactly what you need to get because Kuminga handles this part, right? So you're like, okay, now you need this. So I do think if you don't trade Kuminga because he's really good and he's looking like a keeper and you want to work this out and you're not going to get equal value for him, then maybe instead of being 12 deep, you do like you did with Jimmy, except for a little bit lower stakes. You make a 2-for-1 trade to get a player that fits a little bit better, right? So, like, who knows? I don't know what the situation is with Kobe White in Chicago, but he's not playing and they're winning, right? So if at some point they're like, let's just trade Kobe, right? Now you might figure out and say, hey, you can do that. Kuminga's locked in. Now we can use Kobe and kind of work, like, what could we give up to get that piece to add to it? Or, New Orleans is tanking and they're willing to give up, Trey Murphy or Herb Jones or something. Now you could say, all right, let's see how we can move around the edges to make a trade. I think if Kuminga's good, that is more likely for them to do some around the edges type of trades instead of having 13 deep. To me, that's still in play. And if he is tradable, then, and they want to trade him, then you probably get the big move that, kind of reshapes the season.
I'm talking to Marcus Thompson on the Yuma guest line. Just real quick on the way out, you said you weren't buying Chicago. I think neither of us are either.
No.
What about San Antonio, man? Is this it? Is the Wemby era starting now?
I think it is starting now.
It's taking off, man.
I don't think it's starting a championship form yet. I think it's still like early, and not because of him though.
No.
Because you just need 3 stars to win a championship. Like, that's just got to happen, or 2 stars and a couple players who can be that third, on any given night. I don't know if they have that. We'll see how this all works when De'Aaron Fox comes back, but he's looking like a player who's ready to lead a team into the playoffs and terrify somebody. And then we'll know more with him in the playoffs in that setting about what he needs. But I don't think he's ready to wait. I think he's looking like most valuable player, and let's get in there now. Get him some experience. Same with Oklahoma City. Get in there, get you some experience, feel what it's like, and then let the team kind of build out on that with San Antonio looking for what he needs. I think that's coming, and I think nobody wants to see San Antonio and have to deal with this dude for a playoff series.
I think my first thought on him, and I'll do one. I'll book one here. I think he's going to set the all-time record when it's all said and done for Defensive Player of the Year's one.
All right.
I don't know. You sure you could top Rudy? I don't know. Rudy gonna get like 4 more.
You think so?
When he's done. It feel like they just give them to him.
Well, the
So
record, I don't know. I think if he plays enough, he'll be. Well, the record is 4.
Yeah.
How many does Rudy have?
Rudy's done. Did you watch Austin Reeves take advantage of Rudy for the game-winning shot against Minnesota and think no more DPOIs? Is that what you're saying?
I thought no more LeBron. Let's give it to Reeves. I said the Lakers are set. Is what's going on. No, I mean Rudy's legit.
He definitely got to break it. He should have won. He would have won it last year
if he played enough.
Games. He could be one of those dudes to win 5 straight. Not
definitely
5 total, like 5 straight.
Yeah.
Because he's a rim protector and a wing defender at the same time. It's insane. What do you do about that?
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. He's pretty incredible, and his handles coming up the court are insane.
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay, one piece of trivia for you, Marcus. Okay, Michael Jackson video trivia.
Hold on. Let me get my Google together. Hold on.
Oh, come on now. Okay,
Yeah.
Which Michael Jackson video did Martin Scorsese direct?
Martin Scorsese?
Yes.
And it's not Smooth Criminal.
It's not Smooth Criminal with Joe Pesci.
So I'm figuring that. Now I'm thinking of his most elaborate ones. Was it Remember the Time?
It was not.
Okay, one more. I'm trying to think of his videos. What is his video? Big. It's got to be big.
It's a simple one, actually. Not simple, but not extravagant.
What's the one where they, it's in my head and they start with the fight? It's a bunch of games.
No, that's it. But you can't name the song?
Wesley Snipes is in the video.
Why is the Weird Al Yankovic version of my head?
Yeah.
Because I'm fat. Yeah.
Fat. I'm really
It's
fat.
bad.
It's bad.
I'm fat. Yeah, bad. Bad directed by Martin Scorsese.
That is correct.
It measures on the Richter scale. Yeah. Doing Fat by Weird Al.
I mean, mean, I would expect a better video from Scorsese. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised he was the one, but you got Snipes in there too.
You do have Snipes. Yep.
How about that, dude? Yeah. Mark,
That's so out of pocket.
isn't that wild, dude?
Go watch Remember the Time. It's an incredible video.
Okay, all right.
Go watch Remember the Time.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear.
I directed it.
We do it with him every week. Marcus, have a good weekend, man, and we'll talk to you next week.
Later, Marcus.
Peace out.
All right, later, the great Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. That's crazy. Marty Scorsese directed.
Marty Scorsese. Yeah, I've been watching the Martin Scorsese documentary. They don't mention that, but I do remember he did direct a Michael Jackson video.
Hell yeah. All right, well, we do this every week, or most weeks, certainly when we're in
definitely
studio.
not every week, no.
Not every week, we don't do this next one. It's because some weeks we're out at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose at 1523 Saratoga. Is that right?
Yep.
Saratoga
We'll be
in
there next
San Jose,
Friday.
Westgate Shopping Center. We will be there for our 49er tailgate, our third one next Friday. Come and join us in San Jose at Jack's Restaurant. We won't be able to bring this part with us, so we'll give it to you today. We roll on down to the KNBR storage facility and we grab, it's where we store all the stuff. It's Polly's Jukebox, it's Gary's Bentley, it's Creative Tony's Pink Slips, as we've said. They're all down there in the storage facility. And I found this a couple of months ago. It's a big old wheel thing. We pull it out.
Okay.
We spin it.
Yeah, we
and then it
do.
gives us a series of topics. We call it the Dirty Work Dial. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag. We'll do it
Nothing.
next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers head to New York today ahead of a date with the New York Football Giants Sunday morning. Pregame right here on The Sports Leader at 7 a.m. So sleep in your contacts, leave your makeup on. Hell, don't even take off that plumber costume. No one will judge you. That's 7 a.m. with Copes and JD right here on The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
She called. He yelled Cartwright. I missed it.
Who's Cartwright?
I'm Cartwright.
You're not Cartwright.
Of course I'm not Cartwright!
There's something very disturbing about Costanza quotes with Halloween themes.
That was
like
odd.
like that from Halloween with Costanza. That just gives me the willies.
If you're wondering, it's because our guy Derek today decided he was going to dress as George Costanza for Halloween. Didn't change until he got here.
Yep.
Changed into his fit, and then he shaved his shaved part of his head into some male pattern baldness.
Right.
You just look. You do have a Costanza look about you.
Well, thank you.
Got one going. You should have gotten some different glasses.
That's all I got.
You wear contacts?
Yeah, I do.
Could have rolled down to like a Goodwill or like a Rite Aid or a Walgreens. Try to pop out some lenses on some of those. Get some old people glasses.
And just some bad ones.
Just to make it, make just to
some
fill
lady
out,
frames.
Fill out the costume.
He wears those in one episode. Those are lady frames.
Lady frames. Our good friend Nicole V checked in.
I'm sure
on your
she
costume
did.
on the YouTube
I'm sure she
channel.
did in all caps.
She did it in all
so
caps.
predictable.
She said Costanza. She's actually got Seinfeld knowledge.
Okay, let me hear it.
But then she also takes a shot at you after flexing knowledge.
Well, of course she would.
Costanza was a hand model because he hadn't done no manual labor, like Derek Costanza.
Piss off, Nicole. You don't know me.
Nicole was at the tank last night watching our Sharks get that dub over the Devs.
By the way, that is
she was.
That is a fantastic episode where he's a hand model. That's just ridiculous. And then
that's a good one.
And then they tell him a story about the greatest hand model of all time. Of course, no woman can match the beauty of his own hand. He was not master of his domain.
I love it. He goes, but I want a contest.
Yeah. He's like, by the end of it, he couldn't even, he needed like Boy Scouts to feed him, spoonfuls of applesauce. He was just resorted to a claw at the end. Anyway,
that's a good episode. The hand model one is good. All right, we do it whenever we've got time to do it. It's the Dirty Work Dial, and it's nothing like the NBA grab bag.
Dirty Work Dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
You can see the Dirty Work Dial. It's up there on the video screen there. You can see it spin round and round and round it goes. We spin it whenever it lands on We Will Talk About. So why don't we give it a whirl here, Derek?
Let's do it.
See where it lands here.
All right, what we got?
On a Friday, it lands on Eagles hunting. Hunting. Can you hunt an eagle? I think that's illegal.
Well, you can't hunt eagles, but you can hunt great pass rushers before the NFL trade deadline. According to Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports, the Eagles have offered the Cleveland Browns 3 first-round picks for Myles Garrett.
Whoa.
Now, if you're the Cleveland Browns, this whole offseason, you were like, no, absolutely not. We're not trading him, to the point where he even put out a press release saying it's not about the contract, it's not about anything else. It's about wanting to win. And sure enough, they paid him $40 million.
And then it was about the contract pretty fast, huh?
They paid him $40 million a year, and now he gets 5 sacks after in a loss, a very bad loss to the New England Patriots. And he's upset. He's allowed to be upset. But at that point, you took the money.
You made your bet. You decided that the money he could have left and gotten paid somewhere else, but he decided he wanted to get paid there that amount.
Now, if you're the Cleveland Browns and you get offered 3 first-round picks, the same amount that Deshaun Watson was traded for, wouldn't you want to recoup those picks?
I would. Most certainly, considering
because you're not winning with the guy.
They're not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces away.
No, they're not.
That's a team that, you'd be taking away a Hall of Fame defensive player, maybe the best in all of football.
Yep.
But you need so much more than that. I don't think it's like a luxury to have them while they're bad. Like, I don't think that's something that bad teams should make it a point. But if somebody makes you an offer like that, where you need to retool and build this whole thing up from the ground, it's not a bad place to start.
It's not, especially like Howie Roseman. I'm sure he saw, of course he saw, but like when you see that the Green Bay Packers give away 2 first-round picks for Micah Parsons, you're like, okay, I don't know if we have the pass rush that can match that right now. So you make a ridiculous offer to Cleveland Browns. If I was the Browns, I would not turn that down. If the Eagles got Myles Garrett, that would change everything in the NFL.
Might be over. Yeah.
Yes.
So do you think that's, first of all, I think that's the right price.
Yes.
Which is an insane asking price, but that's, in my mind, what he's worth.
It's fair.
It's crazy because you're giving it up and you're paying the contract. Right?
Yes.
So it's a lot. It's a double champ kind whammy. is what that is.
And it would kill their window because they could not afford all of those guys.
Thank you, Gene Dennis at the plate. So if you're Cleveland, is it a bad move to not take the picks?
I would say yes.
Because I'm all in on Cleveland making the wrong decision over and over and over again.
Right.
And I kind of anticipate that's what will happen. I feel like saying yes is the right move for them.
Right. Well,
I don't want to see this happen, by the way. I don't want to see him go to Philly.
Oh no, that's
the last thing I need.
That would change the whole landscape of the NFC right now.
And Cleveland they're just
in the NFL.
Pardon my language. They're dumb. Cleveland.
Yeah.
They're one of the dumbest teams in sports.
Yeah.
And they have been for a long time.
I do like their GM. I think Andrew Barry does a good job. I think Kevin Stefanski's a good coach.
I think Stefanski's does a good job, too.
Their owner's terrible. Their owner's terrible, and their owners have made sure that they've remained a horrible franchise. Yes.
I mean, they let Baker Mayfield walk out the door.
Yeah. Now, do I think this
they
gets
done? Hugh Jackson let him come back after an 0-16 season. Now,
do I think this gets done by Tuesday? Absolutely not.
No.
Do I think it can happen in the offseason? Maybe. But they have held fast on Myles Garrett. I mean, they've held strong, I should say, where they are going to just hang on to him. They love the fact that he's this elite pass rusher, a Hall of Famer, and no matter what people offer for him, they're going to hang on to him. So we'll see what happens, but I doubt it happens by Tuesday.
Let's spin the dial again here. Let's see what else we can get into. Yeah, I don't need to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen for sure. Not this year.
Nope.
Where to land here? LSU athletic director. This is a cluster.
Yes, it is. After firing LSU head coach Brian Kelly, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry said that LSU AD Scott Woodward will not be picking the next head coach. Yesterday, LSU fired Woodward after pressure from Jeff Landry. So you have politicians influencing what's going on with LSU right now. That is crazy.
Well, yeah. The thing here is that I was having this conversation with somebody last weekend after the firing. They're a state school.
Yeah.
They get state funds. They're state employees. And this is what I said. California is different in terms of how the system, they've got the state system and the Cal State system, and you've got the UC system. In these most other states, you've got like a couple of state-funded schools. LSU is one of them. It's a public university, right? Brian Kelly was the highest-paid employee in the state by the school, but in the state as a state employee.
Right.
He gets paid $54 million, right? Ed Orgeron got bought out of his contract. Was it over $17 million or something like that?
I don't recall, but yeah,
$17 million is what he bought was handed. They have to pay Brian Kelly $54 million to walk away.
Mm-hmm.
So the governor, while I don't think this is right, but the governor is now like, I got to come up with this money. We've got to put parameters on this stuff. We are not going to spend money like this again. So he said the AD won't be the one making the decision by himself for sure. I'll be the one doing it and deciding how this goes, which is a horrible idea and a slippery slope here.
I agree.
LSU's in a bad spot. This is bad news now for LSU. Also, it's bad news for taxpayers.
Yep.
This is something that can't happen. How about we just stop giving away contracts that are this amount from schools that are tax-funded schools?
No, fair enough.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I don't know. I could give a damn what happens to LSU football.
All right, let's do one more. You know what? Let's not spin the wheel. Let's just bring this one up because this one is impacting all of us as football watchers. YouTube versus ESPN. This week, ESPN ran plenty of commercials from personalities such as Mike Greenberg, Scott Van Pelt, and Stephen A. Smith warning YouTube TV customers that Disney programming would be going away. Sure enough, last night, YouTube TV announced that Disney was asking for too much money for the streaming fees and for the time being will not be available.
Dude.
So for anybody wanting to watch college football tomorrow or Monday Night Football, you cannot do so on YouTube TV.
If you have YouTube
currently.
TV, ESPN is now gone.
Yes.
And Disney and ABC and Disney channels are gone.
Yep.
This is absolute bull.
Yep.
They just raised fees and prices again. YouTube did on their subscriptions. Now, here's the thing. Everybody's mad at YouTube TV about this. I'm mad at both, first of all. But I'm more mad at ESPN about this. ESPN is asking for a bigger cut from YouTube for their streaming rights. When you have your own damn streaming service, they want people to drive to their service to buy ESPN and their Hulu and their Disney Plus packages on their own.
Yes.
They've now completely pulled everything away from each other. So we already thought we were getting a big lump, and we knew this was going to happen. Cable wasn't any better. You still had to buy every package to watch everything. But now they're battling each other and keeping us from they're making us buffet what we want to see and how we're going to see it. And they don't care really about the viewership. They've got the dollars already. It's already paid for. They're making money. That's why they're starting NBA games at 8:30 at night now on television, because they've already been paid. Who gives a damn in their minds what time this game's on? We've already been paid for the rights of this, and we're double dipping when we sell the ad money to the advertiser. We sell the ad time to these advertisers. This is a crock, man. Like, I don't know what YouTube TV is going to do if they're going to negotiate this, because what's going to happen is people are going to start turning on YouTube TV. And I don't know, I don't know why Disney has the right to go and just ask for more money. I mean, I guess their deal's up. They always have the right.
Their deal's up. I mean, that's just part of the business right now because they have their own streaming platform. At the same time,
they have their own streaming platform.
It's greedy, but also
they hike the prices on that
business.
All the time.
I think YouTube TV is going to have to just bend at the knee here and pay the money.
They're going to have to people are going to start canceling YouTube TV. If I cannot watch, I still have NFL Red Zone on there, but I'm like, I can get Red Zone elsewhere. I already have, I think, an ESPN subscription. But still,
I have Hulu, so that's not the issue here. The point is, though,
I'm like, this is ridiculous.
The principle of the thing.
This is ridiculous.
In the words of Costanza, this makes me so mad.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know.
Streaming platforms colliding.
So if you had to bet, what's going to happen? Do we get a deal late tonight? Do we get it early tomorrow morning? I mean, if you have ESPN
with the pressure of college football, that's I would say no. I think we're going to see this weekend that a lot of YouTube TV customers are pissed off. I would say by Monday something's rectified. Especially in 2 weeks, we got the Packers and Eagles playing on Monday Night Football, and I highly doubt that YouTube will just stand idly by while all of their customers are bitching and complaining on Twitter.
Does the NFL give a damn at all?
Yeah, because they want people to buy YouTube TV because of NFL Sunday Ticket.
The NFL does. Yeah, the NFL's in bed with YouTube TV.
I think it's lame. I know they work for the company.
So is Disney, though.
Yes, but I think it's lame as hell that Mike Greenberg and all these personalities cut these promos. Like, I get it, you work for ESPN, but I get it, but that's lame.
I know. You can call it lame. That's their job. They didn't sit down and say, hey, I'll do this. None of those guys walked up and said.
They were forced to do.
None of those guys walked up and said, hey, so it's not on them. This is lame on Disney.
Yeah,
This is lame on Disney. Because when Disney's asking their host to go carry their water, what they're saying is, hey, everybody get mad at YouTube TV so that we get our money.
Yeah.
F you, Disney. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday afternoon. This is unbelievable. When we come on back, let's get into what happened this morning on the Murph and Markus show. Tony Vitello, the Giants manager, who I was told was out in North Beach last night, I heard.
Oh, nice.
Hanging out
there you go.
In his new digs, dude. Tony Vitello joined the morning show today. We'll hear from what he had to say, and then we'll talk to Andy Baggerly at 4:50. Dirty Work rolls on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm not treating you to lunch anymore! You had to tell Julie that I made a special point of telling you that I bought you the big salad, didn't you? You know, if it was a regular salad, I wouldn't have said anything. But you had to have that big salad!
You should have had a big salad with you. You could have had some Gore-Tex, could have had the rug on your head.
Yeah, I went lazy.
Derek Costanza with us today.
As Costanza is known to do.
As Costanza would. Somebody else on the text line said that earlier. Derek's lazy, just like Costanza.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty good.
The big salad conundrum, that is, I mean, George is being absolutely ridiculous there. How could anybody agree with that?
Well, the whole premise of this is Elaine asks George, who's with his girlfriend at the time, or a lady he's with, to pick up a salad for her. She wants the big salad.
Right.
So then when they get back to drop the salad off to Elaine, it's George's girlfriend who hands the bag and the salad to Elaine. And Elaine says, "Oh, thank you." And she says, "You're welcome." And George is mad
She took credit for the big salad.
Because then she took credit, George thinks, for buying the big salad. And when George blows up at her right there in the booth at the diner, she breaks up with him right there. And she just leaves. She's like, I can't believe this.
It finally happens where he holds it in, and then he
ends up telling Elaine that he was the one who bought it instead, and then it pisses her off.
Yeah, he screams at her at the coffee shop, and she just goes, "George, in all fairness, I handed a person a bag."
Yeah, and then she just gets up and leaves, and he's like,
yeah, you're right, actually.
All she does is hand her a bag, and she said, "You're welcome." All right, Tony Vitello was on with Murph and Markus this morning, and Andy Baggerly of The Athletic is going to join us at 4:50. We'll talk about the new hire and what he's seen or what he's heard and what he thinks about it to this point. Tony Vitello first, Murph and Markus asked him, after the presser, what happened before he got out to North Beach last night as I heard he was hanging out in the beach. Anyway, what did you do after the presser? Was there players to call? Was there more people in the organization? What happened after yesterday's press conference?
Down to the office for a few Zoom calls with some candidates for the coaching staff. So, it's kind of funny. During each one of those, we were just joking. It's a blessing to be able to have that technology, starting 5 years ago with all that stuff. But it's not the same. And it's tough to get, an accurate feel for who somebody is just off that screen. But nonetheless, we need to make a lot of progress here in a short amount of time and put together an entire coaching staff that can help the roster, which I think everybody kind of agrees. It's not the number one roster on paper for next year, possibly, but it's a dang good one.
I mean, I'm not going to read into it too much, but it sounds like to me that Tony Vitello, working hard to get his coaching staff assembled. It sounds like he has a say in it.
Well, yeah. He said down to I wonder who was in on those meetings. I'd love to, we'll talk to Bags about this if he's got any word on who some of these candidates might be and maybe what the ordering of these hirings could be. Also, whether or not they're going to keep anybody who's on staff right now.
Yeah.
JP Martinez come back? Does Pat Burrell come back? Damon Minor, hitting coach, pitching coach. Need a bench coach at this point.
Yep.
Mark Hallberg could still be your first base coach potentially unless they move him across the diamond to third base. And we'll see what happens.
Do you think anybody comes back?
I think Hallberg's back.
You think so?
He's like Buster's college roommate, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think Hallberg's back, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think Hallberg is back. I would like JP Martinez to come back. I think there's something to development and consistency with that, and the Giants did see some positives with their pitching staff this year. I think he did a really good job. I think he's well respected. I wouldn't mind it if he came back. I think most Giants fans would agree. I don't think there's anything to be upset about with him, but we'll see. I mean, that's an evaluation for Buster and for Tony Vitello. It is funny that he was like, having the technology to do the Zoom calls, which, all that technology came up 5 years ago. I'm like, we could do FaceTimes before that. we were doing Skype calls before that.
It was well before
How
COVID
Skype fumbled that bag to Zoom, I don't know. I'll never know.
I know.
Moving on here, more from Tony Vitello on Murph and Markus this morning. Here he is on the coaching staff, asked if he will retain anybody. Here's Tony Vitello.
Yeah, no, I think that's an easy one, the way you shape it there. It was a good group. Anytime you feel like you could have won a few more games, you dissect things almost to a fault sometimes. But in this particular case, I think there were some areas that everyone would have liked to have seen, a little bit better performance. But overall, I know the players were happy with most, if not all, the coaches. And then also there's a lot of coaches with a really strong track record. And then the ones I've been able to interact with, which is not all of them yet, it's been a positive. So I think at the very least, I can assure you there's going to be at least one retained, but how many? We're still diving into this thing, and like you kind of alluded to, I'm doing my best to keep everybody's name and face straight at this point.
Okay.
Is there at least one Hallberg?
Yeah. With the way that he just said that, the way and with what you just said, the way he laughs, kind of like Buster told him, my guy's staying on, that's probably the case.
Also, he started, I don't know how they phrased the question, but I just like the start. Yeah, no. He dropped the yeah, no.
A lot of guys start that.
No,
with,
yeah.
Yeah.
No.
No, whatever.
You got that for me, Tim? Just the front of that? No? That's all good. We'll move on here. More from Tony Vitello.
Shaking his head. Nope, I don't have it.
It's like it was 2 seconds ago. Here's Tony Vitello on not
Yeah,
writing.
no, I think that's an easy one.
Yeah, no. Here's Tony Vitello because, there's a lot of talk about, him cutting his teeth and paying his dues. And he's like, you can pay dues a lot of different ways.
Yeah, that was Murph's question to him yesterday. It was like, yeah, you haven't really cut your teeth in this business, huh?
Well, talked about it again yesterday. Here he is on, hey, I didn't ride the bus in the minors. How can you earn the trust of some of these veterans?
No, I think it's incredibly important, and the way technology or the internet works these days, you can make up your own opinion pretty quick by just jumping on, whatever it is, YouTube or whatever you want. And then from there, yeah, it's the first introduction, and conversations will take place in the off season. I think ultimately where we become a true coaching staff and start to formulate who we are as a team, it's going to be in spring training. So no buses there. Fortunately, we're all in one location, and it's probably the best one in all of Major League Baseball. But we'll be in the same spot together with some time to get to know each other and also kind of set the tone for the year. So I think that's really where it's going to happen. And, yeah, I can't go back in time. The one thing I do want to, implement here, if I had a magic wand or if I had a wish, is for us to make progress as the year goes on and consistently get better, get a better vibe, not make as many mistakes or not repeat mistakes. And so that's parallel to who I am. There's no getting around. It's the first go around. So you would hope and think that if we're working hard as a staff that, not to highlight myself, but you asked about it, that I would be better and a little bit different by the end of the first season than I would be at the beginning, if that makes sense.
And that makes sense. It totally makes sense. But also it kind of goes into my thinking that you need to give him a little bit of grace period because, it's different than the baseball team's success. But as far as him being a manager, he's going to make mistakes. He's never done this before. But I just don't want it to be where right away we're in June and July and people are calling for this guy's head because the team's not successful. So it is going to be a process, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. If you can prove you can win and you can prove that you can go through the process, I mean, big leaguers will see that, guys will see that, and they'll understand. If you start to win and you start to have success and you do start to develop and guys do get better, they do grow, the team does improve, and you're seeing that and the players feel that, they'll know. We'll know based on the players. You know what I mean? We'll know how they feel. That's not, Logan Webb a couple of years ago when basically Gabe Kapler lost the clubhouse.
Right.
It said as much. You know what I mean? So we'll know whether or not they've bought in just based on body language, attitudes, how they talk about it and go about it. So everything's going to be said. All the right things will be said all through spring training.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing matters.
The vibes are immaculate now.
Oh, everything's going to feel good. And, everybody's going to be, we'll give it a shot, see how this goes. It's all about, month to month, game to game.
Yep.
Are they improving? And if you can prove that you can get the job done on a winning scale, players will flock to you.
Right.
The guys will buy in. More on Tony Vitello. Last one here. The analytics in college versus pro baseball. What are the different analytics here that he's looking at? It's another new question, something else he's going to have to work on, and he's got access now to whole bunches of more information. Here's Vitello on the differences in the analytics between college and pros.
Yeah, I think it'll just be more detailed because there's a bigger sample size. But I don't think you'd be amazed because everybody kind of knows from SEC football just how intense that is, what type of fan bases and therefore money you're dealing with. So just about everything that's at the big league level, we have at the college level, at least in that conference. It's just there's not as big of a sample size to fall back on. And they're also not adults where, hey, we want to pitch this guy to this, area. Well, they're much more likely to locate at this level. So again, those numbers are a little bit more reliable. So I do think you need to lean on those. But I think what's refreshing about what Buster, envisions for the Giants going forward is play ball. That stuff is an edge that you would be, you'd probably be cheating yourself if you didn't use it, but it's also not the game. And a lot of what Giants history is all about, is guys that were just ball players. And then ball players who became really good managers, and a guy like Dusty Baker. So I think it's got to be utilized, but I don't think it should be a crutch for a guy that's out there playing a kid's game.
Yeah, the analytics thing is interesting there. That's an interesting perspective on it. That he's like, we have all the same data and stuff at the SEC level for sure, just because of the money and stuff that you're dealing with. But he says it doesn't necessarily apply as much, kind of, is what I heard, because one, the talent isn't as good. You can say we've got to throw pitches in this quadrant to this batter, but the player may not be able to do it at as high of a rate as a guy who's at the major league level because he's 18, 19, 20 years old, whatever. Also, because of the sample size, it gives more merit to the application of those analytics to actual gameplay.
I just like it when a guy's introduced for the first time and they can't give you all the answers, but they want to drop, like, I know the history of this team, so I'll drop Dusty Baker, I'll drop this guy every now and then. So you're like, oh, okay, I like that he knows that.
He did say that. He's like, they've been good ball players and they become good managers. And I was like, well, Dusty wasn't a Giant, but neither here nor there.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to get everybody's good side right.
I know. Hire a staff.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you. Hire a damn staff. How about that, huh? Adam
It's not going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, well, they were working on it yesterday. I don't know.
One day. Okay.
Maybe it will. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, get me a staff, Tony. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll find out maybe some of the potential candidates, where they're going first, who is the most likely of the coaching staff to stick around from last season for next season. We'll do it next with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. He joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Toronto Blue Jays look to close out the World Series tonight in a critical Game 6 in Toronto. Find every pitch on Mike Kohler's KNBR 1050 at 4 p.m. That is, if you really feel like hurting Adam Copeland's feeling by changing the station. I mean, I guess that's okay.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Treat to be joined on this Friday afternoon by our pal Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic, and news in San Francisco Giants world is Tony Vitello introduced yesterday as the new manager of the Giants. Andy joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Bags? How you doing, man?
Hey, Andy.
Doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well, man. So this is it is an intriguing storyline for the San Francisco Giants and hiring Tony Vitello. You were there yesterday. What do you make of the press conference and his introduction to Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I mean, it was on the club level, where they have the big press conferences now,
right?
And it was probably as well attended as any that they've had there, going back to when they introduced Devers, when they introduced Bob Melvin after they hired him, even when they introduced Buster Posey taking over for Farhan. This was the biggest attendance of the front office, of all kinds of people from Vitello's family. I mean, it was a crowded space, and I think it was kind of as advertised. That this is someone who is obviously a good talker. Whenever he's done coaching, he's got a future in the media, that's for sure, if he wants one. He's someone who puts people at ease and looks at ease, and I think that he very much came across that way. Even had his little kind of winks and nods to Giants history, whether it be Alex Gordon's triple.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
When it was, or and those little callbacks, and then you find out that he was behind home plate in the seats watching that game, and then of course Buster says, "Hey, I was behind home plate too."
Yes.
That was a pretty funny moment.
Right,
I thought.
right.
So, but yeah, even going back to when he was 9 years old, he said he was in the right field seats for the game in 1988 when Will Clark slid into Jose Oquendo and fists went flying, and Ozzie Smith and Candy Maldonado came flying in, and he was a 9-year-old going, "Whoa, this is awesome! What's going on?" So it's sort of, he's had these little intersection moments with Giants history, and he seems to know everybody in the game, even though he hasn't been a pro player or been a pro coach at any level. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a transition, and I thought that everyone was very kind of up and up with, look, this is going to be not super predictable. We're going to have this is going to be interesting to see how this is all implemented, and we don't know how it's going to go. But, Buster Posey said, I believe in the person, and, he's got someone who he thinks can be his kind of thought partner and the guy who, keeps the team kind of on the right mental frame of mind, for the foreseeable future. And I think a lot of people think it's either going to work out great or it's going to work out terrible. And that's like probably most things in baseball, but it can't work out in the middle, because we know that if it's 500, that's what got the previous guy fired.
Yep.
So, they were already in the middle.
So
right.
they're going for it. They're going for something different.
Talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. There's a lot of questions and a lot of things that, I don't know that he doesn't know what he doesn't know. I think we don't know what we don't know about how he's going to go about things. What's the biggest question you think first and foremost? Is it simply coaching staff, or is there any other element that you're looking at as kind of first and foremost with him?
Boy, I mean, it's so much of it kind of dovetails together. I think the biggest thing is just managing a 162-game season, because you have to manage the game so much differently. You can't manage every game as if it's a must-win game, obviously. But then you do have to pick your times when you draw a line in the sand. And Bruce Bochy was about as good as that as anybody, especially in the postseason. But, I don't think he's going to need to be told, look, you can't throw Ryan Walker a fourth day in a row, or look, you can't have Logan Webb throw 150 pitches. I mean, I think that, this is a guy who's been around the game of baseball and has watched a lot of baseball and in addition to his coaching career. And I think he's going to get it, a lot of the basic stuff, and he's going to have people around him who are going to try to, make sure that his blind spots are covered. And he's here because of who he is. I mean, he's here because of the personality and because he can keep these guys motivated and fired up and have them play with, a little bit of swagger, a little bit of confidence. And I think that's one thing that you don't really think about it with Buster Posey, because he was kind of reserved, as a player. But he told us yesterday, he said, I was not a big fan of guys hugging, on opposing teams. I like a little bit of friction, and I think we should play with a little bit of edge and a little bit of, maybe if you don't like it, so what? And, Zach Manassian said something I thought was really on the point too, which was, if everyone's going to like you, if teams come in and steamroll you, it doesn't matter whether they like you or not. They're going to hate you if you're tough to deal with, if you're a burden for them to compete against. And I think that's the kind of team they want to be. So how that gets implemented, where these blind spots are going to be, I think we're going to find out along the way. But it's going to be real important. Obviously, they have the right skills levels and skill sets on that staff. Whether it's Jace Tingler coming in, who's managed in the big leagues before as a bench coach or associate manager, whether it's Antoine Richardson really doing something to shore up base running and outfield if he's a candidate to come back, which Buster Posey said he was. I could see a lot of resources on that staff that can really help Tony Vitello as he sort of moves into this new career of his.
Yeah, as far as the coaching staff, I mean, he told our morning show today that he's already hard at work doing Zoom calls, and it sounds like it'll be a joint decision between him and Posey as far as who they hire. But just as you said right there, do you get the sense that the coaching staff will be mostly new and guys with major league experience?
Well, there will be some continuity. Buster did say that. I can tell you the two coaches who do have a contract for next season are JP Martinez and Oscar Bernard. Oscar Bernard's a Spanish speaker, obviously. He put in the work all last season. Maybe he's a candidate to stay. JP Martinez, another guy who speaks fluent Spanish. I think he's done a lot of really good work, and he's respected around the game. He's going to have other opportunities if he doesn't stay in San Francisco. I think he'd like to stay. Pitching in terms of knowing the personnel, I think that's going to be important. He has some people on his staff who do know the personnel. Mark Hallberg, I think, is a pretty good bet to stay. Obviously, he's got connections to Buster, moving him back to third base coach where he was so good before, he got moved to first with the addition of Matt Williams. I think it's only a natural move. I don't know if that's what they're planning. And they could have some different roles. We haven't had an associate manager. We haven't had an offensive coordinator, some of the different kind of coaching roles that other teams have had. Under Gabe Kapler, there were obviously a ton of coaches with different roles, quality control coach and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see how big the staff is. I don't think Buster Posey wants a huge staff, but they're going to make sure that they need to cover all the bases and make sure that, they can connect with all different kinds of players. And that includes, especially players from Venezuela, players from the Dominican Republic. These are not the kinds of players that Tony Vitello has ever coached before. He's coaching college kids. So I think it's going to be really important that he has resources on his staff that can help him bridge those gaps as well.
Beggs, do you think this is something, and we were talking about this last week when the news came out, do you think that this is something that was coming eventually to Major League Baseball, the hiring of a college coach, and the Giants are just first, or is it that off the wall and outside of the box? I was sort of comparing it to like when I don't know if he actually said it, but in the movie Moneyball, Billy Bean's character says like we were just the first to do it. Everybody was going to get there at some point, but we were the first to go all in. Are the Giants just the first, or was this something that was eventually going to come, you think?
No, I think you can see a sort of there's a lot of things that are bringing the college game closer to the big leagues. I mean, obviously the aluminum bat's a big difference, right? The schedule's a big difference, but you've got another level that's been cut out of the minor leagues. You've got, players getting to the big leagues a lot faster. Bryce Eldridge could very well be enrolled at Tennessee right now, and he was in the big leagues at the end of last season. And in fact, Tony Vitello tried to recruit him. It's kind of funny. So he's gonna get to coach him anyway. And by the way, it's probably going to be hard for Drew Gilbert not to call him coach. I mean, we always kind of, us in the media, it's kind of a tip-off if someone comes in who isn't really like a regular and they call a manager coach. Everyone kind of snickers, right? It's like, oh, you just outed yourself. But hey, this is a guy he's called coach all his life, so it's going to be kind of funny to see that. But yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of adjustments along the way, but I think that everyone realizes, hey, look, we're kind of in this thing together.
As far
sorry, go ahead. To answer your question, though, I think I didn't answer your question. He was contacted by other teams, and I don't know how much it was sort of kicking around the possibility of, hey, would you be interested? Would you want to be considered a candidate? I don't know how far it got. I don't think it ever got to the interview stage with any teams. We're talking last year. This year, the only team he engaged with was the Giants. But to answer your question, I think this was something that would happen, with a college coach. at some point in the next maybe 6, 8, 10 years or something. And yeah, I think the Giants are the first ones to sort of go down this path.
Yeah, I was wondering that yesterday because Buster credited Zach Manassian with having the idea, and Zach said himself, like, even though this is the outside the box thinking when it comes to this manager, a lot of MLB teams, hold Tony Vitello in high regard. But as far as the offseason, he has to assemble a coaching staff. Just for you, when we get to free agency, what's the biggest priority for the Giants this offseason?
Pitching. I mean, it's pitching up and down. It's bullpen. It's starting pitching. I think it's more than one starter. They have money to spend. They obviously have a long way to go before they nudge up against, the first luxury tax threshold. And this is a team, it's funny. You think you hire a college coach and okay, you're a rebuilding team. You got a lot of kids. You're in development mode. This is what makes sense. But no, that's not what he's stepping into. He's stepping into a team where, as we just mentioned, 500 is not good enough, and they're going to be expected to win and win right away, and they're going to need a lot of pitching to do that, and it's not all going to come from inside the system. Obviously, they relied a little too much on and thought maybe a little too much of the depth they had internally, and they ran out of it. I think that they feel that the rotation's off to a really good start with Robbie Ray, with Logan Webb, with Lyndon Roop. But Landon Roop can't be the number 3 starter. He's got to be the number 5, or maybe even the number 6. To be honest, you look at all the pitching that teams are stockpiling these days, especially the team they're trying to compete with, the Dodgers. Not that you can pay Blake Snell $150 million to basically be on a taxi squad for most of the season, but they're going to need to be really, really aggressive in the free agent pitching market, in the international pitching market, on the trade market too. And they're going to have to rebuild the bullpen in a big way. So that's the challenge. I think that's probably that's pretty much there isn't anything that comes even close to second.
Because they have to do, I don't want to say so much, but they do. I mean, really, the bullpen up and down, they've got to completely sort of rebuild that thing. And you mentioned the rotation. They've got, in theory, 3 starters right now that they can plug in, but you're going to need more than that. You can't be throwing your 12th and 13th best options when you get to the end of the season in meaningful games. Do you anticipate that they would still be in on any big-time, high-paid players? I mean, I imagine Framber Valdez is going to command a lot of money, but he's like a left-handed version of Logan Webb in terms of sinker baller and can get some outs on the ground. They've got a good defense behind him. Do you think that they'll be in the market for any type A free agents?
I mean, if Framber in particular, he had the whole thing where he
it was weird
threw kind of on purpose
at his catcher.
I think I think there's some red flags there.
Yeah.
There are going to be guys like a Zach Gallen. Is Zach Gallen really, good enough to get a $100 million contract and you're giving up draft picks for him? I mean, at some point they're going to have to stop giving up draft picks because they're going to have to develop, right? So I think you look at a Shane Bieber. He's a guy I thought, he's won a Cy Young Award. What his ceiling is. He doesn't quite have the same stuff. But he pitched so well in the World Series that I'm looking at what people are thinking he's going to get, and it's going to be like at least 5 years and like $120 million. And you think, oh gosh, really? Do they want to be in the market for Shane Bieber at that price? But whatever they do, and I think that internationally they're going to be really, really hard on some of the pitchers. Coming from Japan, I know I've mentioned his name a few times, Cody Ponce, who was a former Pirates farmhand who's really, really made a nice adjustment in the KBO. He dominated. I think he's ready to come over and be a pretty good starting pitcher in this league. So I think they're going to, probably try to diversify their efforts because they're going to have to, because they're going to need to land more than one, good starting pitcher.
Last one for you, Bags. As far as Vitello, it sounds like Nick Hundley was the first choice, and we'll see if he stays with the Rangers or takes the Padres job. You said on these airwaves a week ago with the morning show that before the move was official, that it's going to have to take some convincing or make it worth their while for Vitello to take the job. Had Vitello passed on the job, what do you think Buster would have done as far as like a third option?
Well, I mean, he said it yesterday. He said it would have been back to square one. And, they didn't give a full catalog of all the people that they talked to. I don't know if there was any other name on that list that had a lot of sizzle. But they were probably going to have to go back to square one, and it would have been kind of out there that they would have, not gotten their top 2. So whoever they would have hired would be coming in knowing that, they were like a number 3 choice, and that's not a good situation for anyone to be in. So I think that they were really motivated to get this done. They thought this guy was, clearly the best of the available people to hire. And, the other thing is there are going to be 10 new major league managers next season. Yeah. I mean, and now all these managers, and there's still a couple to be hired, They're all putting together their coaching staffs right now. So it's kind of a whirlwind. If you're putting together a coaching staff, if you're a coach who's out there and you might be in demand by a couple different teams, if you've got a good reputation within the game, you run out of candidates if you're a team looking for a manager, and 8 of them have been hired in front of you. So I think the Giants have to feel fortunate that they got this done, but I don't think they would have gone as far as they did down this road if they didn't know this was something he really wanted to do. He was going to be motivated to come here to leave a situation. There was obviously a really good situation for him in Knoxville, and that he wasn't going to be the right guy. I mean, they're going to spend $10.5 million on the manager position next year, between the $3 million buyout of his contract at Tennessee, the $3.5 they're paying him, and the $4 million they're paying Bob Melvin to stay at home. So that's more than Craig Counsell's making, and he's the highest paid manager in the game. So you don't outlay those resources unless you're really, really confident that this is the right guy for the job.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. We talked to him throughout baseball season and gives us good info. Great piece, by the way, the other day with Brisby on the conversation with Pat Murphy. I thought that was good insight on what we're looking at with Vitello bags.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, we will have stuff up there all off season. So
good stuff there. Andy Baggerly, The Athletic. Bags, have a nice weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Andy.
Okay, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, man. Andy Baggerly, we do it with him throughout Giants season, talking Giants baseball.
Yes, we do.
There we go. Let's take a quick break. We are still going to catch up at 5:30 with Larry Krueger. Got to get his vibe. Jackson Dart's got me worried. Talk a little Jackson Dart and Thibodeau with and Brian Burns with Larry Krueger from whatever high school field they stand.
Oh, well, no, because they
moved it last night.
Yes, because God forbid we have high school games during trick or treating.
How could we? How could we handle it? All right, we'll take.
Went to a high school just to do it.
We'll take a quick.
I'm here
break.
at high school.
When we come on back, the Sound Soiree, featuring Dodger fans chant for a World Series with the Blue Jays.
It's pretty bad.
I bet it is. Flashback to the 2022 Padres chant.
Oh, remember that one?
Against
You remember
the Phillies.
that one?
I don't. So we'll get to some of
good.
that. And then Chris Mad Dog Russo gripes the last few days. He hates Fox coverage of Ohtani and Halloween.
Yes, he does.
He's pissed about the Fox coverage of Ohtani. We'll hear from Mad Dog Russo and a couple of lame ass chants from the Pods and Dodgers next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco Giants manager Tony Vitello. Join Murph and Markus this morning with his thoughts on how the team can build a winning culture in San Francisco under a new regime. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Vitello!
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's come to my attention that you and the cleaning woman have engaged in sexual intercourse on the desk in your office. Is that correct? Was that wrong? Should I not have done that? I tell you, I gotta plead ignorance on this thing, because if anyone had said anything to me at all when I first started here that sort of thing was frowned upon, you know, because I've worked in a lot of offices, and I tell you, people do that all the time.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Derek dressed like George Costanza for Halloween. Our own personal George Costanza.
There you go.
There you go. Nice to get some George clips in today. You're going Highway to Hell now. We're getting a little thin on the Halloween music, huh?
Yeah, we're getting a little thin, guys. Come.
We got some options.
We've only got 2 breaks left.
Yeah.
So
I do
to
wonder
Hell.
by the end of the show if Tim will play my favorite George Costanza line. I'm not going to say it, but
Just if it coincidentally happens.
Yeah, to see if it happens.
Ooh, that's tough. There's
what?
a lot.
Well, we got Krug. I don't know if we'll play Costanza coming into him, and then to end the show, I don't know if we do. I don't know if we'll play another clip. Should I just reveal it?
Yeah, maybe, you know what? Why don't you let
Save it
me
for
know
later.
off the air so the audience can enjoy it?
Fair enough. You can save it for your note to self,
fair
too.
enough, fair enough.
Save
Okay,
it for
yeah,
that.
that's true. That's
Could
true.
do that. All right. Why don't we get into it? We do it a lot of days of the week. Some of the best sounds in the sports world you might have missed. It's the Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Down Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Or what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right. The Dirty Work Sound Soiree starts with Dodger fans chant for a World Series with the Blue Jays. So what is this, like a trash talk chant?
Yeah, it's before one of the games in L.A. this week. There's these 2 women, and they have a little TikTok chant for the Blue Jays in this World Series. And it's terrible, but let's hear it.
You're not like us. You're not like us. We're true blue, the big bad Dodger blue. Blue Jays get a clue. The Dodgers winning the series, fool. LA, baby. That's right.
That was all types of wrong. And it brought back memories of...
What day did they put that out?
Today, but it was supposed to be for earlier in the week.
Wait, they put that out earlier in the week.
Or, well, it was posted today by John Boy or something.
They reposted it.
Yeah.
That happened earlier in the week. I don't know if it was before Game 3 or 4, but...
All off key. Let's hear it one more time.
That was terrible. Let's hear it again.
Yeah, one more time.
Fire that up again, Tim.
You're not like us. You're not like us. We're true blue, the big bad Dodger blue. Blue Jays get a clue. The Dodgers winning the series, fool. LA, baby. That's right.
The inflections are terrible. Brutal! But it reminds me of 2022 when the Padres had their chant during the NLCS.
You're saying chant. I mean, this is more of like a...
whatever.
Well, chant is like when the groups get together. Is this the Padres, like, hype video?
Not a hype video. It's just like,
3 guys
five,
who do like a little
five middle-aged guys like coming up with a song.
Yeah, it's just that's what I mean. So they're more like war call, like rallying calls or whatever. Okay, so here's the dads.
Yes,
repping the dads. Here you go.
Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose. That's what's in. Bryce gonna lose, and Manny's gonna cruise. That's what's in. Give Philly no slack and send them back. That's what's in.
Okay, that's terrible too, but I kind of like that one just because it's so bad and the guy's so confident. Bryce is going to lose and Manny's going to cruise.
Ugh, I don't know.
Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
Let's go, Goose.
I don't know. I don't.
Listen, we do a lot of dumb crap on this show. That is so bad. It's so brutal.
No, it's bad.
Imagine doing that and imagine writing it and then being like, and then looking at it and be like,
no, that's good.
Ah.
Let me go on local television and sing that song.
Hey,
Here's the one.
Guys, I think I got it.
I got it, guys.
I think I got the gold, boys. I think we're good.
I mean, we're making fun of them. They're all viral sensations now. Not really.
Are they?
That's what's in.
I'll say this.
I mean, dude, we had AshCon. That's why I'm like, come with something. You know what I mean? We had AshCon. AshCon killed the game, and nobody's done it as well since.
Yeah.
We had AshCon, and then it all ended when Marty called him Ass Can.
Did he?
That was the end of AshCon.
Stop. He called him that?
Well, they were also playing AshCon at the stadium. I know you remember this because you were probably there. And they showed him, and then they immediately pivoted to Steve Perry. And that was about the end of that, too.
Yeah.
I'll just say none of it's as good as the Kaiway Tag song.
That's what's in.
No, that's what's out. Moving on here. Chris Mad Dog Russo. So he's been pissed the last couple of days. He does not like...
last couple of days.
He's been pissed for 20 years.
Last couple decades.
He's been pissed for years. I have a drop in there that I used to play of Murph saying that. He used to go, I've been pissed for 20 years. That's enough there.
Yeah.
There you go. Here's Chris Mad Dog Russo. He's got gripes with Fox over their coverage of Shohei Ohtani and Halloween. Here's Mad Dog Russo.
You would have thought the way Fox chatted yesterday about Ohtani in between Game 3 and Game 4 that he went home and had to open up his own can of chunky soup to have dinner. And what are you kidding me? He's got 50 people cooking his food for him, putting the salt and pepper on, pulling his chair out. Oh, my God, please. It's enough already. Halloween to me is a complete waste of time. I can't stand it. I used to make sure I was working on the 31st when my kids were little, and I would say, honey, I got to do something at 6 o'clock. They're all yours. I hate it. I can't stand it. And now, that doesn't mean I'm going to not have a little candy if somebody pops on the door. I'm not going to be that much of an ogre, but going out with people wearing outfits to buy candy to me is a complete waste. I can't stand it.
I mean, hey, I understand that. I understand that last part because you get older, and if you hate just like or Halloween itself, then my God, what's wrong with you? But is his wife buying that? Like, I got to be somewhere at 6 o'clock?
I just think it's so funny.
The radio show was during the day.
Halloween to me is a complete waste of time.
Just like to have
it's
that.
Not a complete waste of time.
To have
Come on.
have that strong of a take about Halloween is kind of funny. Like if you're like,
I don't believe it either.
If you're like, dude, I do not want to go out to the bars in North Beach this weekend. You shouldn't. It's gonna be a nightmare. Like that's
fine.
That's where I'm at. Where I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to involve myself with that mess or that.
Right.
But I'm not like F Halloween.
No.
It's costumes and candy. What's the hate?
Exactly.
As like the self-proclaimed member of the show that say I suck at Halloween, I don't hate it. I just might not be very good at it.
Yeah,
and that's okay.
It's if you hate Halloween, like you don't have a soul, my friend.
I don't know about that. I'm just like, I just don't know why you'd hate it. Like, I just don't understand.
There's no reason to hate a holiday like that.
It's a waste of time. Dude, remember
Halloween to me is a complete waste of time.
He was pissed about the games we were getting on Christmas Day last year. Remember that?
Yeah.
He's pissed about everything.
I mean, he's always pissed. Like I go back to when Greg Cosell used to do hits with us, and I think Tom asked him, "So are you a big Halloween guy?" And he goes, "I see it as a nuisance." He's like, "Oh, come on now." I mean, that's a ridiculous take to have.
It's a nuisance.
You
don't have to involve yourself.
It's a day for children, honestly.
You don't have to involve yourself, but like, why? Yeah.
I think he deadpanned it. He said, Tom, it's football season.
Yeah, that's right. It's
a Greg Cosell.
Yeah. You know what? I haven't got to that point yet where I'm I'm living in suburbia and giving out candy to children. So that may annoy me, but whatever. It's Halloween time, everybody. Come on.
Let's go to Matt LaFleur.
No, he hates Halloween.
Packers head coach. Does he?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. He was asked.
He was hot.
Dude, I have no idea about this.
No, just wait.
Matt LaFleur was asked if he has any plans for Halloween.
Got a big discussion with this with my assistant Daryl. I was like, I don't give a shit. It's Halloween. All right. We're trying to win a game. Period. So, well done, Wallers. Yeah, it's a Friday in the National Football League. That's what day it is.
That seems like a good way to end it.
It does. All right, guys. Have a good one.
Wow. Dude, I mean, I got like for Russo, I'm just like, come on, man, what are you doing? You got kids and stuff. For him, I'm like, no, I get it.
He's a football coach.
He doesn't care. He doesn't know. He barely knows it's Friday.
Yeah.
He barely knows it's Friday. What was that, Tim? What'd you play?
I don't give a shit. It's Halloween.
Yeah, that's good. Keep
No,
that
that's
around.
fair.
That's pretty funny.
Very blunt.
And then he sits there. It's a Friday in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Trying to win a game. It's true.
Love the PR guy.
You know
That's
what?
about it.
All right, that's it, fellas.
As a guy who's got the Packers in my survivor pool this week,
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm feeling good about that mentality.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm feeling real good now about that.
You know, people say that Kyle's a little tense when he talks to the media. I get that. LaFleur, like, he doesn't entertain anything sometimes.
That seems like a good way to end it.
Yeah, he'll like mock them. Like with Kyle, he'll entertain all questions, but he'll be brief if he thinks it's a dumb question. With LaFleur, it's like, are you serious right now? Are you serious? You're asking me about Halloween? I don't give an S about Halloween. I'm trying to beat the damn Panthers on Sunday.
You had to know that was the answer when you asked, right?
Yeah, of course.
But maybe you just wanted to hear it.
Now, on the flip side,
I'm happy he asked the question.
On the flip side, we've got Dan Campbell. Kneecap biting Dan Campbell getting ready to take on J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings in Detroit this weekend. He was asked if he would dress up for Halloween as a player. Does this mean like as a player when he played
back in the day?
When he played as a tight end for the Saints, was he with? And
the Saints, the Lions, the Giants.
There you go. So would you, Dan Campbell, dress up when you were a player on Halloween?
Yeah, I answered this the other day. I don't know if Danny was in there. I don't know. I was Marilyn Monroe one year. All right, that was a long time ago, and that wasn't here. I'm sure you can find some old stuff, but anyway, we paired up pretty good. Let's just put it that way. So, Holly's the creative one. She always had pretty good ideas for stuff.
His wife.
What was she when you were Marilyn Monroe?
Well, actually, that one, her sister came in, so it was really more her and her sister than it was we were paired up. So I was kind of odd one out, but I was Marilyn Monroe. She brought me the freaking dress, I had the wig. So, and actually, I had broken ankle, so I was on crutches too. So that was great.
You're a good sport with it.
Yeah, I guess so. Alcohol helps.
Dude, Dan Campbell's a man, and people found photos. If you go to Twitter right now, you can see Dan Campbell dressed up as Marilyn Monroe. Yeah.
You got
good.
him?
Yep, I got him.
Here, dude. I love that he's on crutches, too. Yeah, he's like sitting down. Was he doing karaoke here?
Yeah.
Marilyn Monroe wig, dude. That's so funny. Yeah, she's my partner. Yeah, she's Monroe. I thought maybe he'd be like she'd be DiMaggio or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
She and her sister both dress up. They're JFK and Bobby.
Yeah. Dan Campbell has fun.
I want to talk about it. I like that, dude. All right, one more here. This is a flashback, more Halloween stuff. I saw this video earlier today. It's a conversation between Randy Moss and Bill Belichick in 2009. Randy Moss walks into Bill Belichick's office and says, hey, I'm trying to put together a Halloween party, and I wanted to invite you to it. It was a wholesome Halloween party, too.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't like a raging nightclub. Nope. It was a roller rink Halloween party. Randy Moss was planning it, and he invites Bill Belichick. Here you go.
We're trying to, from a team standpoint, we're trying to have a Halloween party.
Good
So
idea.
you're not interested in that, are you?
In what?
Halloween party. Well, this is what it is.
We come dressed as the devil.
No, that's what we're doing. Hey, you might win the damn prize. Trying to, get us a little DJ, get us a roller rink, and have us a good night. But like I said, you're more than welcome or whatnot.
I'm sure if you invite the coaches, they'll all be there.
You think they would?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you don't want them,
no. See, I was just, because it's like, for instance, Halloween. I mean, we don't go out no more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But we still have that.
It's a great holiday.
It's
a great
what I'm saying?
holiday.
So we're
candy and costume.
Yeah.
How can you beat that?
Right.
I mean, would you expect Belichick to act that way?
Dude, no.
In comparison to Matt LaFleur's like, I don't give an S about Halloween.
Well, it's really funny. I mean, clearly it wasn't like a Friday night before a game. It's really funny to me that Belichick is acting as though like, he's coy about, I'm sure if you asked the coaches, they would go. Would they? Yeah, I'm sure they would. And then, dude, the next clip of that video is Bill Belichick and his wife at the time.
Yeah.
In costume, holding hands, rolling around the roller rink. Dude,
he's a pirate.
He's dressed as like a
pirate.
Yeah, but I think it's specific to, he's
Johnny
dressed
Depp?
like, what's his name from, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
I don't think it's Jack Sparrow. I think it's the other guy from the first one.
Oh.
The guy that's
Blackbeard?
No. Curse of the Black Pearl. I'm blanking on his name.
Oh, okay.
Jeffrey Rush's character.
Oh. It's not Blackbeard?
It's not his name.
Oh, whatever it is.
It's going to bug me. What you got, Tim?
He
now you won't even look at me? You start to come on and you just turn over. You're like, no.
I literally was going to go, I don't remember.
You saw you wouldn't even look at me after. I was like, what are you doing?
I didn't want to say it.
No.
Barbosa!
Barbosa. There we go. Captain Barbosa,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was pretty funny. It's a great holiday. It's great holiday. Well, what's not to beat? You get costumes and candy. What's not to like?
Candy's a costume. You can't beat that.
Dude, you can't beat that. Who would have thought, dude? Matt LaFleur is like, I don't give an S. And Belichick's like, yeah, I'll go to the roller rink.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I started dating a 25-year-old.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And right now, Belichick's losing 7-3 to Syracuse.
You bet your ass he is. And it's scoreless in the top of the second in Game 6. Gosman against Yamamoto. Dodgers are at the plate right now with 2 outs in the top of the second. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll catch up with our guy Larry Krueger, get his thoughts on the Niners and the New York Giants. Sunday, 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. Krug next on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
My mother caught me.
Caught you doing what?
You know. I was alone.
You think you're so damn special because you say God bless you?
I don't think I'm special. My mother always said I'm not special.
Derek dressed as George Costanza. Our Costanza rejoins continue. Joining us on the Uma guest line, our guy Larry Krueger.
Not yet.
Not yet? We haven't made the connection yet?
Not yet.
Okay, that's why we came in with some Costanza there.
Yeah, to kill some time.
Some can't stand you. Did your mom check in with any of your other costumes, your old costumes?
No, she has not.
No, not listening today.
I don't think she's listening today. She usually does, but no.
How was the trick-or-treating scene in Texas?
That was fine. I mean,
how about Indonesia?
Turns out I didn't actually go trick-or-treating in Indonesia.
Never trick-or-treated there, huh?
No, they would give out something else instead of candy. Now, as far as I bring up the Randy Moss costume, I do remember going around my neighborhood in Texas and scaring the crap out of people when I wore that costume. And I remember going to this old woman's house. She opened the door. She saw me in the costume, and she goes, "You're not even wearing a costume." Oh.
She thought you were a black man?
Yeah, she thought I was.
You're not even, oh.
You're just wearing a Raider jersey.
That's pretty good, dude. It's pretty good. Are you a scary movie guy? Because we were talking about this with Danny Dunn. He loves...
Dude, he's been... We talked about the show. He's doing a marathon where he was, during the month of October, doing 31 and 31.
He was watching 31 horror movies or scary movies?
I told him the other day, I'm not a scary movie guy, and I thought about it. All of the classics, like Scream, I guess. I know what you did last summer. Nightmare on Elm Street. Friday the 13th. I haven't seen any of them.
Now, Scream, like, those movies are like, I mean, slasher, they fall in the same genre, of course,
Right.
but they're like slasher versus like...
Well, isn't Scream kind of like a parody, even though it is a horror movie?
It's a slasher movie.
Yeah. But wouldn't you say, like, even Scream acknowledges, like, I know Scary Movie parodied
Scream, and many scary movies, yeah.
Yes. But that one in particular, they acknowledge that they kind of like go through the whole formula of a scary movie.
The point of, Scream starts, and the characters within the show, in the movie, who are high schoolers, like they are horror movie and scary movie fans. So they like are sort of tongue-in-cheek talking about, well, the killer would do this. This is where the killer would be. X, Y, and Z is what happens here based on what the killer's looking for. Everybody knows the killer, he always comes back for one last kill. So, yeah, it's people who are fans of scary movies and horror movies. As you recall, the phone call in the beginning with Drew Barrymore.
Right, yeah.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Yeah.
Right.
So
Now in the movie Scary Movie, when he asks, what's your favorite scary movie, Anna Faris says, probably Kazam. You know, the one where Shaq plays the genie?
No, it's Carmen Electra.
Is it Carmen Electra? Sorry. Anna Faris is later.
In the beginning of the movie, because there's the classic moment where he stabs her in the boob and the silicone comes out.
Well, he goes, what's your favorite scary movie? She says, Kazam. You know, the one where Shaq plays the genie? He goes, that's not a scary movie. She goes, you haven't seen
Shaq's acting.
We're working to make the connection with Larry Krueger. I'm down with slasher movies. I just watched those movies Smile 1 and 2. I hadn't seen those. That's a scary movie.
Okay.
I was into like the Paranormal Activities.
Like those ones?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general people end up just getting disappointed by horror movies. You're not a Friday the 13th guy. You're not a...
I haven't seen any of them, so I'm willing to watch them.
Why not?
I'm not a scary movie guy.
You're scared?
Yeah.
How do you know if you're... I mean, okay, so have you seen anything and you didn't like it and that's why you're not a scary movie guy? Or you just have never really given it a go?
I'll admit that, like, I don't mind watching a scary movie, like, in the comfort of my own home with friends. By myself, it's a little spooky. Going to the theater, I don't want to be scared like that. I want to be entertained. Like, being scared to me doesn't sound like a good time at all. But I do understand why people love scary movies. They're fun. I get it.
Wait, yeah, okay. I feel like the comfort of the theater is less scary.
No, dude. It's dark and like it's much more loud. Like, no, I'm not a scary movie guy. Although I want to check out Weapons. That's on HBO Max now. Yeah. And I think the dude from The Whitest Kids You Know, the sketch comedy group back in the day, he directed it. People love that movie. Danny said it was okay. I guess I'm more of a thriller guy, but like straight up horror. I guess I don't know.
It scares you.
Yeah, it spooks me. It startles me.
You don't like to get scared. I got you. We've made the connection with our guy Larry Krueger. He joins us on the Human Guest Line, the Krug Show, Niners Nightly, and of course pre and post game coverage on the sports leader of 49er football. Krug, Derek just revealed he's not a scary movie guy. Doesn't see them. They scare him.
I hope I'm not scaring him right now.
Yeah, you're
do
good.
I look scary?
No, you're good. Do you have I figured you'd be like a Nightmare on Elm Street guy because your last name's Krueger. Do you have a...
Damn that movie. Damn that movie, actually.
I know.
I
was living a perfectly fine life as a Krueger, just living my life, being a Krueger, and all of a sudden that guy shows up. And I actually had a lady at Levi's say it to me today as I was checking in my thing. She's like, "Oh, Freddy Krueger." I'm like, "Yeah, that's original. That movie's only been around." I mean, Jesus. I mean, whoa. Lady, I'm like, you talk about a joke that's like decades late. I mean, my goodness. I like Halloween. Jamie Lee Curtis. I like the original Halloween.
There you go.
Jamie. Yeah, she was terrified. You notice how all those movies, they're always walking down the street with people, and then they just say, "Oh, I'll see you later." And I need to walk by myself now in this creepy neighborhood.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk home, and it's sort of foggy. It just all you got is a little pool of lights down the street. No, it should be fine. I'm good. I walk the street all the time. I walk the street all the time, and I'm not 10 minutes into this movie. We're good. I'm with you, Krug. So I ask you every week when we talk to you, head of the Niners, and whoever they're playing, how you're feeling. What's your feel right now on this game? How you feeling about the Giants on Sunday?
The
Niners against the Giants,
Yeah. I think this is the game of the year. I think this game defines the 49ers season in every way imaginable. I think whatever happens here is going to be what it's going to be. I think they could win 28-10 and run the ball all over this Giant defense and shut down young Jackson Dart and win the game big. And then they're right there with the NFC Super Bowl contenders, despite no Warner, no Bosa. Or, they could lose 28-10, fall behind, and, somehow allow Dart and the Giants to jump on top. And then that Giant defensive line, which is not good against the run, but is very good against the pass, led by Brian Burns off the edge, dominates the Niners offensive line, and the Niners, lose 28-10. And then they have to be taken out of the contender status, I think, going forward. So I think it could be either one. I think the 49ers are going to get this done. The Giants are really bad against the run, but Houston was a horrible offense, and they did whatever they wanted against the Niners, and there were broken plays and miscommunication. So I'm not sure what we're going to see.
Yeah, as far as the Giants' offense, Krug, I mean, what do you see from them? Jackson Dart makes nice off-schedule throws. He doesn't have his two biggest offensive weapons right now with Malik Neighbors and Cam Scatterbo out for the season. But as you just said, the Texans had nobody last week. They had Nico Collins was out. They were throwing to unknown guys. So what do you make of the Giants' offense?
Well, Tyrone Tracy's a great receiver. So he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a former receiver at the college level, so he's a really good receiver, and they're going to throw it to him. But no, I mean, the Niners, the most disappointing part of last week's game for me was that Stout and Lenore and Green are better athletes, tougher guys, and just better athletes than Xavier Hutchinson, Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins, and they should have been all over those guys and just smother them. Instead, they gave them way too much room, and the blitzes that doesn't help if you're going to play off coverage and you're, 5 yards away from the receiver. So to me, that's going to be a big one. Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, can the Niners, Jalen Hyatt, Bo Collins, the rookie, can the Niners blanket these New York Giant receivers and make Dart throw, through a sea of hands and in tight coverage? I mean, they could not do that last week. That's a big one this week.
Are you happy with the acquisitions this week, Krug? We'll see if Cleve Farrell gets elevated from the practice squad. He was signed this week, and then the trade for what am I blanking on his name? Keon White. Excuse me, the defensive end from the Patriots, Keon White. Just your thoughts on those trades and how much they help for the here and now.
I think they really help a ton. I really do. I mean, Cleve Farrell is a fourth pick in the draft, once upon a time by Mike Mayock. I mean, that was not a good pick, but he's a very smart defensive end. He's tough against the run. He knows how to play. He was a major portion of the Niners' run defense when he went down in 2023. And he looked good at practice. I mean, I was surprised. I mean, I don't know what he's even been doing, but he looked good at practice this week. So I think Cleve Farrell is a nice addition. Keon White was a steal. That was a steal. I mean, and if you said, why did New England not want him? I mean, we're talking about schematics and it bores everybody, but what the Niners do and what New England does are just different things. I mean, the New England's got two-gapper, big 320-pound defensive linemen and then outside linebackers, and the Niners have, one-gap penetrators who can play inside or outside. And so he fits what the Niners do, where he's not an outside linebacker in their scheme, and he's not a two-gapping defensive lineman in their scheme either. So he's a one-gap, penetrate and get up the field athlete, and I think he's going to thrive in this system. I think Niner fans are going to be very pleased.
The trade deadline's on Tuesday. Krug, do you see that's the only move that the 49ers make before the trade deadline?
No, I think they're going to do something else. I do think they'll do something else. Look for the Jets. I mean, Jermaine Johnson's out there. The Jets are not going to move Will McDonald, but I mean, Robert Saleh said, I'll always take more help, and they need more help. I mean, 49ers really should go after another defensive lineman. Why? Because they have so many young defensive backs, and young defensive backs don't ever stay the same. They either get more confident and better, or they get less confident and worse. And if you have a pass rush up front, the odds of those young guys on the back end, and you have numerous of these guys. I mean, it's at safety and corner. Everybody back there is a relative, infant as an NFL player. They need to be protected with some rush, and they don't have enough rush. I mean, the Niners had a horrible rush against Houston. They have to produce more, or those guys they're gonna get roasted. They're gonna lose confidence, and they're not gonna develop the way they need to.
Do you think this is Derek thinks this is a high-scoring game. What do you think the layout of this game is? Like, if the Niners are to win it, is it by putting up 25, 30 points in this game, or is it you said it could define the season. What kind of game do you think this is?
It has to be a game that is played on the Niners' terms. If the Niners play this game on New York's terms, they're going to lose. They have to play on the Niners' terms, which is, it's become more important than ever. Last week, they lost the time of possession battle decisively. You have to win that decisively. I mean, you cannot. They have to play complementary ball. They've got too much youth. They're too thin. They're too flawed on defense to not play complementary football. So you got to have long drives. The New York Giants are dead last in almost every meaningful run defense metric. Run the ball. Run Robinson, run McCaffrey, run you and I. Just run the ball a ton at the Giants. Run the ball, don't turn it over, get ahead, and then tee off on Dart and really hug up on their receivers because they're not great. If the Niners get it on their terms, they win. If they can't stop New York, they fall into a hole and New York gets a lead and the Niners have to play from 2 touchdowns behind. That's New York's terms, and New York's going to win that game. So they got to play this game on their terms. Stay ahead of the chain. You got to stay connected to this team on the chains and on the scoreboard. You can't get into 3rd and 25 with Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns against McKivitz and Trent and think you're going to have a good day. It's not going to work out.
Mac Jones gets to start once again, and it sounds like Brock Purdy is going to be the backup, being questionable. Do you think we're trending in the right direction of him potentially starting maybe even next week? And what do you think about today? Kyle was asked about it during the press conference, where if he's not 100%, then why would he be questionable? Why would there be any chance of him playing in this football game?
Well, they got to win all these games. You know, I mean, obviously Brock's going to be a better backup than Adrian Martinez. I mean, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. I think it's just a matter of they're trying to, they're trying to reflect that he's showing progress. I think he's chomping at the bit. I mean, I asked Shanahan how's his mindset right now, because I mean, Brock Purdy is insanely competitive, and this is the final thing that he needs. I mean, he's got it all. He's got the contract, he's got the family, he's got the child, he needs to lead his team to a Super Bowl, and he knows it, and he wants it. And this toe is just this ridiculous injury that is hampering him, and it's finicky, and you got to give it time. And I'm sure it's driving him crazy. Now he's talked to a bunch of people so he understands, the timeline. He's totally understands that this is just what he has to go through, but it doesn't make it any easier. So I think he wants to get back out there. If it was me, guys, I would absolutely make sure. I think the Niners have a real chance to win the whole thing if they could get to the playoffs with a healthy Brock Purdy and a healthy Christian McCaffrey. So that would be my plan. It's like, I don't want to see him have a recurrence of the injury and have the season cut short. I'd rather see them wait to the bye week and then and go with Mac Jones, especially if you're winning games. And then you come out of that bye week, you got 4 games, and then you got a 3-game run and Super Bowl 60 in your place. I think they can get it done even without Bosa, even without Warner, in a flawed NFC if you got a healthy Purdy and a healthy McCaffrey. But you got to get there first. But I would give it that rest. And also, if you bring him back this weekend and he gets hurt on this turf, man, the Niner fans are going to question the judgment and the wisdom of that. And they're going to start pointing the fingers, and it's going to get ugly. If you hold him off through the bye week, you can look your fans in the eye and say, you know what, we did everything in our power to make sure this guy healed, and it just didn't happen. So I don't know. That's how I'd like to see them play their hand. But my guess is he'll be back next week or the week after.
Larry Krueger is coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. Krug, always fun catching up, man. Have a good show tonight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Krug.
Happy Halloween, guys.
Dude,
and Derek, don't be afraid. And you know what? Can I tell you what the famous?
Don't be afraid, bro.
Can I tell you what the famous defensive end Cleve Farrell told me a few years ago at his locker?
What's that?
When I was asking him about, he goes, "If you're afraid, get a dog." That's what he said.
So, Derek, when you saddle into your couch tonight to watch Halloween or whatever you're getting into, you'll get a dog. Yeah, all right, Krug.
Go get a dog.
Have a good show tonight. Happy Halloween, Krug.
Thanks, you guys too.
The great Larry Krueger. All right,
get a dog.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed and get ready for the weekend. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If it's puck, it's dirty work, so a tip of the stick to the San Jose Sharks, who played probably their best game of the year in a 5-2 win over David Putty's New Jersey Devils. San Jose got goals from 5 different skaters, and you don't need me to tell you, but they're pretty damn fun to watch. Keep it locked right here to the Puck Leader.